Tang Wuyue unexpectedly traversed through time, becoming the captain of the global wilderness survival reality show Top Stars on a desert island. To his astonishment, the members of his survival team were none other than goddesses. Even more astounding was the fact that he possessed a golden finger. The internet erupted. Chapter 1. Surviving on a Desert Island with Goddesses. Dear viewers, welcome to our show Top Stars on a Desert Island. This time, we have chosen Madagascar, a land abundant in resources, as our wilderness survival location. The prize for this competition is a staggering 100 million. As long as the stars can endure in the wild for 3 months, the money will be theirs. Based on the votes from netizens, we have selected 6 female stars. Survival in the wild for celebrities? What on earth was happening? Tang Wuyue opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself standing beside a large helicopter landing pad, surrounded by staff-wielding cameras. At that moment, a flood of memories surged into his mind. It turned out he had traversed into another world and had become a wilderness survival expert. The television station intended to collaborate globally on a wilderness survival show and had specially invited him to be the captain of this program. This was a global initiative where celebrities would be selected from their respective countries, ultimately forming a team of 6 to compete against other nations. In the global competition phase, the difficulty would increase, presenting the qualified contestants with the most challenging survival conditions. Only those who could endure for 100 days would share in the $10 billion prize. Overall, this show was exceptionally demanding. However, due to the high stakes, many pampered female stars were eager to try their luck. Captain Tang, we are heading to the island in Madagascar. Please lead the team in selecting equipment. While Tang Wuyue was lost in thought, he suddenly heard the director calling out to him. He turned to see the likes of Dami Mi and Liu Yifei standing behind him, smiling. His team comprised 6 members: himself, Dami Mi, Liu Yifei, Zhao Jinmai, Liu Shishir, and Reba. Each of them was currently one of the hottest celebrities and possessed striking beauty. But this was wilderness survival. Could he manage a team of 5 delicate women? Even as a survival expert, caring for 5 pampered girls would be a daunting task. Ding. Congratulations on activating the Desert Island Survival System. Ding. Congratulations on triggering the Novice Gift Package, which has been issued and can be collected from the system panel. While pondering these challenges, a system notification chimed in his ear, followed by a plethora of survival skills flooding into his mind, alleviating his concerns significantly. A satisfied smile crept onto Tang Wuyue's lips. Although leading 5 female celebrities through the wilderness posed considerable difficulty, he felt reassured with the system at his disposal. However, while Tang Wuyue remained calm, the live stream chat exploded with comments. What? One person leading 5? I must be hearing things. This isn't acting, it's a headache, just to think about. What's the big deal? These are the 5 hottest female stars. This guy is incredibly lucky. Indeed, just thinking about it is delightful. He gets to spend every day with them. Dami Mi and Liu Yifei, who wouldn't dream of being with them? Exactly. If it were us, would want to dive right in. Too bad we lack wilderness survival experience, otherwise would be fighting to be the captain. The chat was filled with a cacophony of voices, all envious of Tang Wuyue's position. The chance to spend time on a deserted island with female celebrities was an opportunity few could ever dream of. At that moment, Dami Mi and the others turned their attention to the supply cache ahead. Captain, what equipment should we choose? Dami Mi glanced at Tang Wuyue and asked softly. Today, she wore a black sun-protective outfit that accentuated her voluptuous figure. The undulating hills ahead and her vibrant ponytail gave her an aura of youthful vitality that was hard to resist. Choose as you see fit, Tang Wuyue replied, surveying the shelves filled with various survival gear: fishing rods, spears, nets, hunting traps, bows, arrows, tents, sleeping bags, fire starters, knives, and pots. The basic supplies were standardized, such as clothing and emergency items. Besides that, participants needed to select 10 items from dozens of survival products. Once chosen, they could not be changed. These 10 items would accompany them throughout their wilderness survival journey. Tang Wuyue selected a basic set of diving gear. Recognizing that Madagascar was surrounded by ocean, while prey might be scarce, the sea offered abundant resources. As for hunting tools like bows and arrows, he could craft them if necessary, so there was no need to occupy a selection slot just yet. Just as he was contemplating this, an announcement echoed through the venue. Attention all teams, the helicopter will take off shortly. Please board quickly. In 10 minutes, the participating teams will be randomly deployed to a nearby deserted island. Be prepared for survival. Wait, it's starting already? The female stars' expressions shifted, their hearts racing with anxiety. As the sound of the helicopter blades grew louder, The rotors kicked up clouds of dust. Despite their nervousness, the female stars dared not delay any longer and hurriedly followed Tang Wuyue onto the helicopter. The plane is taking off. The staff in the cockpit shouted, and the helicopter swiftly ascended, heading toward a deserted island. Team members, listen carefully. We have arrived at Mile Go-To Island in Madagascar. Prepare for landing, everyone. Secure yourselves. Before long, the helicopter began to descend near the island, and the staff announced loudly through their walkie-talkies. Is it really that quick? No way. How nerve-wracking. The voices in the female stars' earpieces heightened their unease. They knew full well that as soon as they set foot on that island, the real challenge would commence. Everything, food, water, and necessities would have to be sourced by their own efforts on the island. For the next month, aside from Captain Tang Wuyue, no one would be able to assist them. However, everyone had one opportunity to press the distress button if they truly could not bear it and wished to withdraw from the show. Pressing the button would summon the production team for extraction. If someone withdrew, a new female star would replace them, ensuring the team remained at 6 members. Is this the deserted island the female stars must survive on? It looks quite challenging. I've heard Madagascar has an abundance of seafood. Will they dive into the sea to catch something to eat? Damn, me really has to endure a month in a place like this? That's incredibly tough. A few days would be manageable, but a month is unbearable for most people. Let's see who presses the distress button. First, everyone starts on equal footing. Whoever withdraws first will be the one to lose face. Anyone can withdraw, but Dammy Me and Lu Yifei must not. We love watching those two. As the helicopter's camera focused on the deserted island, the live stream chat exploded with activity, fans enthusiastically discussing the island. Let's go, team. We've arrived. Grab your gear and prepare to disembark. As soon as the helicopter came to a stop, Tang Wuyue picked up his backpack and called to the female stars. They wasted no time in getting up. Tang Wuyue made a cautious gesture and jumped down from the helicopter. Then Dammy Me, Lu Yifei, and the others followed suit. However, as Dammy Me held onto her luggage, she stumbled and fell directly into Tang Wuyue's arms. Tang Wuyue was enveloped in her fragrant scent, held tightly by her soft form. At that moment, all eyes turned towards them, including the nearby photographer. The outdoor director beside them cleared his throat softly, reminding Sister Mimi, "We are live, the cameras are rolling." Mimi's face flushed, and she quickly stood up straight. The live broadcast was no trivial matter. All eyes were on them, and she certainly did not wish to spark rumors with the captain right after stepping off the plane. Oh dear, our dear Mimi, how could she throw herself into his arms upon arrival? Isn't this just common courtesy? After landing on the island, they will rely on the captain for guidance. A little sweetness is only natural. Ha ha ha, stop laughing. It's merely a matter of losing balance. I truly envy Tang Wuyue. If only we could join her on this deserted island survival challenge. We would be the ones by Mimi's side. Come on, even playing around has its limits. For the next month, all female celebrities will depend on the captain. Exactly. Why don't you try leading 5 people? Can you handle it? Upon witnessing the scene, the live chat erupted with excitement. However, the production team was focused solely on the deserted island before them. As soon as they set foot on the island, the show had officially begun. This initiation implied they would be residing on the island for at least a month, and the task ahead was no small feat. Hello, dear viewers. Welcome to Top Stars on a Deserted Island. I am your host, Dongqing. Our first group of guests is ready to take on a month-long survival challenge on this deserted island. Will they succeed? Stay tuned to our live broadcast. The accompanying female host, Dongqing, stood before the camera, smiling and greeting the audience. With the show now live, the female celebrities had no choice but to rely on their own determination and skills to endure a month on this desolate isle. Ladies, this is the place you will be residing for the next month. Let's see what the environment is like. The chief director pointed towards the island, a knowing smile on his face. As a variety show, the most captivating aspect lay in the stark contrasts of the stars. Tossing these celebrities onto the island, the ensuing details of their lives would become the highlight of the program. Among so many rising stars, how many would endure? Once the chief director finished speaking, Mimi and Lu Yifei snapped back to reality, quickly scanning their surroundings. The island was surrounded by the vast ocean, isolated and solitary. The endless blue sea stretched around them, the salty sea breeze brushing their faces, offering a refreshing comfort. The island was cloaked in dense tropical rainforests, extending as far as the eye could see. Towering trees reached for the heavens, their intertwined branches casting deep shadows, allowing only specks of sunlight to filter through, dancing on the ground. The underbrush was thick with vegetation, forming a continuous expanse of wilderness. In this untouched realm, nature unveiled its most primal and untamed essence. The beach was strewn with pebbles of various sizes. Setting up camp would not be an easy task. This is where we will be for a month. Lu Shishir and Zhao Jinmai exchanged apprehensive glances. Although the scenery was beautiful, it was utterly desolate. Would they truly have to live here for the next month? What if they encountered wild animals? Were there insects or rodents lurking about? Chapter 2. The netizens are in awe. Despite their nervousness, the sight of Tang Wuyue brought a wave of reassurance. Thankfully, the captain was here. It was rumored that Captain Tang was a seasoned expert, well-versed in outdoor survival. With him around, they should be safe. Noticing their expressions, Mimi and Lu Yifei smiled encouragingly. Don't worry, with Captain Tang here, everything will be fine. It's just a month, what's the big deal? Think of it as a weight loss program. Right, just think of it as a weight loss program. Reba smiled, her exotic features captivating. For these female stars, weight management was a perennial concern. Arriving on this resource-scarce island was the perfect opportunity for a thorough detox. However, they were yet unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. At that moment, hearing Mimi and Reba's remarks, the live chat exploded. Perfect time for a weight loss program? Pundi, you might not realize what a real deserted island is like. It's not as simple as you think. Haha, just look at how nervous Jinmai is right now, so adorable. Still, Lu Yifei seems unfazed, hardly affected by the sight of the island. She's wearing sunglasses, who can tell if she blinked or not? Let's not kid around. Friends, this group of beauties is impressive. 3 from the Xianjian series are here, just missing Tang Yin. It seems like this team's captain must be remarkable. Both Mimi and Tianxian are top stars, and anyone eliminated would affect the ratings. So the production team must have chosen someone formidable to lead them. In an instant, the audience in the live chat was abuzz with speculation. Everyone was eager to find out how long these female celebrities could endure on the island. Captain Tang, we found a place, the rest is up to you. The chief director approached Tang Wuyue, shaking his hand, wishing you success and perseverance until the end. Thank you, director. Tang Wuyue nodded, watching as the director and crew boarded the nearby helicopter and took off. Now, the island staff had departed, leaving only a few cameramen and the 6 of them standing there. Lu Shishir gazed at the receding helicopter, a hint of melancholy in her expression. They just leave like that? So, we begin our survival challenge now? What do you think? Mimi shrugged. From today onward, we must follow the captain's lead. Our fates depend on him. They were all delicate flowers, utterly inexperienced in outdoor survival. Henceforth, they had no choice but to heed Tang Wuyue's guidance. He was the only reliable man among them. Reba glanced at the sky and turned to Tang Wuyue. Captain, it's already afternoon. What's our plan? Should we look for food first or set up a tent? Tang Wuyue surveyed the surroundings, picked up his backpack, and said, let's find a suitable spot to settle down first, otherwise, you'll be sleeping on the beach tonight. Upon hearing this, the female stars dared not delay, quickly grabbing their luggage and hurrying after him. Tang Wuyue led Mimi and the others deeper into the island, finally stopping at a relatively flat area. The island was lush with trees, the undergrowth thick. To prepare for an evening exploration along the beach, Tang Wuyue did not lead them too far. The sun was setting, and everyone was hungry. After settling their lodging, they needed to find something to eat. All right, we'll camp here tonight. Tang Wuyue took out a previously selected entrenching tool and began to level some ground. Turning back to the female stars, he said, it's getting late, and we don't know if there are wild animals in the forest, so we can't venture too far and we'll have to stay here for now. Huh? Are there wild animals here? Lu Shishir gasped, looking up to ask, Captain, are there lions and tigers? Hard to say. Tang Wuyue shook his head. We'll find out tomorrow. After all, this is a deserted island we'll have to explore gradually. Since they were here, they might as well settle in. After all, they would be spending the next month here. It was better to consider it a treasure trove. Hearing this, Zhao Jinmai lifted her head and said, I'm not afraid of lions or tigers. What terrifies me are mice. I feel the same. I'm scared too. Lu Shishir nodded vigorously, holding a tent. What's there to fear about mice? In the wild, anything can be food. Tang Wuyue chuckled, reassuring them. If we catch one, it would make a fine addition to your meal. EW. Upon hearing this, the female stars all made faces of mock retching. They could accept anything, but not the thought of eating mice. Just the sight of one sent chills down their spines, let alone consuming it. Ahaha. It seems none of you have ever experienced hunger. Tang Wuyue shrugged. When you're famished, you'll eat anything, even flies and tree roots. As they conversed, the group busily set up their tents, quickly completing the task. On their first day at this location, the female celebrities still felt a sense of novelty. Gazing at the assembled tents, a touch of camping joy blossomed within them. However, This was merely the first day on the island. Many more challenges awaited them. Once the campsite was established, Tang Wuyue called them over. Next, we will be staying on this island for a month, so everyone must have clear roles. Tang Wuyue surveyed them and said, Lu Shishir, you and Zhao Jinmai go gather wild fruits. I just checked there are plenty of wild fruits and bananas near the camp. Understood, Captain. Lu Shishir and Zhao Jinmai nodded, grabbed a backpack nearby, and headed out. After they departed, Tang Wuyue turned to Dami Mi and Reba. Dami Mi, you and Reba are in charge of collecting firewood we will need to cook soon. There are many pieces of wood washed up on the beach, easy to gather. All right, Captain, leave it to us. Dami Mi smiled and took Reba's hand, heading towards the beach. Captain, what about me? Seeing them leave in pairs, Lu Yifei felt a twinge of anxiety. Her heart raced, fearing that Tang Wuyue might leave her alone on this deserted island. If she were to venture out alone, it would certainly be daunting. You? Tang Wuyue glanced back at her and replied, You will accompany me. We are going to the seaside to see if there are any seafood. With that, he picked up the snorkeling gear and spear gun nearby and headed towards the shore. Okay, Captain. Lu Yifei responded and hurried to follow. The waters of Madagascar were astonishingly clear, almost transparent. The coastline of the island was breathtakingly beautiful. The golden sands, as soft as satin, lay between the azure sky and the cerulean sea. Waves lapped at the shore with a soothing sound, as if narrating ancient ocean tales. Upon arriving at the beach, Tang Wuyue immediately noticed schools of small fish and various stunning coral reefs beneath the water. The marine life here was abundant, featuring everything from large lobsters to colorful grouper, and even the rare emperor grouper. Under Lu Yifei's watchful gaze, Tang Wuyue donned the flippers and snorkeling mask. The mask was equipped with a live-streaming camera provided by the production team. With the press of a button, the underwater fish and shellfish were captured in crystal clarity. The footage of Tang Wuyue hunting for lobsters and fish was also recorded by this camera. The show Survival Island was quite innovative. So, whenever Tang Wuyue took action, the production team aimed the cameras at him, allowing him to showcase the underwater wonders of Madagascar. This was the essence of Survival Island. Captain, are you really going into the water? Lu Yifei asked, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the ocean. What else would I do? Tang Wuyue replied, reminding her, Madagascar boasts the most seafood. We will find out tomorrow if hunting is possible on this island. We certainly cannot starve. As night fell, entering the forest was not advisable. Yes, that makes sense. Lu Yifei nodded with a smile, saying, then, Captain, please be careful. I'll wait for you on the shore. Tang Wuyue looked at her, took a rope from his waist, and handed the other end to her. Hold on to this rope if you need me. Give it a gentle tug, and I will receive the signal. All right, Captain. Lu Yifei accepted the rope, nodding eagerly. Tang Wuyue carefully scrutinized her face, then seized the fish spear and net, diving into the water. At the same time, he activated the live-streaming camera on his snorkeling mask. Director, Captain Tang has begun fishing. The director noticed the camera was active and quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie to call out. Okay, switch the live feed to Captain Tang immediately. The chief director commanded, don't miss any details. Yes, director, understood. The cameraman nodded in compliance. At that moment, the live feed switched to Tang Wuyue. From the first-person perspective of Tang Wuyue's snorkeling mask, viewers were witnessing the underwater world for the very first time. Wow, it's stunning. Is this the underwater realm of Madagascar? The resources seem abundant. Captain Tang is impressive. He started fishing as soon as he arrived on the island. I heard there are many large lobsters and conchs over there. Let's see if Dami Mi is fortunate enough to catch some. This first-person view feels so real. It's like being underwater myself. Haha. Let's see how much Captain Tang can catch. Will a bicycle turn into a motorcycle? The answer is about to be revealed. This segment showcases the captain's survival skills. Whether he qualifies as a captain will depend on what he catches. As the audience watched Tang Wuyue's live feed, the comments section exploded with excitement. However, Tang Wuyue was oblivious to all this. He was entirely focused on searching for seafood. Fortunately, as soon as he submerged, he spotted a large conch and 2 sea cucumbers. This type of conch, known as a spider conch, resembles a large spider but is non-toxic and incredibly flavorful. Each one was particularly hefty, weighing several pounds. Thus, even if he spotted many, he could only grab a few. If they were too heavy, snorkeling would become cumbersome. The waters of Madagascar were unlike any other the shallow waters near the shore. He had to swim out a distance to reach deeper waters. After swimming forward for a while, he finally reached a slightly deeper area. Below were coral reefs, frequented by grouper and large lobsters. He took a deep breath, donned his snorkeling mask, and plunged into the water. The surface was quite calm, and the underwater visibility was excellent. As soon as Tang Wuyue submerged, he spotted a large octopus. The octopuses here were different from those elsewhere, each weighing several pounds. It was hiding behind the coral, thinking it was unseen. Tang Wuyue decided against using the spear gun and planned to grab it with his hands. After formulating his plan, he swam back to the surface for air, then returned to the coral reef, aimed at his target, and grasped the octopus's tentacle. Chapter 3. Fishing in the Sea, a feast of seafood in an instant. The tense octopus expelled a large cloud of ink, staining the water's surface black. This guy, catching an octopus with his bare hands? Captain Tang is truly impressive. Isn't this octopus rather exaggerated? It's enough to feed 2 or 3 people. One must admit, the underwater resources in this region are truly abundant. The starlets need not worry about hunger this time. Brothers, just imagine a man spending a month on a deserted island with 5 women. How thrilling is that? Have you ever considered it? Haha, after a month. The starlets might even be expecting. This captain is worth his weight in gold. I wish to join. The audience in the live broadcast began to discuss fervently upon witnessing this scene. Tang Wuyue held onto the octopus tightly, tugging a few times before lifting the hefty creature, which weighed around 3 to 4 pounds, out of the water. Given its size and weight, it was sufficient for everyone to enjoy a hearty meal. He emerged from the water, took a breath of fresh air, and then waved the octopus in front of the camera. Friends, do you see this? This is the octopus from Madagascar, each one heavy with substance. Tang Wuyue lifted the octopus, gesturing with it before casually tossing it into a nearby net. He merely wished to show the viewers that while these octopuses are large, their texture is rather ordinary. If boiled in water, they become quite tough and difficult to chew. However, to be fair, the taste is still quite delightful. Many restaurants or small shops selling octopus balls utilize thinly sliced octopus, which is actually derived from these creatures. The octopus is dried or cooked, then sliced thinly with a grater or knife, yielding a remarkable flavor. Once everything was tidied up, Tang Wuyue inhaled deeply and plunged back into the sea. This time, his target was the large lobsters and grouper. With both spider conch and octopus secured, dinner was assured. The next priority was to elevate the quality of life on the island. Imagine, if you were alone on a deserted island, surrounded by a group of beautiful women, all gathered around a fire, feasting on lobsters and emperor fish. How blissful that would be! Upon diving underwater, Tang Wuyue spotted several lobsters hiding behind a coral reef. The lobsters' long antennae swayed gently with the current. It seemed that at least 3 lobsters were concealed within the coral, yet only their antennae were visible, leaving their full size a mystery. As Tang Wuyue contemplated whether to catch them by hand or use a spear gun, an unsuspecting eastern starry grouper swam past him. This grouper was no small fish, appearing to weigh at least a dozen pounds. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Wuyue tightened the rubber band on his spear gun and swiftly aimed at the grouper, launching the spear with precision. His spear gun, akin to a conventional firearm, required calmness to hit the target accurately. However, the end of the spear was equipped with a barbed tip, ensuring a firm grip on the fish, preventing its escape. The eastern starry grouper, caught off guard, was struck by Tang Wuyue's spear. Sensing danger, it attempted to retreat into the coral reef. But Tang Wuyue deftly pulled it back with a line attached to his spear gun. A hefty East Star grouper, weighing over 10 pounds, was effortlessly ensnared by Tang Wuyue into a net. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream were utterly astonished. No one could fathom Tang Wuyue's remarkable prowess. Hitting a fish with a spear gun is no trivial feat. Achieving a perfect shot requires exceptional skill. However, with the aid of the system, capturing a mere East Star grouper was a piece of cake for Tang Wuyue. Am I seeing things? Did I really just witness a 10-pound East Star grouper? This creature is incredibly valuable. This is a windfall. I'm utterly envious. Those who fish must be weeping with envy. Such a splendid resource is simply too precious to overlook. Did you see Captain Tang's movements? It was a flawless shot. The East Star grouper didn't even realize what hit it. Haha, am I the only one worried about those 3 lobsters? That's the real prize. If we manage to catch lobsters, the viewership will undoubtedly skyrocket. Are you all unaware? The folks over there treat lobsters as a staple. Is that true? That seems rather exaggerated. Perhaps it's time to abandon rice for a while. In an instant, the The livestream was overwhelmed with an avalanche of comments. Yet, Tang Wuyue remained oblivious to the barrage of messages. He calmly placed the East Star grouper into the net, took a deep breath, and submerged once more. When he resurfaced, he held aloft 2 large lobsters. The fans, captivated by his footage, felt the thrill and joy of lobster fishing as if they were partaking in the adventure themselves, a sensation they had never experienced before. With the lobsters and the East Star grouper, the net was brimming. The grouper was so large that only its tail protruded from the net. With a triumphant smile, Tang Wuyue, clutching his bounty, swam toward the shore. At that moment, Mimi and Reba, who had gone to gather firewood, returned, standing on the bank alongside Lu Yifei, eagerly awaiting Tang Wuyue's return. Mimi, why hasn't the captain returned yet? Reba, noticing the waning daylight, felt a pang of anxiety. They were to remain on the island for a month, relying entirely on their captain. Without Tang Wuyue's guidance, their plans would falter. Don't worry, fatty. We still have ropes, Mimi replied with a reassuring smile, glancing at Reba. If the captain doesn't return soon, we can use the rope to contact him. Just as Mimi finished speaking, they spotted Tang Wuyue striding toward them, a bag of seafood in hand. Captain, you're back, Mimi and Lu Yifei exclaimed, rushing to greet him. Wow, that is quite a haul. Mimi's face lit up with surprise as she beheld Tang Wuyue's catch. Captain, you're incredible. Though they couldn't discern the specifics within the bag, the sight of the massive East Star grouper and the 2 lobsters was striking. Lobsters? Reba chimed in, drawn closer. She had just glimpsed Tang Wuyue's muscular physique revealed beneath his soaked clothing and was momentarily taken aback. Quick, help the captain bring them up. Lu Yifei, ever observant, hurriedly took the items from Tang Wuyue's hands. Wow, this is heavy. Lu Yifei cautiously set aside the net and exclaimed, Captain, these seafood must weigh at least several dozen pounds. She lifted her gaze and inquired, in such a short span of time, have you caught so many? Noticing the expression on Lu Yifei's face, Tang Wuyue shook off the water droplets from his body, sheathed his spear, and replied, I merely selected the finest. The ocean is abundant with treasures, enough to sustain us on the island for an entire month. Is that truly the case? How splendid. With you as our captain, we shall not go hungry. Dami and Reba exchanged knowing smiles and hurried over to assist Tang Wuyue in carrying the provisions. Once everyone had organized their belongings, they proceeded towards their campsite. Upon their return, Lu Shishir and Zhao Jinmai, who had been foraging for wild fruits, were already back. They cradled a pile of vibrant red berries and a bunch of unripe bananas. Although these bananas were large, they remained green and inedible. However, if roasted over a fire, they would soften and take on a flavor reminiscent of baked sweet potatoes. While unripe bananas carry a certain sweetness, they still possess a unique texture and taste, which is quite delightful in this desolate island setting. Look, the captain has returned. Lu Shishir and Zhao Jinmai exclaimed, rushing towards Tang Wuyue. Captain, take a look at our harvest. Zhao Jinmai declared proudly, gesturing to the berries and green bananas beside her. As per your instructions. Sure, and I made sure to gather extra. Tang Wuyue glanced down and noticed, in addition to the berries and bananas, some wild vegetables scattered on the ground. Having previously foraged for vegetables while filming, Lu Shishir was well-versed in identifying which were edible. Alongside the wild fruits and vegetables, Dami and Reba had collected firewood. The island was resplendent with trees, and many dry branches had been washed ashore by the waves. These branches were perfect for kindling a fire, and Dami and Reba had amassed quite a pile around the campsite. Well done. Both the wild fruit team and the firewood team have completed their tasks. Tang Wuyue smiled and announced, tonight, as a reward, you shall feast on lobster and grouper. How's that sound? What? Lobster? Lu Shishir and Zhao Jinmai suddenly noticed the large grouper and lobster nearby. Dami, observing their astonished expressions, chuckled. Who would have thought? We can actually enjoy lobster on this deserted island. Haha, indeed unexpected. Reba chimed in, we owe a great deal of gratitude to our captain. Without him, we might have been reduced to eating rats. They were all accustomed to a pampered lifestyle as celebrities and had never ventured into the sea. Even with lobsters and groupers surrounding them, they would have remained helpless, as none of them could dive. After sharing a few light-hearted moments, Tang Wuyue returned to the campsite to change into dry clothes and began preparing to start a fire for cooking. Dami and Reba had initially attempted to ignite fire by friction but were met with failure at every turn. Ultimately, Tang Wuyue produced a flint provided by the production team, which effortlessly ignited the dried coconut husk they had gathered. The husk, a layer encasing the coconut, readily caught flame when dried. Many individuals favor using it as a kindling while surviving on a deserted island. With a crackle and pop, Tang Wuyue swiftly ignited a bonfire. The sound of the burning would resonated warmly in the stillness of the night. Mi and Lu Yifei, among others, gathered around the fire, reminiscent of a lively bonfire party. The gathering of all these starlets was truly a sight to behold. While camping in the wild, it is essential to start a fire. Firstly, to boil water, cook meals, and provide warmth. Secondly, to ward off lurking beasts and insects. Come on, how shall we prepare this lobster and the grouper? Tang Wuyue inquired, presenting the freshly caught lobster and grouper to the starlets nearby. How to eat? Mi blushed, waving her hand. Captain, since you caught these, it is only fitting that you decide. After a pause, she continued, we are merely here to enjoy a meal. Who are we to be picky? Whether it be lobster or grouper, both were the captain's bounty. They felt immensely satisfied just to partake in a meal, daring not to voice further demands. Indeed, Captain, we shall follow your lead. Lu Yifei nodded vigorously from the side. Chapter 4. The goddess grills fish, culinary skills well, since you all abstain from choosing. I shall take the liberty of improvising. Observing their politeness, Tang Wuyue ceased his chatter and approached the fire, beginning to orchestrate the preparations with methodical precision. The first task was to deal with the hefty grouper weighing over 10 pounds. This fish, cleaned of scales and entrails by Lu Shi, was exceptionally pristine. Due to its size, Tang Wuyue halved it. The head would be used for soup, while the tail would be roasted. The aroma of the grilled grouper wafted through the air, the flesh tender and succulent. As for the two sizable lobsters and spider conch, Tang Wuyue opted for steaming. Captain, what about this octopus? Mi asked, gazing at the adjacent octopus with a look of confusion. This was her first encounter with such a large specimen, and she had no idea how to prepare it. Contemplating her words, Tang Wuyue responded, this type of octopus has quite a chew. If steamed, it might be too tough. Let us grill it instead, slicing it into pieces beforehand. All right, Captain, we'll leave the cooking to us. You've been busy all afternoon. It's time for you to take a break. Mi flashed an enchanting smile at Tang Wuyue. They understood that their captain was not there to serve as a caretaker, but to impart survival skills in the wilderness. Thus, they should collaborate and not leave everything to him. Very well, then you shall manage the preparations. I shall observe your culinary skills. Noticing their enthusiasm, Tang Wuyue felt a sense of ease. Since they were on this deserted island, it was indeed time for them to take initiative and hone their skills. If there were ever an opportunity to participate in an international competition, the wilderness environment would be far more challenging than this. Therefore, they must begin to learn to challenge themselves and not be overly delicate. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream were ablaze with excitement at the unfolding scene. What is happening? Isn't it said that the captain is here to take care of everyone? How has the situation reversed? It defies logic. I truly wish to remain here, in such an environment. Who would desire to return? With so many beautiful women surrounding me, it is simply delightful. The presence of such lovely ladies is overwhelming. 3 of the 4 enchanting figures from Xianjian 4 are here, and the last one will surely follow soon. It is indeed a paradise of beauty. This is sheer bliss, sitting by the fire and watching these lovely companions busy themselves. It is so comfortable. I declare my intention to sign up for the next season of the survival show on a deserted island. To the friend upstairs, perhaps you should try your luck abroad. Bear Grylls is eagerly awaiting your culinary contributions. The fans in the comment section are animatedly discussing. None of them expected these female stars to be so proactive. They exhibit none of the delicate airs typical of other celebrities, handling everything themselves. However, Mi and Lu Yifei understand the reality. If they wish to compete in the World Championship, they must first master the fundamental skills of wilderness survival. To compete alongside international icons like Scarlett Johansson and Taylor Swift, they must hold themselves to the highest standards and avoid any mistakes. Although the fans in the live chat are fervently admiring Tang Wuyue's good fortune, he remains oblivious to the discussions. He turns and walks into the nearby tent. Starting tomorrow, they must construct a shelter on the island. Unfortunately, the tent can only serve as a temporary solution. It is not suitable for long-term habitation. Should inclement weather strike, the tent would be utterly useless. Therefore, To ensure better nourishment and comfort, they must gather more timber to construct a proper temporary dwelling. When selecting survival gear, Tang Wuyue deliberately opted out of acquiring a bow and traps, choosing instead to exchange those slots for a waterproof tarp designed for camping. This way, he could utilize the tarp and timber to erect a luxurious little abode that shields them from the wind and rain. The abundance of female celebrities in his team necessitates a larger house to accommodate them all. Tang Wuyue picks up a branch and casually sketches a simple house design in the sand. The island is rich in timber, making it the ideal material for construction. Although there are no nails available, a mortise and tenon structure can suffice to create the desired abode. Once completed, covering it with a tarp will provide protection from the elements and shade from the sun, making it the perfect survival habitat. "Captain, what are you drawing?" At that moment, Liu Yifei approached, holding several large banana leaves and meticulously cleaning them. On the island, there are no utensils, so food must be placed on the banana leaves during mealtime. "I'm drafting a structure for our house," Tang Wuyue replied, glancing at her and pointing to the drawing in the sand. "We will be here for a month, so we need to establish a safe place to reside." After a brief pause, he added, "The weather on the island can change rapidly. It may rain or wind could arise at any moment, so we must prepare in advance." "You are absolutely right, Captain," Liu Yifei said, her eyes filled with admiration. "Since we have never survived on a deserted island, we will heed your guidance. Everyone will listen to me." As Liu Yifei's stunning visage caught Tang Wuyue's attention, a sense of quiet pride blossomed within him. It seemed that life on this solitary island, filled with the rhythm of labor and companionship, was indeed quite delightful. Coexisting with the enchanting quartet from Xianjian 4 on the island was a dream cherished by many. "Captain, the lobster and spider shellfish are ready." At that moment, Dammy Mi approached, carrying a platter of freshly cooked lobster. "Captain, our grilled fish and octopus are also prepared," chimed in Lu Shishir and Zhao Jinmai, who joined her, albeit with a hint of embarrassment, for their dish appeared slightly charred. Tang Wuyue glanced up and, to his amusement, noticed Lu Shishir holding a fish that had been reduced to a charred remnant. The sight elicited laughter from the live-stream audience. "Haha, this is hilarious. Zhao Jinmai is so adorable. She actually burnt the fish." 666, full marks for entertainment. Such a waste of an expensive fish. Honestly, given the size of that fish, it's not surprising it got burnt. Let's see how the captain handles this. It would be a shame if such a costly delicacy went to waste. Look at Lu Shishir and Zhao Jinmai's expressions. They resemble children who have misbehaved. So amusing. I swear, if I were the captain, I'd have lost my temper by now. The atmosphere in the live stream became lively, with viewers flooding the screen with comments. Not only the audience, but even Liu Yifei beside them was momentarily taken aback. Just when the tension thickened, Tang Wuyue's laughter rang out. "Everything is just right," he chuckled, stepping forward to take the charred fish from Zhao Jinmai's hands amidst astonished gazes. He peeled away the burnt skin, revealing succulent, juicy flesh beneath. The freshly grilled fish emitted steam, indicating that it had been cooked to perfection. "Wow, it smells amazing," exclaimed the starlets, unable to resist the alluring aroma. They had not anticipated that a seemingly burnt fish could harbor such deliciousness within. "Captain, how is this possible?" Zhao Jinmai and Lu Shishir inquired, their faces reflecting surprise. "Isn't this fish burnt? How can it still be so tender?" Tang Wuyue glanced at them and replied, "You see, you may not understand. The skin of the grouper contains a layer of fat. When exposed to high heat, it can easily become charred. However, the flesh within retains its moisture and is less likely to overcook. Thus, even if the exterior is burnt, the meat inside remains edible once the skin is removed." "Captain, thank you so much." Lu Shishir expressed her gratitude, her guilt alleviating somewhat after Tang Wuyue's explanation. Overcome with emotion, she lunged towards him, embracing him tightly while murmuring, "Thank goodness the fish meat is still intact. Otherwise, I would have had no idea how to face everyone." Tang Wuyue was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected embrace, rendered speechless. Ahem. Dammy Mi, observing the situation, quickly cleared her throat twice. Lu Shishir then regained her composure, standing upright and awkwardly smoothing her hair behind her ear. In a moment of impulsiveness, she suddenly became aware of the many onlookers around her. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly turned to assist Liu Yifei in arranging the banana leaves. After the commotion settled, Tang Wuyue laid out all the ingredients on the nearby banana leaves. Although it was merely the first day on the island, dinner was exceptionally lavish. There were freshly boiled lobsters and spider conchs, alongside the aromatic East Star grouper. Additionally, the octopus was grilled to a golden crisp, releasing an enticing fragrance. To top it off, they had gathered some small berries and roasted bananas, creating a delightful balance of flavors and nutrition. Wow, tonight's dinner is truly extravagant, Dammy Mi exclaimed, her face radiating with excitement as she gazed at the feast before her. I never imagined we could enjoy such comfort on a deserted island. Haha, it's all thanks to our captain. Reba chimed in with a smile. Without our captain, we wouldn't be feasting on lobsters here. Exactly. Lu Yifei and Lu Shishir eagerly agreed, ushering Tang Wuyue to the best seat. Captain, please sit here. Once he settled down, the starlets gathered around him in a circle. Noticing their slight awkwardness, Tang Wuyue waved his hand and said, after a long day of hunger, let's dig in. With that, he deftly sliced the grilled grouper into pieces, serving each person a portion. Dammy Mi cradled the fish on a banana leaf, mimicking Tang Wuyue's actions as she gently peeled away the crispy skin. Indeed, beneath it lay tender, juicy fish meat that emitted a mouth-watering aroma, making her salivate. Wow, it looks absolutely delicious, she exclaimed, lowering her head to take a bite. Upon tasting it, her eyes widened in astonishment. This is incredibly fragrant. Who would have thought that a fish grilled without any seasoning could be so delightful? The grouper's tender and juicy flesh melted in her mouth, leaving her craving another bite. That's the East Star grouper, Reba reminded her from the side, taking a bite herself and instantly being taken aback by the purity of the flavor. They had never imagined that a fish grilled so simply could be this delectable. This is truly a gift from nature. It's so delicious. Lu Shishir and Zhao Jinmai nodded in agreement. Observing their astonished expressions, Tang Wuyue chuckled. This type of grouper is abundant in the sea. If you wish to indulge, we can catch it every day. Really? Dammy Mi asked in surprise. But that's a grouper weighing over 10 pounds. Tang Wuyue nodded, shrugging nonchalantly. Eating it every day might become monotonous. We should occasionally switch things up. He then picked up a large lobster from the side. Now, let us savor the taste of lobster. As soon as he spoke, he divided the lobster into portions, serving each person a piece. Lu Yifei stared at the lobster in her hands, her eyes wide with disbelief. Oh my, I never expected to enjoy such luxurious food while surviving on a deserted island. Initially, they had prepared themselves for hardships, not anticipating such indulgence on the island. None of them had foreseen that the production team would assign such a capable captain. With him around, they felt like a group of eager children waiting to be fed, following him throughout the day, adhering to his every directive. Here, the captain serves as their cornerstone. Without her, they may not endure even a single day. They must grow alongside her, for numerous challenges await them in future international competitions. This lobster is exquisitely tender. It is absolutely delightful, with a hint of sweetness. The starlets exclaimed as they savored the dish. Once they were satiated, Tang Wuyue began organizing the tasks for the following day. Their first day here was merely for acclimatization. From tomorrow onward, they would truly embark on their survival journey on the island. They needed to construct shelters, find water sources, and attend to all matters related to survival, especially building houses, which is no trivial endeavor. If one were to live alone, Tang Wuyue could simply throw together a makeshift shelter. However, with several starlets in the group, it was imperative to ensure their comfort. With this in mind, Tang Wuyue glanced at Dammy Mi and Lu Yifei, stating to shield against the wind and rain. We must commence building tomorrow. Building houses? Dammy Mi and Reba perked up at once. That is wonderful. It's our first time participating in house construction. They straightened their backs and earnestly declared, Captain, feel free to assign any tasks to us. Indeed, Captain. Lu Shishir and Zhao Jinmai nodded in agreement from the side. Observing their excitement, Tang Wuyue cautioned, constructing a house is labor-intensive. It involves chopping trees, selecting sites, and assembling it step by step. Each phase is demanding. No worries. We're unafraid of hard work, Dammy Mi replied with a smile, lifting her chin. As long as we are working alongside the captain, it won't feel burdensome. Absolutely. Sister Mi is right. Reba chimed in, nodding, Captain, tomorrow we will assist you in chopping trees. How harmonious is Dammy Mi and Lu Yifei's little team, that they actively volunteer to help out. Indeed, just look at the other groups. One little fairy was so incensed by the captain's request to pitch her own tent that she rolled on the ground in frustration. How bold of the production team to invite such prominent stars. I'm in stitches. I heard that little fairy has a powerful backer and joined the program merely to garner some attention. Never mind those other groups. I still prefer watching Dammy Mi and Lu Yifei's team. This captain is exceptionally capable. Exactly. While the other groups are still waiting for dinner, Captain Tang has already ensured that Dammy Mi is well fed. Upon hearing the news of house construction, fans in a live broadcast room erupted with excitement. They were filled with curiosity about what kind of shelter Tang Wuyue could build with these starlets on this deserted island. This curiosity was laced with high expectations. For this survival show resembled a developmental game, allowing fans to witness the starlet's transformation from scratch on the island. Would it be joyful or torturous, bustling or solitary? In future episodes, they would observe everything that transpired on the island. Captain, do we have any tools? Reba inquired curiously, recalling the task of chopping trees. Yes. Tang Wuyue nodded. We have an axe. It will suffice. The production team had initially prepared an axe for felling trees. With this axe, one could chop down smaller trees. By using traditional mortise and tenon joints to assemble the cut wood, a sturdy house could be erected. All right, since that's the case, you all should rest well tonight. Tomorrow, upon awakening, we shall build the house together, Tang Wuyue announced as she observed that everyone had eaten and drunk to their satisfaction. After a full day of labor outdoors, everyone was quite fatigued. There were still more challenges ahead, and they needed to be well rested. Following Tang Wuyue's arrangement, they added more firewood to the bonfire before retreating to their respective tents. That night, as Tang Wuyue lay in her tent, sleep enveloping her, she was suddenly stirred by a faint sound from outside. Captain, are you asleep? The voice was familiar. It was Dammy Mi. Tang Wuyue sat up and unzipped the tent flap. Dammy Mi? Shoo! Dammy Mi placed her index finger to her lips, signaling for silence, and whispered, Captain, can we talk inside? Come in to talk. Tang Wuyue regarded her with a puzzled expression. If it weren't for the fact that Dammy Mi was standing before him, he might have felt apprehensive about being tricked. After all, who could resist the advances of someone entering their tent at such an hour? Moreover, the tent was rather cramped, leaving them almost nose to nose, where even their breath could be distinctly heard. What's going on? Tang Wuyue inquired, eyeing her curiously. It's quite late. What brings you here? He scrutinized Dammy Mi, adding, in the dead of night, with just the two of us, aren't you concerned I might lose control? Dammy Mi's cheeks flushed as she explained. Captain, there are mice outside my tent, gnawing at the fabric and making it impossible for me to sleep. Mice? She confirmed, her voice tinged with fear. Yes, I'm terrified of mice. Captain, please don't make me go back. I'll return when dawn breaks. Very well, Tang Wuyue shrugged. If you're not afraid, then stay here. Since Dammy Mi was unperturbed, he felt at ease as well, especially with a beautiful woman beside him, which would surely make sleep more delightful. Captain, may I request something of you? Dammy Mi leaned closer to Tang Wuyue's ear and whispered, Please don't tell Reba and the others. They would find it utterly hilarious. Tang Wuyue was momentarily taken aback by the alluring scent wafting from her, causing a flurry of thoughts in his mind. All right, I want to say a word. He nodded, a subtle smile playing on his lips, hinting at deeper understanding. Thank you, Captain. Dammy Mi exhaled in relief. To be honest, I truly enjoy the experience of surviving in the wild with everyone. However, she covered her face, I am just so afraid of insects and mice. If those were absent, I would fear anything at all. You fear mice too? Tang Wuyue chuckled, responding, If we can't find food on this island, we might have to catch mice to eat. What? No way. Dammy Mi's face turned pale, and she frantically shook her head. Seeing her distressed expression, Tang Wuyue couldn't help but laugh. All right, let us get some rest. Tomorrow holds even more significant tasks for us. In the dim light of the tent, Dammy Mi nodded softly and nestled into the corner. She hesitated to move closer to the center, fearing it might disturb Tang Wuyue's rest. Yet, the tent was exceedingly small, and despite their efforts to position themselves at the edges, they could still distinctly hear each other's breath. Tang Wuyue caught a whiff of the fragrant aroma emanating from Dammy Mi's hair, while she, in turn, sensed the masculine aura radiating from him. By the way, Captain, with such striking looks, have you ever considered entering the entertainment industry? Demimi turned slightly and whispered, the entertainment industry? Tang Wuyue chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Isn't that the realm of the young heartthrobs? Not at all, Demimi countered, shaking her head vigorously. The young heartthrobs are merely a trend among fans. In fact, someone as versatile and handsome as you would be far more sought after. She continued earnestly, once the show airs, you're bound to become a sensation across the internet. Oh, Tang Wuyue found her amusing. I'm just a captain. It's you ladies, the real stars of the show, who will draw the attention. He paused for a moment and added, so it's truly you all whom the audience is focused on. It's really different, Demimi asserted. This time, the audience wants to see us make fools of ourselves, to witness how we survive in the wilderness. But you, captain, display your individual strength. With us as a contrast, your brilliance will shine even brighter. Hence, I predict you'll achieve great fame after the show airs. Demimi was quite astute. She understood who the true star of the show was. Following the extravagant lobster dinner the previous night, fans would surely not forget about this robust man. Fame? Tang Wuyue chuckled, replying, I haven't thought about it that much. After saying this, he noticed Demimi curled up in the corner and reassured her. Don't be tense. My tent is spacious enough for both of us. Demimi's face flushed crimson, momentarily frozen in place. She had indeed felt a bit uncomfortable in her cramped position. A brief while would be manageable, but if it lasted the entire night, she might not have the strength to even set up camp the next day. Realizing this, Demimi turned over and lay beside Tang Wuyue. This brought them even closer together. Captain, Demimi began to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by the sound of footsteps outside the tent. Then, Lu Yifei's voice echoed from outside. Captain, are you asleep? There's a bug in my tent, and I don't know what to do. Demimi was taken aback. Not again. What should we do? This little tent can't possibly accommodate 3 people. Tang Wuyue, noticing Demimi's expression, shrugged in resignation and turned to lift the tent flap. Captain, I hope I'm not disturbing your rest, Lu Yifei said, her cheeks flushed. There was a bug crawling in my tent, and I was afraid it would crawl on me. So, a bug? Tang Wuyue looked at her in bemusement. First bugs, then mice. This place is turning into a refuge for female stars. Isn't it quite normal to encounter bugs and mice while surviving in the wild? If all the female stars came seeking refuge with him at night, he would need to find a much larger tent. Yet for him, it wasn't all bad. Who wouldn't relish the company of beautiful women by their side? Surrounded by so many illustrious female stars, this program was undoubtedly worthwhile. With this thought, Tang Wuyue turned to Lu Yifei and inquired, what do you intend to do? Should I assist you in capturing insects, or would you prefer to stay here? Captain, I feel there's more than one insect in the tent. It leaves me rather insecure, Lu Yifei replied, biting her lip. After a moment's contemplation, she added, may I remain here for a while? With you around, I feel considerably less frightened. For her, Tang Wuyue represented their pillar of support. Very well, he responded. Noticing her pitiable expression, he nodded and said, but do not complain about the lack of space. After voicing this, he casually lifted the tent flap. Thank you, Captain. Lu Yifei's heart swelled with joy as she gratefully slipped into the tent. Yet, in the next moment, she froze in surprise. Sister Mimi? Lu Yifei paused, her face alight with astonishment. How come you are here? Sister Mimi smiled bashfully, lowering her head. There was a mouse near my tent. Lu Yifei turned to Tang Wuyue, her cheeks flushed. Captain, am I perhaps intruding? Not all. Sister Mimi blushed, feeling a tad embarrassed. It's not as you think. Tang Wuyue chuckled, addressing them. No worries, the more the merrier. We can keep each other warm. We might even save on blankets this time. With the 3 of them crammed into a single tent, space was nearly at a premium. Tang Wuyue could feel the warmth radiating from them. Quick-witted, Sister Mimi sought to alleviate the awkwardness by saying, Yifei, it's fortunate you arrived when you did. Otherwise, it would have been rather uncomfortable for the captain and me. After all, sharing a space between a man and women, especially in their youthful exuberance, could lead to complications. Had Lu Yifei not come, Tang Wuyue might have found it challenging to restrain himself. Just imagine, a stunningly voluptuous superstar lying beside you. Who could remain unaffected? Really? Lu Yifei glanced at Tang Wuyue, guilt etched on her face. Captain, I apologize for the trouble. It seems you must endure sharing a bed with us tonight. Tang Wuyue gazed at their beautiful faces and shrugged. Not at all. I'm more than willing. With that, he promptly drew the tent flap closed. The following morning, as Tang Wuyue awoke, he discovered that Sister Mimi and Lu Yifei had quietly departed. The morning sun bathed the beach in a breathtaking glow. After dressing, he unzipped the tent and emerged. "Captain, good morning." Lu Shishir was nearby, gathering some small berries and bananas. Upon noticing Tang Wuyue awake, she hurriedly greeted him. "Good morning." Tang Wuyue nodded, inquiring, "How did you sleep last night? Were you able to adjust to this place?" "It was bearable," Lu Shishir replied, nodding. "With you here, we felt particularly reassured. Initially, the thought of surviving in the wilderness had left them somewhat anxious. However, after their interactions the previous day, their worries dissipated. Undoubtedly, based on last night's performance, the captain was truly a skilled individual. With him present, the team always possessed a reliable anchor. Lu Shishir had resolved that even after the program concluded, she would not forget the captain. On this remote island, only Tang Wuyue could ensure they were well-fed and warmly clothed. It would not be an exaggeration to affectionately refer to him as Captain Dad. "Is there anything strange in your tent?" Tang Wuyue inquired, his curiosity evident as he gazed at Lu Shishir. "Hey, did I overlook any insects?" Lu Shishir pondered for a moment before shaking her head and responding, "I'm not afraid of bugs. I just dread going hungry." As she spoke, a sweet smile graced her lips. Without a doubt, within the entire team, Lu Shishir possessed the greatest courage. She was bold enough to venture out with Zhao Jinmai to gather wild fruits at night, and would even rise in the middle of the night to tend to the firewood. Truly, she was the heroine of the group. After hearing Lu Shishir's words, Tang Wuyue nodded thoughtfully. Last night, Dami Mi and Lu Yifei had both encountered insects and mice. Yet Lu Shishir and Reba remained remarkably composed. It appeared that bravery varied among the female celebrities. Nonetheless, Tang Wuyue found himself more inclined towards those of a more timid disposition. After completing their morning routines, everyone gathered in a circle for breakfast. The morning meal on the deserted island was quite simple. They made do with whatever was available. They dined on octopus roasted the previous night, accompanied by porridge made from unripe green bananas and wild fruits. The green bananas, still unripe, lacked sweetness and resembled chestnuts and sweet potatoes in texture. When boiled with wild fruits, they produced a pleasantly tangy and sweet flavor that was quite appetizing. Reba took a bite of the green banana and exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, this green banana is incredible. It's quite astringent when eaten raw, but once cooked, it loses its bitterness and tastes delightful." Tang Wuyue glanced at her and nodded, remarking, "This is the marvel of nature. Possessing some knowledge of living essentials ensures one won't go hungry in the wilderness." Afterward, he surveyed the group and asked, "Has everyone finished eating?" Reporting to the captain, "We're done." The female celebrities replied earnestly as they stood. "All right, since you've finished, let us prepare to set off." Tang Wuyue observed them and rose, stating, "Today's task is to enter this jungle, find a suitable place to settle, and build a temporary shelter." "Captain, what about this place?" Lu Shishir inquired curiously as she glanced around. "This area is only suitable for temporary accommodation." Tang Wuyue pointed towards the coastline and explained, "Do you see that shoreline? In the event of a storm, the seawater could rise to here." "Ah," Lu Shishir gasped, quickly saying, "Then we must move swiftly. Captain, give the orders, and we shall follow your lead." "Yes, Captain, wherever you go, we will follow without hesitation." The female celebrities chorused in unison. "Very well." Tang Wuyue regarded them and reminded, "Everyone, gather your belongings. We shall venture into the forest together." With that, he retrieved an axe from the toolbox and led the team into the woods. To find the best place to settle, they needed to thoroughly assess their surroundings. Though the island appeared small, approximately 70% of it was covered by forest. As Tang Wuyue guided Dami Mi, Lu Yifei, and the others deeper into the woods, they encountered an abundance of tropical plants. Towering banana trees laden with fruit and tall coconut palms surrounded them, their coconuts untouched and flourishing. "Wow, so many coconuts!" Lu Yifei exclaimed as she spotted the coconut trees. Unable to contain her excitement. Upon hearing this, Reba exclaimed with excitement, "Coconut is my absolute favorite. Cooking chicken or seafood with coconut water creates an exceptionally fresh flavor." Dami raised her head, shook it, and said, "No way, Pundi, those coconut trees are too tall to reach." The coconut trees stood nearly 7 or 8 meters high, making them impossible to climb. However, Dami was unaware that Tang Wuyue had long since mastered skills in this regard. For him, climbing a coconut tree was a trivial task. Nevertheless, today they were merely scouting the area. It sufficed to remember the locations of resources without rushing to take action. "Captain, have you found a suitable spot?" Lu Yifei inquired softly as she noticed Tang Wuyue scanning the surroundings. "Almost," Tang Wuyue nodded. "We need to find a comfortable place to stay, but it should be too close to the woods." He pointed to a clearing ahead and declared, "This spot is perfect." "Really? Here?" Dami and Lu Shishir exchanged curious glances. They were unsure how to choose a good location, but recognized a beautiful view when they saw one. Tang Wuyue's choice could not be wrong. The area was not only spacious, but also faced the sea, exuding a warm and inviting atmosphere. Most importantly, it was rich in resources. There were coconut trees, banana trees, and an abundance of berries and wild fruits, everything one could desire. Even the seafood of Madagascar, despite its abundance, could become monotonous, necessitating the addition of vitamins and nutrients. "Do you see those moss-like patches over there?" Tang Wuyue pointed to the ground where the moss resembled a lawn. "Once we build our shelter, we can lay this down. It will absorb moisture and purify the air." "Absorb moisture?" Zhao Jimai paused, puzzled. "Captain, shouldn't lawns be a bit damp?" Tang Wuyue chuckled and shook his head. "A lawn may be wet, but moss is not." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Moss grows on grass and has an exceptional capacity to absorb water. The moment it encounters dampness, it immediately soaks it up. Many survivalists prefer to use moss as flooring. It is soft, comfortable, and naturally dry, thus repelling insects. This is why it is considered the best natural carpet for the wild, entirely organic and pollution-free. This type of lichen only grows in tropical climates, and Madagascar is perfectly suited for it." "Is that true? How fascinating!" Dami exclaimed, her jaw dropping in surprise at Tang Wuyue's words. Not just her, but Lu Yifei and the others were equally astonished. "That's incredible. It can even deter insects." "The captain is so knowledgeable. It's truly impressive." They all expressed their enthusiasm for using this lichen as flooring in their shelter, finding it utterly intriguing. Meanwhile, the live broadcast of the Star Island survival was bustling with excitement. "Oh my, this captain is truly a gem. Dami and Lu Yifei are incredibly lucky to have encountered him." One commentator remarked. "Ha, just look at the situation with the other teams. They're on the island too. But the female star is clashing with her captain. What's going on? Is the female star having a spat with her captain? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Did you not hear? A minor celebrity wanted to use the leftover water for washing up, but the captain refused, and she immediately exploded. This is truly terrifying. However, I find a group led by Mimi quite pleasing to the eye. Captain Tang manages them with remarkable discipline. The more famous the celebrity, the more down-to-earth they appear. Our dear Reba has become something of a little follower, trailing behind the captain and attending to every task. Over the past few days, fans have scrutinized the dynamics of each group. As it stands, the most harmonious ensemble is that of Tang Wuyue, Mimi, and Lu Yifei. The captain possesses exceptional skills and is adept at everything, while the team members are obedient and refrain from causing disturbances. Within the entire program, Tang Wuyue's group has emerged as a benchmark. At this moment, Tang Wuyue and Mimi remain blissfully unaware of the praise being heaped upon them from the outside world, as they are wholeheartedly engaged in the construction of their dwelling. "Do you see those wild fruits nearby?" Tang Wuyue gestures towards the surrounding edibles and exclaims, "These will serve as our snacks and provisions." "Indeed, Captain." Mimi nods in agreement. "You have chosen an excellent location. We need not venture far to gather fruit. This is a deserted island, and the secrets of the jungle remain unknown to all. Thus, it is preferable to remain close to home. If fruit can be harvested near their living quarters, there is no need to venture deeper into the forest." Having settled on a location, they are ready to proceed. Tang Wuyue glances at the sky. Before the sun sets, we must erect the framework of the house. He pauses and adds, "Look at the distant clouds. It seems rain may be on its way to the island in the next couple of days. If it does rain, having a structure in place and covering it with a tarpaulin will provide shelter. Should it rain now, we would have no refuge, and our tent would be inadequate against heavy downpours. Thus, constructing the house is our utmost priority." "Very well, Captain. What shall we do next?" Mimi inquires with a nod. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Wuyue instructs, "I will go and fell a few trees. You two come with me, while the others stay behind to clear the stones. Understood, Captain. The others respond in unison. No one wishes to be eliminated. Everyone aspires to endure until the end. To achieve this, the sole strategy is to heed the captain's guidance. Resolute in their decision, Demimi and Lu Yifei follow Tang Wuyue to chop down trees, while Lu Shishir and Reba remain behind to clear away weeds and rubble, leveling the ground. Their roles are clearly defined, and their efficiency has significantly improved. The island is rich in resources, with an abundance of trees of varying thicknesses scattered around. Tang Wuyue selects branches and trunks of suitable size and length for building the house, prioritizing dead or fallen trees to minimize environmental disruption. The thicker trees will form the main framework, while the thinner ones will be used for the internal structure and finer details. With a few well-placed chops, the tree falls with a resounding thud. Demimi and Lu Yifei bind the wood together with rope and drag it to the vicinity of their campsite. The ground is soft and the wood is not heavy. The two women exert little effort in moving the timber aside. Tang Wuyue lifts the wood, contemplating the design of the house's framework. Common architectural structures include square, conical, or rectangular forms. The square design suits a single occupant, requiring minimal materials, while the conical form offers limited space, accommodating no more than 2 or 3 individuals. With a team of 6, a rectangular framework is essential. Having determined the structure, Tang Wuyue vertically inserts the selected timber into the ground, establishing the 4 corner pillars of the house. To ensure stability, stones and earth were used for reinforcement. After completing the horizontal beams, additional beams were placed between the columns using traditional mortise and tenon joints, thus establishing the fundamental framework. With the structure in place, a waterproof tarp was laid as a roof to shield against wind, rain, and sand. Naturally, true wilderness survival would involve constructing a canopy from branches and leaves. However, given that this was a program featuring female celebrities, the difficulty level was somewhat reduced. To guarantee the safety of the stars, the production team specifically provided waterproof tarps. Once these tasks were completed, it was already noon. The sun shone brightly, with clear waters to the left and lush forests to the right, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Yet, Tang Wuyue and Demimi were too exhausted to appreciate the view, sitting on the ground to catch their breath. They had worked tirelessly throughout the morning. Lu Yifei's nose glistened with beads of sweat, her cheeks flushed with warmth, and droplets of perspiration cascaded down her fair visage. From the outset, they hadn't taken a moment's rest. This was the first time since entering the entertainment industry that they had felt such fatigue. "How are you? Tired?" Tang Wuyue inquired with a smile, glancing at them. "Not tired," Demimi replied, biting her lip and shaking her head emphatically. She was strong-willed and seldom showed weakness in front of others. For instance, when confronted with a mouse the previous night, she had chosen to run to Tang Wuyue's tent rather than risk embarrassment before he and Lu Shishir. "Really not tired?" Tang Wuyue asked with keen interest. "Well, it's just about lunchtime. How about you join me for some snorkeling and fishing later?" Demimi was taken aback by the invitation. She had never anticipated that Tang Wuyue would invite her to go snorkeling. However, Tang Wuyue had reviewed the information provided by the production team beforehand. Demimi had learned to swim before. Although she had never tried snorkeling, her swimming skills were undoubtedly commendable. In fact, snorkeling was quite simple, and those who could swim typically had no trouble learning. "Captain, can I do it?" Demimi asked nervously, a flush creeping across her face. Despite her swimming abilities, attempting to dive and catch fish like Tang Wuyue was a first for her, and the uncertainty made her heart race. Fortunately, having the captain by her side offered her some reassurance. "Go for it, Sister Mi. We're with you all the way." Iba cheered, noticing her hesitation. "Yes, Sister Mi, you're the best," Lu Shishir added, clenching her fists and vocally supporting her. Encouraged by her companions, Demimi mustered her courage and declared, "All right, since you all believe in me, I will give it a try. After all, the captain will be with me. I can just stick close to him." Seeing Demimi poised and ready, Tang Wuyue shrugged and said, "This is a fundamental survival skill. If you wish to thrive in the wild, snorkeling is essential." He turned to the other female stars. "I will teach one of you each day. I will personally guide you in snorkeling." We have to snorkel too?" Lu Shishir and Zhao Jinmai gasped in surprise, exchanging glances. Some of them couldn't even swim, let alone attempt snorkeling. However, the waters off Madagascar were just right for them. The sea was shallow, and they could walk for quite a distance without the water reaching their chests. For novices, this is the optimal location to learn snorkeling. Even without venturing into deeper waters, one can still glean treasures such as spider conchs and crabs. In contrast, the depths offer an even richer bounty, teeming with all varieties of seafood. Lu Shishir and Zhao Jinmai felt a twinge of unease. Yet Lu Yifei and Reba were filled with enthusiasm. Reba eagerly inquired, "Captain, can we join you in diving for seafood?" "Certainly." Tang Wuyue nodded, affirming, "I must take responsibility for you and impart some essential survival skills." After a brief pause, he continued, "In the event that we find ourselves on the international stage and I am no longer your captain, you must be capable of handling things independently." "No way." As soon as Tang Wuyue's words fell, Lu Shishir and Lu Yifei chorused resolutely, "We recognize you as our captain, and if the production team wishes to replace you, we will simply walk away." "Yes, we will walk away." The others echoed in agreement. They were all prominent stars, each with their own thoughts. In their minds, Tang Wuyue was the most suitable captain, unmatched by anyone else. Tang Wuyue had merely mentioned it in passing, but he was taken aback by their earnestness. He quickly shifted the topic. "All right, Dammy, go change in your snorkeling gear, and I shall see you at the beach shortly." "Okay, Captain." Dammy nodded excitedly and dashed off towards the camp. Approximately 10 minutes later, Tang Wuyue donned his snorkeling gear and met Dammy by the shore. Alongside them were Lu Yifei and Xiao Di. Tang Wuyue secured the tether around Dammy's waist, handing the other end to Xiao Di. "Xiao Di, hold on to this rope. If anything arises on the shore, just tug the rope to inform us." "Understood, Captain." Xiao Di nodded vigorously after accepting the rope. Tang Wuyue glanced at her and then passed his own rope to Lu Yifei. Having practiced yesterday, they coordinated seamlessly. She looked at Tang Wuyue, her eyes filled with concern, biting her lip as she said, "Captain, please be careful with Dammy." Tang Wuyue nodded and then, with Dammy, plunged directly into the sea. The underwater world of Madagascar was astonishingly beautiful. Dammy, fully equipped with her snorkeling gear, closely followed Tang Wuyue. This was her first glimpse of the underwater scenery, and she was utterly captivated by the sight before her. Floating in the warm, crystalline waters felt as if she had entered a vibrant fairy tale. Sunlight streamed down from the surface, creating brilliant beams that intertwined with the coral reefs below, forming a tapestry of vivid hues. The first thing that caught her was an array of uniquely shaped coral reefs. Some flourished like antlers, while others were round and plump like mushrooms. These corals not only serve as homes for marine life, but are also among nature's finest masterpieces. Additionally, Dammy spotted a school of colorful tropical fish not far away, gliding gracefully among the corals, carefree and jubilant. "Wow, Captain, these corals are absolutely stunning." Dammy surfaced, removing her mask in astonishment. The water was shallow, reaching just to Tang Wuyue's waist, allowing him to see her graceful figure clearly. "Were we even?" Tang Wuyue chuckled and remarked, "You will be even more exhilarated when you encounter the giant lobster." They were currently in the shallow waters where spider conchs and crabs were abundant, but fish were scarce, with only small schools of fish meandering about. Big Mimi activated the live streaming camera on her snorkeling mask, showcasing the underwater beauty to the audience in the live stream. "Wow, are we seeing this from Sister Mimi's perspective? What a stunning underwater world. It's like a dream. Haha, it's my first time watching Sister Mimi dive. It seems they are truly obedient to the captain." Of course, disobedience is not an option. The neighboring group angered the captain and ended up without food, wandering the island on empty stomachs. I'm dying of laughter. They've reached a deserted island and still can't unite. Just look at how organized Sister Mimi and Lu Yifei's team is. I wonder what treasures Sister Mimi will uncover today. Will she catch a giant lobster like Captain Tang? I'm eagerly anticipating Tang Wuyue's performance today. He caught so many yesterday that it made my heart itch. As soon as Big Mimi began her live stream, the fans in the chat became electrified. They were all curious about how the pampered superstar would perform under Tang Wuyue's guidance. "Captain, look over here. There's a large crab." Just as Tang Wuyue was about to dive in, he suddenly heard Big Mimi's excited shout. He followed her down into the water and indeed spotted a large crab by the coral reef. It resembled a bread crab and weighed around 2 to 3 pounds, accompanied by 2 large spider conchs. Tang Wuyue swam next to Big Mimi and gestured to catch the crab. This type of crab moved languidly, offering little resistance if approached stealthily from behind. Seeing Tang Wuyue's signal, Big Mimi promptly dove to the bottom. She quietly extended her hand behind the crab, waiting for the perfect moment to snatch it. The large crab flailed a few times, still bewildered, before being tossed into the net by Tang Wuyue. Emerging from the water, Big Mimi removed her snorkeling mask and exhaled deeply. Wow, I caught a crab. She pointed the camera at herself, her face beaming with excitement. This is the first time I've caught such a large crab. Tang Wuyue also retrieved the 2 spider conchs and surfaced. No sooner had he emerged than he was enveloped in Big Mimi's ecstatic embrace. Thank you, Captain, for teaching me how to dive. With droplets of water glistening on her face, she resembled a lotus flower freshly risen from the water, utterly enchanting. Tang Wuyue could feel her heartbeat and the warmth of her body against his. He instinctively supported her waist and gently reminded her, this is merely the shallow area. What we can catch here are just crabs and spider conchs. He gestured towards a distant expanse of sea. Next, we shall venture over there to catch lobsters and grouper. Wonderful. Thank you, Captain. Big Mimi nodded enthusiastically. This was her first experience with snorkeling, although he marveled at the enchanting underwater scenery and the myriad of marine life. Tang Wuyue truly developed an affinity for this activity. Snorkeling in the crystalline waters, observing the vibrant fish glide gracefully, felt like a dream come to life. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room shifted dramatically. Numerous viewers fervently commented, expressing a desire to become the diving suit worn by Tang Wuyue. It was inevitable that jealousy brewed within them, having just witnessed the charming Big Mimi embrace him. Why wasn't I their captain? The thought of frolicking daily with glamorous starlets was a delight to imagine. Yet, such dreams remained just that, dreams. The only one truly sharing meals and lodging with the stars was Tang Wuyue. After foraging a few crabs and spider conchs in the shallows, he and Big Mimi ventured towards deeper waters. Adorned in a sleek black wetsuit and fins, she resembled a fish, gliding effortlessly through the water. As she moved gracefully, her elongated legs danced in and out of sight beneath the surface, causing Tang Wuyue's heart to race. It must be said, Big Mimi's legs were indeed captivating, especially as she swayed in the water. Captain, we've reached the deep water, Big Mimi exclaimed, halting in a deeper section. Tang Wuyue swam beside her, fastening a safety wristband around her wrist. This emergency rescue device would deploy a flotation aid if someone unable to swim fell into the water. Given that Big Mimi was a novice, safety was paramount. Big Mimi momentarily froze upon seeing the wristband. She recognized it from a previous demonstration by the director on wilderness self-rescue techniques. However, she hadn't anticipated Tang Wuyue's thoughtfulness, not only teaching her to dive but also prioritizing her safety. Her fondness for him grew substantially in that moment. Do you know how to use it? Tang Wuyue glanced at her, reassuringly stating, as long as you're by my side, I'll keep you safe. But just to be cautious, let us add an extra layer of security. Thank you, Captain, Big Mimi replied, her cheeks flushed, her heart swelling with sweetness. Tang Wuyue waved his hand lightly. No need for thanks. Come on, let us see if we can find some lobsters. With that, he donned his diving mask and plunged into the water. Big Mimi followed closely, never straying far behind. Shortly after diving, Tang Wuyue spotted a large lobster nestled among the coral reefs. The creature was entirely hidden, save for its 2 antennae swaying in the water. Big Mimi quickly aimed the live stream camera at it. Oblivious to the attention it had garnered, the lobster continued to meander leisurely. Just as it let its guard down, Tang Wuyue seized the opportunity. He targeted the lobster's back and swiftly caught it. Confirming that the lobster was unable to escape, he turned and swam upwards. With a splash, Tang Wuyue and Big Mimi simultaneously removed their diving masks and tossed the lobster into a nearby net bag. The entire process flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hint of delay. The spectacle of Tang Wuyue capturing lobsters was truly a delight. He stands unrivaled as the foremost expert in bare-handed lobster catching across the internet. While lobsters are abundant here for sustenance, what are the other team leaders? They still compel their members to subsist on mere berries. The disparity is stark. Some are starved, while others indulge excessively. Boss Yang has transformed into a devoted admirer, utterly captivated by Captain Tang's prowess. Oh, how I wish I could be present in person to revel in such treatment. You cannot fathom the plight of the other groups. Observe Sister Mimi's side. where each meal features lobster and grouper, while the others are embroiled in their own struggles. Watching Tang Wuyue's performance during the live broadcast, his fans erupted in excitement. Some were overjoyed, for their beloved idol was part of Tang Wuyue's team. Yet, others were consumed by envy, lamenting their idol's hardships in another group. This predicament is unavoidable. The female celebrities participating in the show were divided into several teams. Regardless of their prior fame, they must now rely on their assigned groups for survival on this deserted island. The leaders of each group's survival efforts were determined by a lottery. Thus, the rules are relatively fair. The fate of the female celebrities rests upon their fortune in drawing team leaders. Mi and Liu Yifei were fortunate, drawing Tang Wuyue's team directly. However, this outcome was not what the production team desired. They intended to distribute top-tier celebrities across various groups to maintain balanced viewership ratings. Regrettably, among the immensely popular cast of Seaside Mi, 3 directly joined Tang Wuyue's team, leaving Tang Yin to join as a secondary member due to scheduling conflicts. Becoming a backup for the production team, she would only join once the first batch of female celebrities had progressed halfway through the competition. Those assigned to other team leaders were not as fortunate as Mi and Liu Yifei. Since their arrival on the island, they have been tirelessly assisting their leaders in constructing shelters, subsisting on nothing but a few berries when hunger struck. This is an unavoidable reality. Some leaders, despite their extensive wilderness survival experience, are accustomed to solitary endeavors and neglect the needs of others. They survive on berries alone and fail to consider the well-being of their team. They merely follow the routine, busying themselves with building shelters upon reaching the island. However, with so many individuals involved, constructing a shelter became a monumental task, unlike the simplicity of creating a temporary abode when alone. The female celebrities, accustomed to a life of luxury, had never endured such hardships. By the second day on the island, they found themselves at odds with their leader, who could bear to toil while hungry. Thus, conflicts within the other teams burgeoned. "Captain, this lobster is enormous. It must weigh several pounds, right?" Mi inquired, eyeing the large lobster already nestled in the net. Tang Wuyue glanced at her, nodding in affirmation, approximately 5 to 6 pounds. Having said that, he picked up his snorkeling mask. "Let us go catch a couple more fish, and we shall complete today's tasks." "Yes, Captain." Mi nodded eagerly, taking a deep breath before donning her snorkeling mask and plunging into the water alongside Tang Wuyue. However, the moment they submerged, Mi clung tightly to Tang Wuyue. Resembling an octopus, her body pressed against his, her face a mask of fear. "Captain, there's a snake," she stammered, struggling to articulate her words while gesturing frantically towards Tang Wuyue. Upon noticing her distress, Tang Wuyue swiftly pulled the trigger of his spear gun and swam in the direction she indicated. Upon arrival, he could not help but chuckle. It was merely a sizable eel weighing around 7 or 8 pounds. No wonder Mi was so frightened. Spotting the eel, Tang Wuyue aimed his spear gun and, taking advantage of the creature's unawareness, shot with precision. The spear gun sliced through the water, striking the eel effortlessly. He pulled it up with ease and, once resurfacing, was met with Mi's astonished gaze. "It's a large eel." He placed the eel in the net and said, "We could add a dish for dinner." "Is it really an eel?" Mi's face flushed with embarrassment as she murmured, "I'm sorry, Captain. I didn't mean to." "Not at all. You should be thanked," Tang Wuyue replied, locking eyes with her and shrugging. "If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be having eel for dinner tonight." In fact, eels are rarely seen in the waters of Madagascar, but they are quite abundant near Mauritius, where they thrive in both fresh and saltwater environments. Thus, their ability to enjoy eel in Madagascar was indeed thanks to Mi's keen eye. Catching an eel in the sea is no small feat. Having said that, Tang Wuyue handed the net to Mi, instructing her to wait as he dove once more to catch a few more fish. When he resurfaced, he had 2 parrotfish, each weighing around 4 to 5 pounds. Resembling parrots with their vibrant green scales, parrotfish boast tender flesh that is delectable whether grilled or fried. Their thick skin allows them to be charred over an open flame, and when the exterior becomes blackened like charcoal, peeling it away reveals the succulent meat within. As Tang Wuyue and Mi returned to shore, Liu Shishir and Zhao Jinmai had already prepared fire. Xiaodi and Liu Yifei, excited by the day's bounty, trembled with anticipation. "Wow, so much seafood." Xiaodi's exotic features lit up in a radiant smile, giving a thumbs up as she exclaimed, "Captain, you are truly our idol. I will definitely learn to dive properly from you." The net held not only large lobsters and crabs, but also the newly acquired eel, a culinary delight for the day. Many adore grilled eel, and while they may not be able to prepare it in the traditional style on this remote island, grilling it should still be delightful. Most importantly, eel meat is exceptionally flavorful, delicious regardless of the method of preparation. "Wow, more new catches?" Lu Yifei chimed in, approaching eagerly. "Captain, you are simply amazing." "Just a usual feat," he modestly replied. Tang Wuyue chuckled and shrugged. This eel was actually discovered by Dammy Me. Lu Yifei and Xiao Di were taken aback upon hearing this. Dammy Me, holding snorkeling gear, awkwardly licked her lips and said, "I'll go change my clothes." With that, she dashed away. Reflecting on the earlier moment when she had tightly embraced Tang Wuyue, she felt a flutter of anxiety. After all, it was merely an eel. Yet, being frightened by such a creature left her apprehensive about losing face in front of Tang Wuyue. She was, after all, a celebrated star known as Boss Yang, and maintaining her dignity was paramount. When Tang Wuyue returned to the camp, Lu Shishir and Zhao Jinmai had already kindled a roaring fire. Not only that, but they had also brought back a heap of cassava, presenting it to Tang Wuyue with a sense of pride. "Oh, cassava?" Tang Wuyue picked up a piece and, filled with curiosity, inquired, Sure, did you two dig this up?" "Yes, Captain," Lu Shishir replied cheerfully. "Just now, while Zhao Jinmai and I were tidying up the base, we stumbled upon a patch of cassava." She pointed at the pile on the ground. "So we dug some up, and there is plenty more over there. Is that so?" Tang Wuyue nodded thoughtfully. "Excellent. It will serve as a staple food." Currently, their main fare consisted of roasted green bananas. With cassava at hand, this issue was resolved. Eating seafood every day could become tiresome. Even lobsters and groupers could not sustain them indefinitely. The arrival of cassava would certainly provide more balance. With this thought, Tang Wuyue looked up and remarked, "You two did well. You've earned your keep. Tonight, you can indulge in extra lobsters." "Thank you, Captain." Lu Shishir and Zhao Jinmai chimed in unison. Their joy stemmed not from the prospect of eating lobster, but from receiving praise from their captain. For them, gaining the captain's recognition was more valuable than anything else. Having worked diligently throughout the morning, everyone felt somewhat fatigued. They gathered around the campfire, tossing the fresh seafood and cassava into the pot. Today, they planned to experiment with several new dishes. The first was a seafood porridge made with lobster paste, cassava, and green bananas. The aroma of the lobster paste was enticing, and when combined with cassava, it was enough to make anyone salivate. As for the 8-pound eel, Tang Wuyue intended to roast it. The eel's flesh was tender and juicy, making it ideal for grilling. With his decision made, Tang Wuyue constructed a simple grill using a few branches. He cleaned the eel, skewered on the grill, and sprinkled on some basic seasonings. The island offered limited spices, consisting only of a variety of wild chili peppers. Lu Shishir and Zhao Jinmai prepared a sauce using the peppers and some berries, adding a pinch of salt to create a uniquely flavorful dipping sauce. Tangy, spicy, and exceptionally delicious. The remaining large crab and spider conch were tossed into the pot to boil. Although the spider conch weighed several pounds, once the shell and innards were removed, there was not much left. However, the meat was particularly tender, reminiscent of fresh Arctic clams. This time, to ensure everyone could enjoy the delicacies, Tang Wuyue and Dammy Me specifically retrieved 6 spider conchs, guaranteeing that each person would have one. As the fragrance wafted from the pot, the female stars could not help but swallow their saliva. They are now quite famished, and upon catching a whiff of the aroma, their appetites surge. Although they have spent 2 days on the island, they have not truly experienced hunger, thanks to a dependable captain who ensures everyone is well fed and in good spirits. "Captain, after the meal, shall we continue building the house?" Xiao Di inquired, lifting her head at the enticing scent. Tang Wuyue glanced at the sky and shook his head, stating, "Everyone has worked hard this morning. Let's take a break this afternoon. It appears it won't rain tonight." After a morning of labor, the framework of the house is already established. Should rain fall, they can simply cover it with tarpaulin for protection against the elements. As he spoke, the pot suddenly began to bubble and simmer. The delectable aroma of lobster and cassava porridge wafted through the air. Tang Wuyue gathered a few shells and ladled the seafood porridge into them. Lacking bowls and chopsticks on the island, He had ingeniously crafted several sets of natural utensils from shells and wood. The colorful shells were particularly exquisite, surpassing ordinary dishes in beauty. "Come taste this." Tang Wuyue distributed a bowl to each person, saying, "This is lobster and cassava seafood porridge. It's my first attempt at making it. Wow, it smells wonderful." The actresses leaned down to inhale the fragrance, their faces illuminated with delight. Having traversed many regions over the years, they had encountered countless delicacies. Yet this particular aroma was truly unprecedented. The succulent sweetness of the lobster meat, combined with the fragrant notes of cassava, was more enticing than a Michelin-starred meal. With a loud gulp, Mimi exclaimed, "Captain, may we eat now? I'm salivating." "Go ahead." Tang Wuyue glanced at the seafood feast laid upon the banana leaves and nodded. "Dig in." "Thank you, Captain." The group joyfully exclaimed as they eagerly lifted their bowls of seafood porridge. The moment they tasted the porridge, Mimi and Lu Yifei erupted in exclamations. "It's incredibly delicious. This is the most exquisite seafood porridge I have ever had." The sweet flavor of the lobster, together with the aromatic cassava, was simply divine. "I swear, this is the best seafood porridge I have ever tasted." The actresses chimed in, each praising the delightful dish. After finishing the seafood porridge, they began to savor the tantalizingly roasted eel. The crispy exterior and tender flesh of the eel, paired with a perfectly balanced sweet and sour sauce, left everyone thoroughly satisfied. This meal was undoubtedly more surprising than the previous night's feast. Although the seasonings were few and the cooking techniques rather simple, the flavors were unforgettable. The pure, unadulterated deliciousness required no added spices, allowing the intrinsic quality of the food to shine through. "Captain, is this truly a meal we can indulge in?" Lu Yifei looked up at Tang Wuyue, disbelief etched across her face. She had never imagined that this so-called survival competition, dubbed the Endurance Challenge, could be so leisurely and enjoyable. Observing Lu Yifei's astonished expression, Tang Wuyue shrugged and remarked, "What else could it be?" He turned to the group and proclaimed, "This is the result of our collective efforts. The seafood was caught by the four of us, and the cassava was unearthed by Lu Shishir and Zhao Jinmai. When you take matters into your own hands, anything is possible. That is the essence of survival in the wild. Why do so many people love participating in wilderness survival? It is simply because, in this fast-paced world, individuals are burdened with immense pressure. Upon arriving on the island, their thoughts become uncomplicated. Each day, they awaken with a singular focus on sustenance. Although their bodies may tire, their hearts find unparalleled solace. Tang Wuyue is acutely aware of the intention behind this program. To put it plainly, it is a means of relaxation through entertainment. The female celebrities who join the endeavor can momentarily cast aside their worries and immerse themselves in the purity of nature. In agreement with Tang Wuyue, Dammy nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Captain, you are absolutely right." After a brief pause, she continued, "These past few days on the island have brought me immense joy. I have never experienced such a feeling before. With mountains, rivers, and handsome companions, it feels as though the entire game has been enhanced. With an abundance of delicious food, who could possibly be unhappy? However, amidst the joy, there exists a contrasting reality. While they revel in their experience, other female celebrities are not as fortunate. Their leader is vastly different from Tang Wuyue. While Tang Wuyue emphasizes the importance of nourishment before labor, allowing everyone to enjoy a carefree existence on the island, other leaders are driven by immediate gains, neglecting the well-being of their team members. Upon arriving, they are preoccupied with constructing extravagant lodgings, eager to demonstrate their wilderness survival prowess. Consequently, they tirelessly chop wood and build homes, leaving no time to search for alternative sustenance, relying solely on meager berries to satiate their hunger. The group leaders are seasoned veterans, possessing robust physicality, and can manage with the occasional berry. However, the female celebrities differ significantly in their pursuit of maintaining their figures. They have long restricted their diets, leaving them ill-equipped to keep pace with their leaders. With meals consisting solely of berries, their stomachs begin to cramp from hunger. Over time, conflicts within the team escalate. "Captain, what kind of fish is this?" Xiaodi asked, gazing perplexedly at the charred parrotfish before her. Tang Wuyue glanced at her and explained, "This is parrotfish. The meat is tender and succulent, melting in your mouth, a true delicacy among fish." "Huh? A delicacy?" Xiaodi responded with a rueful smile and a shake of her head. "But it's burnt. Can we even eat it?" At that moment, Tang Wuyue buried the entire parrotfish in the fire. When it was finally retrieved, it was blackened and reeking of char. Haha. Shouty, you just don't understand. Dammy chimed in, moving closer as if revealing a treasure. The skin of the parrotfish is exceptionally thick. Even when directly exposed to flames, the meat remains intact. She then stepped forward, wielding a knife to score the fish's skin. With a firm tug, the skin separated from the flesh with a satisfying sound, releasing a waft of steam and aroma. The fish's meat was pristine and white, reminiscent of congealed fat, retaining its original tenderness. A gentle pinch revealed the juices flowing within the fibers, glistening enticingly. It seemed as though the essence of the sea had been concentrated in this delicate flesh. Although the skin was somewhat charred, the meat remained unblemished, tender, and juicy, glistening enticingly, causing one to salivate. Wow, how extraordinary! Shouty exclaimed, staring at the translucent fish meat in astonishment. The skin is burnt, yet the flesh is perfectly fine? Haha, isn't it marvelous? With a radiant smile, Mimi explained, the skin of the parrotfish is remarkably thick, which helps to retain moisture splendidly. Moreover, it contains a considerable amount of oil. When grilled, it not only prevents the fish from burning, but also allows the oil to coat the fish's surface, enhancing its aroma and flavor. Eating grilled parrotfish feels akin to savoring Atlantic salmon, truly delectable. As she spoke, she introduced Lu Yifei and Shouty to the dish, causing their mouths to water in anticipation. Wow, Sister Mimi, you are incredible, exclaimed Shouty, astonished by Mimi's knowledge. How do you know so much? Mimi chuckled, covering her mouth, and replied, Oh, you silly girl. Haven't you heard of learning as you go? These are all lessons from our captain. I merely follow his guidance. Shouty, still in awe, turned to Tang Wuyue and remarked, But the captain is truly remarkable. He knows everything. With him around, we feel at ease. Let us first savor the flavor. Tang Wuyue gestured to them as he noticed their eager anticipation. The starlets, upon hearing his cue, quickly picked up their chopsticks to taste the grilled parrotfish. As soon as the fish touched their lips, their eyes sparkled with delight. The unique tenderness of the parrotfish danced upon their tongues. The mouthful of fish juice brimming with the ocean's freshness. Although the skin appeared charred, the flesh remained succulent and juicy, unaffected by its exterior. The exquisite taste compelled them to close their eyes, immersing themselves in nature's generous gift. Wow, this method of preparation is phenomenal. It's so fragrant. This is the best grilled fish I have ever tasted. One exclaimed, adding, Amazingly. The captain added nothing. The fish is as sweet as honey. Parrotfish is truly a culinary delight. I am utterly captivated. Next time, when diving with the captain, I must catch one myself. Mimi and Lu Yifei, while relishing the grilled fish, couldn't stop praising it. They were completely enchanted by the flavor. Meanwhile, the fans in the live stream were equally entranced, drooling over the sight. Oh my, is there really such a way to eat fish? Not just Mimi and Lu Yifei, even I am tempted. I can hardly contain myself. They are enjoying this far more than I am. Is this really wilderness survival? My instant noodles suddenly seem less appealing, while others come here to endure hardship. Mimi and Lu Yifei's team seems to be indulging in luxury. I thought Mimi was quite knowledgeable about parrotfish, but it turns out she was just reading a script. Nonetheless, that's impressive. I initially wanted to see the starlet struggle, yet they are relishing their meals more than I am. Is this fair? Nothing else tempts me. Just that grilled parrotfish makes my mouth water. Seeing such a feast, the fans were elated, flooding the screen with enthusiastic comments. As they had mentioned, they originally anticipated seeing the starlets endure hardship, but instead, they were living in luxury. After lunch, there remained a substantial amount of eel and parrotfish. Having another meal in the evening posed no issue, especially with the addition of berries and cassava. The camp was well stocked with provisions. Satisfied and nourished, Tang Wuyue turned his gaze toward the distant coconut trees. On this island, coconut trees are abundant. However, their towering height makes harvesting the coconuts quite a challenge, requiring agility and skill. Ever since acquiring exceptional survival skills, he has yet to test his abilities. Now, with so many coconut trees around, it presents a perfect opportunity to practice climbing. Judging by his proficiency in diving and fishing, he has already demonstrated considerable prowess. With such experience, scaling trees should pose no difficulty. Contemplating this, Tang Wuyue turned to the female celebrities, inquiring, "Have you ever tried coconut stewed fish? Madagascar is renowned for its seafood, and in the coming month, we are likely to consume fish frequently, so we should explore various recipes to avoid monotony." Coconut? Lu Yifei glanced into the distance, shaking her head as she remarked, "Captain, you intend to take us coconut picking, don't you? These trees are exceedingly tall." "Indeed, Captain." Mimi chimed in. "Coconuts are too difficult to reach. The trees are far too high." "Too high?" Tang Wuyue chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. "How can we know unless we try?" With that, he rose to his feet, stating, "Let's go take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, he strode forward with purpose. Not far from the beach stood rows of towering coconut trees, resembling a battalion of verdant sentinels, standing in orderly formation from the soft sands extending toward the azure sky adorned with fluffy clouds, creating a distinctive landscape. The coconuts on the trees varied in shape and size, each one bursting with vitality and sweetness. They hung amidst the green leaves, resembling glistening gems that adorned the tree. The trees were laden with coconuts of all sizes. Nonetheless, these coconut trees were tall and straight, their trunks smooth and sturdy, akin to masterpieces meticulously carved by nature. Some even reached heights of over 10 meters, making the ascent quite a formidable task. Demimi and Lu Yifei stood beneath the coconut trees, gazing up at the coconuts. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Lu Yifei sighed, shaking her head. "The trees are too high, and they are so slippery. Without specialized tools, we can't possibly climb them." "The captain is right." Xiao Di nodded in agreement. "Though the coconuts appear enticing, it is overwhelmingly difficult. Should we not just gather the ones on the ground?" There were indeed several coconuts that had ripened and fallen. However, these coconuts bore signs of having been nibbled, evidently consumed by a creature known as the coconut crab. Coconut crab? Any other discoveries? Tang Wuyue glanced at the torn coconuts on the ground, standing up to say, "This time, you're in for a treat. I never expected to find coconut crabs here." "What are coconut crabs?" Demimi and Lu Yifei asked, their faces filled with curiosity. "Coconut crabs are the largest terrestrial crabs in the world," Tang Wuyue explained. "These crabs can grow quite large, with some reaching several kilograms. Coconut crabs have a penchant for coconuts and possess a pair of exceptionally strong pincers capable of easily prying them open. To put in perspective, if you are the luminaries of the entertainment industry, then coconut crabs are the stars of the crab world. Because of their love for coconuts, they carry a rich coconut aroma, making them particularly delectable, and many food enthusiasts vie for a taste. However, this is a limited delicacy found only in select locations. Thus, encountering them on the island this time could be deemed quite fortunate. As Tang Wuyue observed the footprints of the coconut crabs on the ground, he narrated tales about these fascinating creatures. However, coconut crabs only venture out to forage at night, making them elusive during the daytime. "Are they the celebrities of the crab world?" Lu Yifei exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. "That's incredible. I've only ever heard of hermit crabs and king crabs. Never knew there were coconut crabs." "Indeed," Little D chimed in excitedly. "A crab that tastes like coconut. This is my first time hearing about it." Typically, they were most familiar with hermit crabs, followed by king crabs. The existence of such a rare coconut crab was a delightful revelation. Coincidentally, they had come to gather coconuts. Otherwise, they might not have encountered the coconut crabs at all. Lu Shishir glanced around, puzzled, and asked, "Captain, why can't we see even a shadow of a coconut crab around here? I'm really curious to see what they look like." Tang Wuyue replied, "Coconut crabs hide during the day and only emerge at night to search for food. They seldom make an appearance in daylight." "Oh, I see," Lu Shishir said, enlightened. Then, "Captain, how about I accompany you to catch coconut crabs tonight?" "Sure, as long as you're not afraid of the dark. I'll take you along." Tang Wuyue glanced at her and nodded. It could be rather dull to venture out alone at night. Having Lu Shishir accompany him would be quite pleasant. After discussing coconut crabs, Tang Wuyue turned his attention to the coconut trees before him. Since they had decided to pick some coconuts, it was time to give it a try. He first donned a pair of shoes that offered good grip, secured his knife at his waist, and began to climb the adjacent coconut tree. He initially thought it would be quite laborious, but upon ascending, he discovered it was quite manageable. Once he mastered the technique of climbing, he could ascend step by step with ease. Tang Wuyue moved with agility and strength, resembling a monkey leaping through the forest. As he climbed higher, he carefully sought secure footholds, ensuring each step was stable. Before long, he found himself underneath a cluster of coconuts, with ripe coconuts and dense foliage overhead. The leaves of the coconut tree were a vibrant green, glistening like large feather fans. A gentle breeze stirred the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Gazing at the coconuts before him, Tang Wuyue took a deep breath and secured his safety rope to the tree. He then steadily drew his knife from his waist, aimed at the tempting coconut, and struck with all his might. With a crisp sound, the coconut fell, landing perfectly atop the pile of coconut flesh that Demimi and Lu Yifei had prepared in advance. After the first coconut dropped, Tang Wuyue swung his knife again, and soon, coconuts began to rain down one after another. Before long, the female stars neatly arranged these coconuts in the shade of the tree. The air was filled with the fresh aroma of coconuts, imbued with the essence of nature in its purest form. "Captain, there's so many. This is more than enough for us." Lu Yifei and Little D carefully arranged the coconuts and called up toward the tree. "How many have we picked?" Tang Wuyue inquired, glancing down at the ground in curiosity. Reporting to the captain, "We have already gathered over a dozen." Xiao Di raised her hand high, shouting towards Tang Wuyue like a trumpet. "We have enough to eat for several days." The island was abundant with coconuts, and they could pick them whenever they desired. "Great," Tang Wuyue replied, slowly descending from the tree, holding onto the safety rope. "Wow, Captain, did you see your move just now?" As soon as Tang Wuyue touched the ground, she was caught by the exuberant Demimi. "My moves?" Tang Wuyue raised an eyebrow, looking at her inquisitively. "Yes, your actions were swift and agile, even more so than the martial artists in the movies." Demimi expressed with admiration. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something. "By the way, our company is about to shoot a movie. Captain, are you interested?" "What kind of movie?" Tang Wuyue frowned and asked, "Is it that kind of film?" "Ah." Demimi was taken aback. "What kind of film? What do you mean?" Just then, Lu Shishir rushed over, exclaiming, "Captain, we have finally achieved coconut freedom." Tang Wuyue walked over to take a look, and indeed, there was a large pile of coconuts on the ground. The air was filled with the delightful scent of coconuts, invigorating everyone. "So many?" Tang Wuyue was surprised to see the abundance of coconuts scattered around. She had been too focused on picking them to count earlier, but nodded in satisfaction upon seeing the considerable amount. After all, the coconut trees here were quite tall, and climbing them was quite laborious. Picking a few more would ensure they had food for several days. While they were conversing, Zhao Jinmai approached with a broken coconut in hand, exclaiming, "Captain, look at this coconut that has shattered." Tang Wuyue walked over to take a glance. There was still half a cup of coconut water inside. Since half of it had spilled out, the surrounding fragrance was particularly strong, filling the air with a sweet coconut aroma. Demimi and Lu Yifei gathered around as well. Everyone leaned in to taste, captivated by the alluring scent of the coconut. The drink was sweet and fragrant, refreshing and thirst-quenching, far superior to the milk tea they usually enjoyed, especially on this sweltering island. It was hard to resist wanting to drink more. The water supply provided by the production team was already scarce, and they had nearly exhausted their resources for cooking and drinking over the past couple of days. The coconuts they had just picked were perfect for drinking water. The next morning, Tang Wuyue planned to take everyone to the center of the deserted island to locate a reliable water source. Although seawater could be converted into fresh water, the process was too slow. While surviving alone in the wilderness was manageable, with a team of 6, they needed to find sufficient water. Demimi was enchanted by the refreshing coconut scent. "Why do these coconuts taste so delicious? I remember the coconut water I had before wasn't this good." "I feel the same way," Xiaodi nodded. "The coconuts here are definitely tastier." "Haha." Lu Yifei, who had been listening, couldn't help but laugh. She glanced at Demimi and Xiaodi, saying, "Perhaps it's because the captain picked them herself, which makes them taste even better." Upon hearing their absurd evaluations, Tang Wuyue merely shrugged and remarked, "It is primarily due to the abundant sunshine here." He paused briefly before continuing. "Moreover, the variety of coconuts is different, which indeed renders the coconut water here more delectable than that of our region." "Ah, so that is the case." Demimi, upon comprehending this, nodded as if enlightenment had dawned upon her. "Captain, even if the coconut water is exceptionally delightful, we still do not wish for you to take any risks." With that, she gently bit her lip, her eyes brimming with concern and a hint of affection. Tang Wuyue was taken aback by her evident care and chuckled. "It's nothing. Consider it merely a warm-up." He glanced up at the sky and called out to everyone. The time is getting late. Let's carry the coconuts back, as we have to meet with the production team tonight. This evening, the crew would arrive, following the captain like a shadow, akin to a devoted follower. Life had been exceedingly pleasant. The group wrapped the coconuts in a cloth, and in no time, they had transported all the coconuts back to the camp. Beholding the bountiful bag filled with coconuts, the expressions of the female stars blossomed with joy. Coconuts can be stored for an extended period. Even 10 to 15 days would pose no problem. More importantly, coconuts are remarkably nutritious, even in the absence of other food sources. Consuming coconut flesh and drinking coconut water could suffice to satiate one's hunger. Captain, we truly have a plethora of food, besides the sun-dried octopus and grilled fish. We have so many coconuts. When they had initially joined the program, they had never anticipated that life on the island would be so leisurely and carefree. The abundance of ingredients was more than sufficient, and each was delicious. Take, for instance, the lobster seafood porridge they had just enjoyed at noon. It was utterly scrumptious. In their eyes, these culinary delights from nature surpassed even those of Michelin-starred restaurants. High-end ingredients often require the simplest of preparations. For instance, simply boiling lobsters and conchs in water yields an exquisitely fresh flavor. Similarly, when grouper and parrotfish are grilled, they emerge tender without the need for additional seasoning. How wonderful it is to have the captain. Lu Shishir gazed at Tang Wuyue with admiration and exclaimed, "Captain, is there anything you cannot do? Climbing trees to gather coconuts, diving into the sea to catch fish, and even constructing a temporary house using traditional joinery. What can you not accomplish?" To these female stars, Tang Wuyue was nothing short of a treasure of a captain. Haha, we too wish to know how Captain Tang is so remarkable. What else can he do? My goodness, with so many coconuts, if other groups' female stars were to see this, they would surely be envious. Some are nearly starving, while others are overly full. The Mimi side has more than enough to eat. Captain Tang is incredibly popular. I heard he gained 1 million followers overnight on his social media account. Is that for real? So quickly? I must follow him too. Just now. Boss Yang even sent him a movie invitation, but it seems Captain Tang is not particularly interested. Not only was Lu Shishir astonished, but even the fans in the live stream were equally taken aback. No one had anticipated that the legendary wilderness survival would be so effortless. At this moment, the other groups had descended into chaos. The team leader, in her autocratic manner, paid no heed to the feelings of her team members. The female celebrities within the team were exceedingly famished, their physical and mental states nearing their limits. A quintessential example was the female leader of the third group. Observing the distant clouds signaling impending rain, she compelled her team to fervently construct a shelter. Consequently, the female stars were not only exhausted, but also deprived of even a morsel of food. That evening, it did not rain at all, and the following day dawned bright and sunny. Lacking sufficient experience in outdoor survival, the female celebrities could only rely on small berries to satiate their hunger. The team leader failed to promptly guide her members in foraging for sustenance, instead devoting all her energy to the construction of a shelter. As a result, tensions within the team erupted. 2 of the older female celebrities declared their withdrawal from the competition on the spot. Regardless of the circumstances, the rules of the competition were unforgiving. Although they were all stars, they still needed to acquire genuine wilderness survival skills to endure in this environment. In the evening, a helicopter gradually approached, flying low and stirring up powerful gusts that created waves upon the sea surface. The helicopter adeptly adjusted its altitude and direction, ultimately hovering steadily above the deserted island. As the cabin door slowly opened, a refreshing sea breeze mingled with mechanical sounds wafted into the cabin. Director Nia Hongtao, accompanied by crew members and several medical personnel, descended safely to the ground using ropes and rappelling equipment. Captain Tang, long time no see, Nia Hongtao greeted with a smile, extending his hand to Tang Wuyue. Director Nia, it has only been 2 days, Tang Wuyue shrugged, adding, in fact, it may not even be 2 days yet. Haha, 1 day apart feels like 3 autumns. Nia Hongtao chuckled, then turned to the female celebrities behind him, joking, our show has barely begun, and several female stars have already thrown in the towel, yet you seem to have them well-fed and content, as if they have no desire to leave. Is that so? Tang Wuyue chuckled lightly, shaking her head. It's only been 2 days. We could discuss it again in half a month. All right. Nia Hongtao nodded, continuing. Based on the live broadcast of each group over the past 2 days, I had the editing team compile a brief video. After a slight pause, he added, "In a moment, I will have the staff bring over the projector so you can all watch and gain insight into the situations of the other groups." A video? Tang Wuyue nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. She was indeed quite interested in the circumstances of the other groups. This time, she could thoroughly assess their standings. In the following moments, the production team set up a temporary viewing area with a projection screen at the campsite. After completing their assessments, the female celebrities eagerly rushed over. Invigorated, standing behind them, Nia Hongtao held the assessment reports, his expression frozen in confusion. The documents detailed the physical conditions of the female stars, beginning with vital signs, temperature, pulse, blood pressure, all within normal ranges. As for their physical condition, their bodily symptoms are impeccable, devoid of pain, itching, swelling, or fever, and there are no abnormalities whatsoever. Their overall state is splendid, with ample hydration and smooth blood circulation. Their nutritional intake is remarkably balanced. Most astonishingly, their spirits are high and they sleep soundly. In the realm of survival, such conditions are rare and precious. To thrive, one must not only be well-fed, but also well-rested. They have accomplished this with great success. Nia Hongtao, holding the report, was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? He had summoned them to endure the hardships of island survival, yet they had gained 2 pounds? Did they not harbor any respect for this program? "Director, what is going on?" At that moment, the head of the production team approached. "Does anyone in this group wish to withdraw?" "Withdraw?" Nia Hongtao managed a bitter smile as he handed over the report. "Take a look for yourself. Their health is astonishing, and they've even gained weight." "What?" The planning team leader took the report, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Their condition is so good?" He sighed in relief, realizing that this group consisted of prominent first-tier stars. If anyone were to withdraw, it would be a significant loss for them. Although this was a survival competition, maintaining viewership was equally essential. The popularity of Mi and Liu Yifei brought substantial attention to the program. Considering this, the planning team leader gazed at Tang Wuyue with newfound respect. He understood that without exceptional leaders like Mi and Liu Yifei, their condition could not have been so favorable. Other groups were struggling with both morale and nutrition. It was only natural. Thrown onto an unfamiliar island with an unreliable captain, how could their spirits remain steadfast? By the campfire, Tang Wuyue paid no heed to what the director and planning team leader were discussing, instead focusing on observing the situation of the other groups alongside the female stars. On the projection screen, captivating live segments were being aired. "Director, I simply cannot endure this. I want to withdraw. What kind of captain is this? After a hard day's work, we can barely eat. Can berries truly satisfy us? I regret coming to this program. I want to go home. If one does not work, why should one eat? On what grounds? I demand a new captain." The preview clip was filled with scenes of various groups in despair. Yet Tang Wuyue's group was absent from such footage. As the highlights featured moments of breakdowns, this group thrived in harmonious camaraderie, with strong relationships between captain and crew, leaving little for the editors to showcase. Upon viewing the video, Liu Shishir expressed her astonishment. "Is it really that difficult for the other groups? I thought we were all in the same boat." These past 2 days without contact from the outside world had left them oblivious to the struggles of the other teams. Only after watching the video did they realize the significance of having a reliable captain. "Do you comprehend now?" Liu Yifei glanced at her. "Our ease stems from having an exemplary captain like Tang Wuyue." "Indeed," Mi nodded in agreement. "Our captain bears all our burdens." She paused before adding, "When we were hungry, the captain went fishing. When we were thirsty, the captain fetched coconuts." Liu Shishir turned to Tang Wuyue. "Captain, thank you. We will repay your kindness in the future." "Repay?" Witnessing their heartfelt expressions, Tang Wuyue smiled. "Repay? I am your captain. It is my duty to care for you." His motivation for participating in the program was solely for the 1 million yuan prize. As long as they secured victory, nothing else mattered. "Where's the question of what should or shouldn't be done?" Liu Yifei raised her head and stated, "There is only the matter of willingness." She gazed at Tang Wuyue and continued, "Once we master the art of diving, you shall no longer bear such burdens. We will support you." "What?" Upon hearing Liu Yifei's words, Tang Wuyue was taken aback. The notion of there being no should or shouldn't, only willingness, felt oddly familiar. "Captain, did you hear that? We are not ungrateful." Dami spat out her tongue and smiled at Tang Wuyue. Indeed, Captain, we are appreciative. Shouty chimed in cheerfully. We will be sure to express our gratitude upon our return. Tang Wuyue could discern the sincerity in their words. We are a team, looking out for one another. It is only right. He paused for a moment, then added, I hope you all acquire more survival skills. Our goal is not merely to be domestic champions, but to participate in the world competition and seize the prize pool. Yes, Captain. The starlets responded in unison. Competing in the international arena was not solely Tang Wuyue's ambition. It was also a shared goal among Dami, Lu Yifei, and the others. Their participation was driven by the desire to advance and vie for the global championship. As the global finals approached, the regulations and environment of the competition would prove far more stringent than what they currently faced. Rest assured, Captain, we shall give our utmost effort and guarantee you will not be disappointed. Dami and Lu Yifei exchanged glances and shouted in unison. All right, let us focus on these videos and familiarize ourselves with the circumstances of other groups, Tang Wuyue advised, casting a glance at them. This may be your only opportunity to watch television for the entire month. This arrangement was merely a temporary setup for a movie viewing. Once the production team departed, the projector and screen would also be taken away. Upon hearing this, the starlets nodded eagerly and began to concentrate on the videos of other groups. During the viewing, Lu Shishir and Zhao Jinmai even specially opened a few coconuts for everyone. After all, it was a rare occasion to watch a movie, and it deserved some sense of ceremony. Meanwhile, the video on the large screen began to play. The first group featured a woman named Fong Fong as their captain, who had previously participated in international survival competitions. She now served as an instructor at a wilderness survival club, teaching her students how to survive in the wild. Due to the draw, her team included 2 actresses in their 50s, renowned for their comedic performances. Initially, the group members interacted amicably upon arriving on the island. However, it wasn't long before they became preoccupied with constructing temporary shelters, which left the 2 older actresses utterly exhausted, lacking the stamina of their younger counterparts. They wished to return to the camp for a rest. When mealtime arrived, they discovered they had been marginalized by their captain. The diligent young members received several bananas each, while the older actresses, having taken a break due to fatigue, could only nibble on a few berries to stave off hunger. This disparity infuriated the 2 seasoned actresses, who felt they had worked hard but were met with unequal treatment. Consequently, they erupted in anger. Yet, Captain Fong Fong feigned ignorance, asserting everyone is treated the same. Those who work harder eat more, while those who contribute less eat less. Do not think you can take advantage of your age. Hey, who are you calling out for taking advantage? The Queen of Sketches fainted in a fit of rage. The professional queen felt a deep sense of distress, her hands trembling. In the end, the entire first group descended into chaos. For the sake of safety, they had no choice but to call the production team for assistance. This is utterly intolerable. Demimi, watching the footage, furrowed her brow tightly. These 2 are veterans. How could they be treated so disdainfully? Indeed, Lu Shishir, clenching her fists, exclaimed, if I were there, I would certainly share my bananas with them. This situation transcends mere bananas. Lu Yifei said with a frown, this is a personal vendetta. She paused before continuing. I've heard that this Captain Fong Fong considers those 2 a burden, claiming they're dragging the team down. Alas, our captain is truly commendable. Xiaodi propped her chin on her hand, gazing at Tang Wuyue with admiration. Although we are all clumsy, he has never looked down on us. With the comparison to Fong Fong, Tang Wuyue appeared even more exceptional in their eyes. Demimi nodded in agreement. Our captain is the best in the world. Hey, don't flatter me too much. Tang Wuyue, noticing their increasingly exaggerated praise, stood up and said, if you keep this up, I will feel too embarrassed to reprimand you when you make mistakes. Hearing Tang Wuyue's words, Demimi and Lu Yifei could not help but laugh. Captain, you are truly humorous. Zhao Jinmai chuckled, covering her mouth. Since the show began, you have never scolded us. Jinmai, are you trying to provoke the captain? Lu Shishir teased. Just don't end up crying like a baby afterward. I wouldn't tea. Zhao Jinmai stuck out her tongue, saying, the captain is my idol. Even if he scolds me, I would still enjoy it. Subsequently, the screen displayed the survival conditions of other groups. Like the first group, it seemed all the captains shared a singular obsession, building houses. From the very first day on the island, they began to contemplate how to construct a sturdy dwelling. They became so engrossed that they even forgot to eat. Ultimately, netizens summarized a rule. The more extravagant a house is, the more likely it is to be the first to be eliminated. On a deserted island, the more elaborate the house, the more effort expended. With their physical strength and energy entirely depleted, how could they tackle subsequent challenges? In wilderness survival, the longer the duration, the greater the difficulty. Initially, everyone had the energy to fuss about, but as time passed, if they didn't eat enough, their health would deteriorate. By that point, no matter how splendid the house, it would not endure until the end. This is precisely why Tang Wuyue did not rush to build a house. He merely set up a temporary framework, using tarpaulin to shield from the rain when necessary. As the saying goes, food is the paramount necessity of the people. Thus, the first order of business upon arriving on the island is undoubtedly to find something to eat. Once their stomachs are full, the team members will have the strength to work. After all, female celebrities differ from professional contestants. Without food, they lack energy. And without energy, how can they work? Captain, is building a house truly that significant? Lu Yifei gazed at the screen, her expression one of bewilderment as she inquired of Tang Wuyue. Why are the other teams frantically constructing houses? Tang Wuyue took a sip from a coconut and replied, "It is because the program's producers have decreed that the team with the most splendid and comfortable house will receive additional points." Now makes sense. Lu Yifei finally comprehended the situation. No wonder they were so fervent. Mi, observing from the side, remarked, "Haste makes waste. Look at their pace." After 2 days of toil, they've achieved less than what we accomplished in just one morning. Indeed, Lu Yifei nodded in agreement. Under our captain's guidance, we are well fed, which naturally invigorates our efforts. As they built their house with clear divisions of labor, each member diligently attended to their tasks. Everyone valued the assignments delegated by Tang Wuyue, resulting in remarkable efficiency. In stark contrast, the other teams, already famished, lacked the strength to work effectively. What was most concerning was the diminishing food supply, leaving them with a sense of uncertainty. Hearing the conversation between Mi and Lu Yifei, Tang Wuyue shrugged, "Let them compete if they wish." After a brief pause, he continued, "Relying solely on house construction for points is not true skill. The key lies in who can endure until the end." The captain's words resonated with wisdom. The female stars nodded in unanimous agreement, truly realizing the significance of having a capable leader. If fate had dealt them a different captain, they might have suffered like those starlets depicted in the videos. Just then, as they engaged in video chatting, the chief director, Nia Hongtao, approached, holding the health reports of the female stars. "Director Nia?" Mi glanced back, furrowing her brow. "Is it true that the other groups are in such dire straits? Surely, you're editing ISNT biased?" "Oh, don't get me started." Nia Hongtao sighed. "What you see is the live footage. There is no room for error." He shook his head and continued. "The first group has withdrawn entirely, and 3 female stars from other teams have been eliminated." "What? All withdrawn?" Mi and Lu Yifei were left in stunned silence. "Indeed," Nia Hongtao nodded. "However, the good news is that the substitute stars won't have to wait long." Suddenly, recalling something, he brandished the reports. "By the way, there's another piece of good news. All of you have passed your health checks." A profound silence enveloped the room. The female stars regarded him with blank expressions, seemingly unfazed by the announcement. They were well-fed and well-rested here, naturally posing no health issues. In fact, they had begun to develop a fondness for this place. Who would wish to return to the pressure-laden city when they could provide for themselves? Nia Hongtao looked at them in confusion. "Shouldn't you be happy that you all passed?" When other groups received their results, the female stars were overwhelmed with emotion. Yet, Mi and Lu Yifei's group exhibited no reaction whatsoever. "Happy?" Mi smiled subtly. "Of course, we are elated. It's just that this seems rather normal. Doesn't he it?" With that, she turned to Tang Wuyue, her eyes brimming with admiration. "Our captain cares for us so well. We are certain we will not be eliminated." Having just reviewed the recordings from various groups, the female celebrities have shown a greater appreciation for Tang Wuyue. Without comparison, one cannot discern the true value. It is through the juxtaposition with other groups that they have come to realize their own fortune. At this juncture, Nia Hongtao finds himself utterly at a loss. He never anticipated that these prominent leading ladies would hold such high regard for Tang Wuyue, their captain. Initially, when the program was selecting a team leader, Tang Wuyue was the least favored candidate due to his youth and lack of experience. However, in just 3 days, perceptions have dramatically shifted. Tang Wuyue has not only become the most adored captain among the female stars, but also garnered the highest support in online polls, earning the affection of fans. Witnessing the unwavering support from Dami Mi and Liu Yifei for Tang Wuyue, Nia Hongtao could not help but scratch his head in resignation. It was indeed a miscalculation. Had they known earlier of Tang Wuyue's burgeoning popularity, they should have prepared promotional materials in advance. After all, what program is not driven by viewer ratings? Had they focused their promotional efforts on Tang Wuyue sooner, the ratings might have soared. Contemplating this, Nia Hongtao approached Tang Wuyue and politely remarked, "Captain Tang, following these 2 days of live broadcasts, you have become the most popular captain across the internet." Me? Tang Wuyue blinked in surprise, frowning as he inquired, "Aren't those female stars the most popular? Why has it suddenly shifted to me, an ordinary person?" Before participating in this show, he was merely an unknown individual without any fame. He was invited to lead solely due to his extensive experience in wilderness survival. Yet, to his astonishment, after just 2 days of airing, he had risen to prominence. Of course, one could attribute this to the ineffectiveness of the other captains, who treated the female stars as laborers upon arriving on the island. Who could endure such treatment? It was not his exceptional prowess, but rather the lack of competence among others that allowed him to shine. In response to Tang Wuyue's comments, the chief director, Nia Hongtao, clarified, although the female stars are indeed famous on the deserted island, they serve merely as embellishments. You are the true protagonist of this program. The female stars possess no survival skills in the wilderness, and ultimately, they will rely on you, the captain, to take charge. Emerging as a skilled individual among novices naturally leads to distinction. After a brief conversation on the beach, Nia Hongtao hurriedly departed via helicopter. The production team had come to conduct health checks for the female stars and had to leave swiftly. Other groups were located on nearby islands, necessitating his presence at those locations. As the helicopter gradually disappeared into the distance, tranquility returned to the island. Dami Mi, Liu Yifei, and the others had already acclimated to life on the island. Upon witnessing the helicopter's departure, they felt neither disappointment nor anxiety. Instead, they cheerfully gathered around the campfire. Noticing their lively chatter, Tang Wuyue approached and asked, "As you watch the production team's helicopter fade away, do you not feel homesick?" Typically, newcomers to a place often find themselves yearning for home. "Homesick?" Dami Mi replied with a smile, lifting her gaze. "Isn't this our home?" She glanced around and smiled at Tang Wuyue, saying, "Everyone here is our family. We strive together, live together. This is our home." Earlier that morning, while constructing the house, Dami suddenly experienced a profound sense of belonging. As she watched the structure rise bit by bit, it felt akin to playing a real-life simulation game. The sisters beside her had well-defined roles, and none complained of fatigue. The captain was like a beacon in their lives, supporting them with her strong shoulders. Without the captain, could they survive in the wilderness? The answer was evident. Indeed, Dami was right. Little Dean nodded in agreement, affirming, "This is our home." After a brief pause, she continued, "It is because of the captain that we feel at home. Captain, how about we go catch some coconut crabs tonight?" At that moment, Liu Shishir abruptly stood up and asked, "You taught Dami to dive for fish during the day. Let me accompany you to catch coconut crabs tonight." Coconut crabs? Upon hearing Liu Shishir's words, Tang Wuyue remembered that there were indeed coconut crabs beneath a nearby coconut tree. Ahem. Dami couldn't help but cough lightly and raised her head to say, Sure, it's quite late. Let the captain rest. He has worked hard all day." Liu Shishir bit her lip and mumbled quietly, "But you haven't let the captain rest either." Dami was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing crimson. Not only her, but even Liu Yifei beside her turned beet red. What was happening? Had last night's incident been discovered? But they had been so careful. Fortunately, only Dami and Liu Yifei were close enough to hear Liu Shishir's words. Little D and Zhao Jinmai did not catch what she said, which allowed Dami to breathe a sigh of relief. However, how did Liu Shishir know? Could it be that she hadn't slept last night? Yet Liu Shishir had previously told Tang Wuyue that she was not afraid of mice or insects, displaying considerable courage. It now seemed that those two statements held deeper meanings. She must have known about Dami and Liu Yifei sneaking into Tang Wuyue's tent. Realizing this, Dami, blushing, said, "You should ask the captain. After all, this matter requires the captain's decision." At that moment, she felt a bit uneasy. After all, the captain belonged to everyone. It wouldn't be fair to allow one person to sneak into the captain's tent at midnight while forbidding others from going to catch coconut crabs. That would be a classic case of double standards. Upon hearing Dammy's words, Lu Shirshir smiled slightly and turned to Tang Wuyue. Captain, shall we go tonight? As she spoke, she bit her lip and added, however, if you are tired from the day, we can postpone it. Not a problem. We could go tonight, Tang Wuyue replied, casting her a glance. It has been a long time since I had coconut crabs. Let's go see. It had been quite a while since he last enjoyed coconut crab, and he was yearning for that flavor, eager to catch one and savor it. The meat of the coconut crab was both fragrant and tender, imbued with a unique coconut aroma, especially the crab roe, which combined the delicacy of crab with the sweet scent of coconut, making it utterly irresistible. Really? Upon hearing the news, Lu Shirshir leaped with joy, exclaiming, how wonderful! Thank you, Captain. She had an innate penchant for adventure. Otherwise, she would not have enrolled in this program. In this endeavor, she could freely express herself, accompanying Tang Wuyue like a spirited warrior. Noticing Lu Shirshir's exuberance, Tang Wuyue cautioned her. However, the coconut crab cannot be caught by hand. Its pincers can crack a coconut. They are quite formidable. You will need to follow closely behind me. We must use a fishing net to capture it. When selecting equipment, the fishing net and spear gun were part of the same set. However, due to the suitability of Madagascar's waters for diving, Tang Wuyue had temporarily set aside the net, which now proved fortuitously useful. Although the coconut crab moved slowly, it posed a significant danger, particularly due to its pincers. A direct confrontation was ill-advised. Instead, they would ensnare it with the net and bind its pincers to prevent injury. After listening attentively to Tang Wuyue's instructions, Lu Shirshir nodded earnestly. Captain, I will heed your advice and ensure I do not act recklessly. Excellent, Tang Wuyue replied, exchanging a glance with her before addressing the group. Everyone has had a long day. Let us retire early tonight. He then turned to Lu Shirshir, saying, I will wait for you outside the tent at 1 o'clock. Yes, Captain, Lu Shirshir responded, her face alight with excitement. In the dead of night, the thought of capturing the coconut crab kept Lu Shirshir awake, her anticipation rendering sleep elusive. Before the appointed hour, she had gathered her belongings and stood outside Tang Wuyue's tent, waiting. Fortunately, Tang Wuyue was already awake and noticed her presence. Why are you here so early? He asked, his eyes wide with curiosity as he observed Lu Shirshir standing outside the tent. Captain, I think I was too excited to sleep, she replied, blushing and looking down. Unable to sleep? Tang Wuyue chuckled at her eagerness. Is it really that thrilling just to catch a coconut crab? As long as I can accompany the captain, my heart is filled with joy, Lu Shirshir said, her lips curving into a smile that revealed 2 charming dimples. Very well, Tang Wuyue acknowledged, waving her in. It's quite cold outside. Come in and warm up. The temperature in Madagascar could be quite harsh, with sweltering heat during the day and a chilling breeze at night. Concerned for her comfort, Tang Wuyue pulled her into the tent. As Lu Shirshir settled inside, her cheeks flushed even more, whether from embarrassment or the cold air outside was uncertain. Just as she took her seat, a familiar fragrance wafted into her nostrils. It was the distinctive scent of Mimi, with whom she shared a sisterly bond, making her well acquainted with the aroma. Reflecting on this, she looked up and asked, Captain, did you not sleep well last night? How did you know? Tang Wuyue turned to question her. I heard Sister Mimi's voice last night. Lu Shirshir replied with a wry smile, sighing, I thought she might come to my tent. But I didn't expect. You didn't expect her to come to my tent instead, did you? Tang Wuyue chuckled, shrugging. I have no choice. You all are my esteemed subordinates, and I must take good care of each one of you. Tang Wuyue gazed at Lu Shirshir and remarked, just like you, having braved the cold outside for half the day, how could I possibly stand by and watch you suffer? Lu Shirshir's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. I apologize. I was merely overthinking. No worries. We have plenty of time ahead, Tang Wuyue replied, casting a sidelong glance at her as he picked up his jacket. Let us head towards the coconut trees and see if any coconut crabs have ventured out in search of food. Absolutely, Captain, Lu Shirshir exclaimed, springing out of the tent at the mention of catching coconut crabs. The two departed the campsite, following the narrow path leading to the grove of coconut trees. As night deepened, the moonlight bathed the coastal palm forest, draping the tropical island in an air of mystique. The sea breeze wafted in, carrying a salty tang mingled with the sweet aroma of coconuts. It felt as though one could inhale the fragrant essence of coconuts with every breath. Towering coconut trees swayed gently in the wind, producing a soft, rustling sound. As they walked along the sandy beach, Tang Wuyue and Lu Shishir ventured deeper into the grove, their shadows elongated by the moonlight, creating a particularly warm ambience. Lu Shishir beamed at the scene before her, feeling a sense of joy. Regardless of the outcome, this evening had not been in vain. Even if they did not catch any coconut crabs, the mere company of the captain was a delight in itself. Captain, is it true that every coconut grove has coconut crabs? Lu Shishir inquired curiously, surveying the coconut trees around her. Not all. Tang Wuyue shook his head. Coconut crabs are rare. You won't find them in most places. He pointed to a coconut shell on the ground, gnawed at the edges. I deduced that there are coconut crabs here based on these marks. Whether we catch one depends on our luck. How wonderful. Lu Shishir's eyes sparkled with excitement. Captain, I've never seen a coconut crab before. I've heard they can not only climb trees, but also crack open coconuts. How fascinating. Indeed, Tang we note that. That is why we brought a fishing net. Coconut crabs have formidable pincers, so we must proceed with caution. I will be vigilant, Lu Shishir assured, her expression turning serious. Captain, you must also be careful. You are the backbone of our team, and everyone is counting on you. Suddenly, Tang Wuyue gestured for silence, signaling Lu Shishir to keep quiet. There is some movement ahead. Tread carefully, he whispered, leaning closer to her ear. Lu Shishir felt a surge of tension and nodded quickly. They navigated cautiously through the grove, the sandy ground occasionally covered by fallen leaves, producing faint sounds beneath their feet. Moonlight filtered through the dense palm fronds, casting dappled shadows and adding an air of mystery to their crab-catching expedition. After a few moments, Tang Wuyue halted abruptly, pointing towards a robust coconut tree not far away. Lu Shishir held her breath and peered into the moonlit scene. There, a large coconut crab was using its powerful pincers to pry open a coconut shell, feasting on the tender flesh within, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Their luck was indeed favorable. A coconut crab had emerged in search of food. Tang Wuyue stealthily retrieved the prepared fishing net from his backpack, aiming it carefully at the coconut crab. Once he confirmed his position, he abruptly cast the fishing net into the water. However, this coconut crab appeared particularly astute, sensing the impending danger. It immediately dropped its food and attempted to scuttle up the nearby trunk to escape. Regrettably, despite its swift reaction, it could not evade the grasp of the net, becoming ensnared within its confines. Realizing the predicament, the coconut crab promptly extended its claws in an attempt to sever the net, only to be firmly restrained by Tang Wuyue. Its pincers bound tightly. Wow, we've caught it! Lu Shishir exclaimed as she rushed over, giving a thumbs up. Captain, you're truly remarkable. Tang Wuyue exchanged a knowing smile with Lu Shishir, remarking, this coconut crab is quite hefty. It must weigh around 7 or 8 pounds. As he surveyed the surroundings and shook his head, he added, unfortunately, this is the only coconut crab in the vicinity. Captain, you've done splendidly. Lu Shishir lifted her chin, expressing her gratitude. This is my first encounter with a coconut crab. Thank you for bringing me along. Not at all. Tang Wuyue chuckled lightly. Since you enjoy adventure, I shall take you diving for fish another day. Absolutely. Lu Shishir nodded enthusiastically. However, her excitement waned slightly as she added, Captain, my swimming skills might not be very good. I'll need your guidance. Tang Wuyue smiled knowingly and assured her, no worries, I've got you covered. After all, who wouldn't be thrilled to personally teach a starlet how to swim? Once they securely bound the coconut crab, estimated to weigh around 7 or 8 pounds, the duo embarked on their journey back to camp. Coconut crabs are not social creatures, and their foraging habits are rather unpredictable. To catch one is indeed a stroke of extraordinary luck. Captain, how can this coconut crab grow to such a size? Lu Shishir inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the crab in her grasp. It seems much larger than the crabs found in the sea. Is it because they exclusively consume coconuts? Indeed, Tang Wuyue grinned, teasing her with a diet of coconuts every day. How could it not gain weight? Ah, Lu Shishir paused, glancing up with wide eyes. Eating coconuts can actually make one grow larger? Instinctively, she lowered her gaze to examine her own figure. Tang Wuyue, noticing her expression, could not contain his laughter. Whether or not you can grow larger is uncertain, but it certainly can gain weight. How rude. Lu Shishir's cheeks flushed as she responded with a wry smile. Captain. Even you have taken to jesting. I admit I may not be as endowed as Sister Mi, but I am not lacking either. With that, she straightened her posture, determined not to be outdone. Just as they were conversing, a sudden rustling from the nearby bushes startled Lu Shishir, prompting her to hurriedly move closer to Tang Wuyue. He gestured for silence and lowered his voice, saying, "Stay here. I will investigate the situation." Captain. Lu Shishir clutched his arm tightly, unwilling to let him go. "Don't worry. Just wait a moment." Tang Wuyue winked at her before disappearing into the thicket. Based on his experience, the sound they had heard resembled the flapping of wings against leaves. Judging by the intensity of the noise, it was likely a wild chicken, perhaps also foraging for food like the coconut crab. Startled by their voices, he darted into the nearby thicket. Tang Wuyue parted the foliage, peering forward under the moonlight. Sure enough, a wild hen perched on a branch, vigilantly watching ahead. This hen possessed an exceptionally long feather on its tail, likely the legendary Indian long-tailed chicken. This species thrives solely in the dense jungles of the tropics. Its flesh remarkably tender. If stewed with wild mushrooms, it would undoubtedly be exquisite. However, this wild hen was quite astute, making it challenging to catch. Some indigenous people had even excavated numerous traps to ensnare them. Yet, for Tang Wuyue, such complexity was unnecessary. A mere fishing net would suffice. With this thought in mind, he extracted the net from his backpack and climbed higher along the tree trunk. Seizing the moment before the long-tailed hen could react, he swiftly cast the net into the air. The net traced a graceful arc, enveloping the long-tailed hen entirely. The hen, quick to respond, attempted to take flight upon hearing the commotion. However, the net's expansive reach obstructed its escape, ensnaring it tightly within. Before it could comprehend the situation, Tang Wuyue had already rushed over and secured it firmly. At that moment, Lu Shishir stood anxiously outside, glancing in occasionally. Upon seeing Tang Wuyue emerge with the wild hen, she hurried over. "Captain, are you all right?" Lu Shishir scrutinized Tang Wuyue from head to toe, her eyes filled with concern. "I'm fine, just caught a wild hen," he replied, holding up the hen. "Now we can add another dish to our meal." "Oh, a wild hen?" Lu Shishir exhaled in relief upon seeing it. "I thought it might be some ferocious beast." She paused before adding, "I called you out tonight. What would I say to Mimi and the others if we encountered a wild animal? What wild beast could there be?" Tang Wuyue chuckled, shrugging. "Do you think it's a grand migration of prairie animals?" "True." Lu Shishir nodded, then glanced at the wild hen. "Oh, this wild hen is quite rare." She frowned. "It's my first time seeing a hen with such a long tail." Noticing her bewilderment, Tang Wuyue explained, "This is called the Indian long-tailed chicken, a very rare variety." After saying this, he lifted the hen and said to Lu Shishir, "Let us head back to the camp. Today has been quite fruitful." "Yes, Captain." Lu Shishir responded eagerly, quickly following Tang Wuyue as they made their way back to the camp. Upon their return, Mimi and the others had already awakened, sitting nearby awaiting their arrival. As soon as they spotted Tang Wuyue, Mimi and Lu Yifei rushed over. "Captain, are you all right?" Mimi inquired, peering closely at him with concern. "I'm Yifei. Why are you all up?" Tang Wuyue asked, puzzled. It was still dark, and logically, they should have still been asleep. Mimi hesitated before saying, "Captain, we couldn't sleep without you nearby." "Was it the mice again?" Tang Wuyue exchanged a meaningful glance with her, his thoughts as clear as a mirror. It was evident that her uncertainty stemmed from his absence at the base. The starlets felt insecure without him. As they themselves had stated, Tang Wuyue was their pillar of support. Without him, they could hardly endure a day on the island. The charming Mimi, her cheeks suddenly flushed, lowered her head and confessed, "We just missed you. We wanted to wait for your return here." "Ah, so that was the reason." Tang Wuyue smiled and nodded. Indeed, such was the nature of these actresses. Their pride was formidable, for while their hearts were transparent, their lips refused to concede. "Mimi, look what we brought back." At that moment, Lu Shishir approached, gleefully carrying a coconut crab. "Wow, a coconut crab? Is this the legendary coconut crab?" Mimi gazed at the creature before her, her eyes brimming with curiosity. This was the first time she had encountered such a crab in her lifetime. Truth be told, this coconut crab bore no resemblance to any crab she had previously seen. It seemed more akin to a relative of the hermit crab. Compact in size, yet boasting remarkably large pincers, almost like a magnified version of a hermit crab. Particularly, its claws were half the size of its body. No wonder it could effortlessly pry open coconuts. With such powerful pincers, a mere squeeze would suffice to crack a coconut. How extraordinary it was to discover such a variety among crabs. Nearby, Lu Yifei joined in, her expression one of intrigue as she stared intently. This coconut crab must weigh at least 3 to 4 kilograms, right? She inquired, her gaze fixed on the creature. Captain, how did you manage to catch it with such powerful claws? With a fishing net, of course. Tang Wuyue retrieved a fishing net from his backpack and laid it on the ground. This net has proven invaluable today. Not only did it capture the coconut crab, but it also caught an Indian long-tailed chicken. Upon hearing this, the starlets noticed that he was also holding a long-tailed chicken. Wow, wild chicken! Mimi and Lu Yifei's eyes instantly lit up at the sight of it. They had long been deprived of chicken soup. After days of seafood, the flavor of chicken soup was nearly forgotten. Lu Shi, observing their astonishment, stepped forward and stated, "The captain says this chicken is called an Indian long-tailed chicken." She paused momentarily before adding, "This breed is particularly rare and extremely alert. Thanks to the captain bringing the fishing net, we managed to catch it." "Captain, you're amazing!" exclaimed Xiao Di and Zhao Jinmai, who immediately applauded. After witnessing the circumstances of other teams, they felt fortunate. It seemed that as long as the captain was present, they would never go hungry. Tang Wuyue, seeing everyone in high spirits, glanced at the sky and remarked, "All right, it's getting late. Let us head back and rest early. We need to search for water tomorrow." The water initially prepared by the production team was running low, enough to last just one more day. However, they had been quite frugal. Contrarily, the other team starlets were less disciplined. In the morning, they secretly used the last bit of water to wash their faces and brush their teeth, exhausting all the water provided by the production team, which nearly caused their captain to faint from frustration. The next morning dawned. As the morning sun cast its golden rays upon the earth, the surroundings brimmed with vibrant life. Upon rising, Tang Wuyue took a moment to assess the remaining provisions. Currently, the staple consisted of cassava and green bananas, accompanied by a selection of sun-dried octopus and crab meat. These dried delicacies were perfect for preparing a savory porridge. In addition to the food, there was a bounty of coconuts that could sustain them for several days, even in the absence of fresh water. Furthermore, they had caught a coconut crab and a long-tailed chicken the previous night. The crab weighed around 3 to 4 kilograms, and the chicken was quite plump, at least 1 to 2 kilograms. With these 2 items alone, they had ample sustenance for an entire day. "Captain, I have prepared the seafood porridge," came the cheerful voice of Xiao Di from behind, interrupting Tang Wuyue's contemplations over the ingredients. "Oh," he turned to glance at her, surprised. "Xiao Di, you're up so early?" He had just awakened and had not yet ventured to the kitchen. It was unexpected to see Xiao Di, the diligent girl, already up and preparing the meal. With a smile, Xiao Di replied, "Captain, it's not just me who rose early. The other sisters are up as well." She spoke earnestly. "We all noticed how tired you were last night and wanted to prepare something special for you. So we got up together to cook." "Huh? You're all concerned about my fatigue and wish to help?" That sentiment was quite overwhelming. As he pondered this, he glanced sideways. Indeed, Mimi and Lu Yifei were busily arranging the food on banana leaves, the entire team working harmoniously and efficiently. Thankfully, there were no ungrateful souls among their ranks. Unlike other teams, where the captain tirelessly cared for them only to be met with criticism from a horde of picky individuals, Mimi and Lu Yifei had shown gratitude from the very beginning. Even though they had yet to master survival skills, they assisted with firewood and cooking. "Captain, breakfast is ready. Please come and eat." Mimi approached him with an inviting smile. "How did you all sleep last night?" Tang Wuyue inquired, casting her a curious glance. "What prompts such an early rise?" "Captain, we had a restful night," Mimi affirmed with a nod. "You have been so concerned for us. It is time we contributed in return. We cannot keep relying on you alone." "Well, hearing that makes all my efforts over the past few days worthwhile." Tang Wuyue smiled and said, "Come, let us taste the fruits of your labor." Xiao Di and Mimi had prepared a pot of octopus seafood porridge, its fragrant aroma wafting through the air, and its flavor exceptionally delightful. The dish melted in the mouth, perfect for replenishing energy in the morning. Lu Yifei had reheated the leftover eel from the previous night and split open 2 coconuts with an axe, pouring fresh coconut water into natural conch shells for everyone. Thus, a sumptuous breakfast was laid before them, with a spoonful of the delicious seafood porridge made by Xiao Di and Mimi. followed by a sip of the coconut water poured by Lu Yifei. Tang Wuyue felt an immediate uplift in spirits. This breakfast made him feel akin to an emperor surrounded by a harem of exquisite beauties. With so many lovely starlets attending to him, who could resist such indulgence? Thankfully, the competition for favor among these maidens had yet to commence. Otherwise, it might have been quite a headache for him. There is no denying that these starlets are far from naive. They are acutely aware that their survival on the island hinges upon the leadership of Captain Tang Wuyue. Engaging in petty squabbles among themselves would only complicate their existence. If they aspire to compete on the world stage alongside other international celebrities, unity is imperative. This breakfast was savored amidst a circle of enchanting women. Lu Shishir persistently served vegetables into Tang Wuyue's bowl, while Mimi delicately wiped the corners of his mouth. A scene that elicited endless delight from the other actresses. At that moment, the live broadcast from the production team shifted its focus to the coconut crab and the long-tailed chicken in front of them, as the nighttime broadcast would be paused. Fans had missed the thrilling capture of the crab the previous evening. Nevertheless, the sight of the hefty coconut crab, weighing several pounds, left the audience in awe. What? The coconut crab? Am I imagining things? The coconut crab is truly a rarity among crabs. They say this variety of coconut crab has an exquisite flavor, praised by numerous gourmets. Mimi and the others are indeed fortunate. It is said that the aroma of coconut wafts from this crab, with each bite revealing a different taste. Is it really that extraordinary? At least we are treated to a visual feast. Friends, did you see that fleeting moment? It seemed Mimi was wiping Tang Wuyue's mouth. Could this be the beginning of a romance? How foolish. Are you only focused on Mimi wiping his mouth? Did you not notice Lu Shishir serving him food? Impressive. He has captivated the three beauties of Xianjian. Instantly, the live chat was inundated with comments, as viewers expressed their envy for Tang Wuyue's enviable life. A mere glance had revealed Mimi and Lu Shishir surrounding him. Yet they were unaware that it was not just Mimi attending to him. Lu Shishir was serving him, and Lu Yifei was personally feeding him coconut juice. Such treatment was nothing short of extraordinary. If fans of Xianjian witnessed this, they would undoubtedly be outraged. Previously, neither Jing Tian nor Su Changqing had ever enjoyed such privileges. However, at this moment, Mimi and Lu Yifei were blissfully ignorant of the discussions in the live chat, as they conferred with Tang Wuyue about the day's agenda. Captain, what shall we do today? Are we continuing to build a house? Mimi, seated next to him, inquired with curiosity. Tang Wuyue glanced at her and shook his head. Let us set the house building aside for now. We have established the framework, and we need not fear the rain. He raised his voice to address everyone. The priority now is to find water. Water? Indeed, Tang Wuyue affirmed. Water is the essence of life. In our quest for survival on this deserted island, we cannot do without it. He gestured towards a nearby water bucket. The initial supply from the production team is running low. From now on, we must source our own water and filter it ourselves. Understood, Captain. We shall follow your lead. Mimi promptly stood up and declared, whatever you instruct us to do, we shall accomplish it without fail. After organizing their campsite, Tang Wuyue picked up the water bucket and ventured into the depths of the forest with Mimi and Lu Yifei in tow. At that moment, the sun was just beginning to rise, casting a captivating glow over the entire island. Tang Wuyue led the exuberant Mimi and Lu Yifei, navigating past the house hastily constructed the previous day as they ventured deeper into the woods along a narrow path. For them, this was still an uncharted territory, rife with the thrill of the unknown and the promise of challenges. Captain, could there be wild beasts on the island? Lu Yifei inquired cautiously, her gaze fixed ahead at the dense thicket. Unfazed, Tang Wuyue glanced down at the ground beneath his feet and replied, stay vigilant and keep an eye out for any signs left by animals. Where there are beasts, traces are sure to remain. If we prepare in advance, we shall manage well. The towering trees ahead intertwined, creating a verdant canopy that shielded them from the sun's rays. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves and vines, a clear indication of a place seldom trodden by human feet. Mind your footing. There are wild vines here, and we wouldn't want anyone to trip. Tang Wuyue cautioned them with a steady, authoritative tone. Understood, Captain. Mimi and Lu Yifei nodded obediently, reassured by his presence, feeling a sense of safety that eased their nerves. Over the past couple of days, they had begun to trust and rely on him. Under Tang Wuyue's guidance, both Dami Mi and Lu Yifei picked up sturdy sticks, which would aid them in parting the underbrush ahead. With their makeshift tools in hand, they felt empowered to navigate through the thickets. As they followed closely behind Tang Wuyue, Dami Mi meticulously scanned the surroundings for any hints of water sources. As time passed, the terrain gradually became more damp. Tang Wuyue knelt down, probing the wet earth and rubbing his fingers together. Indeed, we are drawing closer to a water source, he declared resolutely. Ahead lies a valley. There may be a stream there. Mimicking his actions, Dami Mi took a handful of soil, earnestly bringing it to her nose to sniff. Hey, Tang Wuyue said, nudging her with his shoulder, we're searching for water, not digging for treasure. Why so meticulous? The light-hearted banter elicited laughter from Lu Yifei and Xiaodi, who could not contain themselves. Let us move forward. Tang Wuyue gestured towards the valley ahead. The water source should be just beyond that point. Judging by the terrain, if there is a stream, it will likely flow down from that high ground. Sure enough, as they progressed, the scenery transformed from dense woodland to an expansive clearing. From a distance, the gentle sound of flowing water began to reach their ears, a melodious symphony for Dami Mi and Lu Yifei. The delightful melody of the stream instantly washed away their fatigue. Beyond the thicket lay a crystalline brook that sparkled under the sunlight, its surface shimmering like a silver ribbon adorning the earth. In that moment, Dami Mi and Lu Yifei were utterly elated. They cheered with uncontainable joy, rushing towards the brook, tugging at Tang Wuyue's arm. Captain, we've found the water source, they exclaimed, cupping their hands to scoop the clear, bottomless water, their excitement resonating in jubilant cries. Tang Wuyue stepped forward to examine the water, discovering it was impeccably clean, devoid of any impurities. This secluded island, rarely trodden by human feet, posed no concerns of pollution or residue. A simple filtration of the debris within the water would render it safe for consumption. Despite its crystal-clear appearance, it might still harbor microorganisms and minute particles. For those accustomed to wilderness adventures, such water could be consumed without hesitation. However, for a celebrity venturing into the wild for the first time, a filtration process seemed far more prudent. Crafting a rudimentary filter and boiling the water would ensure safety. Captain, this water is exceptionally clear, exclaimed Dami Mi, cupping her hands to taste a sip, her eyes lighting up instantly. Wow, it's so sweet. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei hurriedly took a sip as well. Indeed, the water was sweet and palatable, rivaling even the finest bottled mineral water available in stores. It's truly delightful. Lu Yifei looked up, joy radiating from her as she asked, Captain, can we drink this water directly? In theory, it poses no problem, Tang Wuyue replied, casting a glance at her. Nevertheless, considering your stomachs, it's advisable to filter it first. He paused momentarily before adding, once we return, I'll create a filter to purify all the water we've collected. A filter? Dami Mi's eyes widened in awe at Tang Wuyue's words. Admiration etched across her face. Captain, you're incredible. Is there anything you can't do? Exactly. Lu Yifei chimed in. Captain, you're truly my idol. Is it really that exaggerated? Tang Wuyue chuckled, addressing them. These are merely fundamental skills for survival in the wild. One can learn them with just a glance. With that, he lifted the nearby water bucket, filling it to the brim. The water here was indeed pristine, flowing and alive rather than stagnant. Dami Mi brushed her hair back and ventured, Captain, can we wash our hair here? She tugged at her hair, explaining, we Haven Tea washed our hair in 2 days. It's all stuck together. As girls who cherished their beauty, they had previously washed their hair with seawater to conserve fresh water. The high salt content left their hair damp and coarse, and even under the sun, it felt clammy. Upon hearing Dami Mi's suggestion, Tang Wuyue nodded affirmatively, stating, absolutely. This is fresh water. Washing your hair or bathing will not compromise the quality of drinking water. Really? Dami Mi and Lu Yifei exclaimed, nearly bouncing with joy. That's wonderful. Thank you, Captain. In their excitement, they rushed over to embrace Tang Wuyue, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Soon after, Dami Mi and Lu Yifei began to gather their hair, squatting by the stream to wash. As they bent over, Tang Wuyue had a clear view of their graceful silhouettes. He was already quite familiar with Dami Mi, having interacted with her on several occasions. However, this was the first time he observed Lu Yifei so closely. Both had shed their outer garment for the hair wash, donning only their fitted undergarments. Liu Yifei's figure was truly remarkable. Unlike many other celebrities who appeared alarmingly thin, her physique was well-proportioned, with a smooth, rounded waist devoid of excess flesh, radiating a natural and healthy beauty, starkly contrasting the distorted ideals often celebrated in the entertainment industry. They were as slender as bamboo poles. Didn't that feel uncomfortable? With the sound of splashing water, Liu Yifei's exquisite profile came into view, stirring a flutter in Tang Wuyue's heart. It must be said that the beauty of female celebrities is indeed captivating. It's no wonder that so many people idolize them. At critical moments, the allure of these renowned actresses is quite irresistible. Just as Tang Wuyue was lost in thought while gazing at Liu Yifei, a sudden cough broke the silence. Dilly, known as Little D, was holding a water bucket, observing him with great interest. "Captain, do you find her beautiful?" Tang Wuyue turned his head, realizing Little D was beside him. She had been quietly surveying her surroundings, not mentioning the need to wash her hair. "Little D, don't you want to wash your hair?" Tang Wuyue scrutinized her closely, inquiring. "Captain, I think I'll pass," Little D replied, looking down at her chest, somewhat embarrassed. Her figure could not be compared to that of the voluptuous beauties like Dami Mi or Liu Yifei. Her appeal lay elsewhere. Contemplating this, Little D pointed toward a nearby valley. "Captain, I observed the terrain here and had a sudden thought." "What thought?" Tang Wuyue asked, his curiosity piqued. "Captain, there are two small rivers flowing in different directions," she indicated ahead. After a brief pause, she continued, "Could we possibly divert one of the rivers to channel water towards our camp? This way, we would have to trek so far each day for water." "Divert a river?" Tang Wuyue was taken aback, startled by her suggestion. "That is quite an undertaking. We're only here for a month. Is it really necessary to complicate matters so?" Though the idea was commendable, it clearly did not align with their current situation. Indeed, Tang Wuyue had contemplated this very issue before. However, a significant problem loomed. If they were to stay on the island for 100 days, such a notion would be brilliant. Yet, with only a month at their disposal, it seemed impractical. Although altering a small river might not be overly challenging, it would require time. By the time they completed such a task, they might be ready to move on to the next location. What would be the point of such effort? One plants trees for future generations to enjoy, he mused, but this was an isolated island, likely to remain uninhabited in the future. "Oh," Little D responded, finally grasping Tang Wuyue's perspective. While digging a water channel wasn't particularly difficult, the timing was indeed unsuitable. They were embarking on a 100-day wilderness survival challenge, during which they were to spend a month at each of 3 designated locations, interspersed with 10 days of rest to prepare for the next site. Reflecting on this, Little D bowed her head and said, "I'm sorry, Captain, I was overthinking." "It's all right. Your idea is quite valid," Tang Wuyue reassured her with a glance. "It's merely the constraints imposed by the program that limit us." He paused momentarily before continuing. "No worries. When we participate in international competitions in the future, we can set up a water channel, allowing us to stay for 100 days. "Thank you, Captain," Dilly Shouty replied, quickly nodding in agreement. Although her suggestion had not been utilized, she felt a sense of joy within, knowing that Tang Wuyue's words were entirely meant to consider her feelings. The captain truly had a knack for being considerate, ensuring that no one felt embarrassed. At that moment, Dami Mi and Liu Yifei had finished washing up nearby. The two were drying their hair with their jackets. As their hair neared dryness, they casually rinsed their jackets in the water. Nonetheless, even after wringing them out, the clothes still felt somewhat damp against their skin. From a distance, it resembled a scene of flowers veiled in mist or the moon reflected in water. Although the clarity was lacking, the hazy beauty evoked an undeniable allure. "Captain, we're done," Dami Mi exclaimed as she crossed the creek, hastily approaching Tang Wuyue. He turned to glance at her and was struck by the sight of Dami Mi, her hair still wet and glistening like a lotus emerging from the water, standing gracefully before him. Water droplets trickled down her dark locks, cascading onto her shoulders and neck, sparkling and accentuating her fair, delicate skin, lending her an air of natural allure. Tang Wuyue found himself momentarily entranced. "Reporting, Captain, I am finished," Liu Yifei chimed in as she approached, her face radiating joy. "The creek water here is wonderful. My hair feels exceptionally smooth and comfortable after washing." She looked up at Tang Wuyue, their eyes meeting, and an involuntary smile graced their lips. their gazes filled with tenderness. Tang Wuyue nearly lost himself in their charm. Yet Dilraba was still nearby. Dilraba, who had not washed her hair, was struggling to carry a water bucket uphill. She had always been the most practical, consistently eager to undertake the most laborious tasks when beside Tang Wuyue. "Shouty, let us assist you." Dammy Mi and Lu Yifei promptly rushed over to help her carry the bucket up the slope. Together, they had 2 buckets. One was a large water container provided by the production team, and the other was a smaller bucket chosen earlier as survival gear. Although the smaller bucket was less cumbersome than the larger one, it was still quite heavy for the female celebrities. "How is it going? Can you manage?" Tang Wuyue inquired with a smile as he observed the 3 of them working together. "It's manageable." Dilraba gritted her teeth, responding, "Captain, we can do it." "Really?" Tang Wuyue chuckled, picking up a thick wooden stick and offering it to them. "1 monk drinks no water. 2 monks carry water. This should save you some effort." At his words, Dammy Mi and Lu Yifei could not help but laugh. They understood that while the captain was jesting, it would indeed be easier for 2 to carry the water. By this time, it was nearing noon. To expedite their return for water filtration, they did not linger and promptly carried the buckets back to the campsite. Lu Shishir and Zhao Jinmai were selecting the freshly retrieved berries. Upon noticing Tang Wuyue and Mimi approaching, they hurriedly went to greet them. "Captain, have you found the water source?" Lu Shishir inquired with genuine concern as she rushed forward. "Indeed," Tang Wuyue replied, patting 2 buckets filled with water. "We have 2 large buckets, enough for us to drink for 3 to 4 days. Previously, they had only 1 bucket of water, which lasted them 2 days. Now, with 2 buckets, they had sufficient supply for 3 to 4 days. 2 buckets? Such an abundance?" Lu Shishir's face instantly lit up with joy. "Captain, you are truly remarkable. Other teams haven't even located a water source." Last night, they had observed the predicament of the other teams. After exhausting the initial water supply, at least 2 teams were unable to find any water, relying solely on berries to stave off hunger. The reality was that each island presented a unique environment. The captains had to adapt to the island's circumstances and leverage their strengths to successfully guide their teams through the trials. Take Tang Wuyue's team, for instance. Had they failed to find a water source today, or if it had been too distant, they would have had to resort to coconuts and seawater. Coconuts were sweet and refreshing, serving as a source of hydration. On the other hand, seawater could be converted into fresh water through evaporation and condensation using sunlight. However, this method was too slow and was only suitable for solitary survival in the wilderness. Sustaining a 6-member team was nearly impossible. Did I see that correctly? Captain Tang truly managed to bring back 2 large buckets of water? This is undoubtedly an overwhelming advantage. Other teams are still busy constructing shelters, leaving no time to search for water. What kind of luck have Dammy Mi and Lu Yifei stumbled upon? How did they end up with such an exceptional leader? Am I the only one thinking about coconut crabs? What do they plan to do with these coconut crabs? Oh my, this is amusing. I've heard tales of how delicious coconut crabs are, yet I've never seen anyone actually eat one. To be honest, I'm unsure how to prepare coconut crabs, but I imagine that the long-tailed chicken would pair wonderfully with coconut, creating a delightful coconut chicken dish. As the live broadcast shifted its focus to the water buckets, the chat room erupted with excitement. Fans were fervently discussing every survival team, yet it was Tang Wuyue's team that left a lasting impression. Why? Not merely because of the presence of celebrities like Dammy Mi and Lu Yifei, but due to Tang Wuyue's seasoned demeanor. From the moment they set foot on the island, their objectives were crystal clear. He organized everything meticulously, and the female stars learned numerous skills under his guidance. Surviving on the deserted island was not solely about endurance. He frequently imparted various survival techniques. At this rate, even if they were to participate in international competitions in the future, they would navigate with ease. Little did Tang Wuyue know that discussions about him were bustling online, nor was he aware that his social media followers had surged by over 2 million overnight. He was entirely engrossed in studying the stream water. Picking up a nearby conch shell cup, he scooped some water and poured it onto a piece of gauze. To his delight, the water swiftly permeated the gauze, leaving behind only a few tiny impurities. The impurities in the water, such as aquatic plants and moss carried by the stream, pose no significant issue. A simple filtration device can easily resolve this. In the wilderness, numerous methods for purifying water exist, each employing different tools. For instance, the most straightforward way to filter out impurities involves gathering clean sand, small stones, and pebbles to construct a rudimentary filter. Large stones are placed at the bottom to disperse the water flow, followed by a layer of small stones, and finally a layer of fine sand. This natural filter, with its various layers, effectively removes impurities and some microorganisms from water. Captain, does this water need further filtration? Mi inquired curiously as she observed Tang Wuyue assembling the filter. Of course, Tang Wuyue replied, handing her the cloth that had just been used to filter the water. Look, while the stream appears quite clean, it invariably carries some impurities. Oh my, there really are impurities, Mi exclaimed, her face displaying astonishment. Just as she was about to speak further, she was interrupted by Lu Shi, who rushed over. Captain, while Zhao Jinmai and I were picking berries, we discovered a large wasp nest. What? A wasp nest? Tang Wuyue immediately halted his work upon hearing this. He looked up at Lu Shi, questioning, is it a wasp nest or a beehive? Did you observe closely? Lu Shi hesitated for a moment before countering. Is there really a difference between bees and wasps? Certainly there is, Tang Wuyue asserted, nodding. A beehive differs from a wasp nest. The latter appears dull gray, resembling dried cow dung, while a beehive is simply an ordinary honeycomb. If it's a wasp nest, we can only consume the wasp larvae, as there is no honey within. However, if it is a beehive, he mused, I can already envision us enjoying honeyberry tea on this isolated island. To live comfortably, one must gather all available food resources. Eating lobsters daily would soon become tiresome. Thus, when Lu Shi mentioned discovering the beehive, Tang Wuyue's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. He promptly inquired about its location. Captain, it might not be a wasp nest. It is likely a beehive. Lu Shi reflected, explaining, the hive does not resemble cow dung. It appears to be an ordinary beehive. Really? Tang Wuyue felt a surge of joy. Quickly rising to his feet. Let us go, show me. He added, if there are indeed bees, we shall have honey to enjoy. Lu Shi nodded, pointing toward the distant trees. Captain, the beehive is over there in the trees. Zhao Jinmai and I stumbled upon it while berry picking and almost got stung by the bees. Is that so? Tang Wuyue responded with renewed enthusiasm. Let's go take a look. This is a splendid opportunity to procure some delectable food. He remarked that bringing back a beehive would provide them with enough honey water for an entire month. Lu Shi, eager not to delay, swiftly led Tang Wuyue toward the forest. Mi and Lu Yifei, equally curious, quietly followed behind. Not far into their journey, they heard a buzzing sound. In the distance, a large beehive was visible, surrounded by a swarm of bees diligently gathering nectar. Oh my, they are indeed bees, Mi discerned from afar. Whispering to Tang Wuyue, Captain, they are bees. Lowering her voice further, she added, bees differ from wasps. These must certainly be nectar gathering. Indeed, quite so. Tang Wuyue gestured for silence, advising not to disturb the bees and to wait until nightfall to make their move. The bees busily gathered nectar during the day and only rested at night. Thus, to harvest honey, they could only do so while the bees slumbered. Wow, this beehive is truly massive. Lu Yifei licked her lips, certain that it contained a substantial amount of honey. Haha, are you yearning for honey? Tang Wuyue glanced back at her with a playful smirk. Lu Yifei's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly lowered her head. Ha ha! Mi giggled, covering her mouth. I too have been on this deserted island for 2 or 3 days, and we haven tea had much sweetness. It's impossible to resist the unique flavor of honey. Tang Wuyue grinned, addressing the group. Let us return for lunch first, and after that, we can devise a plan to tackle that beehive. All right, Captain. Mi and Lu Shi nodded in agreement, following Tang Wuyue back to the camp. With the thought of harvesting honey, everyone felt invigorated in their tasks. Since they had caught coconut crabs and long-tailed chickens the previous day, they could focus on preparing the coconut crabs without the need to search for other ingredients at midday. For these female stars, coconut crab was a novel delicacy, and they curiously gathered around Tang Wuyue. Captain, how do we prepare this coconut crab? Mi inquired, eyeing the crab before her. Isn't it customary for international chefs to steam it? Tang Wuyue responded, for foreigners, there are numerous ways to cook coconut crab, but the most common method is the typhoon shelter-style stir-fry. Typhoon shelter-style stir-fry? Mi paused, asking, isn't that typically for lobsters? Exactly. Tang Wuyue met her gaze, A method can be used for various ingredients. Do you really think foreigners are experts in gourmet cuisine? He shrugged and continued. Speaking of culinary arts, who can rival the richness of our 5,000 years of Chinese heritage? We have countless methods. Indeed, the captain is right. Lu Yifei nodded in agreement. For premium ingredients, retaining their original flavor is paramount. She turned to Tang Wuyue, affirming for premium ingredients. The simplest preparation often yields the best results. Since it's your first time tasting coconut crab, let us steam it. Steaming sounds perfect. Lu Shishir clapped her hands, exclaiming. The captain mentioned that coconut crab has a particularly strong aroma, and steaming it will bring out its unique flavor. Once the decision was made, Tang Wuyue cleaned the coconut crab and placed it directly into the steamer. Subsequently, with Lu Shishir's assistance, he prepared the Indian long-tailed chicken. What flavor of soup would you prefer? Tang Wuyue inquired of the female stars nearby. This chicken could be prepared in 3 different ways. The first was the simplest, roasting it. The second involved finding some wild mushrooms nearby to simmer a pot of wild mushroom chicken soup. The third, most suitable for them, was to stew the chicken with coconut. Coconut chicken is typically made with Wunchong chicken from Hainan, known for its tender meat that cooks easily and is fragrant, making it ideal for stewing with coconut. However, the Indian long-tailed chicken is even better than Wunchong chicken, making it an excellent choice for coconut chicken. Chicken soup? Dammy Mi and Lu Yifei exchanged glances. After a moment, Dammy Mi finally asked, Captain, what are the preparation methods? Roasted chicken, wild mushroom chicken soup, or coconut chicken? Coconut chicken? Upon hearing this, Damimi's eyes instantly sparkled. Coconut chicken is quite delectable. During my filming in Hainan, I learned how to prepare it from the locals. She patted her chest confidently and declared, Captain, leave the coconut chicken to me. I assure you, it will be no problem. Oh dear, Damimi, could you refrain from patting your chest? You could pat me instead. Pat you? I never expected you to be so unattractive. You have quite a few ideas, don't you? Do you really consider yourself a child? I truly did not anticipate that as the captain. I would get to survive in the wild alongside Damimi and Lu Yifei. This is absolutely fantastic. Had I known, I would have signed up right away. Do not think being a captain is so simple. Although Tang Wuyue appears quite impressive, he must possess the skills to manage these female stars. I do not care. I simply wish to be the captain. I want to lead Damimi and Lu Yifei to watch the sunrise. Hey there, my friend. You're calculating quite audaciously. I can hear you all the way from Hainan. Seeing Damimi's actions, the fans in the live stream erupted with excitement. There was no denying it. The team was filled with popular female stars. Their allure was undeniable. You want to prepare coconut chicken? Tang Wuyue chuckled. All right then. I'll entrust the coconut chicken to you. I shall taste your culinary skills. Great. Damimi nodded, a hint of shyness crossing her face. Captain, with your words. I suddenly feel a bit nervous. After a brief pause, she added, if my dish doesn't turn out well, please don't ridicule me. Rest assured, that will not happen. Tang Wuyue chuckled softly, offering reassurance. The method for making coconut chicken is quite similar. There is no such thing as authentic or inauthentic. As long as it fills our stomachs, that suffices. Indeed, Sister Mimi, we have faith in you. Dilly, little D, nodded vigorously from the side. She was the only one in the group who truly understood Mimi, and she had immense confidence in her culinary abilities. The crucial aspect, however, was the dipping sauce for the coconut chicken. Soy sauce, sand ginger, and small green tangerines were essential accompaniments. Yet here, they had nothing available and would have to substitute with wild, small chilies and berries. Captain, is there anything else you need us to do? Lu Yifei inquired eagerly, standing beside Tang Wuyue. They were all proud young women. It was uncomfortable for them to see others working while they remained idle. You? Tang Wuyue glanced at Lu Yifei and instructed, keep an eye on the coconut crab on the stove. Once it turns red, it will be ready to serve. Understood, Captain. Lu Yifei replied, dashing over to assist. For the remainder of the time, everyone diligently fulfilled their roles. Dilly helped Mimi open the coconuts while the Mimi washed the Indian long-tailed chicken. Nearby, the dining area was being prepared by Lu Shishir, who was laying out banana leaves and various sea snail cups. Not far from her, Zhao Jinmai assisted Mimi in gathering small berries. Each individual was earnestly engaged in their tasks, leaving no room for idleness. Tang Wuyue observed this scene before him, nodding in satisfaction. Honestly, since arriving in this wilderness, there is a genuine sense of returning to a simpler, agrarian lifestyle. It resembles the way of life in ancient primitive tribes. Perhaps this is how they lived. However, the individuals before him were quite distinct. They were all leading actresses in the entertainment industry, capable of standing on their own. Observing them busily preparing a meal, Tang Wuyue approached and tinkered once more with a makeshift filtration device he had just created. With this filter, the stream water they collected would become impeccably pure and refreshing. Of course, this was merely a rudimentary filtration system, as the water they had sourced was already relatively clear and more intricate apparatuses were unnecessary. Had they encountered murky water with an unpleasant odor, in addition to this filter, they would have required charcoal to eliminate the stench. "Captain, the coconut crab is ready." At that moment, Lu Yifei suddenly called out. Tang Wuyue turned around to see Lu Yifei approaching, proudly carrying a vibrant red coconut crab. Like other crabs, it transformed into a brilliant red upon cooking. "Wow, it smells incredible." As soon as Dammy Mi and the others caught a whiff of the aroma, they gathered around. "Why is this coconut crab so large? I never noticed one of this size before," exclaimed Xiaodi in astonishment as she beheld the crab. She had previously thought the coconut crab to be small, but upon cooking, its imposing claws appeared particularly impressive. "Is it true that coconut crabs actually taste like coconuts?" Lu Shishir leaned closer to sniff, her face alight with wonder. She had only heard Tang Wuyue mention it before, but had never truly experienced the scent. This encounter revealed to her the marvels of nature. I can smell it too." Dammy Mi nodded enthusiastically. "The coconut aroma is so strong. Yet we didn't add any coconut milk while cooking the crab." "Of course," Lu Yifei teased with a smile. "Have you forgotten? It's called a coconut crab. A noble among crabs." "Ha ha ha." Zhao Jinmai couldn't help but chuckle at their banter. This was their first encounter with coconut crabs, so their curiosity was quite natural. "Captain, should we place the coconut crab on banana leaves first?" Lu Yifei inquired as she presented the crab to Tang Wuyue. "Go ahead." Tang Wuyue nodded, reminding them, "Let us enjoy the coconut crab while it's hot. By the time we finish, the coconut chicken should be ready as well." Dammy Mi had already set the coconut chicken to simmer, with the seasonings prepared, and it would soon be ready to serve once the pot boiled. Once the coconut chicken was done, the fragrance of the long-tailed chicken would meld with the coconut milk, transforming into a delectable coconut chicken soup. Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words, Lu Yifei nodded eagerly and promptly set down the coconut crab. Xiaodi retrieved a bowl and turned to Tang Wuyue, gesturing for him to take a seat. "Captain, please sit first. If you don't sit, we won't dare to pick up our chopsticks." "Is it really that exaggerated?" Tang Wuyue glanced at her and shrugged. "You sound like a feudal lord." "Ha ha ha." Dammy Mi and Lu Yifei burst into laughter. "Captain, you are indeed the core of our team," Dammy Mi said, handing Tang Wuyue a cup of coconut milk, grinning as she added, "So, my lord, please enjoy your tea." "You all," Tang Wuyue coughed lightly, looking at them helplessly. "You're truly making trouble for me. How will this show ever air?" These individuals are truly the dazzling stars of the moment, with a legion of fans that is beyond count. Now, they are gathered around, calling out to the screen, leaving the viewers in a quandary. "All right, enough of the antics. Let us indulge in some coconut crab." Tang Wuyue glanced at them and remarked, "The coconut crab has just been served. It is at its most delectable now." "Indeed, Captain." The starlets could hardly contain their excitement upon hearing this. They swiftly clustered around him and took their seats. This was their first experience savoring coconut crab, and surprisingly, it was with Tang Wuyue that they would share this moment. Once they were settled, Tang Wuyue seized the coconut crab and struck the claw with an axe. The shell of the coconut crab is exceptionally tough, requiring specialized tools for extraction. After being cooked, the exterior transforms into a rich and alluring reddish-brown, a result of the interplay of high temperatures and time, turning its original bluish-gray shell into a vibrant crimson. "Wow, what a captivating color!" Damimi exclaimed as she beheld the coconut crab. Lu Yifei nodded in agreement, adding, "This claw feels heavier than the body of the crab itself." Without further ado, Tang Wuyue proceeded to crack open the shell. As it split apart, a bounty of crab meat emerged, glistening and tender, reminiscent of silky Dove chocolate that melts upon contact. Most enticingly, the crab meat emanated a robust aroma of coconut, whetting their appetites. "Oh my, this is absolutely delectable," Lu Shishir exclaimed. "It surpasses the lobsters we've eaten these past 2 days." Having been busy all morning, they were ravenous, each one salivating at the sight. Observing their eager expressions, Tang Wuyue extracted all the meat from the claw and portioned it out for each of them. The starlets wasted no time, eagerly grasping the succulent crab meat, their faces a tableau of rapture. The notion of maintaining a ladylike demeanor was cast aside entirely. Through the cooking process, the crab meat had absorbed the essence of the coconut crab, blending the delightful flavors of seafood with a distinct coconut fragrance. Each bite was a lingering delight that enchanted their senses. Moreover, the richness of the crab roe was particularly abundant and golden, resembling solidified honey in its allure. Its delicate texture, infused with a unique coconut essence, left an indelible impression with every mouthful. Is this truly the taste of coconut crab? It is indeed extraordinary. Lu Yifei savored the roe, her eyes sparkling with delight. Mi sincerely remarked, "This crab is the aristocrat of the sea. Its flavor is simply unparalleled." Perhaps driven by their hunger, they relished the meal with great enthusiasm, their enjoyment so palpable that even the viewers in the live stream could feel their stomachs rumble. Isn't this just too enticing? Isn't this supposed to be a wilderness survival challenge? How has it turned into a gourmet show? I can't help but salivate. The instant noodles in my hand suddenly seem unappetizing. This island life is too enviable. It started off like this. I was originally on a diet, hoping to see the starlets find some motivation, but instead, I find myself utterly tempted. I must say, the resources here are extraordinary. Mi and Lu Yifei's group is on an entirely different level from the others. In other groups, members struggle even to find sufficient food. Having built their shelters for 3 days without discovering anything to eat, not even a sip of water. This is not unusual. Some team leaders excel in hunting, while others falter, and they have only brought their hunting gear along. Observing this envious scene, fans in the live stream flooded the chat with comments. They scrutinized the conditions of each group, realizing that only Tang Wuyue's team enjoyed a bountiful experience. Other groups either lacked food or drink, each facing their own set of challenges. While the leaders possessed distinct skills, their shortcomings were glaringly evident, unlike Tang Wuyue, who seemed proficient in all areas. Curiously, one female leader was an insect expert, participating in the Wilderness Survival Challenge. She neither hunted nor fished, but instead relished catching various insects for sustenance. The female celebrities in her group were utterly miserable, as they harbored an innate fear of insects. Now, in a bid to supplement their protein intake, they had no choice but to swallow them with their eyes closed, nearly driven to madness. If the insects were cooked, it would be tolerable. However, some had to be consumed raw. The sensation of them bursting in their mouths made their stomachs churn, nearly provoking them to expel their bile. In stark contrast, Tang Wuyue's group sailed smoothly through their challenges. They feasted without worry, enjoying sumptuous meals that left the fans feeling famished. "Thank you, Captain, for providing us with such delectable fare," Shouty exclaimed, munching on a coconut crab. While relishing this crab, they felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, as if they were not on a deserted island, but rather on the beaches of the Maldives, bathed in sunlight, sipping coconut juice, and savoring nature's delights. They experienced a sense of ease that uplifted their spirits. "Thank me? No need," Tang Wuyue chuckled, shaking his head. "Your greatest gratitude will be to apply the skills I imparted during the global finals. The true challenge lies not in the domestic preliminaries, but in the global finals, where teams from around the world will compete. Each country will send forth its finest competitors, all of whom have excelled in the preliminaries. They will be placed in the same wilderness for competition, with proximity allowing for clear comparisons regarding who constructed the best shelters and found the most ingredients. This is a contest of national pride, with each female celebrity representing her country. The prize pool boasts a staggering $1 billion. Who will endure to claim it? This remains a profound mystery. Thus, from this moment onward, the female celebrities must swiftly learn every survival skill available. Indeed, the captain is correct. Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words, Shouty and Dammy nodded in agreement, declaring, "Rest assured, Captain, we will strive diligently." Just as the words left her lips, Shouty suddenly recalled something and raised her head to ask, "By the way, Captain, who will learn to dive tomorrow?" "Tomorrow?" Tang Wuyue glanced around at the group before finally resting his gaze on Lu Yifei. She was the first to accompany him during the diving lessons, and he wished her to attend the training the following day. However, with several female celebrities in the team, he was cautious about appearing biased by assigning someone too subjectively. Upon contemplating this, Tang Wuyue gazed at them and suggested, "In the interest of fairness, let us draw lots. Whoever is selected shall go." Huh? Drawing lots? Xiao Di pondered for a moment, her imagination soaring. "Captain, how about this? Since we all possess identity cards, we could place them together and you could draw one each day." Drawing lots? Upon hearing this, Tang Wuyue was momentarily taken aback. Was this not akin to an emperor selecting a consort? This seemed utterly absurd. Exactly, how fair is that? Xiao Di replied with a smile, impartial and unbiased. "Whoever is drawn will go, and no one can object." Tang Wuyue turned to glance at Mimi and Lu Yifei, inquiring, "What do you think?" Xiao Di's suggestion was quite reasonable, aligning closely with his own thoughts. However, the term drawing lots carried a certain connotation that could lead one to imaginative musings. The most crucial aspect was that the female celebrities present had all starred in palace dramas and period pieces, making them exceedingly familiar with the phrase. Yet, to Tang Wuyue's surprise, Mimi and Lu Yifei did not oppose it and readily agreed. "Great, Captain, we wholeheartedly concur," Mimi said with a smile. Nodding at Tang Wuyue, Lu Yifei beside her also expressed her agreement. "All right, since everyone is in accord, it is settled then." Tang Wuyue glanced at them and declared, "From now on, I shall draw your lots daily, and whoever is selected will be taught survival skills the following day." "Understood, Captain." The female stars exchanged glances and responded in unison. At this moment, while the female celebrities had no objections, the livestream chat erupted with excitement. Did I hear that correctly? Mimi and Lu Yifei agreed so readily. The drawing lots game has officially commenced. Haha, this is becoming increasingly amusing. Are we truly going to witness this? Isn't this too open-minded? My Mimi, my Lu Yifei. Xiao Di's imagination is astonishing. She has effectively sold out her sisters. From that day forth, Captain Tang Wuyue became utterly enchanted with the concept of drawing lots. "I am envious beyond measure. This is akin to a celestial existence. I admire these women immensely. How wonderful it would be if I could be their captain. Captain Tang, you ought to consume more sea cucumbers for nourishment. At this rate, how will your body withstand the daily drawing of lots? Who could endure such a thing?" The barrage of comments in the live stream was overwhelming, filled with noise and excitement. Some were envious of Tang Wuyue, while others joined in the revelry, creating a lively atmosphere. At that moment, a 7 or 8 pound coconut crab had been completely devoured. Mimi and Lu Yifei leaned against each other, savoring the delectable taste of the coconut crab. "Sister Mimi, the coconut chicken seems to be ready." Mimi, just lifting a con cup to drink, suddenly heard Lu Shishir calling her. Realizing she had momentarily lost focus, Mimi quickly sprang to her feet and hurried towards the nearby fire. Fortunately, they were stewing coconut chicken soup, despite having been cooked for a while. The coconut chicken remained intact, exuding an increasingly fragrant aroma. The mingling scents of the chicken and coconut were simply irresistible, making one's mouth water uncontrollably. As soon as the lid was lifted from the pot, a rich aroma of chicken soup wafted through the air, causing Mimi and Lu Shishir to inhale deeply. "Wow, it smells incredible," Lu Shishir exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in praise. "Sister Mimi, your culinary skills are truly impressive." Caught off guard by the compliment, Mimi felt a slight blush creep on her cheeks and waved her hand modestly. "I have no special skills. It's the chicken that Captain caught that's exceptional." The Indian long-tailed chicken, renowned worldwide, boasts tender, juicy meat with an irresistible fragrance. Whether roasted or stewed, it is a delicacy beyond compare. Mimi peered through the steam to observe the pot's contents. At that moment, the coconut milk and chicken broth had melded beautifully. Golden droplets of oil floated atop the broth, exuding a sweet and fragrant aroma that was utterly enticing. "Oh my, this is exquisite." At that moment, Lu Yifei and Xiao Di were also drawn in by the alluring scent of the chicken soup. "Sister Mimi, you claim you can't cook. Yet this coconut chicken is so aromatic," Lu Yifei remarked as she stepped closer. "I was nearly full for the coconut crab I had earlier, but now, with the smell of the chicken soup, I'm hungry again." "Me too." Xiao Di nodded vigorously from the side, feeling slightly bashful from their praise. Mimi quickly lifted the pot and placed it on a banana leaf beside her. "The chicken soup is here." She then grabbed a bowl made from coconut shell and served each person a generous helping of the soup. "Thank you, Sister Mimi." Lu Yifei took the bowl from Mimi and promptly brought it to Tang Wuyue. "Captain, please have some first." "Ah." Tang Wuyue shot her a glance, feeling somewhat thrust into the spotlight. Yet, the soup indeed smelled delightful, perfectly cooked. He raised a bowl to his lips and took a sip, immediately enveloped by the fragrant blend of coconut and chicken, leaving him with a refreshingly unique sensation. The sweetness of the chicken broth harmonized seamlessly with the coconut milk, eliciting applause of delight. "Captain, how is it? Please give your feedback." Demimi squatted before Tang Wuyue, resting her chin on her hands, her face brimming with anticipation. Tang Wuyue closed his eyes to savor another sip, nodding in approval. "Not bad. Your culinary skills are commendable. How about you take charge of our lunch and dinner from now on?" "What? Ha ha ha." The female stars couldn't help but laugh at this. Demimi chuckled too. "That could work, but if I happen to cook poorly, please don't blame me." "How could we?" Lu Shishir took a sip of the coconut chicken, turning to Demimi. "Sister Mimi, your cooking is truly excellent. This bowl of soup is divine." The others, inspired by her words, eagerly raised their bowls to drink as well. After finishing the soup, Zhao Jinmai brought out the prepared dipping sauce. The tender chicken paired with a perfectly balanced sour and spicy sauce finally enlightened the female stars to the true essence of deliciousness. By the time they finished their meal, the afternoon was nearly upon them. Demimi and Lu Shishir tidied up the dining area and returned to Tang Wuyue's side. "Captain, we have found the water source. What are the plans for the afternoon?" Demimi leaned against Tang Wuyue, her curiosity piqued about the afternoon's tasks. Tang Wuyue cast a glance at them and shook his head, saying, "There are no tasks this afternoon. You may relax." "What? No tasks?" Demimi was momentarily taken aback, exchanging a glance with Lu Yifei beside her. Indeed, they need not venture out this afternoon and could rest within the camp. Tang Wuyue sat upright and informed them, "You have just arrived on the island. You must gradually acclimatize and not rush. In the wilderness, the preservation of energy is of utmost importance. Only with ample stamina can the body endure the challenges ahead." These young stars, accustomed to a life of luxury, have seldom engaged in strenuous labor. Forcing them to work continuously may lead to exhaustion. This is a desolate island, and should they encounter any issues due to fatigue, the only recourse would be to contact the production team for assistance. Pressing the distress button would result in their immediate return home, effectively ending their chances to participate in this program. Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words, the female celebrities were visibly moved. They understood that their captain had their well-being in mind when granting them half a day's respite. Yesterday, they had constructed shelters, and today, they had sought water sources, which indeed had drained their energy. Although they were always enthusiastic when working alongside their captain, as night fell and they lay in their tents, the weariness of their bodies surged upon them. After all, they rarely engaged in such physically demanding tasks, and the occasional high-intensity labor was indeed a challenge. "Thank you, Captain," Demimi said, her eyes filled with gratitude, biting her lip as she continued. "Since we arrived on this island, you have consistently looked after us." She paused before adding, "You have provided us with food, arranged our accommodations, taught us survival skills, and cared for our emotional well-being. Your kindness has not gone unnoticed, and we shall surely repay you when the opportunity arises." "Indeed, Captain," Lu Yifei chimed in, stepping closer to Tang Wuyue and nodding in agreement. "It is truly no small feat for you to lead us 5. Who says you are a burden?" Tang Wuyue responded, shaking his head. "Everyone possesses their own capabilities. As long as you can fulfill your tasks within your abilities, you are not hindering progress." He paused momentarily before continuing. "For instance, the cassava and berries in our camp were gathered by Shishir and Zhao Jinmai. The coconut bowls we use were crafted by you with knife and axe, piece by piece. The eel we consume was caught by Demimi and me together. Each person's role may differ, yet our objective remains the same: to strive for survival on this island and aim for the final global championship." Tang Wuyue's words, though delivered in a plain manner, carried an undeniable power that rendered them speechless. The once lofty female stars, accustomed to adoration from countless admirers, now appeared before Tang Wuyue like a flock of obedient little birds. Demimi and her companions had already surpassed many of the other groups in their performance. They coexisted harmoniously, devoid of scheming or rivalry. Each individual completed their assigned tasks with meticulous attention. When Tang Wuyue awoke, they would even take the initiative to prepare breakfast for him. Then, like a flock of little birds, they surrounded him, chattering incessantly. Some offered him food, while others helped wipe his mouth. Who could remain unmoved by such a scene? Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words, Mi nodded resolutely, saying, "Captain, rest assured, we will persevere until the end and join you in the global finals." Just then, Lu Shishir interjected. "I heard the director mention yesterday that many female celebrities have been eliminated. In about a week, we will have new substitute female stars joining us. I wonder who it will be." "Substitute stars?" Lu Yifei was taken aback. "No one in our team has been eliminated. Do we still need substitutes?" "Yes. I asked the director." Lu Shishir affirmed. "The first batch of reserve members is arranged randomly. Each group has them." Mi, with a look of astonishment, asked, "Does that mean we will have new teammates joining us?" Previously, they were unaware of the program's rules and thought that as long as no one in the team was eliminated, there would be no need for substitutes. They were surprised to learn that even with a full team, new female stars would still be coming in. Tang Wuyue, already aware of this regulation, shrugged and said, "The production team arranges it this way because they anticipate that someone in each group will be eliminated." He turned to the other female stars nearby and remarked, "Who knows? You all are sticking around and not leaving any space for newcomers." "Haha." Mi and Lu Yifei giggled, covering their mouths, and proudly said, "Who could blame us for having such a great captain? If they were in another group, they might have been eliminated long ago." With Tang Wuyue's team, they enjoyed good food and drink. Who will want to leave? As they continued to learn new skills, their lives on the island would only improve. "Oh, I wonder what kind of new teammates the production team will arrange for us," Xiao Di said thoughtfully, resting her chin on her hand. "Don't worry, they will surely be good." Tang Wuyue shrugged. "After all, they're all female celebrities, and you should be familiar with them." To his knowledge, the second batch of substitutes would also consist of the most popular female stars in the entertainment industry, such as Jing Tian, Yang Zi, and Tang Yin, who all had substantial followings. With the global finals approaching, every female celebrity aspired to challenge themselves and explore their potential. By the way, the tasks are a bit demanding these days. Can you handle it? Tang Wuyue inquired, considering their physical condition. "We can handle it." Lu Yifei nodded. "Captain, we usually train regularly." "Yes, Captain." Mi also nodded. "Though it can be tiring, the fatigue brings us joy." Tang Wuyue nodded, reminding them, "All right, if any of you feel unwell, be sure to let me know promptly." The production team has prepared a first aid kit to address minor injuries like bruises or sprains. "Okay." Xiao Di nodded, suddenly recalling something. "By the way, Captain, are we still going to disturb the beehive tonight?" "Disturb the beehive?" Tang Wuyue was momentarily taken aback by her question. "That is called a beehive. We should avoid disturbing wasp nests. In the wild, disturbing a beehive is quite common." But with a group of pampered female celebrities beside him, the prospect of someone getting stung by a wasp was no trivial matter. Had it been a wasp nest, Tang Wuyue would have certainly dismissed the idea, for a wasp nest contains only pupae, rendering the risks decidedly disproportionate to any potential rewards. Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words, Xiao Di finally grasped the situation, her cheeks flushing as she exclaimed, "Oh, right, it's a honeycomb. So, are we still going to poke the honeycomb tonight?" "It depends on the circumstances." Tang Wuyue pondered for a moment before responding. "If we are to harvest honey, we must choose a favorable day. Inclement weather can agitate the bees, making them more aggressive." "Really? There is so much to consider?" Xiao Di responded with a bittersweet smile. "I thought we could just take down the hive." Lacking wilderness survival experience, they mistakenly believed that honey harvesting was merely an act of destruction. In reality, honey extraction involves carefully retrieving the honey while leaving enough space for the bees to continue their work. "We are here to harvest honey, not to exterminate them." Tang Wuyue shrugged. "So we certainly cannot recklessly dismantle their home." He paused and added, "Let us see how things unfold tonight. Harvesting honey requires specialized tools. My diving suit can protect against bee stings, but I still need to fashion a hat from netting." "All right, Captain, we'll assist you tonight." Xiao Di and Mi immediately agreed. Their curiosity piqued, especially upon learning of the nocturnal honey gathering, which filled them with excitement. Yet, little did they know, honey harvesting carried its own dangers, particularly for novice female celebrities like themselves, who ought to maintain a safe distance. After dinner, everyone was utterly fatigued and retreated to their tents for rest. Tang Wuyue switched off the solar lamp within his tent. Just as he prepared to lie down, he suddenly heard Mi whispering outside, "Captain, are you asleep?" Tang Wuyue was momentarily taken aback, sitting up to inquire, "Mi? It's me," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper as she leaned closer to the tent seam. Asking, "May I come in?" Tang Wuyue unzipped the tent and peered outside. Damami stood cautiously at the entrance, her cheeks flushed, glancing around nervously, clearly anxious about being seen. Having grown accustomed to such situations, Tang Wuyue chuckled. "Did you encounter another mouse?" "Huh." Damami's face turned even redder as she shook her head. "Captain, this time it's not a mouse. I sprained my ankle." "Sprained your ankle?" Tang Wuyue looked down at her foot and nodded. "Come in." During the day, Damami had never mentioned her injury and had walked normally. Yet Tang Wuyue understood that she would not use a foot injury as an excuse. It was likely a genuine sprain. After all, she valued her pride and was reluctant to show weakness in front of others. "Captain, I'm sorry for disturbing your rest," Damami said as she entered the tent, her gaze awkwardly fixed on Tang Wuyue. "It's fine, I'm still awake." Tang Wuyue glanced at her and, with curiosity, inquired, "How is your foot? Is it serious?" "Well, it hurts a bit," Damami nodded, explaining that she had accidentally twisted it while carrying water earlier in the day, but had initially brushed off the pain. She bit her lip, saying, "Just now, as I was about to sleep, the pain suddenly intensified, and I was worried it might affect tomorrow's work, so I came to find you." In her heart, Tang Wuyue was her sole reliance on this deserted island. "You twisted it during the day?" Tang Wuyue furrowed his brow. "Why didn't you mention it then?" Damami lowered her head, saying, "I didn't want everyone to think I was slacking off. After all, everyone has their roles and responsibilities." "How foolish. Is it really worth sacrificing oneself for the sake of pride?" Tang Wuyue cast a glance at her, gently reminding, "Your health should always come first." He spoke earnestly. "What if you continue to endure this and exacerbate the injury? The program team might send you back home, and by then, it would be too late for regrets." "No, I don't want to go back." Damimi's eyes turned red upon hearing this. "Captain, I wish to persevere alongside you until the very end. I want to accompany you to the global finals. Then you mustn't be so willful. In the future, you must inform me immediately if something like this happens." "Yes, Captain, I understand." Damimi bit her lip, looking quite aggrieved. Observing the tears welling in her eyes, Tang Wuyue extended his hand. "Let me see your foot." "All right." Damimi responded promptly. "Carefully extending her foot." Her foot was freshly washed, glistening with droplets of water. Tang Wuyue picked up a small night lamp, examining her ankle closely. It was already red and swollen, but fortunately, the injury did not appear severe, likely just a mild sprain. Tang Wuyue lifted her right leg, gently pressing on her ankle. She seemed overly tense, her ankle feeling cool to the touch, and he could sense the swelling. "Fortunately, it's not serious," he reassured her, lightly shaking her ankle. "Ouch!" Damimi recoiled like a startled bird. "Captain, it hurts!" she exclaimed, her brows furrowed in distress. "I understand," Tang Wuyue nodded. "I might have applied too much pressure. Just bear with it." As soon as he finished speaking, he applied force, causing Damimi to cry out unexpectedly. Thankfully, she reacted quickly, stuffing her sleeve in her mouth to stifle the sound, or else the entire camp would have been awakened by her cries. Seeing her face turning red from the strain, Tang Wuyue released his grip. "Fortunately, no bones are broken. It's merely a sprain. A few days of rest will suffice." "Really? Thank you, Captain." Damimi gazed at him with her sparkling eyes, filled with relief. It was a stroke of good fortune that her injury was not severe. Otherwise, being eliminated from the competition due to such a minor injury would have left her in utter regret. At that moment, Damimi sat quietly on the soft mat inside the tent, meticulously observing Tang Wuyue under the soft glow of the lamp. The moonlight outside quietly seeped in, intertwining with the light from the night lamp, adding a touch of silvery mystery to the tranquil night. As she gazed at him, her cheeks flushed deeper. Never had she imagined she would be so close to her captain. "Don't move. Let me apply some medicine," Tang Wuyue said, taking her right foot and rummaging through the first aid kit prepared by the program team, retrieving a bottle of ointment for bruises. Damimi nodded vigorously, obedient as a child, extending her foot straight and remaining still. Her foot was slender and long, with skin smooth and supple, radiating a healthy glow, perhaps due to her nervousness. Her toes curled slightly, unintentionally appearing both gentle and playful. As Tang Wuyue applied the ointment to her ankle, she couldn't help but let out a soft hum, a sound that stirred something within him. Ahem! Tang Wuyue cleared his throat twice, reminding her, "Keep your voice down. Everyone is asleep." If her cries were overheard, One could only imagine the wild speculations that would ensue. Fortunately, Tang Wuyue's tent was situated a bit away from the others, and coupled with the sound of the waves, even if there was some commotion, it would be difficult for anyone else to hear. "Captain, I didn't mean to, but I simply cannot help it." Demimi furrowed her brows and said, "My foot hurts and itches, and every time you press on my ankle, it feels as though I've been electrified. Then bear with it a little longer." Tang Wuyue exchanged a glance with her and reminded, "Once the ointment is absorbed, you will feel better soon." "Thank you, Captain," Demimi said, touched. "Whenever I encounter difficulties or injuries, you are always by my side. I have started to rely on you." She paused for a moment before continuing, "If you're not by my side in the future, I truly do not know what I will do." "Silly girl, haven't I always been beside you?" Tang Wuyue gently massaged her warm, jade-like ankle and said, "We still have a long way to go. We must spend at least 100 days together. But I want to be with you for a lifetime," Demimi whispered, her voice as faint as a mosquito, yet in the confined space of the tent. Tang Wuyue heard her clearly. "What did you say? You want to be with me for a lifetime?" Tang Wuyue thought he misheard and looked up at her. "Yes." Demimi nodded and said, "Captain, do you believe in love at first sight?" "Of course." Tang Wuyue replied with a light laugh. "I firmly believe in it." "Aren't all your fans enamored at first sight?" This took Demimi by surprise for a moment. She quickly sat up straight, facing Tang Wuyue. "Captain, what about you? Are you my fan?" "I suppose so." Tang Wuyue nodded earnestly and said, "I follow you on social media, but it seems you haven't followed me back." "Then I will follow you right now." Demimi smiled, biting her lip, and suddenly wrapped her arms around Tang Wuyue's neck and kissed him. Tang Wuyue did not expect her to act so swiftly. He was caught off guard, enveloped in her embrace. As the saying goes, a chance encounter beneath the golden wind and jade dew. At that moment, Tang Wuyue felt much like Demimi had moments before, as if he had been electrified. He could no longer focus on massaging her foot and quickly wrapped his arms around her waist. As their feelings intensified and the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent, they suddenly heard Xiao Di's voice from outside the tent. "Captain, the weather is lovely tonight. Shall we go collect honey?" "Ah, it's Xiao Di," Demimi exclaimed, hastily breaking free from Tang Wuyue's embrace. "Will she come in?" "No," Tang Wuyue chuckled and shook his head. "You stay here. I will go check." "Okay." Demimi had no choice but to nod, her expression one of disappointment. The two had ignited a spark and were ready for an intimate moment, only to be interrupted by Xiao Di. What a timely arrival that girl made. Under Demimi's watchful gaze, Tang Wuyue opened the tent and stepped outside. "Captain, are you asleep?" "Dili, Xiao Di, rash over aponsin, Tang Wuyue. I heard you say you would take us to collect honey tonight, and I was so excited that I couldn't sleep." "Craving honey, are we?" Tang Wuyue smiled at her. "Not really." Dili shook her head, explaining, "Captain, I just enjoy the thrill of adventuring with you." After she finished speaking, she paused for a moment and said, "Look, Sister Mimi is going diving with you, and Sister Sure is going to catch coconut crabs with you. This time, I want to accompany you to gather honey. It should be fair." Tang Wuyue observed her expectant expression and smiled as he asked, "Aren't you afraid of getting stung by bees? It can be quite painful." "I'm not afraid," Dilly Shouty replied resolutely, shaking her head. "As long as I'm with the captain, I fear nothing." "All right then, let's set off." Tang Wuyue exchanged a glance with her and said, "You go wait by the bonfire for me. We need to craft a few tools first. To gather honey, we must have the proper equipment. With all the necessary tools, the task will proceed much more smoothly." "That's wonderful. Thank you, Captain," Dilly Shouty exclaimed joyfully, quickly running back. Once she had distanced herself, Tang Wuyue turned back toward the tent. "Phew!" Sister Mimi, upon seeing this, finally breathed a sigh of relief. "You startled me. I thought that little one was about to enter the tent." "It's nothing. She merely asked me to gather honey." Tang Wuyue smiled at her and glanced at her feet. "Are your feet feeling better?" "Yes, much better." Sister Mimi recalled the earlier scene, a slight blush creeping on her cheeks. "Thank you, Captain. If it weren't for you, I might have struggled to walk tomorrow." "It's nothing. Just change the dressing again tomorrow. You should be nearly healed." Tang Wuyue glanced at her and added, "Tonight, make sure to rest well. Refrain from participating in the honey gathering." "Sure thing, Captain." Sister Mimi nodded obediently. "I'll follow your arrangements." After speaking, a special smile graced her lips. "Captain, were you satisfied with my earlier reply? Please don't take it as an offense. Being on this deserted island without my phone This is my only way to express my feelings. Quite satisfactory, Tang Wuyue replied with a slight smile, nodding. I look forward to more such expressions in the future. Hee hee, Sister Mimi playfully chuckled and stood up. Captain, I'll take my leave for now. I'll come to find you tomorrow for the dressing change. All right. Tang Wuyue exchanged glances with her and nodded. With such a captivating beauty approaching him, who could remain unmoved? Watching Sister Mimi walk away with a slight limp, he began preparing for the evening's activities. To gather honey, a mesh netting mask is essential. However, due to the scarcity of materials on the island, makeshift alternatives must be employed. For example, the mosquito netting from the tent can serve as a protective mask against bees. The fine mesh will effectively block them. Once properly equipped with protective gear, along with their homemade smoker, the honey gathering could proceed seamlessly. Bees are particularly averse to smoke. When they are smoked, they immediately lose their aggressiveness. Thus, even when gathering honey in their vicinity, one would not be at risk of being stung. After organizing his supplies, Tang Wuyue made his way directly to the bonfire. Besides Dilly Xiaodi, Lu Shishir was also present, and the two were animatedly conversing. Upon noticing Tang Wuyue's arrival, they quickly stood up from the ground. Captain, you're here. Lu Shishir? Tang Wuyue looked at her in confusion. How come you're awake as well? Lu Shishir smiled and explained, Captain, I couldn't sleep, so I came to join you for honey gathering. Are you going too? Tang Wuyue shrugged and said to her, this task is not as effortless as catching coconut crabs. Bees can sting, so you must think carefully. Captain, I've already made up my mind. Lu Shishir smiled, her lips pursed. Aren't you and Xiaodi going to collect honey? I can assist you by handling logistics, such as making tools. Just call me whenever you need. Logistics? Tang Wuyue chuckled thoughtfully, nodding his head. Indeed, we could use someone to manage logistics. Before harvesting the honey, they needed to craft masks from mosquito nets. Once they retrieved the beehive, someone would also need to help extract the honey. Tang Wuyue planned to create a manual honey extractor, designating Lu Shishir to handle the extraction process. Really? That's fantastic. Upon hearing this, Lu Shishir immediately lit up with joy. Thank you, Captain. I'm willing to do anything as long as I can accompany you. All right. Let us first make 2 suitable masks. Tang Wuyue nodded and handed her the mosquito netting. With nothing available on the island, they had to use local materials. For the mask hat, they decided to cut banana leaves. The banana leaves of Madagascar are both sturdy and pliable, making them excellent materials. Tang Wuyue cut the leaves to fit the head shapes of himself and Xiaodi, while Lu Shishir and Xiaodi sewed the mosquito nets onto them. Amidst their banter, the 2 masks were completed. Wow, Captain, this mask feels so reassuring, exclaimed Xiaodi, holding the mask with delight, her face beaming with excitement. With this, we won't fear bee stings. Not enough, Tang Wuyue interjected. Besides this, we also need to make a smoker. A smoker? Lu Shishir and Xiaodi were taken aback by his words. Yes, Tang Wuyue affirmed. Bees are most afraid of smoke. When faced with thick smoke, their aggressiveness diminishes significantly. He paused briefly before continuing. Thus, with a smoker, we will have ample time to gather the honey. Is the smoker that crucial? We must certainly make one. Xiaodi and Lu Shishir exchanged glances and declared in unison, Captain, what materials do we need to create the smoker? We'll go find them right away. No need to search. I've already prepared everything. Tang Wuyue chuckled softly, lifting a bamboo tube from beside him. Take a look at this. What is this? They asked in unison. Their makeshift shelter had begun to take shape, and they could always install the smoke vent later as they refined their setup. The reason for preparing the smoker was that it offered better control. If they merely started a random fire to produce smoke, it was quite likely that both Tang Wuyue and Xiaodi would also be affected by the smoke. However, using the smoker would allow for precise directional control, enhancing its effectiveness. Once everything was ready, Tang Wuyue and Xiaodi donned their airtight diving suits, equipped with protective masks and tools, and proceeded toward the beehive. At that moment, the moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a tranquil glow over their surroundings. A thin veil of mist lingered in the distant valley, cloaking the mountains in an aura of mystery. Fortunately, the camp was not far from the beehive, and they arrived at the vicinity of the hive in no time. Captain, I'm a bit nervous. This is my first time collecting honey. As Dilly Xiaodi walked alongside Tang Wuyue, she took a deep breath, preparing for an imminent encounter with the bees. Are you afraid? Tang Wuyue inquired with a smile as he glanced back at her. Not at all, Xiaodi replied, shaking her head. With the captain by my side and dressed in professional gear, I have no fear. She paused momentarily, adding, it's just my first time harvesting honey, so I feel a bit apprehensive. Observing her slight unease, Tang Wuyue reassured her with a smile. Rest assured, with the smoker in hand, we will accomplish this swiftly. He continued, just follow my lead. Understood, Captain. Xiaodi nodded vigorously in response. As they approached the beehive step by step, a rich and sweet aroma began to permeate the air. This was the fragrant gift of honey bestowed upon them by nature itself. Under the bright moonlight, Tang Wuyue and Xiaodi paused and gazed toward the hive. The surroundings were eerily quiet, devoid of the daytime hustle, with only a few bees lazily fluttering nearby. Xiaodi marveled at the tranquil scene, exclaiming, it's so peaceful, Captain. You were right. The night is indeed much quieter than the day. Tang Wuyue replied, we need to rest. The bees need their rest as well. Having said that, he set down his belongings so they are resting now, and it's our turn to work. He then filled the smoker with coconut fibers and instructed Xiaodi, when I light the smoker, aim it at the hive to keep the bees calm. At that moment, the bees were indeed resting, making it the perfect opportunity to proceed. If they waited until the bees emerged, even with the smoker, it would be challenging to deal with those that might become aggressive. All right, Captain, I will complete the task. Xiaodi responded earnestly as she took the smoker. Tang Wuyue exchanged a glance with her, signaling for readiness. He then stepped onto a wooden stump, gradually approaching the fragrant hive. The hive was not positioned high, and he could reach it easily from a stump. Having meticulously planned ahead, everything unfolded smoothly. Both Tang Wuyue and Xiaodi donned specially designed hats and gloves, ensuring their safety even if the bees came close. Xiaodi, it's time to act. Tang Wuyue signaled to her, and they promptly began the honey harvest. Xiaodi, unable to contain her excitement, swiftly raised the smoker and gently directed a puff of smoke toward the hive. This smoke served to temporarily disorient the bees, diminishing their aggression while also encouraging them to absorb moisture from the honey, thereby lightening their burden during the harvest. As the smoke dispersed, the bees that had been patrolling the vicinity immediately settled down. Tang Wuyue took a deep breath, held it, and carefully scraped away the beeswax from the surface of the hive with a scraper. Soon, the translucent and enticing honey was revealed. Instead of using brute strength to extract the honey, he meticulously employed a specially crafted shell spoon, ladling the honey into a prepared container, ensuring he did not disturb the industrious little creatures, leaving them space to continue their work. While this method preserved the hive, it posed a significant challenge in terms of both skill and patience. As Tang Wuyue continued to scoop honey into the container, Xiaodi could distinctly smell the refreshing aroma of the honey. Oh, how delightful! Delighted, Xiaodi closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, her face radiating a blissful smile. She had a particular fondness for the taste of honey, especially pure, unprocessed honey. The rich fragrance was utterly intoxicating. Before long, Tang Wuyue leaped down from the wooden stump. In a short span, the container in his hands was brimming with honeycomb pieces glistening with nectar. At this moment, the honey and the comb were still intertwined, requiring tools to extract the pure honey back at their base. Captain, how's it going? Seeing this, Xiaodi hurried over. The jar is full. We can head back. Tang Wuyue handed the filled jar to Xiaodi and said. Xiaodi glanced down, and her eyes widened at the sight of the jar filled with golden, enticing honey. The rich, sweet aroma made her swallow involuntarily. Is there really this much honey in the comb? Xiaodi asked, astonished. Indeed, Tang Wuyue nodded. This is wild honey. It is rarely harvested, so the honey in the comb is particularly abundant. After saying this, he packed away his tools and added, all right, let's gather our things and return to camp. We must hurry before the bees fully emerge. Yes, Captain. Upon hearing this, Xiaodi promptly tidied up her belongings and followed Tang Wuyue back to the campsite. With the honey now secured, there was no reason for them to linger. Once the smoke dissipated, the bees would resume their aggressive behavior. Having obtained the honey, both felt considerably lighter in spirit, quickening their pace until they swiftly returned to the camp. Lu Shishir awaited them not far off. Upon spotting Tang Wuyue and Xiaodi, she rushed over. Captain, you're back. Lu Shishir exclaimed excitedly as she reached Tang Wuyue. Shishir, look at our bounty. Xiaodi joyfully presented the jar in her hands. Wow, so much honey. Lu Shishir's eyes lit up at the sight. It smells so fragrant. I've never seen honey that smelled this good. There are many varieties of honey. each with its own unique flavor. The floral notes in honey arise from the different pollen sources collected by the bees. For instance, if bees gather nectar from locust blossoms, the honey will carry that distinctive flavor. If they collect from lavender fields, the taste will reflect that. The isolated island they inhabited was replete with tropical flora, exuding floral fragrances. Thus, the honey harvested by these wild bees possessed a particularly exquisite floral aroma and taste. This is the first time I've encountered such sweet and fragrant honey. Xiaodi licked her lips and smiled. It looks absolutely delicious. Tang Wuyue removed his gloves and mask. Addressing them, why not have a taste and see how it is? While he had found the honey's fragrance delightful during the harvest, he had not tasted it himself, as he had been wearing a mask at the time. A taste? Xiaodi and Lu Shishir exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling yet tinged with shyness, as they replied, Captain, isn't that a bit inappropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Tang Wuyue gazed at them with a cheerful smile, remarking that the honey was something they had worked hard to obtain, so why not indulge a little? Hee, many thanks to the captain. Upon hearing this, Xiaodi's face blossomed with a joyful smile, and her gaze towards Tang Wuyue transformed. Noticing that she still wore her mask, Tang Wuyue reached out to assist her in removing it, assuring her that it was now safe, as the bees would not pursue them any longer. Thank you, Captain, Xiaodi said, taken aback by Tang Wuyue's personal gesture, her cheeks flushing crimson. Fortunately, the nearby bonfire blazed brightly, its warm glow concealing her embarrassment. Don't keep saying thank you. It creates distance between us, Tang Wuyue replied, casting her an approving glance. You performed admirably today. Calm and composed. You deserve commendation. Earlier, Xiaodi had faced the swarming bees without a hint of panic, expertly directing the smoke gun with precision, demonstrating remarkable skill. This greatly impressed Tang Wuyue, who began to see Xiaodi in a new light. In terms of survival skills, Xiaodi appeared to possess a talent that surpassed that of her fellow female celebrities. For instance, her suggestion to dig a trench to divert water during the day was quite ingenious. If successful, it would save them considerable effort. However, during this episode of Survival Island, they only needed to stay on the island for a month. Had the duration been longer, her plan would have been entirely feasible. Indeed, a perfect solution. Really? Xiaodi beamed at the compliment, her joy evident. Thank you, Captain. I will strive to improve further. Tang Wuyue nodded, expressing her hope that in the coming days, Xiaodi would draw a card to be grouped with her, as she was eager to witness her diving capabilities. All right, Xiaodi replied, her cheeks slightly flushed as she nodded gently. Perfect. I also wish to dive with the captain. However, since the group assignments were determined by a draw, her desire to accompany Tang Wuyue would depend on the outcome. Come, let us taste this honey. Tang Wuyue offered each of them a spoon. Xiaodi and Lu Shishir eagerly approached, grasping their spoons with anticipation. The air was filled with the sweet and enticing aroma of wild honey, its rich and delicate fragrance wafting around them. Just by closing their eyes and taking a deep breath, they could savor the pure essence of floral notes. This fragrance was nature's most sincere gift, subtle yet profoundly moving, awakening their dormant taste buds. Captain, I believe this honey is sweeter and more fragrant than the ones we usually buy, Xiaodi exclaimed, inhaling the delightful scent before turning to Tang Wuyue. Is that even question? Tang Wuyue, the honey we typically purchase is not pure. Even the genuine ones are farmed. Unlike this wild honey, different species of wild bees gather diverse pollen, resulting in distinct flavors of honey. Indeed, Xiaodi smiled faintly, asking, Captain, shall we taste it? Let's taste it. Tang Wuyue nodded, each scooping a small spoonful of honey to savor. As soon as it touched their tongues, Xiaodi and Lu Shishir's eyes sparkled with delight. A wave of sweetness enveloped their palates, with a rich and sugary essence of the honey gradually unfolding. Initially, there was a subtle sweetness, almost ethereal, that gradually revealed the rich essence of honey. Wow, this honey is extraordinarily fragrant, exclaimed Xiaodi, her eyes wide open as if she had discovered a new world. The floral aroma is delightful, sweet yet not cloying. It is the best honey I have ever tasted. Indeed, Lu Shishir nodded in agreement, remarking, the flavor of this honey is quite unique. I have never encountered anything like it. After a brief pause, she added, if we were to steep this honey in fruit tea, the taste would undoubtedly be exceptional. Upon saying this, they turned to Tang Wuyue, inquiring, Captain, what do you think? It is indeed remarkable. Tang Wuyue replied with a nod. It would be even better if we could catch a wild boar. Pairing this honey with wild boar meat for a honey-glazed braised dish would be irresistibly aromatic. Hearing Tang Wuyue's words, Xiaodi and Lu Shishir could not help but laugh. The mere mention of braised meat made their stomachs rumble with hunger. During their days on the island, they had savored various exquisite seafood and chicken dishes. Yet they had not indulged in the fragrant allure of braised pork. The longing for meat made them swallow hard in anticipation. Typically, they refrained from eating meat to maintain their figures, but now, stranded on a deserted island, who could still worry about such matters? Satiation took precedence. Then, Tang Wuyue glanced at the sky, realizing that after their earlier endeavors, dawn was already breaking. To ensure a good rest, they needed to return quickly. With this thought, he carefully sealed the jar of honey and turned to them, saying, "It's getting late. Let us head back and rest. We can discuss the remaining matters tomorrow." With the honey successfully collected, the next step was to extract it, which required tools that could only be prepared during daylight. Besides, the jar had already accumulated a sufficient amount of honey to sustain them for a while. "All right, Captain, you should also get some rest." Lu Shishir nodded, adding, "You don't need to rush in the morning. Sleep until you naturally awaken. Sister Mimi and I will prepare breakfast for you." "Good," Tang Wuyue smiled, encouraging. "Now hurry back and sleep." Lu Shishir acknowledged and hurried towards the dormitory. At that moment, only Tang Wuyue and Xiaodi remained by the campfire. "Why aren't you resting yet?" Tang Wuyue inquired, casting a curious glance at her. Xiaodi stood still, her large eyes sparkling as they fixated on Tang Wuyue. After a while, she bit her lip and confessed, "Captain, I'm sorry. I think I got stung by a bee." "What?" Tang Wuyue was taken aback. "When did this happen? Why didn't you say anything earlier?" He felt exasperated. Like Mimi, Xiaodi was reluctant to speak up about her injuries until everyone else had retired for the night. Xiaodi, resembling a child who had committed a misdeed, lowered her head and explained, "It happened while we were collecting honey. I think I was stung a couple of times." She paused before continuing at that moment. "I thought it was nothing, so I didn't pay attention. I didn't expect it to hurt so much now." Tang Wuyue lifted the hem of Xiaodi's pants to examine her leg. 2 swollen welts marked her calf where the bees had stung her. "How careless. Were your long socks?" Tang Wuyue furrowed his brow, and sensing Xiaodi's distress gaze, he picked her up and headed towards the camp. He had already taken considerable precautions, preparing items like facial masks and gloves for their safety. However, he could never have imagined that Dilly, the little D, would don a pair of short socks. Her calves and ankles were left exposed, which gave the patrolling bees an opportunity to sting her. Now, it was already midnight, and the other female celebrities had mostly drifted off to sleep. Only the tent of Lu Shishir remained illuminated, likely indicating that she had just returned and had yet to rest. Little D lay motionless in Tang Wuyue's embrace, her large eyes fixed upon him. Tang Wuyue lifted the flap of her tent and gently placed her on the mat. "Thank you, Captain," Little D murmured, her cheeks flushed. Tang Wuyue glanced at her and said, "Wait here for a moment. I'll fetch the medical kit." "Okay." Little D nodded obediently in agreement. As Tang Wuyue returned to the dormitory to retrieve the medical kit and was about to seek out Little D, he encountered the waiting Dammy at the door. "Dammy?" Tang Wuyue raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Why are you still awake?" "Captain, I couldn't sleep," Dammy pouted. "I heard you come back earlier, and I intended to find you. But then," she paused, her expression shifting, "I unexpectedly witnessed you carrying Little D into the tent." "Oh." Tang Wuyue was momentarily taken aback, then shrugged. "You have quite the keen eye." Little D was stung by a bee. Her leg hurt, so I had to carry her back. "Oh." Upon noticing the medical kit in Tang Wuyue's hands, Dammy's concern deepened. "Is Little D all right?" "Nothing serious, just a couple of bee stings," Tang Wuyue reassured her. "However, the wild bees on this island are more formidable than ordinary ones. We need to attend to the wounds." "Allow me to assist," Dammy offered, raising her head. Having heard of Little D's injury, she felt a wave of worry. "No need. You should focus on healing your own injury," Tang Wuyue replied, glancing at her foot. "How is your ankle?" Dammy moved her ankle slightly and replied, "Much better. Thanks to your treatment, Captain." "That's good to hear," Tang Wuyue nodded. "You should rest at the camp tomorrow and avoid unnecessary movement. Remember to come find me for a dressing change tonight." "Yes, Captain." Dammy smiled sweetly, her earlier discomfort regarding Little D dissipating upon hearing Tang Wuyue's considerate words. When Tang Wuyue returned to Little D's tent with the medical kit, he found her peacefully asleep. likely exhausted from the previous night's events. He couldn't bring himself to awaken her. So he gently lifted her leg and examined her injury under the faint light within the tent. Fortunately, it was merely a sting from a wild bee, not a hornet. Had she been stung by a hornet, she likely wouldn't be sleeping so soundly. Tang Wuyue opened the medical kit, retrieved a pair of tweezers, and carefully extracted the stinger. Ouch! Little Dee jolted awake, startled. Upon realizing Tang Wuyue was seated before her, she relaxed. Captain, I'm so sorry. Did I fall asleep? It's all right. I've removed the stinger for you. Tang Wuyue pulled out a shell containing royal jelly from his pocket and said to Little Dee, You're fortunate. I happened to collect some royal jelly earlier. I'll apply it to your wound, and by morning, the swelling should subside. Thank you, Captain, Xiao Di said, biting her lip. It's all my fault. I knew we were going to collect honey, yet I forgot to change my socks. Tang Wuyue applied some royal jelly to her wound, chuckling, It's all right. Experience is the best teacher. You'll remember this next time. I won't dare to forget again. Xiao Di replied as she sat up, nodding repeatedly. Observing her evident fatigue, Tang Wuyue picked up the nearby medical kit and reassured her, the stinger has been removed. And you're fine for now. You should rest. We can discuss things tomorrow. Okay, Xiao Di agreed, then looked up and asked, By the way, Captain, when you carried me just now, did anyone see us? What, are you shy? Tang Wuyue teased with a smile. You're injured. Why worry about such trivialities? Xiao Di blushed slightly and shook her head. I'm not concerned about that. I'm afraid that Sister Mi and the others might misunderstand. She forced a smile and continued, Captain, I can tell that Sister Mi has a special regard for you. The way she looks at you, her eyes practically sparkle. Having known Mimi for a long time, she was well aware of her character. This was the first time she had seen such a look in Mimi's eyes. Really? Tang Wuyue was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Di's observation. He had never considered that the thoughts of these starlets could be so intricate. Just a single glance from Mimi had laid her feelings bare. Now, aside from Lu Shishir, even Xiao Di had perceived Mimi's affections. However, given that they would be living closely together for a long time, such occurrences were inevitable. Sharing an isolated island, it was only natural for the female stars to rely on him. The following morning, when Tang Wuyue awoke, both Mimi and Lu Shishir had already gone to the bonfire area. The camp was deserted. Lu Shishir had indeed kept her word, rising early to prepare breakfast with Zhao Jinmai and Lu Yifei. Since they hadn't gone diving for fish the previous day, breakfast was quite simple. The same cassava seafood porridge, accompanied by a bowl of leftover coconut chicken from the night before. However, unlike the previous day, today there was an additional cup of honeyberry tea. This tea combined the sweet fragrance of honey with the tartness of small berries, creating a refreshing and appetizing drink. Captain, you're awake, Lu Shishir exclaimed upon seeing Tang Wuyue, quickly putting down her tasks and rushing over. The meal is ready. We can eat soon. All right, no rush. Tang Wuyue, note that. Why are you all up so early? Everyone saw you were quite tired last night, so we wanted you to sleep a little longer. Lu Shishir explained with a smile. Was I really that exhausted last night? Tang Wuyue replied, forcing a smile as he raised his head to inquire. Did you take them to see the honey we collected yesterday? Yes, Lu Shishir nodded. Everyone was pleased with the taste of the honey. Sister Mimi even specially prepared honeyberry tea for you. Honey berry tea? Tang Wuyue perked up, glancing ahead. Sure enough, Mimi was approaching him from a distance, holding a cup of the prepared tea. Captain, try the honeyberry tea I made for you, Mimi said with a smile, carefully handing the cup to him. Tang Wuyue made eye contact with her and took a sip of the tea. Indeed, the tea is rich and smooth, first revealing the floral notes of honey, followed by the sweet and sour essence of small berries, making it exceedingly refreshing. Ah, quite delightful, reminiscent of honey grapefruit tea. Tang Wuyue glanced at the tea in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. Thank you for the compliment, Captain, Mimi exclaimed, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. If you enjoy it, I'll prepare it for you every day. Tang Wuyue acknowledged her with a nod, then glanced down at her feet, questioning with curiosity. How is your foot? Does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt much anymore. It's much better, Mimi replied, shaking her head. Thanks to your assistance, Captain. I wouldn't have been able to walk today otherwise. That's good to hear, Tang Wuyue responded. You should refrain from strenuous tasks today and take a proper rest. Mimi nodded, as if suddenly recalling something, and looked up to ask, Captain, what are our plans for today? The framework of the house was completed the day before yesterday, and we found a water source yesterday. There should be new tasks for us today. In their eyes, the captain always organized every step meticulously. Today, Tang Wuyue regarded her thoughtfully, suggesting, "Let us start with some lighter tasks. We have 2 injured members in the team, and we must consider your well-being." Mimi was momentarily taken aback, her face filled with remorse. "I'm sorry, Captain. We've held everyone back. Do not belittle yourselves." Tang Wuyue chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Your injuries are not without cause. They were for the sake of our team." Mimi had sprained her ankle while hauling water, and Xiao Di had been stung by a bee while collecting honey. Both had sustained injuries in the line of duty, and it was entirely reasonable for them to take a break. "Captain, what about us?" Just as Tang Wuyue finished speaking, Lu Yifei and Zhao Jinmai approached. "Captain, we're uninjured. Please assign us any tasks." Lu Yifei stepped forward, assuming the role of the pillar of support for her injured companions while assisting the captain. Acknowledging Lu Yifei's words, Tang Wuyue nodded. "There's nothing particularly urgent today. In the morning, we'll go diving to catch some fish for dinner, and in the afternoon, we'll explore the jungle." He paused momentarily, adding, "As delectable as grouper and lobster are, one can tire of them. We should see if we can catch some wild game and gather some mountain goods. The house framework is already set up. There's no rush to build it. We'll clean the moss first, and once the wood arrives, we can refine the structure and lay down the moss, creating a particularly cozy home." Exploring the jungle? Lu Shishir perked up instantly. "Captain, I want to join you." Since her last adventure with Tang Wuyue, where they caught coconut crabs and long-tailed chickens, she had developed a passion for outdoor escapades. "You?" Hearing Lu Shishir's enthusiasm, Tang Wuyue frowned slightly, inquiring, "You Haven Tea slept well for 2 consecutive nights. Will you be all right?" "I will be fine." Lu Shishir nodded fervently. "Captain, with you around, we fear nothing." "Yes, we fear nothing." Lu Yifei and Zhao Jinmai echoed enthusiastically. "Fear nothing?" Tang Wuyue chuckled, glancing at them with amusement. "Surely, even mice must evoke some fear." The 3 individuals fell silent immediately. "Surely, there are aspects that instill fear within you, are there not?" Tang Wuyue chuckled softly, remarking, "To master wilderness survival, one must first cultivate courage." After a brief pause, he continued, "However, if you are willing to accompany me, I would be delighted to teach you how to gather resources from the mountains. Even if we fail to catch any game, we can still return with something worthwhile." "Really? That's wonderful." Lu Shishir and Lu Yifei beamed with joy upon hearing this, exclaiming, "Thank you, Captain." Although venturing into the jungle may be exhausting, the thrill of adventure far outweighs the physical fatigue. "All right, let's have breakfast first." Tang Wuyue nodded and informed them, "The jungle exploration will have to wait until the afternoon. We still need to go diving in the morning." Lu Shishir sighed with a wry smile. "Captain, do we have to draw lots this time? Can we not sign up ourselves?" She was in truth a poor swimmer. Yet, she was eager to learn diving from the captain, willing to start from the very basics. "Let us stick to the lottery." Tang Wuyue shrugged, stating, "Rules are meant to be followed." After speaking, he glanced at Mi and Xiao Di, reminding them, however, "The 2 of you are not permitted to join for now." "Why not?" Mi and Xiao Di exclaimed in unison, clearly distressed. "Because you're injured and need to recuperate properly," Tang Wuyue asserted with unwavering determination. "But, Captain," Xiao Di interjected quickly, "my injury has nearly healed. It hardly hurts anymore." "No, you must ensure your wounds are fully healed," Tang Wuyue insisted earnestly. "We have plenty of time on the island. There is no rush." "Yes, Captain," Xiao Di replied softly. "I understand." She comprehended the captain's intentions. After all, diving entails immersion in seawater, and her bee sting had not fully recovered, necessitating caution. Seeing Xiao Di's aggrieved expression, the fans in the live stream chat immediately felt sympathy. "Oh my, is Xiao Di so brave? She was just stung by a bee last night, and now wishes to learn diving from the captain? Now that is a true teammate." Even injured, Xiao Di still wants to dive with the captain. Meanwhile, someone from the other group cries for help over a minor scrape. Without comparison, there is no pain. Tang Wuyue's team is simply exceptional, earning points for Mi and Lu Yifei. Am I the only one concerned about how much honey was collected last night? Did anyone see? I'm dying of curiosity. The camera captured it earlier. There was a full jar, enough for a month. Mi and Lu Yifei's group is truly living well. While others can barely sip water, they even have honey stockpiled. The chat exploded with excitement. No one anticipated that survival on a deserted island could be so comfortable. Naturally, Tang Wuyue was equally surprised that the delicate starlets he remembered were so attentive to his needs. During the meal, Lu Shishir served him food and vegetables. When porridge accidentally splattered at the corner of his mouth, Dammy Mimi was there to wipe it and offer him water. After the meal, Lu Yifei even personally handed him a cup of coconut juice. As usual, the starlets made every effort to take care of Tang Wuyue. There is no way around it. Tang Wuyue has always taken great care of them, and they too must find a means to reciprocate. Otherwise, what if one day the production team decides to implement flexible groupings and rearranges the members? If the captain were to transfer them to another group, they would find themselves in unfamiliar territory with differing lifestyles, and that would spell disaster. To prevent discord between the team members and the captain, the production team has established a set of rules. As long as the captains of each group agree, every 2 weeks, one member can be exchanged with someone from another group. For instance, if certain female celebrities cannot get along with their captain and find it impossible to coexist, they can utilize this rule to switch to another team. However, in Tang Wuyue's group, this rule is rendered moot, as he has no female celebrities that require exchanging. Each of these ladies is obedient and industrious, and he cannot discern anyone who ought to be swapped out. Captain, the meal is finished. May we proceed with the selection? At this moment, Lu Yifei suddenly inquired. Huh? Only upon hearing Lu Yifei's words did Tang Wuyue snap back to attention. He had just agreed with them that they would begin the selection after the meal, but he hadn't anticipated that they would be even more eager than he was. Hadn't they all been fearful of diving? Why were they now so enthusiastic? Contemplating this, Tang Wuyue nodded. All right, let us select the members. The sooner we decide, the sooner you can return a change into your diving suits. Captain, I brought the cards for you. As soon as Tang Wuyue finished speaking, Xiao Di came over, holding a stack of name cards. You're quite nimble, Tang Wuyue remarked with a smile. Take out yours and Dammy Mi's card. She went yesterday, and your leg isn't healed yet. You'll have your turn next time. Yes, Captain. Xiao Di chuckled. I know you're looking out for me by not letting me dive. After saying this, she extracted her own card and Dammy Mi's, then shuffled the remaining 3 cards and turned to Tang Wuyue, asking, Captain, is this acceptable? Indeed, it's fair and just, Tang Wuyue replied with a smile, stepping forward to say, whoever's card is drawn will go change. Lu Yifei and Lu Shishir exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with nervousness. Xiao Di, have you shuffled the cards? Lu Shishir winked at Xiao Di. Will the captain draw me? Absolutely, I'm certain of it. Xiao Di confidently declared, sticking out her tongue. It will be either you, Tian Xian, or Ji Maizhou. Well, that is hardly informative. Lu Shishir sighed with a wry smile, shrugging her shoulders with a 1 in 3 chance. Anyone could be drawn. Lu Yifei looked at her calmly and teased. How about I give you my chance? No need. Lu Shishir giggled in response. I was just playing around with Xiao Di. In reality, our chances are the same. It all depends on luck. Indeed, luck it is. Zhao Jinmeizhong nodded in agreement from his side, seeing the anticipation written all over their faces. Tang Wuyue casually drew 1 card from the 3 and turned to hand it to Xiao Di. Xiao Di, please announce the result. Afterward, he turned to head toward his tent, saying, I'll go fetch the equipment. See you by the seaside shortly. Since they are so invested in the outcome of the card draw, it would be better for someone else to convey the results. He wished to avoid witnessing any expressions of disappointment. Upon hearing this, Xiao Di hastily picked up the card for a glance. Xiao Di, who is it? Hurry and tell us. Don't keep us in suspense. Lu Shishir and Lu Yifei rushed over. Haha, I won't tease you any longer, Xiao Di chuckled, observing their anxious expressions. Yifei, why don't you go gather the team? Ah, is it me? Lu Yifei exclaimed, her face instantly blossoming with joy. She glanced back at Lu Shishir beside her and hastily ran towards Tang Wuyue. Hey, Yifei, didn't you say you would let me have the chance? Lu Shishir shouted from behind. Haha, I was just joking. Lu Yifei's voice faded into the distance. On the shores of Madagascar, the sea breeze caressed Tang Wuyue, infused with the salty moisture and the distant sound of crashing waves. He stood by the water, armed with a spear gun and a snorkeling mask, awaiting the female celebrity selected by him today. When he handed the card to Xiao Di, he and T glanced at the name inscribed upon it. Thus, the entire experience felt akin to unboxing a mystery box, brimming with uncertainty and delight. Regardless of who was chosen, it represented a unique surprise for him. "Captain, I'm here." Just as Tang Wuyue was waiting, he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. Turning around, he beheld Lu Yifei approaching, clad in a fitted blue diving suit, with a radiant smile illuminating her face. Her tall figure was accentuated by the snug attire, perfectly outlining her alluring curves. Her long, graceful legs appeared even more enticing within the tight-fitting wetsuit. The gentle undulations of her upper body were subtly visible, the blue fabric seemingly alive, rising and falling with her breath, echoing the rhythm of the surrounding waves. Unlike the typically delicate female stars, Lu Yifei possessed a more balanced physique, exuding a natural beauty. "Captain, I'm ready," Lu Yifei said, holding her snorkeling mask with a smile. "Do you think his wetsuit fits well?" "Indeed, it fits perfectly." Tang Wuyue found himself entranced, taken aback by how stunningly alluring Lu Yifei appeared in the diving suit. At that moment, a gentle breeze tousled her ponytail, causing a few stray strands to dance in the wind, adding to her charm. Witnessing the scene, Tang Wuyue couldn't help but recall the affectionate title bestowed upon her by fans. "Heavenly Fairy." "Have you practiced diving before?" Tang Wuyue inquired, curiosity etched across his face. Given her polished appearance, one could easily mistake her for a diving expert. "Not at all." Lu Yifei shook her head. "Captain, I only know how to swim. This is my first time learning snorkeling." "No worries, it's just a first time. You'll be proficient by the second," Tang Wuyue reassured her with a smile. "Snorkeling is quite simple. As long as you can swim, it's not difficult at all." With that, he picked up the spear gun beside him and said, "Let us go catch some fish. Tonight, we shall prepare honey-glazed grilled fish." "Yes, Captain." Lu Yifei responded with excitement, expressing that she had never caught a fish before and hoped to try her hand at it that day. Every time she saw Tang Wuyue returning with a bountiful catch, she felt an urge to join in. She yearned to experience the joy of personally capturing a lobster, imagining the satisfaction of placing several pounds of the majestic creature into her bag, an indescribable feeling. Noticing Lu Yifei gazing at him with anticipation, Tang Wuyue shook the fish spear in his hand and assured her, "No problem. I'll teach you how to use this shortly, so you can feel the thrill of spear fishing." "Thank you, Captain." Lu Yifei cheerfully picked up her snorkeling mask and inquired, "Can we set off now?" "All right, let's go." Tang Wuyue nodded and gestured to commence their adventure. When taking the female celebrities snorkeling, Tang Wuyue typically positioned himself behind them to ensure their utmost safety. Swimming ahead could lead to complications if they fell behind. It was imperative for him to keep them within his line of sight. This time, Tang Wuyue opted not to activate the livestream camera, instead allowing Lu Yifei to share her first-person perspective through her snorkeling mask. As Lu Yifei submerged into the water, the livestream erupted with excitement. "Wow, is this Lu Yifei's first-person view? Am I seeing this correctly? It's so lifelike. Haha. This is the closest I've ever been to Lu Yifei. Experiencing it through her perspective feels as though I'm right beside her. You fools. The captain's view is the best." If you could see from Tang Wuyue's angle, you'd truly appreciate Lu Yifei's stunning figure. "Exactly. I envy Tang Wuyue. He gets to play with female stars every day. His luck is off the charts. Come on, don't be jealous if you were the captain. Those female stars would have starved by now, right? If you aspire to be captain, you must possess the same skills. Can you be as impressive as Captain Tang?" Suddenly, the screen was flooded with comments, as everyone eagerly discussed Lu Yifei's snorkeling escapade. At that moment, Lu Yifei was joyfully swimming around Tang Wuyue, her flippers propelling her gracefully through the water, her elegant form vividly on display. Each stroke Tang Wuyue took showcased his toned waist and legs, his movements fluid and natural, resembling a fish gliding through the water with poise. "Captain, look! There's an enormous spider conch here." As Tang Wuyue scanned the surroundings, contemplating venturing into deeper waters, Lu Yifei suddenly emerged from below, clutching a fearsome large spider conch and exclaiming with delight. The spider conch weighed at least 3 to 4 pounds, its size remarkable. Ever since Tang Wuyue had taught everyone how to enjoy spider conch, it had become a beloved delicacy. "Not bad at all. A good catch right after diving." Tang Wuyue glanced at her and extended his net bag, saying, "Place it here." Lu Yifei nodded and looked up, exclaiming, "Captain, there are many more below. I also spotted 2 mantis shrimp over by the coral reef." "Mantis shrimp?" Tang Wuyue's eyes lit up, his enthusiasm rekindled. Those are a real treat. Their meat is firm and succulent, rivaling even that of a lobster. The mantis shrimp, resembling a pupa, uses its tail to propel itself through the water, resulting in particularly firm and delectable meat. Come, let's take a look. Tang Wuyue exchanged a glance with Lu Yifei and gestured for her to follow. Lu Yifei responded eagerly, quickly donning her diving mask and pulling Tang Wuyue into the depths. The water was shallow, and as soon as they descended, they spotted several spider conchs. Nearby, on the coral reef, two sizable mantis shrimps were busily foraging for food. Bubbles escaped Lu Yifei's mouth as she turned to speak to Tang Wuyue, but all that emerged were a series of bubbles. Noticing this, Tang Wuyue swiftly signaled her to be silent. Lu Yifei, lacking experience underwater, was unaware that speaking or breathing freely could lead to choking. Tang Wuyue swam to her side, tightened the rubber band on his spear gun, aimed at one of the mantis shrimps, and with a powerful thrust, struck his target. Before the mantis shrimp could react, he executed a swift maneuver and caught another with his hand. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, and soon, both mantis shrimps were in his grasp. At that moment, Lu Yifei was left in awe. Did I see that correctly? Tang Wuyue caught two mantis shrimps simultaneously. His speed is astonishing. No wonder he asked the captain. Such skill takes years to master. Haha, even Lu Yifei is stunned, unable to regain her composure. Captain Tang's prowess with the spear gun is nothing short of extraordinary. I've never seen him miss a shot. His accuracy is impeccable. This is the difference. Those keyboard warriors in the comments aspire to be captains. Do they possess such talent? I concede. All my previous remarks are null. I could never be this captain. I can only remain a keyboard warrior. As Tang Wuyue's deft movements unfolded, the fans in a live stream were left speechless. No one dared to boast about their own capabilities as captain anymore. It must be said that a captain with such all-encompassing skills as Tang Wuyue is truly irreplaceable. Lu Yifei surfaced, exhaling deeply. Captain, you're incredible. She gazed at the two mantis shrimps in Tang Wuyue's hands, her expression one of disbelief. Catching two mantis shrimps at once is no small feat. Tang Wuyue casually tossed the mantis shrimps into a nearby net bag, smiling as he replied, "If you had a spear gun, you could do it too." "I certainly cannot," Lu Yifei shyly admitted. "A spear gun requires exceptional precision, and I've never used one, so I would surely miss." She was well aware of her own limitations, having struggled to hit balloons at street stalls with a toy gun, let alone spearfishing. "Don't worry, I'll teach you," Tang Wuyue reassured her with a glance. "You have a knack for diving. You'll master it in no time." Lu Yifei had effortlessly collected two spider conchs earlier, indicating her potential. At least she was quick to identify targets underwater, unlike others who were distracted by their surroundings. "Really?" Lu Yifei's face lit up with excitement at his words. "That's wonderful. Thank you, Captain." While waiting for Tang Wuyue on the shore, she had often envied him as he returned with an armful of spoils, eager to join in and try her hand at it. To her astonishment, after waiting for so many days, she finally had the opportunity to dive into the water alongside the captain. "Come on, let us gather a few spider conchs in the shallow waters before we head into the deep to catch some fish," Tang Wuyue remarked, glancing up at the sky and addressing Lu Yifei. With noon approaching, the sun by the seaside was quite fierce. They needed to return ashore before the sun became too intense, especially since they were both beautiful actresses who needed to protect their complexions. Although the diving suits shielded them from ultraviolet rays, the snorkeling masks offered no such protection from the sun's rays. "Yes, Captain," Lu Yifei nodded. Promptly donning her snorkeling mask, and together with Tang Wuyue, they submerged into the water. The waters of Madagascar were teeming with treasures. After swimming around, they collected 7 or 8 spider conchs, and even managed to snag 2 bread crabs. It was Lu Yifei's first encounter with such a bounty, and she was not yet satisfied, eager to gather a few more, but Tang Wuyue stopped her. While spider conchs were delicious, they were quite heavy, weighing around 20 to 30 pounds each, and carrying them in their net bags would slow their pace, particularly since the coastline here was somewhat lengthy, necessitating a good deal of walking with their catch. Once they secured the spider conchs, the duo swam further into the depths. The shallow waters yielded scant picks, just a few small fish, shrimp, and sea snails, with crabs being a rare sight and lobsters even scarcer. However, the deep waters were a different story, brimming with delightful finds, including a variety of grouper fish and other species, as well as the much-coveted lobsters. Common creatures like octopuses and eels were abundant here, as plentiful as rice, making them impossible to count. "Captain, is this the deep water area?" Lu Yifei inquired as they reached the depths, her eyes widening in amazement at the expansive and vibrant underwater scenery, akin to stepping into a meticulously adorned underwater paradise. The corals were a riot of colors, and the seaweed swayed gently with the currents. Fish of all hues meandered leisurely among the corals, their presence uplifting her spirits. Surfacing, Lu Yifei exclaimed in astonishment, "Captain, the underwater world of Madagascar is so beautiful." "Didn't he expect that, did you?" Tang Wuyue chuckled as he removed his snorkeling mask. "Now you see why I wanted you all to learn snorkeling." Understanding dawned upon Lu Yifei, and she nodded, saying, "The captain aims to broaden our horizons." She realized that the captain taught them various skills, not merely for labor, but to refine their characters. Upon hearing Lu Yifei's remark, Tang Wuyue nodded in agreement. Surviving on a deserted island has its own pleasures. Since we are here, we must relish our time. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Yifei suddenly shrieked, "Captain, a large fish just bumped into my leg." "A large fish?" Tang Wuyue responded instantly, donning his snorkeling mask and plunging into the water with his spear gun. He swam to Lu Yifei's side, peering forward between her legs. There, amidst the coral reefs, lurked a massive grouper, estimated to weigh around 20 to 30 pounds. It must have been attempting to dive into the reef when it accidentally collided with Lu Yifei's leg. As Tang Wuyue observed the situation, he promptly patted Lu Yifei's leg, urging her to remain still. He then carefully tightened the rubber band of his spear gun, aiming its tip at the position of the grouper. At that moment, Lu Yifei dared not move. Even her breath was soft and restrained. Tang Wuyue remained motionless, centering his thoughts and waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Noticing that the grouper was still and seemingly unaware of the impending danger, he aimed at its vital spot and swiftly released the spear gun. Whoosh! The spear shot forth, instantly striking the grouper. Upon being hit, the fish darted into the nearby coral reef. However, attached to the spear was a long line, allowing him to pull it out despite its retreat. The grouper weighed over 20 pounds and was remarkably strong, pulling the line taut. To prevent the prize catch from escaping, Tang Wuyue had no choice but to grasp Lu Yifei's slender legs for support. With her assistance, he gradually pulled the grouper from its coral hideaway, splashing to the surface. Tang Wuyue emerged with a resplendent golden grouper before Lu Yifei's astonished eyes. Stunned, she gazed at the fish and exclaimed, "Captain, is this an emperor grouper?" Removing his mask, Tang Wuyue nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, this species is quite rare. It's my first encounter with one in Madagascar. The emperor grouper, a type of grouper, is characterized by its snow-white body adorned with 3 golden spots, making it exceptionally rare. Its exquisite meat and golden hue earned it its regal name." Lu Yifei had previously encountered this fish while filming abroad, so she recognized it at once. However, she had never anticipated that the one Tang Wuyue caught would be of such impressive size, at least 20 to 30 pounds. "My goodness, such a large emperor grouper. Captain, we are in for a windfall," Lu Yifei exclaimed, her face alight with excitement as she beheld the magnificent fish. "Tang Wuyue, Shaduging. This is the very fish that bumped into your leg." "What?" Lu Yifei's face flushed at his words. Meanwhile, the livestream chat erupted with fervor. The viewers, taken aback by the scene, began to comment in disbelief. The celestial beauty's baiting technique is unparalleled. The emperor grouper practically delivered itself. "Haha, this is hilarious. I doubt even the celestial beauty anticipated this, becoming the bait herself." One must acknowledge the captain's prowess. A 20 to 30 pound emperor grouper dispatched with a single shot. "I'm so envious I could drool. This is an emperor grouper, and a hefty one at that. Certainly a culinary delight. This isn't survival on a deserted island. It's clearly a gourmet show. Just days ago we feasted on lobsters, and now we have emperor grouper on the table. This life is too good to be true." Fans flooded the chat with excitement, while Lu Yifei, amidst her thrill and astonishment, assisted Tang Wuyue in placing the emperor grouper into a net. Yet, the fish was so large that while its head and body fit inside, its tail still protruded outside. Incredibly, Lu Yifei's emotions were in a state of tumult. She turned to her companion, Tang Wuyue, and with a smile inquired, "Captain, what do you suppose the fans will think upon seeing this?" They must be quite exhilarated, no? Indeed, Tang Wuyue replied with a smile. As you are experiencing it firsthand, the fans will undoubtedly share your excitement. Since their arrival on the island, they had been devoid of any communication devices, completely oblivious to the sentiments of their supporters. Unbeknownst to them, Tang Wuyue had become a frequent feature on trending topics. Even on the social media platforms he seldom utilized, his follower count had surged by over 5 million in just a couple of days. Nodding with enthusiasm, Lu Yifei exclaimed, "The sensation of diving underwater with you is far more immersive than waiting on the shore." She then inquired in a tone of negotiation, "Captain, would you be willing to teach me how to use a spear gun? I wish to catch a fish with my own hands, just like you." "You?" Tang Wuyue glanced at her, seemingly contemplating, before responding, "The essence of using a spear gun lies in skill and precision. If you truly wish to learn, I shall have to instruct you personally." His notion of hands-on teaching was not mere guidance, but rather an intimate, practical approach. After all, underwater instruction inevitably entailed physical contact. "Absolutely." Lu Yifei's face radiated excitement as she replied, "I am willing to do anything to master the spear gun." She bit her lip, adding, "Though I may cause you some trouble, Captain." "Huh, what trouble could there be?" Tang Wuyue chuckled, assuring her, "If you all can learn to dive and handle the spear gun, it will make my job much easier." With that, he picked up the spear gun, providing Lu Yifei with a brief overview of its operation, how to hold it, aim, and shoot. Lu Yifei listened intently, her bright eyes brimming with curiosity and excitement. The spear gun appeared simple, yet it possessed its complexities. It was easy to operate, as anyone could pull the trigger to fire, but challenging due to the swift movements of the fish, requiring precise aim to succeed. As she held the spear gun, Lu Yifei shook her head and remarked, "This spear gun seems straightforward, yet proves quite difficult to use, especially underwater, where one must maintain balance while seizing fleeting opportunities." It tested her patience. Hearing her words, Tang Wuyue smiled. "As I always say, practice makes perfect. With time, you'll naturally grasp the essentials." "Yes," Lu Yifei nodded, smiling, "Captain. I will practice diligently to reach your level as soon as possible." "Good, that's the spirit." Tang Wuyue glanced at her and asked, "Have you remembered the key points I just taught you?" "Reporting to Captain, I have memorized them all." Lu Yifei replied with unwavering determination. "Great. Now, let us find a fish to try your skills." Tang Wuyue declared, grabbing a snorkeling mask. "It's time to put theory into practice. Catching the first fish is what truly matters." Lu Yifei nodded eagerly, quickly donning her gear as she and Tang Wuyue submerged into the water. The day was splendid, and the underwater visibility was exceptionally high. As the two descended beneath the surface, they were greeted by a mesmerizing spectacle of fish darting gracefully in the water. Though modest in size, their abundance made them ideal prey for novices. Tang Wuyue, recognizing the opportunity, swiftly gestured to Lu Yifei. She immediately grasped his intent, adjusting her stance, wielding the spear gun, and gliding silently towards the target with subtle movements of her legs. At that moment, the vibrant fish swarmed around the kaleidoscopic coral reefs, resembling a living painting. Lu Yifei found herself momentarily entranced by the breathtaking scene before her. However, she quickly regained her focus, lifting her spear gun. Just as she tightened her grip, preparing to launch the spear, a massive parrotfish unexpectedly swam in her line of sight. This parrotfish was particularly large, its scales shimmering in a dazzling array of colors, even larger than the one previously captured by Tang Wuyue, with a robust body weighing an estimated 20 to 30 pounds. Upon sighting it, the surrounding fish scattered in alarm. Lu Yifei stared in astonishment, quickly glancing up at Tang Wuyue for assistance. Noticing her unease, he signaled for her to remain calm. After all, it was her first time using a spear gun, and facing such a formidable parrotfish could understandably invoke fear. Nevertheless, the parrotfish's shape was quite regular, rendering it a prime target. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Wuyue swam behind Lu Yifei, enveloping her in a supportive embrace. Their bodies were pressed closely together, and clad in snug wetsuits, he could distinctly feel her curves. Caught off guard by their proximity, Lu Yifei's cheeks flushed, and her heart raced. Yet, she maintained her composure, her face still aglow as she slowly raised the spear gun under Tang Wuyue's guidance, her gaze fixated on the target, her fingers lightly resting on the trigger. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still. Lu Yifei felt Tang Wuyue's hand encompassing hers, his warmth radiating through her. She endeavored to steady her heartbeat and maintain her balance. Suddenly, Tang Wuyue gently pressed down on her finger, decisively pulling the trigger. The spear gun sliced through the water with a sharp sound, accurately striking the target. The parrotfish thrashed desperately, attempting to escape to the safety of the coral reefs. But it was no match for the tightly intertwined embrace of Tang Wuyue and Lu Yifei. After a brief struggle, the fish gradually succumbed to exhaustion, drifting slowly down with the current. Observing this, Tang Wuyue swiftly swam over and retrieved the hefty parrotfish from the water's depths. Lu Yifei quickly surfaced, removing her diving mask and taking a deep breath. "Captain, we did it! We actually caught such a large fish." Her face flushed with excitement as her eyes sparkled. Throughout the capture, she had been an active participant as Tang Wuyue had guided her hand and fingers, allowing her to execute all the movements herself. Thus, the thrill of finally securing the fish filled her with exhilaration. Tang lifted the parrotfish, gazing at it with admiration, and remarked, "It is indeed my first time encountering such a magnificent parrotfish, weighing perhaps 20 to 30 pounds. You are exceptionally fortunate. The one Lu Yifei caught last time was considerably smaller. For a novice, achieving such a result is quite impressive. Captain, is this truly a parrotfish?" Lu Yifei inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized the fish before her. Although she had savored parrotfish before, they had always been of a smaller size. She had never seen one as large as this, leaving her momentarily uncertain. "Indeed, it is a parrotfish," Tang Wuyue affirmed with a nod. "The flesh of this fish is remarkably tender. Whether grilled or made into dumplings, it is exceedingly delectable." "Ah, dumplings?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei felt a sudden pang of hunger. She had never considered the possibility of enjoying dumplings on the island. What a luxurious notion. To have a meal of dumplings on the island would be akin to celebrating the new year. "Captain, won't tea making dumplings be too difficult?" Lu Yifei chuckled wryly, shrugging her shoulders. There were no tools on the island, making the task seem nearly impossible. "Is it truly difficult? Tang Wuyue, what could possibly challenge us food enthusiasts?" He continued, "Do we not have cassava flour? Using cassava flour for dumplings is also a splendid option. In recent days, Zhao Jinmai and Lu Shishir have procured a substantial amount of cassava. They specifically soaked it to eliminate toxins, dried it, and ground it into flour. Thus, even if we tire of the cassava seafood porridge, we can vary our flavors. In any case, with cassava as our staple, we need not worry about hunger. Indeed, we have cassava flour," Lu Yifei exclaimed, suddenly recalling the possibilities. "Captain, perhaps we can truly fulfill this wish." She paused, then continued, "I used to make dumplings with my mother frequently. Once we return to the camp, I shall join Mimi to assist you in making dumplings." "Very well. I look forward to sampling your culinary skills," Tang Wuyue nodded, placing the parrotfish into a nearby net bag. With the addition of these two fish, along with the previously caught spider conch, the net bag was brimming. "Captain, shall we catch a few large lobsters as well?" Lu Yifei recalled the lobsters they had enjoyed days prior and lifted her gaze to ask. Today, accompanying the captain on the dive, she had practically exhausted all possible experiences. The only venture left was the legendary hand-catching of lobsters. "Large lobsters?" Tang Wuyue turned to glance at her, shaking his head. "Perhaps another time. The net is already full." The net was indeed packed to capacity, leaving no room even for the small crabs, let alone the hefty lobsters. Moreover, they had already caught 2 mantis shrimp and 2 bread crabs today, making for a delightful change of flavors. "Yes, Captain." Lu Yifei's face was alight with excitement. "Today has been incredibly fortunate. I never anticipated that my first dive with you would yield such a bounty." Tang Wuyue lifted the net bag beside him and said, "Let's go. If the opportunity arises, I shall bring you to catch large lobsters next time." "Thank you, Captain." Lu Yifei responded with a nod and quickly swam alongside Tang Wuyue as they both made their way towards the shore. By the time they reached the bank, Lu Shishir and Zhao Jinmai were already waiting for them. It was broad daylight, so neither Tang Wuyue nor Lu Yifei had tied the ropes around their waists. "Look, the captain is back." Lu Shishir, with her keen eyesight, was the first to spot Tang Wuyue. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinmai immediately joined Lu Shishir in rushing over. When they beheld the net brimming with their catch, their mouths fell agape in astonishment. Particularly, The enormous emperor fish elicited gasps of awe from both Lu Shirshir and Zhao Jinmai. Heavens, it's an emperor fish. Such a gigantic specimen. Captain, we have struck gold. Excitement radiated from their faces as they understood the value of the emperor fish. Witnessing such a large one was beyond their wildest dreams. Ife, your luck is extraordinary, Lu Shirshir remarked, her gaze filled with envy as she looked at Lu Ife. This is your first time accompanying the captain underwater, and you've caught so many remarkable treasures. Lu Ife smiled, unable to conceal her joy. She turned her gaze toward the parrotfish nearby, secretly contemplating. You certainly couldn't have imagined that I caught this fish alongside the captain. Captain, is this a parrotfish? Zhao Jinmai inquired curiously, eyeing the large and broad parrotfish. They all recognized parrotfish, but had never encountered one of such size. The fish's round head and square body made it particularly conspicuous in the net. Indeed, it is a parrotfish, Tang Wuyue confirmed with a nod. This fish was caught by Ife using a spear gun. I never imagined that on her very first attempt she would land such a sizable catch. God, is it truly Ife who caught this? Lu Shirshir and Zhao Jinmai were taken aback by Tang Wuyue's words. Lu Ife was surprised by their intense reaction and quickly clarified, actually, it was the captain who taught me. In truth, this fish should rightfully be credited to the captain. Nonetheless, that's quite impressive, Zhao Jinmai praised. You must remember, this is your first time diving, your first time using a spear. Absolutely. Lu Shirshir nodded in agreement. It is incredibly enviable. For someone like me, who cannot swim, I wonder when I will ever catch such a large fish. She knew that if she wanted to learn to dive, she would have to start from the shallowest depths, beginning with mastering the use of flippers. Don't worry. You will have your chance in the future. Tang Wuyue reassured them with a glance. Now, let's return to the camp and properly store these seafood treasures. Yes, Captain. Lu Shirshir and Zhao Jinmai chorused in response. They quickly assisted in lifting their haul from the day as they made their way briskly back to the camp. At the camp, Demimi and Xiao Di were busy mashing the dried cassava. They employed a crushing machine made of hardwood, specially designed by Tang Wuyue. This machine resembled a household mortar, effortlessly grinding the dried cassava into a fine powder with just a few swift motions. Sister Mimi, does your foot still hurt? Xiao Di asked as she poured the cassava flour into a container while glancing at Demimi beside her. Demimi paused for a moment, then shook her head. It no longer hurts, thanks to the captain's timely intervention. I feel much better now. After saying this, she inquired, and what about you? How is your injury? Haha, I'm already feeling much better, Xiao Di replied with a smile. This minor injury doesn't amount to much. I was just stung by a couple of bees, and I hardly felt anything by this morning. Last night, Tang Wuyue had thoughtfully applied royal jelly to her wounds. 4 bee stings, royal jelly works wonders, not only swiftly reducing swelling, but also promoting skin repair with remarkable efficacy. Upon hearing Xiao Di's words, Demimi nodded. This afternoon, the captain plans to take us on an adventure in the forest. Do you wish to join? They had been sidelined due to their leg injuries. However, Demimi, known for her tenacity, could hardly sit idle. She had long intended to accompany the main group on their expedition. Of course, I want to go. Xiao Di readily agreed. This minor injury is nothing. I must accompany the captain to see for myself. I'll go too, Demimi said with a smile. We'll just bravely follow the captain and ask him to take us along. What do you think? Xiao Di nodded enthusiastically. Sister Mimi, that's a splendid idea. The captain has a kind heart. He will surely take us. Sister Mimi, we're back. Just then, distant voices of Lu Shirshir and Lu Ife echoed. Oh, the captain has returned? Xiao Di and Demimi exchanged glances, momentarily disregarding their leg injuries, and hurriedly ran outside. Sister Mimi, look quickly. The captain has caught a giant emperor grouper. Lu Shirshir called out as soon as she spotted Demimi. Demimi rushed over and was instantly astonished. Wow, why is this fish so enormous? The captain is truly impressive. Goodness, this fish must weigh dozens of pounds. Xiao Di stood beside her, equally astonished. Captain, how did you manage to do this? Catching an ordinary emperor grouper is already a feat, let alone one weighing 20 or 30 pounds. Haha, you should ask Ife. Tang Wuyue chuckled teasingly. This fish is rather flirtatious. While we were in the water, it simply bumped into Ife's leg. What? Demimi and Lu Shirshir couldn't help but laugh. Is there really such a fish? Demimi turned to Lu Ife, covering her mouth in amusement. Ife, You've done a great service this time. Lu Yifei blushed, feeling a bit shy as she said, I didn't expect it to be such a large emperor grouper. I thought it was just an ordinary fish. Haha, who would have thought Yifei had such talent? Lu Shirshe remarked. From now on, when we want to eat emperor grouper, we should have Yifei accompany the captain to dive. She naturally attracts noble fish. After a bout of laughter, they retrieved the items from a net and stored them carefully. It was said that the parrotfish had been shot by Lu Yifei with a spear gun, and everyone cast envious glances her way. It was noteworthy that this was Lu Yifei's first time diving with the captain. To achieve such a bounty surpassed the efforts of other team members. Yet, only she knew that the fish had been caught alongside the captain. Reflecting on that moment still sent her heart racing and colored her cheeks with a rosy hue. That feeling was something she would not easily forget. By the way, is the cassava flour ready? Tang Wuyue recalled the task of making dumplings and turned to ask Dami and Xiaodi. Reporting to the captain, everything is ground. Dami and Xiaodi answered in unison. Despite their leg injuries, they had not slacked off at all. While Tang Wuyue and Lu Yifei went fishing, they managed to grind all the dried cassava flour. All done. Tang Wuyue gave a thumbs up and praised. Well done. Tonight, I shall reward you both with a feast of dumplings. Dumplings? Upon hearing this, Dami and Xiaodi nearly drooled. Captain, did I hear you correctly? Are we really going to have dumplings here? After so many days on the island, they had indeed been craving dumplings. Moreover, dumplings symbolize reunion. If they could truly enjoy a meal of dumplings on this deserted island, it would perfectly showcase their team's unity and cooperation. Of course, Tang Wuyue smiled and nodded. Today we caught a parrotfish, didn't we? The meat of the parrotfish is particularly tender, perfect for making dumplings. He paused and added, now that we have cassava flour and parrotfish, we just need a bit of wild game. Wild game? Dami perked up immediately. Captain, can Xiaodi and I accompany you into the mountains later? Dami explained, our injuries have fully healed, and we can run and jump now. No, Tang Wuyue shook his head. You just recovered today. You cannot go into the mountains. But, Dami said with a look of grievance, we really want to go. We don't want to stay at the campsite. Yes, Captain, please let us. Xiaodi also pleaded, we are eager to join you and see. They had already made up their minds to follow, even if they had to plead relentlessly. See what? Tang Wuyue chuckled at their enthusiasm. It's just a stroll in the forest. What else there to see? He paused again. I'm not against you. It's just that the paths in the forest are difficult and could hinder your recovery. After hearing this, Dami nodded seriously. Captain, I understand you care for us, but we truly wish to accompany you. Yes, Captain. Xiaodi echoed from the side. All right then. Tang Wuyue, seeing their persistence, nodded. Since you're so eager to go, we shall all go together, but you must follow my instructions. Okay, thank you, Captain. Dami and Xiaodi replied in unison. Watching the excitement radiating from their faces, Tang Wuyue shook his head in resignation. He had not anticipated such dependence from these two girls. He had merely intended to gather some wild delicacies. Yet they insisted on joining him despite their still recovering legs. After organizing the items brought back from diving, Tang Wuyue cleaned the spider conch and mantis shrimp, placing them all into the pot to boil. The afternoon forest adventure would require considerable stamina. They needed to eat well first. The female stars gathered around the banana leaves, each enjoying a spider conch. Although there was only a small piece of tender meat inside each conch, weighing around 4 to 5 pounds. It was more than sufficient to satisfy the appetites of the female stars. In addition, the pot contained 2 mantis shrimp and 2 sizable bread crabs, each weighing 2 to 3 pounds. After the meal, Tang Wuyue donned his gear and led the starlets into the forest. It was already afternoon, and the sun still hung high in the sky, its rays filtering through the treetops and cascading onto the ground. Following Tang Wuyue's instructions, the starlets changed into the camouflage outfits prepared by the production team. Each of them grasped a short stick and trailed behind Tang Wuyue as they ventured into the depths of the jungle on this isolated island. Wow, this jungle is truly vast, Damimi exclaimed, gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of trees ahead. Previously, they had only heard the production team mention the isolated island, assuming it was surrounded solely by the sea and populated by barren rocks. It was only upon their arrival that they discovered this island was not only encircled by water, but also teeming with dense foliage. With so many plants here, there must be wild boars, right? Lu Shirshe's voice interjected. She recalled the captain's words from the previous night, expressing his desire for sweet and savory braised pork. Huh? Wild boars. Zhao Jimai gasped, quickly looking up to ask, do wild boars bite? Ha, Jimai, don't be afraid. Lu Shishir chuckled upon seeing her worried expression. If there are wild boars, we'll have braised pork to eat. Huh? Hearing Lu Shishir's words, the others finally grasped the situation. Yes, with the captain here. What is there to fear? Exactly. Lu Shishir nodded in agreement. The captain has a knife. Even if a wild boar appears, it will surely become our feast. Turning to Tang Wuyue, she asked, Am I right, Captain? Are you a worm in my stomach? Tang Wuyue chuckled softly, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, Shishir was correct. Their expedition into the jungle was for the purpose of hunting. Drawing his knife from his waist, he continued, eating seafood every day can become quite monotonous. It's time for a change of flavors. Since there are long-tailed chickens in the jungle, it indicates that there may be other game as well. Perhaps we might even encounter wild boars. Captain, where do wild boars usually reside? Lu Yifei inquired. Will they be near our camp? Not at all. Tang Wuyue shook his head. If they were nearby, we wouldn't need to venture deep into the jungle. Oh, that makes sense. Lu Yifei finally understood after his explanation. She then looked up and remarked, The captain truly has experience. Our chosen campsite is excellent. After so many days, we haven't encountered any wild beasts. Surrounded by trees, no one could ascertain what beasts might be lurking within. They were immensely grateful that the captain had managed to find such a safe location for them. Rest assured, wild boars will not appear near our campsite, Tang Wuyue assured her, locking eyes with her. Wild animals tend to favor areas near water sources. The water source we discovered likely attracts wild boars. Earlier, while scouting for water, Tang Wuyue had noticed traces of animals nearby, though the passage of time had obscured them beneath a blanket of fallen leaves, rendering the footprints unidentifiable. Oh, indeed, the captain is knowledgeable. I once perused a tome on wilderness survival, which indeed echoed the sentiments expressed by our captain. Demimamai and Lu Yifei pondered this statement thoughtfully. All right, let us set aside the matter of the wild boar for now. Tang Wu gestured to them, reminding, Our primary purpose in this jungle is to forage for wild delicacies. He paused momentarily before continuing. Whether we encounter wild boar meat is of little consequence. What truly matters is gathering some wild vegetables or mushrooms to savor. Indeed, the captain speaks wisely. Demimamai and Lu Yifei nodded in agreement. Truly, the chance of tasting wild boar meat relies heavily on luck, whereas wild vegetables and fungi are abundant and can be easily collected. Resolute in their decision, they forged ahead along their original path. As they ventured deeper, the environment became increasingly invigorating. The air was infused with the earthy aroma of soil and foliage. Occasionally, the melodic calls of birds punctuated the ambience, enhancing the spirit of their adventure. As the leader of the female celebrities, Tang Wuyue led the way, wielding a knife to clear the encroaching vines and shrubs, thereby carving a path for Demimamai, Lu Yifei, and the others. He remained observant of his surroundings, marking trees to prevent disorientation within the jungle. The female team members trailed closely behind him. Despite the unfamiliar terrain inducing a slight tension upon their faces, their eyes radiated determination. With their captain by their side, fear was a distant notion. As they delved deeper, the cacophony of the jungle grew more intricate. In addition to the myriad chirps of insects, low growls of wild beasts intermingled. Suddenly, a deep grunt echoed from a distance. Tang Wuyue immediately halted, gesturing for silence and urging them to conceal themselves. It was evident that their quarry had made its presence known, the sound of a wild boar. Captain, it's a wild boar, Demimamai whispered urgently. Inching closer to Tang Wuyue, he was momentarily enveloped by a sweet fragrance that nearly overwhelmed his senses. Sure, he replied, casting a glance back at her and signaling for quiet. Just then, a thunderous sound of heavy footsteps resonated ahead. A shadow darted forth, causing the ground to tremble and leaves to cascade down. Fortunately, they had not disturbed the wild boar. Rather, they had coincidentally crossed paths as it departed. This turned out to be fortuitous for Tang Wuyue and his companions, as the boar weighed at least 300 to 400 pounds. Their expedition was merely exploratory, and they had not equipped themselves adequately for such an encounter. It was prudent to return and prepare a proper set of tools for dealing with wild boars. Presently, Tang Wuyue possessed only a sharp knife, sufficient for a smaller wild boar, but hardly a match for one of such substantial mass. Thus, it was wise to retreat and prepare thoroughly for a future confrontation with this formidable wild boar. Once the boar had vanished into the distance, the female celebrities gradually relaxed. "Goodness, that frightened me to death," Lu Sure exclaimed, placing a hand over her heart, her expression one of sheer terror. "A small wild boar is only a few dozen pounds, right? How could there be such a massive one here?" Indeed, the wild boar charged forward with a thunderous commotion, instilling a palpable sense of fear. Beside them, Xiao Di tightly grasped Tang Wuyue's hand and suggested, "Captain, perhaps we should forego the braised pork. It's fine. Do not be afraid." Tang Wuyue, observing their anxious expressions, shrugged and remarked, "The difference between a several hundred-pound wild boar and one weighing merely dozens of pounds is negligible. It merely requires a different approach." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Moreover, if there is a several hundred-pound wild boar around, there must surely be smaller ones as well." "The captain is right." Demimi nodded in agreement, adding, "Fortunately, that large wild boar has fled. We shall wait until the smaller ones appear before we act." The earlier sensation of the earth trembling had indeed left them shaken. If they were to capture that massive wild boar, it could potentially sustain them for an entire month. "Captain, shall we continue to explore further?" Lu Yifei inquired as she surveyed the surroundings. "No need," Tang Wuyue replied, shaking his head. "As long as we can find traces of the wild boar, that will suffice." He gestured to the surrounding environment, saying, "There are plenty of wild mountain mushrooms here. Let us gather some, and tonight we shall return to make dumplings." "Understood, Captain," the group responded in unison. Nearby, within the woods, numerous young sprouts of rare wild fungi emerged. The ground was strewn with wild mountain mushrooms, with various types visible after just a few steps. Aren't these the wild mountain mushrooms we usually consume?" After a short search, Demimi suddenly exclaimed. The group gathered around to discover a patch of earth covered by fallen leaves, where several vividly colored and uniquely shaped mushrooms quietly thrived, exuding an enticing aroma. "Indeed, these are the kinds we used to eat," Lu Sure and Lu Yifei observed closely, nodding thoughtfully. Demimi, astonished by the sight, turned to Tang Wuyue and asked, "Captain, why are there so many wild mountain mushrooms here?" "Indeed," Lu Yifei concurred, adding, "Captain, how do we distinguish which are poisonous and which are safe? Some mushrooms must surely be inedible, right?" "Precisely, many mushrooms are toxic," Tang Wuyue affirmed, explaining, "Poisonous mushrooms typically display bright colors, while non-toxic varieties tend to be more subdued, such as common shades of brown and pale purple." He then picked up a familiar wild mountain mushroom from the ground and cautioned, "For safety's sake, let us only gather mushrooms we can recognize. Refrain from touching the others." "Understood, Captain." The starlets nodded in agreement, promptly commencing their diligent search. Tang Wuyue watched as they focused intently, and he too knelt down to carefully identify the wild fungi scattered about. This pristine forest had yet to be tainted, concealing numerous precious delicacies. A modest harvest would suffice to sustain them for 3 to 5 days, and any surplus could be dried for future soups. With the abundance of fungi in the jungle, it wasn't long before they filled several backpacks. Tang Wuyue glanced at the sky, noting that time was running short, and hurriedly led the starlets back to their camp. By the time they returned, darkness was nearly upon them. The twilight of the setting sun cast a mystical and gentle veil over the campsite, enveloping the solitary island in its warm embrace. Demimi and Lu Yifei were utterly exhausted. After setting their backpacks filled with mushrooms aside, they settled down back to back, leaning against the campfire to catch their breath. Demimi, closest to Tang Wuyue, discreetly leaned her head on his shoulder while others were momentarily distracted, gazing at him with a cheerful smile. Tang Wuyue turned to meet her gaze and inquired, "How is your foot? Is it still painful?" "It no longer hurts," Demimi replied with a smile, her expression softening. "Thank you for your concern, Captain. I will come to see you for a bandage change tonight." "All right," Tang Wuyue nodded, his expression tinged with skepticism as he scrutinized her. "Are you truly unhurt? There is no need to hide it from me. After walking so much this afternoon, you must be feeling the strain." This made Demimi blush as she lowered her gaze and confessed, "Nothing escapes the captain's keen eyes. It is still hurt a bit, but it's not severe. I can endure it." "You see, I told you so," Tang Wuyue shrugged. "I suggested you rest at the campsite, but you insisted on joining this demanding expedition. You surely cannot withstand such intensity." They were already nursing injuries, and the uneven jungle paths only exacerbated their conditions. "Captain, I acknowledge my mistake," Demimi said, sticking out her tongue. However, I would do it again. If such an opportunity arises, I still wish to accompany you. Accompany me again? Tang Wuyue. It seems you are truly unafraid of hardship. I fear hardship, but I desire to be by your side even more. Demimi bitter lip. Captain, even if my foot hurts, I want to join you on this adventure. Being near you brings me great comfort. Leaning against Tang Wuyue's shoulder, her breath lightly brushed against his face, stirring something within him. If she continued to act this way in his presence, he could not guarantee that he would remain unaffected. Should Demimi continue to playfully snuggle against him tonight, he might find it hard to resist keeping her close. Captain, we gathered a considerable amount of wild mushrooms. Should we dry all of them? As Tang Wuyue and Demimi conversed, they suddenly noticed Xiao Di approaching with 2 backpacks in tow. They had collected quite a bounty of wild mushrooms that could likely sustain them for half a month if properly dried. Tang Wuyue glanced back at Xiao Di and nodded. Select some for tonight's meal. The rest can be dried tomorrow. Got it. Xiao Di responded eagerly, hastily placing her backpack on the ground. Despite everyone else resting, she busied herself organizing the mushrooms they had foraged. Xiao Di, how is your leg? Tang Wuyue observed her bustling about and gently pulled her aside to inquire. Captain, it's much better. Xiao Di rolled up her pants to show him the injured area. Upon inspection, Tang Wuyue noted that the swelling from the bee's sting had subsided. She was on the mend. Yes, you are recovering well, he acknowledged, thoughtfully adding, you should change the dressing again tonight, and it should be completely healed. Yes, thank you. Captain, Xiao Di nodded obediently, her face reflecting gratitude. Thanks to you, I was able to recover so swiftly. Indeed, as soon as Xiao Di's words fell, a voice emerged from beside her. Demimi chimed in. You must express your gratitude to the captain. Among us, only you have the privilege of resting in his embrace. Demimi's thoughts drifted back to the events of the previous night, a tinge of envy stirring within her. After all, it was the captain who held her. What a splendid opportunity. She found herself regretting her facade of strength when she had twisted her ankle. Had she known the captain was so considerate, she would have nestled in his arms long ago. Sister Mi, did you see that? Xiao Di's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly lowered her gaze to inquire. Last night, it had been just her and the captain outside. She had never anticipated that Demimi would witness the moment. Fortunately, Lu Yifei and Lu Shishir were seated at a distance, unable to hear their conversation. Indeed, I saw you last night when I awoke in the middle of the night due to the pain in my ankle. Demimi nodded, smiling. Xiao Di's face turned a deeper shade of red, resembling a girl caught harboring a secret. Captain, do you still require the branches of the iron tree? At that moment, Lu Shishir approached, cradling a bundle of iron tree branches in her arms. Yes, Tang Wuyue, noticing the branches Lu Shishir held, inquired with a puzzled expression. Where did you find these? The branches of the iron tree were notably sturdy, akin to iron, making them ideal for crafting arrows in the wild. Tang Wuyue had merely mentioned it in passing to Lu Shishir, never anticipating that she would actually procure them. Reporting to the captain, Zhao Jinmai and I discovered them while digging for cassava in the nearby woods, Lu Shishir explained. However, the branches are too heavy. I can only carry this much at a time. This will suffice. Tang Wuyue nodded, smiling as he spoke to her. You've worked hard. After capturing the wild boar, I shall reserve its ears for you. Thank you, Captain. Lu Shishir beamed with joy upon hearing this. In truth, she cared little for the pig's ears. What mattered most was the captain's recognition. As long as he praised her, she could bask in happiness for an entire day. Captain, what do you need so many branches for? Xiao Di inquired curiously. These iron tree branches are difficult to ignite. We've gathered plenty of dry twigs, which are sufficient for warmth and cooking. Haha, Xiao Di. We don't understand, do you? Demimi interjected, leaning closer. The captain intends to craft a bow and arrows. She was the one who best understood Tang Wuyue's intentions and quickly surmised his plan. Since he had encountered wild boars in the jungle, he surely would not let the opportunity slip away. That wild boar, which had frightened them so, would eventually grace their table. However, the production team mandated that each group could only carry 10 types of equipment, given Madagascar's coastal surroundings. Tang Wuyue opted for a spear gun and a fishing net, although these items were labor-intensive to make and challenging to procure on the island. Bows and traps were simpler to craft and did not consume resources. For instance, capturing a large wild boar, like the one encountered today, would be futile even with traps, as they would not inflict harm unless set in a frequented area. Tang Wuyue had not anticipated Mi's cleverness. He chuckled and said, "Since you could deduce my intention to craft a bow, you must also grasp what I aim to do, correct?" "Yes, I understand," Mi exclaimed with excitement. "The captain surely intends to deal with that wild boar." "Ah, deal with that wild boar?" Shouty was taken aback. "Captain, that wild boar weighs several hundred pounds and has tusks. Are you truly going to tackle it? What do you think?" Tang Wuyue chuckled lightly and shrugged. "If it didn't weigh several hundred pounds, I wouldn't even be interested. A wild boar of that size could sustain us for a month. If we want to ensure a daily supply of meat, we must take it down. Since we have found ourselves stranded on this deserted island, we ought to learn to find some enjoyment. Living on bugs and berries hardly qualifies as wilderness survival. At best, it's mere endurance. And the most we could achieve is the title of king of stubborn survival. Now, if we could feast on fish and meat with beautiful companions, that would be the true essence of leisure on a deserted island. Currently, food from the sea was plentiful. They could almost catch grouper and parrotfish daily. What they lacked most was meat and staple food. Even on a deserted island, nutrition must be maintained. Upon hearing this, Shao-Di and Mimi immediately stood up in excitement, exclaiming, "All right, Captain, we'll join you to deal with that wild boar." "You too?" Tang Wuyue glanced at them and shook his head. "You should refrain from getting involved. That wild boar is formidable, weighing several hundred pounds. We must outsmart it rather than confront it head-on." He added with a smile, "However, I'm quite heartened by your enthusiasm." After a brief rest on the ground, the sun began to set, and the camp was illuminated only by the flickering campfire. The female stars gathered around Tang Wuyue, attentively observing the emperor grouper and parrotfish before them. "Captain, these two fish are enormous. How are we going to eat them?" Lu Yifei inquired curiously, gazing at the large fish on the cutting board. Tang Wuyue glanced at them and reminded, "Everyone is tired this afternoon. Let us prepare something delicious tonight as a reward for ourselves." Pointing at the emperor grouper, he continued, "This fish has tender, succulent flesh. We can fry half of it and braise the other half, using the head to make soup." "Sound great." The female stars couldn't help but swallow at the thought of finally tasting the emperor grouper. "As for the parrotfish, let us use some of the meat to make dumplings." Tang Wuyue lifted the parrotfish and said, "This fish is quite large. The remaining parts can be grilled." Previously, Mimi and Lu Yifei had already savored parrotfish once, and they still reminisced about it. "This fish is boneless, melts in your mouth, and has a tender texture with a hint of sweetness. Who wouldn't adore such delectable fish?" "Fantastic. We get to enjoy parrotfish again." Lu Shishir and Zhao Jinmai exchanged excited glances. The last parrotfish had been too small, leaving them wanting more. This time, with a 2 to 3 dozen-pound parrotfish, they would have plenty to feast upon. "Captain, we should also attend to those wild mushrooms," Shao-Di volunteered eagerly. "I'll handle the wild mushrooms." Tonight, in addition to making fish dumplings, they would also prepare mushroom-filled dumplings. This would ensure a balanced diet without having seafood at every meal. "Shao-Di will help you." Lu Shishir and Zhao Jinmai chimed in. "All right." Tang Wuyue observed the clear division of labor among them and nodded, saying, "In that case, the main battlefield tonight is entrusted to you. I have other matters to attend to." Lu Shishir had just returned with a considerable amount of iron tree branches, and he needed to fashion them into bows and arrows. This would greatly facilitate their future ventures into the jungle. "All right, Captain, leave it to us." Shao-Di and Mimi responded with immediate enthusiasm. Since it was a family gathering for a dumpling feast, they aimed to cultivate a warm family dining atmosphere. Subsequently, everyone diligently set to work, each fulfilling their respective roles. Mimi was tasked with using cassava flour as a substitute for regular flour to prepare the dumpling skins. Lu Yifei took charge of cleaning the parrotfish, skillfully skinning it to extract a portion of fish meat for the filling. She meticulously handled the parrotfish caught by their captain. After chopping the fish meat into fine pieces, she added island-harvested spices and a touch of salt derived from desalinated seawater, creating a delicious fish filling. Meanwhile, Shao-Di and Lu Shishir busied themselves washing the wild mushrooms they had foraged that afternoon. At that moment, the fans in the live stream were utterly captivated, fervently discussing in the comments, "Wow, they can actually make dumplings on this deserted island? How did they manage the dough and filling? The resources here are astonishing. What year is this? I can't believe I'm witnessing a dumpling-making scene in a wilderness survival show, something you'd only see during the spring festival. No way. Did I change the channel?" Is this really a survival program? The dumpling filling is made from parrotfish, and they have the emperor grouper as the main dish. Goodness, I've never had such exquisite food at home. I am so envious. I could almost cry. I admit, this is definitely a culinary show. Guys, isn't this just too enviable? 5 top-tier female celebrities transforming into little chefs just to serve Tang Wuyue. This scene is absolutely delightful. The fans were astonished by the unfolding scene. While other groups were embroiled in disputes over the unequal distribution of food, Tang Wuyue's side had already commenced their family meal. The female stars were exceptionally obedient, as if under some enchanting spell. At that moment, Tang Wuyue was blissfully unaware of the discussions happening in the live stream, focusing intently on perfecting his bow and arrow. Previously, he had crafted a bow from a highly elastic bamboo. He disassembled the rubber bands from the fish spear to temporarily enhance the bow's draw weight. After adding 2 layers of rubber bands, the bow's power intensified. Tang Wuyue casually fashioned a bow and arrow from a regular branch, and with a swift motion, the arrow embedded itself into a nearby tree trunk. With such formidable draw weight and arrows made from iron tree wood, tackling those thick-skinned wild boars should pose no problem, provided he could maintain the proper distance. Captain Mimi and the others have started making dumplings. Would you like to take a look? Just as Tang Wuyue was contemplating his bow and arrow, he suddenly noticed Xiao Di approaching. Mimi is making dumplings? Tang Wuyue chuckled and nodded, saying, "Then I must go see." With that, he set down the bow and arrow, adding, "Tonight, let's have a contest to see who can make the most beautiful dumplings." "Sound great." Xiao Di replied cheerfully, "I've only made baked buns before. This is my first time learning to make dumplings." "It's nothing. Practice makes perfect," Tang Wuyue shrugged, saying, "I'll make a couple too." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and walked towards Dammy Mi, accompanied by Xiao Di. At that moment, Dammy Mi and Lu Yifei were busily engaged at a makeshift stove. The nearby bonfire blazed brightly, casting a warm glow on their focused and gentle faces, enhancing their remarkable grace. Dammy Mi sat there, meticulously kneading cassava flour with an intense concentration. Although the cassava flour was somewhat coarse, it was rich in energy, and since there were no other ingredients available on the island, they had to use it as a substitute for regular flour. Dammy Mi's technique was exceptionally skilled. With each press and fold of the dough, it was as if she poured her entire heart into it. Meanwhile, Lu Yifei stirred the fish filling with chopsticks. The filling's alluring color and enticing aroma drew even Lu Shishir and Zhao Jinmai closer to catch a whiff. "Could you teach us how to make dumplings, Sister Mi?" Xiao Di inquired, having resolved to learn after hearing that the captain would review their dumpling-making skills. "Of course," Dammy Mi replied, lifting her gaze to meet Xiao Di's eyes. She picked up a dumpling wrapper and said, "It's actually quite simple. Just place the filling inside and gently pinch it shut." With that, Dammy Mi added a bit of filling to the wrapper and, with her slender fingers, deftly pinched it into shape. "See, this dumpling looks just like a little ingot, which carries a wonderful meaning," she said with a smile, showcasing her handiwork to Xiao Di, Lu Shishir, and the others. The dumplings she crafted were petite and exquisite, with tightly sealed edges, overflowing with the aroma of fish. "Impressive, Mi," Tang Wuyue praised from the side. "I never expected you had this talent." Hee. Dammy Mi's eyes sparkled as she shot Tang Wuyue a meaningful glance. "Captain, I have many more skills up my sleeve. You will see in due time." "Huh?" Tang Wuyue was momentarily taken aback, realizing there was more to her words. Due to Xiao Di's presence the previous night, their mutual follow had not succeeded. She would undoubtedly attempt again that evening. "Sister Mi is truly remarkable," Lu Yifei remarked with a smile. "I've learned it. Let's see how it turns out." Not to be outdone, Lu Yifei mimicked Dammy Mi, spreading out the cassava flour wrapper and placing an appropriate amount of fish filling. With her long fingers, she gently pinched and sealed the dumplings, each taking on a unique shape. Though not as refined as Dammy Mi's, they possessed their own charm. "Wow, Yifei's are quite good too," Xiao Di exclaimed, giving Lu Yifei a thumbs up. "Not at all," Lu Yifei replied with a wry smile, shaking her head. "I'm nowhere near Sister Mi's level." "Haha, it's already fantastic." Dammy Mi chuckled at Lu Yifei's modesty. The most important thing about making dumplings is the sense of togetherness. No matter what they look like, as long as they are made, they are good. Exactly. Sister Mi is right. Everyone gathered around the bonfire, making dumplings while chatting and laughing, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. They exchanged techniques for making dumplings, and the scene was lively and joyous. As the first pot of dumplings danced in the humble pot, releasing an enticing aroma, everyone could not help but cheer in delight. In that moment, all fatigue evaporated into thin air, leaving only the joy of success. Their dumpling feast was a resounding triumph, featuring not only delectable fish and meat dumplings, but also succulent wild mushroom dumplings. The piece de resistance was the golden brown emperor grouper, crisp and fragrant. The fish head stew of the grouper was exquisitely savory, complemented by the translucent, tender meat of the roasted parrotfish, revealed after peeling away its skin. This sumptuous dinner brought immense joy to all. As the evening progressed, Xiao Di and Lu Shishir, thoroughly engaged in their meal, each sang a song by the bonfire. Their melodious voices added a touch of romance to the serene night. It was only after they were well fed and weary from play that they reluctantly returned to their tents. Tang Wuyue also felt fatigued. After all, he had been busy outdoors all day, and the opportunity to rest was indeed rare. However, just as he nestled into the tent, he heard footsteps nearby. It then dawned on him that he had promised to change the bandages for Xiao Di and Mimi. "Captain, are you asleep?" came Xiao Di's voice from outside the tent. "Not yet," Tang Wuyue replied, drawing back the tent flap. "Come in." "Okay," Xiao Di replied, lifting the tent curtain. Her cheeks instantly flushed. "Captain, you've worked so hard, bustling from dawn till dusk, and still found time to help me with my bandages." She was aware that the captain had spent the day diving for fish and guiding them in foraging wild mushrooms, undoubtedly exhausting tasks. "It's no trouble, just changing a bandage." Tang Wuyue waved his hand dismissively, glancing at her wound. "Does it still hurt?" "Not anymore." Xiao Di shook her head. "Captain, I feel much better. Thanks to your help in removing the stinger. Otherwise, I wouldn't have recovered so swiftly." Indeed, Tang Wuyue opened his medical kit and applied some ointment to her wound. "You should be healed by tomorrow, but try to avoid seawater." "Okay, thank you, Captain." Xiao Di nodded, a hint of exotic shyness gracing her features. "Captain, has anyone ever told you how handsome you are?" Her large, sparkling eyes seemed to speak as they gazed at Tang Wuyue. "Yes." Tang Wuyue looked up at her, shrugging his shoulders. "Didn't you just compliment me a moment ago?" "Hee, Captain, you're really funny." Xiao Di chuckled softly, lowering her head. "Captain, do you know? When you carried me back to the tent yesterday, I felt so excited inside. It felt incredibly reassuring. At that moment, I thought you were the most handsome man in the world. Is that so?" Tang Wuyue met her gaze with a smile and asked, "Am I not handsome usually?" "Handsome, of course." Xiao Di nodded vigorously. "Captain, you are more charming than other men." She paused for a moment, adding, "especially when you took us on that jungle adventure. It was simply stunning." Tang Wuyue tore off a piece of gauze and applied it to Xiao Di's wound, saying, "All right, once you're healed tomorrow, you can dive with me. You can praise me then." "Really?" Xiao Di exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. That's wonderful. Thank you. I want to catch a parrotfish as big as EFAGS." With a clear goal in mind, success was assured. Tang Wuyue closed the medicine box and smiled at her, saying, "The seafood in Madagascar is particularly abundant. Once you master the art of using a spear, fishing will become much easier." "Indeed, I shall learn diligently from the captain," Little D replied, her excitement palpable. Just as she was about to say more, a familiar sound of footsteps echoed from outside the tent. "Oh, it's Sister Mimi." Little D paused for a moment, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing her face as she bit her lip and murmured, "I almost forgot that Sister Mimi is coming to change her bandages tonight." She had been confiding her thoughts to Tang Wuyue, only to be interrupted by the arrival of the exuberant Mimi. Indeed, what goes around comes around. "Hey, Little D." Just as Little D sat in the tent lost in thought, she heard Sister Mimi's voice from outside. "Sister Mimi, you've arrived." Little D quickly straightened up, donning a smile. "The captain has already bandaged me. I'll make some room for you." Unfortunately, the tent was far too small to accommodate 3 individuals comfortably. "It's all right, Little D. I can wait outside." Mimi, noticing the expression on Little D's face, responded cheerfully. Without further thought, Little D stepped out of the tent. Although Mimi insisted on waiting outside, with her presence nearby, Little D felt hesitant to continue her conversation with the captain. With this thought in mind, Little D waved at Tang Wuyue, saying, "Thank you for changing my bandages, Captain. I'll take my leave now. You and Sister Mimi should rest early." "All right," Tang Wuyue nodded, advising her to rest well. Little D acknowledged him, greeted Mimi, and reluctantly departed. "Captain, why is Little D's face so flushed?" "She seems to be harboring some thoughts," Mimi remarked curiously. bending down to enter the tent once little D was out of sight. How would I know? Tang Wuyue glanced at her and shrugged. She hadn't finished speaking when you arrived. Ah, I see. Mimi turned her head, laughing as she said, Captain, it seems I have a rival. Little D chuckled softly, pursing her lips. However, she interrupted us yesterday, so I interrupted her today. Now we are even. No sooner had she spoken than Mimi wrapped her arms around Tang Wuyue's neck. Her eyes filled with anticipation as she leaned close to his ear and whispered, Captain, have you thought of me today? What? Tang Wuyue met her gaze, shrugging. With you this close, how could I not? At that moment, Mimi was intimately close, her fragrance intoxicating Tang Wuyue. Who could remain unmoved in the embrace of such beauty? Huh. Hearing Tang Wuyue's words, Mimi couldn't help but burst into laughter, her mirth echoing through the tent. I'm sorry, Captain. I was too impulsive. Mimi's cheeks flushed slightly as she bit her lip, confessing, but I simply can't help it. Each time I catch the scent of your masculine essence, I long to hide in your arms. Upon hearing this, Tang Wuyue wrapped his arms around her waist, holding her tightly as he playfully asked, Is that so? Indeed, Mimi's eyes shimmered with a hint of daze as she grasped Tang Wuyue's arm and gently pecked his lips. Captain, do you like me? In her eyes glimmered a hint of anticipation. As to me, Mi turned to Tang Wuyue and confessed. I never believed in love at first sight, but now I do. She shifted her feet, intending to sit up straighter and draw closer to him, but was suddenly seized by a sharp pain in her ankle. Ouch! Mimi gasped, as if struck by a jolt of electricity. What's wrong? Is your foot hurting again? Tang Wuyue observed her furrowed brow and inquired with concern. Perhaps I walked too much today, she replied, rubbing her ankle and nodding. Tang Wuyue sighed, casting a knowing glance at her. I told you to rest properly at the camp, but you wouldn't listen. Now you know the pain, don't you? I'm sorry, Captain, Mimi admitted with a pout, but I was only thinking of you and didn't want to be apart. Even if my foot hurt, I wanted to stay with you. Tang Wuyue shook his head with a wry smile, unsure of how to respond. We have plenty of time ahead of us. There is no need to rush. The program has just begun, and there are world championships to come. We have ample time to enjoy each other's company. With that, he straightened his posture and said, Now, extend your foot. Let me apply some medicine. Okay, Captain, Mimi obediently replied, leaning against the tent as she presented her injured ankle before him. Tang Wuyue examined her ankle, frowning slightly. It's not too bad. You were just fatigued from walking too much, and, thankfully, it hasn't swollen excessively. Captain, will it be better in a couple of days? Mimi asked softly, biting her lip. It will be fine. Just rest for 2 days, he assured her, meeting her gaze. But if you continue to be disobedient, who knows what might happen? I promise I'll be good, Mimi quickly declared. Captain, I will do whatever you ask. Tang Wuyue regarded her for a moment before turning to retrieve some ointment from the medical kit, beginning to tend to her injury. He gently cleansed the slightly swollen ankle with a cotton ball, then applied the medicine evenly over the affected area. His touch was both steady and gentle, ensuring Mimi felt no additional pain. As the soothing balm spread, a refreshing coolness permeated her skin, bringing her considerable relief. Thank you, Captain. I feel much better. Mimi gazed at him with soft affection. I applied some pain-relieving ointment. It should alleviate your discomfort shortly, allowing you to enjoy a restful night. Tang Wuyue remarked as he tidied up the supplies. Mimi nodded gently, leaning quietly against the side as she watched him. Tang Wuyue, in turn, observed her. Their eyes locked, and an unspoken tension filled the air, suffusing it with an indescribable sentiment. Captain, thank you for always taking care of me, Mimi said as she sat up and suddenly threw herself into Tang Wuyue's embrace. You mentioned last night that I owe you a favor, so today I shall repay you. With her gaze aflame, she wrapped her arms around his neck, entwining herself around him like a fervent fire. Tang Wuyue found himself unable to resist her fervor and extinguished the small night light within the tent. At this moment, the moonlight gracefully illuminated the interior of the tent, casting an enchanting and hazy scene. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The following morning, when Tang Wuyue awoke, he discovered that Mi had already departed, likely slipping back to her own quarters before dawn. However, the disarray within the tent hinted at the wildness of the previous night. Strands of Mi's long hair were scattered across the ground mat, remnants of their fervent escapade. Tang Wuyue sat on the floor, tidying up, donned his attire, and drew back the sunshade curtain of the tent as he stepped outside. Good morning, Captain. As he emerged, he collided with Lu Shishir, who was busy sunbathing wild mushrooms. Good morning. Tang Wuyue nodded, his brow furrowing in curiosity. Is everyone awake? Indeed, Lu Shishir replied with a smile. Captain, we all knew you were exhausted from yesterday, so we intentionally let you sleep in a bit longer. Last night was indeed quite tiring, Tang Wuyue remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. How did you all sleep? We slept splendidly. Lu Shishir responded with a grin. Captain, I am a heavy sleeper. No amount of noise could rouse me. Caught off guard by our casual remark, Tang Wuyue felt an inexplicable sense of implication in her words. Captain, you're awake. Just then, Xiao Di approached, interrupting their conversation. Sister Mi has prepared a pot of mushroom and seafood soup using wild mushrooms and emperor fish, and it smells divine. Would you like to have a taste? Mushroom seafood soup? Tang Wuyue turned his gaze towards the distant campfire, where indeed, Dami Mi was bustling about, the aroma of the soup wafting through the air. Wow, it truly smells incredible, Lu Shishir exclaimed, closing her eyes to savor the fragrance. Sister Mi's culinary skills have certainly improved, even from this distance. One can detect the delightful scent. Haha, it's primarily due to the captain's discerning palate. Xiao Di interjected with a meaningful tone. Xiao Di, how is your cooking skill coming along? Tang Wuyue asked, looking at her with a smile. Would you like me to assist you one day? Xiao Di was momentarily taken aback, hastily waving her hands. No need, Captain. I'll just learn from Sister Mi another day. After saying this, she took Tang Wuyue's hand and said, Captain, let me show you. Yifei and Jinmai are making mushroom pancakes. They had been busy from early morning, and Lu Yifei and Zhao Jinmai had specifically experimented with creating small pancakes using wild mushrooms. These pancakes were crafted from a blend of mushrooms and cassava flour, enhanced with bits of octopus, resulting in a delightful texture that was both chewy and tender, bursting with flavor. Just moments ago, as the pancakes finished frying, Xiao Di could not resist sneaking a taste, instantly captivated by the exquisite aroma. This was a perfect harmony of the treasures of the mountains and the delicacies of the sea, with a flavor that was truly unique. Mushroom pancakes? Tang Wuyue inquired with curiosity. Is this their new creation? Indeed, Xiao Di nodded enthusiastically. This morning, they were pondering what breakfast to prepare for you. After much deliberation, they decided on these mushroom and octopus pancakes. These pancakes were pan-fried to perfection. After Lu Yifei heated the pot, she first extracted the oil from the emperor fish skin, which she then used to pan-fry the small pancakes. These pancakes, infused with the aromatic essence of the emperor fish and the delightful freshness of mushrooms, were truly a creative masterpiece. Upon hearing Xiao Di's words, Tang Wuyue nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, you've begun to explore the culinary arts yourself. In this era, many female celebrities are delicate and largely avoid manual labor. It is rare to find virtuous stars like Dami Mi and Lu Yifei, who can both grace the stage and adeptly work in the kitchen. Captain, you're awake? Dami mi notiget, Tang Wuyue besi deher. A faint blush appearing on her cheeks as she greeted him. Their eyes met, and it seemed they could still recall the intimate moments from the previous night. Tang Wuyue observed her and asked with a meaningful glance, Did you sleep well last night? Why are you up so early? Dami Mi blushed further, nodding as she replied. I slept all right, just a bit tired from yesterday. My legs feel a bit weak, but otherwise I'm fine. Her words hinted at an injury yet to heal. However, Tang Wuyue discerned the underlying message. She had undoubtedly been quite exhausted last night, and today she could barely stand. After speaking, Dami Mi gently served Tang Wuyue a spoonful of mushroom seafood soup and said tenderly, Captain, this is the mushroom seafood soup I made for you. Please, tell me how it tastes. Tang Wuyue took a sip, and his eyes immediately lit up. Delicious. The flavor is remarkably fresh. I didn't realize your culinary skills had improved so much. With the first taste, he could perceive the harmonious blend of the exquisite flavors of mushrooms and seafood. The freshness of the mushrooms and seafood did not clash. Rather, it was as if two distinct textures merged in his mouth, offering a novel gastronomic experience. Really? Dami Mi exclaimed with delight upon hearing Tang Wuyue's praise. Receiving the captain's acknowledgement is the greatest encouragement for me. She then covered the pot, saying, The seafood soup is ready. We'll soon be able to feast. Yes, Captain, our mushroom pancakes are also prepared. Please give us your score. Lu Yifei and Zhao Jinmai waved from a distance, smiling. Upon witnessing this scene, the fans in the live stream were momentarily stunned. Wow, this is truly a celestial existence. Is this really the captain? He is practically the treasure of a team. Dammy me cooking seafood soup and the goddess making mushroom pancakes. This life is one to envy. Who says wilderness survival is about suffering? This is the real enjoyment of life. With so many popular female stars revolving around one person, Tang Wuyue is truly a winner in life. It's incredibly enviable. Brothers, let us not say anything more. I'm signing up for wilderness training school right now. I must participate in the next season of the wilderness survival show. Are you really going to dig a pit while you're busy? Dude, you have no idea about the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Even if you started learning from the womb, you might not reach Captain Tang's level. Exactly, with so many participants, how many can achieve Tang Wuyue's caliber? Other teams have only one captain, while Dammy Me and Lu Yifei's group feels like they have an all-around boyfriend. The live chat was abuzz with excitement, as everyone was captivated by the atmosphere surrounding Tang Wuyue's team. In contrast to the tense atmosphere of other groups, Tang Wuyue's team resembled a warm family. With each member striving for the collective good, their spirits elevated. At that moment, the banana leaves in the camp were adorned with an array of wild mushrooms, their fragrant aroma wafting through the air, enveloping the surroundings in an enticing essence of freshness. Even if they were to do nothing further, these mushrooms would suffice for a considerable time. In just a fleeting afternoon, they had amassed such a bountiful harvest. Although the process was somewhat tiring, their hearts brimmed with joy. Each sighting of the mushrooms on the ground uplifted their spirits. These were not merely ordinary wild fungi. They symbolized their resilience in surviving on this isolated island. Captain, the mushrooms are all dried. What shall we do with them? Lu Shishir approached, pointing to the sun-dried mushrooms and smiling. Reflecting on the rules previously set by the director, a wave of uncertainty washed over them. Who might be joining their group? Would it be one person or two? No one could say for certain. However, they were reluctant to welcome new members, as their current team was already harmonious. Dammy and Lu Shishir were both hesitant about new teammates unless they were particularly familiar. Yet for Tang Wuyue, it was of little consequence. After all, it merely meant sharing meals with a few more mouths, and their food supplies were ample. Shouty, when will the substitute celebrity arrive? Dammy inquired, having overheard Shouty's conversation with Lu Shishir. I'm not entirely sure, Shouty pondered before responding, but I believe the director mentioned they would arrive in a week. Oh, Dammy chuckled. It's no problem. Perhaps it will be a friend of ours. Dammy felt no anxiety, as her extensive connections in the entertainment industry meant she was acquainted with nearly all female stars. Even if newcomers were to arrive, it would be inconsequential. They would surely integrate seamlessly. Indeed, Lu Yifei nodded in agreement. More people make for a livelier atmosphere. It would be even better if they were acquaintances. Shouty smiled and nodded, affirming, absolutely. All right, let us eat first. Tang Wuyue glanced at them and reminded, after a busy morning, we should replenish our energy. Yes, Captain. Lu Yifei distributed the mushroom pancakes into each bowl. Dammy also carefully served everyone a bowl of seafood soup. By the way, Captain, Dammy took a sip of her soup and suddenly remembered, asking with curiosity, what task do we have today? Are we going to dive to catch fish together? Today? Tang Wuyue looked up at the sky, pondering. We need to repair the house today. Given the darkening sky over there, it is certain that it will rain in the next couple of days, so we must prepare in advance. At that moment, dark clouds were already gathering in the distance, slowly drifting closer. Based on Tang Wuyue's experience, it was clear that rain would fall on the island by nightfall. They were currently sleeping in tents, which offered some rain protection, but heavy rainfall could easily lead to water seeping in. Therefore, they needed to set up their temporary shelter before nightfall. Once that was accomplished, they could move their tents beneath the temporary structure, alleviating fears of wind and rain. Dammy, Lu Yifei, and the others also glanced upwards. Indeed, the distant sky had darkened, an unmistakable sign that rain was imminent. Just a moment ago, they were preoccupied with preparing breakfast and paid little attention to the weather. Oh dear, what will happen to our mushrooms? Lu Shishir expressed her concern as she put down her chopsticks. Mushrooms? Tang Wuyue glanced back at her and shook his head. It hasn't rained yet. They should be fine after a day of drying. Once the weather improves, we can put them out again to dry. The mushrooms had been drying overnight, and most of the moisture was gone. Another day of sun should suffice. Once the sky's clear, we can dry them again, transforming them into genuine dried mushrooms. Lu Shishir nodded appreciatively. Thank you for the reminder, Captain. This afternoon, when they are adequately dried, Xiaodi and I will gather them. Tang Wuyue pondered before suggesting. While we set up temporary accommodations, let one person remain at the base to keep an eye on the mushrooms and tidy up our belongings, facilitating our move. Yes, Captain. The starlets responded in unison. Fortunately, the temporary shelter was not far. They merely needed to transport the tents and some supplies. Nevertheless, having stayed at the camp for several days, they had grown attached to it. The thought of leaving so suddenly stirred a sense of reluctance within them. Captain, will we return here after we move? Zhao Jinmai asked, setting down her bowl and chopsticks, her face reflecting her reluctance. Of course, Tang Wuyue nodded. The structure is complete. Is it not more comfortable than a tent? He reminded them. Tents are merely temporary. They offer no shelter from the elements. We must first establish our temporary residence to provide a comfortable haven. Indeed, the captain is right. Zhao Jinmai nodded in agreement. It's south just that this place holds many memories, like the unextinguished bonfire and our makeshift kitchen and dining area. It's all a product of our hard work. Ha! Demimi chuckled, offering comfort. Don't worry, out with the old and in with the new. Once we settle in the new location, I believe the captain will help us create an even better environment. Exactly, my. Lu Yifei chimed in. Our new abode will be splendid, facing the sea, with spring in full bloom and close to a water source. It will be much better than where we are now. Yes, I understand. Zhao Jinmai replied with a faint smile, nodding. Thank you, Sister Mimi and Sister Yifei. I am merely feeling a bit sentimental. I am indeed looking forward to the new residence. Seeing the group's spirits lifted, Tang Wuyue stood up. We have spent quite some time on the island. It is time to tidy up our temporary accommodations. Living in a tent had nearly turned his space into a gathering spot for the starlets, especially when Demimi and Lu Yifei came to visit him, almost overwhelming the tent's confines. Only by constructing the temporary wooden cabin would they have more space. However, for Tang Wuyue, this might not be as convenient. His tent was situated far from the other starlets, so regardless of the ruckus he made with Demimi, it wouldn't disturb anyone else. But once they all resided in the same building, that barrier would vanish. To be candid, this was merely Tang Wuyue's speculation. He could not control whether others overheard his moments alone with Demimi. Judging by the conversation Lu Shishir had initiated with him this morning, it seemed likely she had caught wind of something. Otherwise, how could her words carry such profound implications? Captain, after moving into the new house, shouldn't we live together? Just as Tang Wuyue was lost in thought, Zhao Jinmai suddenly exclaimed this, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Live together? Lu Yifei and Lu Shishir exchanged glances. I didn't mean it that way. You misunderstood, Zhao Jinmai quickly clarified. I meant, shouldn't we all reside in the same house? What else could it mean? Lu Yifei chuckled. Are you afraid the captain has any intentions towards you? Ha. Upon hearing Lu Yifei's words, Dami and Xiaodi couldn't help but laugh. They were actually hoping the captain would have some thoughts about them. But with so many sisters around, the captain certainly couldn't entertain each one individually, could he? Zhao Jinmai blushed, shyly stating, I'm not scared. I know the captain isn't that kind of person. After a pause, she added, mainly, I'm frightened of rainy days. If I could live with the captain, I wouldn't feel so scared. I must admit, I share that fear. Lu Yifei nodded in agreement. Especially on this deserted island. Who isn't afraid when they hear thunder and rain at midnight? Seeing their worried expressions, Dami reassured them. What is there to fear? The captain is here. Exactly. Zhao Jinmai lifted her head and said, That's why I asked if the captain would live with us. With the captain around, I'm not afraid of anything. Everyone has their vulnerabilities. Take Zhao Jinmai, for instance. She fears neither mice nor insects, but she is terrified of wind and rain. After all, being in the wilderness, such weather feels even more intense. All right, everyone, don't worry, Tang Wuyue interjected as he overheard their conversation. Our house is built very sturdily, even if it rains. We'll be fine. With that, he stood up and asked, Has everyone eaten enough? If so, let's set off. We're full. Dami and Lu Yifei responded in unison, quickly getting to their feet. By the way, Tang noticed the mushrooms drying on the banana leaves and turned to them, saying, We need to leave someone at the camp. Who do you think is suitable? There were many mushrooms drying at the camp, and someone had to keep an eye on them. Moreover, they had stored some food, which needed to be protected from small animals. Everyone was taken aback. Captain, I can't. I have to help you build a house. Dami quickly interjected. Captain, I can't either, Lu Yifei added. I still need to help you carry the wood. Tang Wuyue glanced at them before turning to Xiaodi, Zhao, Jin Mai, and Lu Shishir. Captain, Xiaodi hurriedly said, I'm responsible for organizing the moss. The dried moss was sorted by me and Jin Mai last time, and we need to move it to the new house soon. Yes, yes. Zhao Jin Mai nodded in agreement. Then it's down to me? Lu Shishir said with a wry smile. Captain, I'll stay behind. That works, Tang Wuyue replied, exchanging a glance with her. Since you dried the mountain mushrooms, you can keep watch of the camp. All right, Lu Shishir said earnestly. Captain, you can count on me to manage the camp. Good. Tang Wuyue smiled at her. Thank you for your hard work. Once we finish here, we'll move all the tents and supplies over. With that, Tang Wuyue picked up the rain tarp and led Dami and Lu Yifei forward. When initially constructing the temporary abode, Tang Wuyue deliberately left space for future expansion. Thus, should a new actress arrive, he would have the means to build additional accommodations. He also chose a separate area for himself, where he could set up a temporary residence in case of situations akin to last night, ensuring he would not disturb others. Captain, all the moss is dried. Xiao Di and Zhao Jinmai approached Tang Wuyue after spending the entire day drying the moss. This was the result of their labor from a few days prior. The dried moss would absorb moisture effectively. When laid upon the floor of the room, it would help maintain a dry environment. Tang Wuyue rubbed a piece of moss between his fingers, and it instantly crumbled into dry flakes. The fact that it had reached such a state indicated that it was thoroughly dried and ready for use. Quite dry. Tang Wuyue nodded, addressing Xiao Di. Well done. Even if it rains from here on, our room will remain dry. Captain, is this up to standard? Xiao Di inquired, cradling the moss with a smile. That's sufficient. Dan we hapfim. Gather all the moss together. We shall lay it on the floor shortly. Yes, Captain. Upon receiving Tang Wuyue's approval, both Xiao Di and Zhao Jinmai beamed with joy. Their spirits lifted by the recognition, they hurried back to where the moss was drying. To them, receiving validation was of utmost importance. If the captain praised them, it motivated them to work even harder. Captain, how can we assist you? After Xiao Di and Zhao Jinmai had walked away, Demimi stepped forward, her tone gentle. Tang Wuyue looked at her sweet expression and smiled. Is your ankle feeling better? My ankle is fine, Demimi blushed and shyly replied. But my legs feel a bit numb. She hesitated, then confessed, I can't even stand steadily now. It was understandable, having not rested the entire night. Shouldn't you go back and take a break? Tang Wuyue suggested. You should accompany. Sure. I can manage here. I want to go. Demimi shook her head vigorously like a fan, pouting. I just want to stay with you. I don't want to be apart for even a second. Silly. It would be the same if I stayed with you tonight. Tonight? Demimi smiled wryly and shook her head. I'm afraid that's not possible. She leaned closer to Tang Wuyue, whispering, everyone might be staying here tonight. We can't possibly do that under their noses, can we? What? A live performance? Tang Wuyue was taken aback by her interpretation, shrugging. Did you forget? We can go elsewhere. It doesn't have to be in a house. Huh? Elsewhere? Demimi's face instantly flushed like a sunset, her eyes sparkling with shyness. Captain, you really are mischievous. The perceptive Demimi quickly grasped the underlying meaning in Tang Wuyue's words. Her cheeks reddened, and she lowered her gaze, giggling as she remarked, Captain, didn't you say it would rain tonight? If we go out, we will surely get drenched. Huh? Drenched? Just then, Lu Yifei walked in, carrying a stack of wooden boards, the very materials needed for the upcoming repairs. Lu Yifei, not comprehending their conversation, mistakenly assumed that Dami Mi was afraid of the rain, and quickly reassured her, don't worry. Sister Mi, the captain has already prepared the materials. Even if it rains tonight, we won't end up drenched like drowned rats. Dami Mi paused for a moment, then nodded. Yifei, you misunderstood. We are not discussing this. Huh? Not talking about the rain? Lu Yifei looked at her in confusion. Dami Mi, not wanting to deceive, stated plainly, I meant that if we go out tonight, we might get wet from the rain. Since Lu Yifei had just arrived, she was entirely unaware of their discussion. Rather than concealing their thoughts, it was better to be forthright. Indeed, the naive Lu Yifei did not catch the underlying meaning, smilingly suggesting, if it rains, then we simply want to go outside. Captain, do you think the boards I found are sufficient? Lu Yifei recalled the materials she had brought in and quickly turned to inquire of Tang Wuyue. These are only enough to build one wall. Tang Wuyue examined the boards and replied, fortunately, We are not relying solely on these. We will need other materials as well. On the island, lacking professional tools made cutting wood quite challenging. They had to rely on axes and knives. Therefore, they would use boards sparingly, only where support was necessary. For other gaps, he planned to utilize banana leaves and mud. Particularly, a mixture of fine twigs and soil would create a sturdy and waterproof paste once it solidified. No boards? Lu Yifei asked, her face filled with confusion. Captain, if we don't use boards, what will we use? Is anything else stable enough? She had never constructed a house in the wild and was unaware of the materials required. She assumed timber and sticks were essential for building. You might not understand. Tang Wuyue explained, on the island, we lack power saws and such tools. Although using boards looks nice, it is quite laborious. He paused for a moment. We only use boards to frame the structure. The stability, waterproofing, and wind resistance of the house will be addressed by the mud. Oh, right. How could I forget about the mud? After hearing Tang Wuyue, Lu Yifei suddenly realized when I built houses in the countryside. I also liked using mud to plaster the walls. Mixing fibers with the mud made it very strong. Exactly. Tang Wuyue appreciated her eagerness to learn and nodded. Although the likelihood of rain tomorrow is quite high, the weather today is pleasant, and after a day and night of settling, the mud should harden quickly. Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words, Lu Yifei promptly suggested, Captain, let us hurry and fix the house, aiming to finish before sunset. All right, let us get to work. Tang Wuyue picked up an axe from nearby and instructed them, I will nail the boards to the wall. And you two go over there under the trees to gather some fallen leaves and fine twigs. Yes, Captain. Lu Yifei and Dammy Mi responded in unison, promptly turning to exit. Once they had walked far away, Tang Wuyue began nailing the boards to the wall, and soon enough, the outline of the house began to take shape. Meanwhile, not far away under the trees, Dammy Mi and Lu Yifei were busy collecting leaves in a net bag. As Lu Yifei meticulously arranged the leaves, she contemplatively inquired, Sister Mimi, did you visit the captain for a dressing change yesterday? Indeed, Big Mimi replied, placing the leaves into a net bag and nodding. How did you know? I heard you, Lu Yifei responded, glancing down at Big Mimi's feet. Your injury must have been quite serious yesterday. Your cries were quite loud. What? Big Mimi was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Lu Yifei could hear her. She had restrained herself considerably, only allowing sounds to escape when absolutely necessary. Upon realizing this, Big Mimi's cheeks flushed crimson. I'm so sorry, Yifei, for disturbing your rest. Not all. Lu Yifei laughed softly, shaking her head. I couldn't sleep last night, and your voice just happened to reach my ears. She smiled and added with a hint of irony, now I find myself even more awake. Big Mimi felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, almost wishing for a hole to hide in. What foot injury? We are all adults here. Who could possibly mistake that noise? The fairy must be feigning ignorance. With a sigh, Big Mimi managed a wry smile as she addressed Lu Yifei. Yifei, I truly apologize. I'll be more cautious next time. Since the fairy did not address the matter directly, she preferred not to shatter that delicate layer of unspoken understanding. Living under the same roof, they would inevitably cross paths. And if the truth were to be laid bare, it would be exceedingly awkward. Don't worry, Sister Mimi, Lu Yifei said with a gentle smile. Once your foot heals, it will all be forgotten. She paused momentarily before continuing. Speaking of which, I truly envy you and Xiao Di. The captain has been so attentive to you both after your injuries. Unlike me, who had to struggle just to capture the captain's attention for the opportunity to learn diving and fishing alongside him. Big Mimi blinked in surprise, her eyes sparkling as she glanced at Xiao Di, cautiously asking, Yifei, you don't happen to have feelings for the captain, do you? She had been puzzled by Lu Yifei's sudden change in demeanor, but upon hearing that question, the realization dawned on her. So, this little girl has developed feelings for the captain too. Indeed, upon hearing Big Mimi's words, Lu Yifei confessed, the captain is not only handsome but also genuine, radiating a sense of security that is irresistible. Surely, no one could dislike him. Big Mimi was momentarily speechless. Living under the same roof, who could resist such charm? Lu Yifei was correct. This sentiment was shared among all. Upon reflection, the only person they could truly rely on in their team was the captain. Thus, it was only natural for them to harbor feelings for him. Most importantly, the captain's gentlemanly demeanor and masculine strength were unparalleled, providing an allure that was profoundly captivating to women. With this in mind, Big Mimi nodded and remarked, who wouldn't he be enamored by a man like the captain? Therefore, I truly envy you, Sister Mimi, for being so close to him. Lu Yifei gathered a pile of fallen leaves and placed them into the net bag beside her. I hope to earn the captain's recognition someday as well. Ever since diving and fishing with Tang Wuyue, Lu Yifei's thoughts have been consumed by his image, her heart fluttering with excitement and apprehension. Yifei, you have already gained the captain's recognition. Dammy smiled and responded. Didn't he, the captain, just praise you? Is that so? Lu Yifei paused for a moment, then nodded. It seems there is some truth to that. But I must continue to strive and aim to become as outstanding as Sister Mimi. Huh? Like me? Dammy was instantly taken aback. What excellence do I possess? ISNT it merely because I sprained my ankle that I had the opportunity to interact with the captain? Does that count as excellence? At that moment, within their temporary dwelling, Tang Wuyue had already nailed wooden boards across all the walls. Just then, Xiao Di and Zhao Jinmai entered, joyfully bouncing in while carrying a pile of dried leaves on banana leaves. Captain, we brought back all the leaves. Do you think they'll all suffice? They said, wiping sweat from their brows and smiling. Tang Wuyue approached to take a look and found the large banana leaves piled high with sun-dried foliage. Indeed, this is more than enough. Tang Wuyue nodded in satisfaction and beckoned to them. You've worked hard all morning. Come and sit for a moment and have some water. Thank you, Captain. Xiao Di and Zhao Jinmai nodded eagerly and rushed to sit on the carpet. The carpet was made from a type of tree fiber, making it incredibly comfortable and resilient. Wow, the house is starting to take shape. Now we needn't worry about the rain, Xiao Di remarked, wiping her brow while sipping water. Exactly, Zhao Jinmai agreed. From the outside, the house seems small, but once inside, it feels remarkably spacious. It seems we could accommodate 10 more people. This house was indeed quite large. Even if they moved all the tents inside, there would still be ample space. Once the house was fully constructed, they would no longer need to sleep in tents, and everyone would have their own room. Tang Wuyue had already reserved individual rooms for each of them. Once completed, they would simply need to seal the gaps in the wooden boards with banana leaves and mud, ensuring everyone could enjoy their privacy. Xiao Di smiled and asked, Captain, is there anything else we need to do to finish the house? Once it's done, I would love to decorate our home. There are no complicated steps left, Tang Wuyue replied, glancing at Xiao Di. As long as we cover it with tarpaulin and plaster the walls with mud, we will be finished. Building a house in the wilderness is all about simplicity and practicality. It just needs to shield us from the wind and rain. Is it really that simple? Upon hearing this, Xiao Di quickly said, Then Mima and I will go find some small decorations nearby to embellish our house. Great. Zhao Jinmai nodded. When we were out before, we discovered many beautiful leaves that would be perfect for decoration. It is human nature to appreciate beauty. And as they were among the most popular female stars in the entertainment industry, their aesthetic standards were naturally elevated. Captain, we are back. Just then, Dammy and Lu Yifei entered, carrying a bag full of leaves. Captain, will these leaves be sufficient? Dammy and Lu Yifei placed the overflowing bag on the ground and asked with smiles. Wow, so many? Xiao Di and Zhao Jinmai exclaimed, unable to contain their surprise. They hadn't anticipated that Dammy and her companions would bring back such an abundance of leaves. Enough, more than enough. Tang Wuyue, upon seeing the bag of leaves, addressed them. I've already prepared the mud. All we need to do is mix in the leaves. Certainly, Captain. Demimi and Lu Yifei replied promptly, hastening to stir the mud. In order for the mud to dry quickly, they needed to complete the house without delay. Subsequently, everyone began to divide tasks. Tang Wuyue climbed onto the roof with the tarpaulin, meticulously covering it and securing it with wooden strips. Demimi and Lu Yifei diligently mixed the mud, applying it bit by bit to the walls. Xiao Di and Zhao Jinmai were also occupied, carefully laying down the ground cover. Working together with great synergy, it wasn't long before the house was nearly complete. Xiao Di stepped outside to take a look, then re-entered, exclaiming, Wow, our house is truly spacious. She pointed outside, saying, It's peculiar. From the outside, the house appears small, but once inside, it feels entirely different, so roomy. That is due to the contrast between the exterior and interior. Tang Wuyue chuckled in response. Here on this deserted island, surrounded by openness, the house appears diminutive. Yet once inside, the perception shifts entirely. He paused before continuing. In truth, this house is quite large. Even with a few more female team members, it could accommodate them comfortably. Indeed, Demimi nodded with a smile, agreeing that the house seemed small from the outside, Yet the interior space was remarkably different. She reached out to touch the wall and turned to Tang Wuyue, saying, "Captain, the mud is drying quickly. With the pleasant weather today, as soon as they coated the walls with mud, the sun swiftly solidified it, demonstrating high efficiency." Tang Wuyue approached, inspected the work, and nodded. "If we let it dry overnight, it will be even sturdier." Afterward, he surveyed everyone with a grin, saying, "Let us go back and move our belongings. Starting tonight, we will all share the same roof." Upon hearing this, the female stars immediately flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, as the captain had mentioned, they would soon be living together. Previously, when residing in tents, there was always a sense of solitude, as the tents were small and distanced from one another. However, that was no longer the case. Now, they had a shared house, which even had 2 separate rooms, each furnished with a large bed made of wood and bamboo. Once bedding was laid out, each bed could accommodate 3 to 4 people. After all, living together on a deserted island provided a greater sense of security. As for Tang Wuyue, he had intentionally reserved a space upstairs, intending to create a private sanctuary. When the time came, whether the Mimi came to visit or Lu Yifei and Xiao Di dropped by, there would be ample privacy. With the staircase positioned outside, it would not disturb the girls inside. Everyone could enjoy their own space. Otherwise, living together could lead to chaos. "Captain, will we still be sleeping in tents tonight?" Xiao Di inquired curiously. "What shall we do then?" Tang Wuyue glanced back at her, reminding, "Although the house is finished, it would be wise to sleep in the tents tonight. In case of rain or wind, the room could become quite chilly." Madagascar experiences significant temperature fluctuations between day and night, particularly during the evening. When it rains at night, the temperature plummets rapidly, necessitating the use of warm sleeping bags. "Understood, Captain." Xiao Di nodded in response to Tang Wuyue's words. "What about our campfire?" Zhao Jinmai suddenly recalled the matter. Previously, they had kept their fire burning continuously at the campsite. "Campsite fire? It's almost raining." Tang Wuyue chuckled at her. "Why bother with a fire when it's about to rain? We can start again once the rain subsides." Zhao Jinmai's face flushed as she nodded, saying, "I apologize, Captain. I was a bit forgetful." Tang Wuyue smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No worries. Let us hurry back and move our things while the weather is still fair." "Yes, Captain." Dami Mi and Lu Yifei responded in unison, quickly heading back to the campsite. Upon their return, they found Lu Shishir had gathered all the wild mushrooms. After a morning of drying, the mushrooms were nearly dehydrated. They would simply need a brief airing once the weather cleared. Seeing Tang Wuyue had returned, Lu Shishir rushed over, her excitement palpable. "Captain, you're finally back. Were you worried?" Tang Wuyue surveyed the campsite and replied, "The house is already organized. We'll be able to move in tonight." "Really? So soon?" Lu Shishir was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated such efficiency, and thankfully, she hadn't slacked off, ensuring all the mushrooms were collected. Xiao Di, noticing the campsite was tidily arranged, expressed her surprise. "Sister Shishir, you managed to gather all these mushrooms? That must have been quite an effort." "Foolish girl. It was that difficult." Lu Shishir smiled and noted. "Drying the mushrooms is indeed a hassle, as they must be laid out in layers for even sun exposure. But collecting them is simply a matter of pouring them together." "Haha, true. I really can be a bit slow on the uptake," Xiao Di said, scratching her head in embarrassment. She genuinely forgot that gathering mushrooms was much easier than drying them. Hearing their conversation, Dami Mi approached and remarked, Sure, don't be modest. Look around. Nearly all of this is your doing." Lu Shishir not only organized the mushrooms, but also arranged the stove and tables for convenience during their move, displaying remarkable skill. "Ha! Sister Mi is absolutely right." Lu Yifei chimed in, nodding in agreement. "Among us, Sister Shishir is the best at organizing. She will surely make a wonderful wife in the future." "Not at all." Lu Shishir's cheeks flushed as she looked down, saying, "I merely did what I was supposed to do. With such praise, the captain will surely tease me." Despite her words, she felt a warm glow inside. After all, receiving compliments from her teammates would surely endear her to the captain. Hearing their remarks, Tang Wuyue smiled and said, Sure, you have indeed done very well. It seems keeping you with us was a wise decision." During the selection process, Lu Shishir was the only one willing to stay, and he had not anticipated her capabilities. "Thank you for your affirmation, Captain." Lu Shishir's face lit up with a smile. "We are a team. It's only right to contribute. You all have worked hard building the house too. Sister Sure is absolutely correct. Zhao Jinmai nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "We are a cohesive entity, a large family." Since their arrival on the island, their collective consciousness had grown remarkably strong. They all understood that survival on the island necessitated unity and adherence to the captain's directives. Subsequently, with a command from Tang Wuyue, the group commenced their orderly preparations. They began by dismantling the tents, carefully rolling up the canvas and frames that had once shielded them from the elements. Next, they organized their personal belongings. Though Mimi and Lu Yifei were typically radiant stars accustomed to the limelight, at this moment, they exhibited no airs of delicacy. Each bent down to move items, efficiently rolling up the tents with remarkable synergy. In addition to the provisions they had collected over the past few days, Mimi and Lu Yifei gathered some shells and conch shells as makeshift tools. The island offered no essentials. Everything had to be fashioned by hand. For instance, chopsticks were replaced with twigs, coconut water served in conch shells, and meals consumed from discarded coconut shells. Everything could be transformed into ready-made crafts. By the time they finished packing, twilight was approaching. The process of tidying up allowed the sun to bathe them in its warmth. The newly constructed houses needed to be aired out, and soon the mud would dry completely. In this moment, they were finally ready to move into their new home, and Tang Wuyue's emperor-like days were about to commence. The mere thought of sharing living quarters with so many celebrated female stars was exhilarating. At that moment, the sunset cast its golden glow across the entire beach, enveloping the campsite in a shroud of sunlight, like a delicate golden veil. Standing at the edge of the temporary camp, Tang Wuyue observed Mimi and Lu Yifei as they prepared to set off. They had packed their tents and were equipped with bowls and utensils, ready to journey to the new campsite. Although excitement and dreams for the future radiated from their faces, a profound sense of reluctance lingered for the campsite they had called home for several days, particularly for Zhao Jinmai, who remained transfixed by the nearby campfire. "Mame, do not be disheartened." Tang Wuyue glanced at her and reassured, "This will still be our campsite." After a brief pause, she added, "When new arrivals come, we shall host a welcome party here, allowing them to experience the charm of sleeping in the old campsite." "Yes, thank you, Captain." Zhao Jinmai understood the captain's comforting intent and promptly nodded. Noticing her expression relax, Tang Wuyue turned to Mimi and Lu Yifei, asking, "Is everyone ready? We are about to move to our new location." Although the new campsite was not far, it represented a fresh beginning for them. Reporting to the captain, "We are ready." The group of starlets replied with pride and vigor. Mimi beamed, her eyes sparkling. She gently patted her backpack, filled with essential items and personal belongings, and remarked, "Captain, we have had our fill of the tents. We have longed to move to the new campsite." Recently, living in the tent had been overwhelming for Mimi, as the cramped space left little room for comfort. Alas, the production team has provided only temporary tents, which necessitates solitary accommodation. This measure is also intended to deter any inclination towards lethargy or reluctance to construct new lodgings. So impatient, Tang Wuyue cast a glance at the ever-hopeful Dami, remarking, "Look at Mima, still reluctant to leave this place, while you're already yearning for the new campsite." "Hee, our circumstances differ." Dami blinked, her expression laden with meaning. "Mima is a sentimental soul, whereas I am pragmatic. I truly wish to leave this modest tent behind." "So do I," Lu Yifei chimed in, her tone graceful as she tucked a stray lock of hair back in place, smiling as she added, "Living in a tent feels suffocating. A new house is far more comfortable." The new dwelling boasts a floor adorned with sun-dried moss, ensuring that even if the ground is damp, the interior remains dry and warm. Compared to the daily gusts of sea breeze and the discomfort of a humid tent, the new abode offers unparalleled comfort. The contrast is stark. However, despite her aversion to the tent, Lu Yifei held a deep affection for the land that had once sheltered them. She surveyed her surroundings, reminiscent of past moments spent learning to dive with Tang Wuyue, flooding her heart with a wave of sweetness. This sweetness seemed to blossom from the very ground beneath her, as if it had long taken root in her heart. "Captain, shall we set forth?" Lu Yifei sighed softly, tightening her backpack and turning to Tang Wuyue with resolute eyes. The sweetness of that fleeting moment would linger here, yet new sweetness awaited her in a new place. Lu Yifei had already made up her mind. Since she harbored feelings for the captain, she would take the initiative, she could not fall behind others. Seeing that everyone was prepared, Tang Wuyue waved her hand. Let us go to the new campsite. Absolutely, Captain. The group responded in unison, hastily shouldering their bags and gathering their supplies as they made their way to their new residence. The procession moved leisurely forward, filled with laughter and joy. And it wasn't long before they arrived at the new campsite. This was the place they had collectively chosen, facing the sea with breathtaking scenery, surrounded by abundant resources such as coconut trees, banana trees, and small berries. Wow, is this our house? Lu Shishir exclaimed upon her first glimpse of the completed structure. The surrounding mud had dried, with branches and leaves embedded within, lending the wooden house an air of refreshingly rustic charm. Stepping inside, the space opened up magnificently, evoking the sensation of entering a luxurious mansion. It's this spacious? Lu Shishir marveled, her eyes darting around in disbelief. Prior to construction, the emptiness concealed the true extent of the space. Now that the house was completed, the distinction between a shell of a house and a fully furnished one became apparent. This dwelling was now in its preliminary stages of completion, adequately fulfilling all essential living conditions. In fact, the rooms were already furnished with beds. Once the moss had absorbed the moisture within a couple of days, they would be able to move into their dry and comfortable quarters. Haha, sure. Did you ever expect this? Little Dee set down her backpack and smiled at her, saying it's not just you. Even Mima and I are astounded by the size of this room. She paused before continuing. The captain is truly a master of spatial illusion. The exterior of the house gave us a deceptive impression, and upon entering, we discovered just how spacious it really is. Indeed, Zhao Jinmai nodded in agreement, adding, with such ample space inside, even our tent would fit perfectly. During the first 2 days of their stay, considering the humidity in the house, Tang Wuyue had specifically asked them to bring their tent inside. This way, even if it rained and the temperature dropped at night, sleeping in the tent would keep them warm and snug. Captain, where do we put the honey? Little Dee and Lu Shishir were conversing when suddenly, a voice from nearby interrupted, Mimi. This wild honey smells heavenly, but since the container is uncovered, it has attracted quite a few bees and butterflies along the way. Honey? Upon hearing Mimi's words, Tang Wuyue contemplated briefly before responding. The honey needs to be wrapped in banana leaves. It cannot be left exposed. They were currently residing near the jungle, and to deter black bears and other wildlife, the enticing aroma of the honey could not be carelessly left out. Just as Tang Wuyue finished speaking, a loud roar emerged from the nearby jungle. After relocating closer to the forest, they had taken precautions against black bears, and the fragrant honey must not be left unattended. Huh? What was that sound? Lu Shishir exclaimed, startled. It sounds like a black bear, Zhao Jinmai remarked thoughtfully. Lifting her head, they were familiar with the sound of a black bear's call, which was relatively easy to identify. What is going on? Lu Yifei furrowed her brow and turned to Tang Wuyue, asking, we stayed at the old campsite for so long without encountering any bears. Why don't we come to the new campsite and meet one right away? They had wandered around the woods without encountering any other creatures, so this surprise was unexpected. After listening to them, Tang Wuyue shrugged and said, perhaps it's because we've been carrying honey with us. The uncovered container of honey had drawn not only bees and butterflies, but likely attracted the black bear as well. However, black bears abroad are typically timid. When they see a group of people, they might merely stand up and look around, rather than daring to invade the camp. Huh, is it because of the honey? Lu Yifei finally understood. All right, black bears adore sweet things. Our honey must be so fragrant that it lured the bear over. Captain, can black bears eat it? Zhao Jinmai innocently inquired after listening to their conversation. Are you craving bear paws? Tang Wuyue asked her with a smile. Ha. Little Dee and Lu Shishir couldn't help but stifle their laughter at this. Wait here for a moment. I'll go take a look. Tang Wuyue signaled with her eyes and turned to step outside. As she reached the outdoors, she spotted a sizable black bear in the distance, curiously surveying its surroundings and sniffing the air. On such an isolated island, as long as people stayed together and maintained a campfire, black bears typically would not attack. They would merely observe from a distance. Captain, it truly is a black bear. What should we do? With a sigh, Dammy Me expressed her resignation, saying, it's likely attracted by the honey. Do not panic. Tang Wuyue nodded in agreement, reassuring her it will not approach casually. Even if a black bear intends to steal, it would only do so while we are asleep. He recounted a previous experience during wilderness survival training, where he witnessed a black bear devour all the fish caught by an uncle and the honey he had gathered. Yet, the bear did not harm anyone. After satisfying its hunger, it simply wandered away contentedly. Dammy Me nodded, comforted by the presence of their captain. With the captain here, we need not fear it. Just then, the black bear let out another roar, seemingly unable to detect the scent of honey any longer. It paused for a moment before turning and ambling away. Xiao Di and Lu Yifei peered from the doorway, and as the bear receded into the distance, they collectively sighed in relief. Thank goodness, that bear has finally left. It terrified me, Zhao Jinmai remarked, patting her chest as she watched the bear's retreating figure. Haha, Mamai, didn't you just say you wanted to eat bear paws? Xiao Di teased. Indeed, Lu Sure chimed in. If we follow the captain, we could catch that bear. That one do, Lu Yifei replied with a wry smile. Shaking her head. Such a large black bear? We wouldn't even have a place to store it. All right, let us not dwell on bear paws. Let us instead ponder how to enjoy some braised pork. Tang Wuyue interjected, casting a glance at them. First, we must catch a wild boar. That is the priority. Wild boar meat is truly delectable, far superior to that of domesticated pigs. Moreover, these creatures breed rapidly. I suspect there are quite a few wild boars on this island. Ah, wild boar meat? Zhao Jinmai exclaimed, unable to suppress her salivation. It has been ages since I last had wild boar. I am rather craving it. She lifted her head. Captain, I wish to join you in the hunt for wild boars. You? Tang Wuyue chuckled at her enthusiasm. Do you think it's that easy? Wild boars are not to be trifled with. The smallest among them weighs at least 100 pounds and has a fierce temper. When they charge, it is no jest. I reckon even a black bear would struggle against their brutal onslaught. Haha, Mama has only consumed pork. She has never seen a pig run. Lu Sure reminded her. You've forgotten? Last time we encountered that wild boar in the jungle. Yes, I recall. Zhao Jinmai nodded earnestly, but we can outsmart it. She paused, contemplating, for instance. This wild boar is swift and possesses tusks. We cannot confront it head-on, but we could dig a trap to ensnare it. Indeed, that is a clever idea. Tang Wuyue was pleasantly surprised by her ingenuity, nodding approvingly. This notion aligns with my thoughts. It appears that beneath Zhao Jinmai's seemingly gentle exterior lies an astute mind. In the absence of tools, devising a strategy to tackle a several hundred-pound wild boar necessitated such cleverness. Thank you for the compliment, Captain. Zhao Jinmai beamed at Tang Wuyue's praise, her face lighting up with a smile. When you dig the trap, I shall accompany you. All right, it's settled then. Tang Wuyue exchanged a knowing glance with her, smiling in agreement. With the black bear now far away, they need not worry excessively and should first attend to the proper arrangement of their new campsite. As he contemplated, Tang Wuyue picked up the backpack from the ground. You all tidy up the original room first, just like before. Let's sleep in tents for now. Yes, Captain. The starlets responded promptly. They then pondered a pressing question. Captain, what about you? Me? Tang Wuyue shook his head. I will sleep in the storage room nearby. Once the weather improves, I'll set up the second floor. Although the house was spacious, the triple rooms were not yet suitable for sleeping, so everyone had to pitch their tents in the hall. While there was still some space available, it was insufficient for so many tents. Thus, he had specially constructed a storage room beside it, ensuring he had ample space for himself. This way, he merely needed to rest there. The most crucial aspect was that if everyone crowded together, it would not only blur the lines between genders, but also hinder their activities. What if one of the starlets wished to have a chat with him? Rather than cramming everyone together, it was wiser to reserve a separate area for himself. Consequently, even if Xiaodi and Lu Yifei came over to visit, it would pose no problem. Captain, can you really leave us behind? Xiaodi, nearby, looked at Tang Wuyue with a pitiful gaze. With the wind and rain tonight, they would undoubtedly feel insecure without their captain by their side. But I will be nearby. Tang Wuyue chuckled and shrugged. If anyone feels uneasy, feel free to come find me. Meh. I want to find the captain. I want to come too. Upon hearing this, Xiaodi and Lu Yifei quickly stood up and exclaimed. Tang Wuyue looked at their playful expressions, shrugged, and said, all right, enough of that. First, get your tent sorted. After a brief pause, he added, tonight, we won't start a fire. We'll have some coconuts and bananas to tide us over. We can cook tomorrow once the rain stops. If it rained tonight, the fire they had just lit would be extinguished, wasting a significant amount of firewood. Lighting a fire in the wild was inherently challenging, so they could only keep things simple for now. They could always rekindle the fire when the weather truly cleared up. All right, Captain, Lu Shir nodded. We still have the dried octopus from yesterday. We can slice some for a snack. Good. You're always so thorough in your considerations. Tang Wuyue smiled at her, nodding in satisfaction. In terms of daily affairs, Lu Shir was indeed more adept than the others. Under Tang Wuyue's guidance, the starlets quickly erected their tents. He returned to his room to organize his belongings in the storage area. Although it was called a storage room, it was essentially a large chamber. This was specifically constructed by Tang Wuyue for storing food and firewood. The room was built of mud, just like the living quarters, and surrounded by a ring of banana leaves. The entire space was cozy, warm in winter and cool in summer. Xiaodi entered and said, "Captain." Tang Wuyue was busy arranging the bedding and looked up at her as she entered. "Are you staying here?" Xiaodi glanced around and smiled. "This place is quite nice and warm, but..." She paused slightly. "I thought you would stay with us." "There are distinctions between the genders," Tang Wuyue shrugged. "Besides, the tents take up quite a bit of space. Yours are all set up, so there's hardly any room left." He gestured towards his dwelling, exclaiming about the splendid environment. Far brighter than a mere tent. Of course, Xiaodi nodded in agreement, smiling as she remarked, "How could a tent possibly compare? Even if we all resided here, there would be ample space." Upon hearing this, Tang Wuyue couldn't help but chuckle. "Xiaodi, you certainly speak boldly," flushed with embarrassment at his laughter. Xiaodi stuck out her tongue. "Captain, I was merely making a comparison." "Well, that was a rather apt analogy," Tang Wuyue replied with a light chuckle, encouraging her. "Do continue to strive for improvement next time." Xiaodi beamed, tilted her head. "Captain, do you think it will rain heavily tonight?" Peering through the crack of the door, Tang Wuyue observed the overcast sky in the distance, noting that the rain would indeed be substantial. Fortunately, while constructing their shelter in the afternoon, they had fashioned a water barrier using soil and wooden stakes. Even if the rain poured heavily at night, they needn't worry about water seeping into their abode. Reflecting on this, Tang Wuyue nodded. Given the state of the sky, it seems the rain will be significant. I've dug a water reservoir utilizing the terrain, so we can collect rainwater for future use. Their drinking water could be sourced from a creek, while rainwater could suffice for washing clothes and vegetables. In the wilderness, one must fully harness the resources nature provides. "Captain, you think ahead." Xiaodi sighed. "I sincerely hope it doesn't rain. I'm terrified of thunder." "What is so frightening about rain?" Tang Wuyue glanced at her, shaking his head. "Isn't the sound of rain soothing for sleep? Many people even use their phones to play rain sounds to aid their slumber." He had often heard others express their fondness for drifting off to the sound of rain. Some even installed surround sound systems at home solely to listen to the rain. "Really? Some people enjoy it that much?" Xiaodi shook her head. "I, for one, do not relish the sound of rain." After a brief pause, she added, "Captain, if it were to rain heavily, I might just come to your room. You wouldn't mind, would you? Come in my room?" Tang Wuyue shrugged. "Then I shall have to prepare an extra blanket for you." "Haha, thank you, Captain," Xiaodi exclaimed joyfully, leaping up at his acceptance. "Captain, you must be tired. Let me massage your shoulders." Without hesitation, she rushed over, gently kneading his shoulders with her small fists. She thought, what if the captain changed his mind? Seizing this opportunity, Xiaodi aimed to reclaim some personal time, using her acquired skills from a previous role where she had learned some traditional Chinese massage techniques. Thus, she had developed a commendable set of massage skills. "Captain, how does it feel? Is it comfortable?" she asked, smiling as she leaned against his shoulder while massaging. "Quite nice." Tang Wuyue nodded, acknowledging her professional technique. "You certainly don't seem like a beginner." Turning to face Xiaodi, he frowned and inquired, "With such adept skills, why didn't you mention it sooner? I've long needed someone to help relieve the tension in my shoulders." "Oh," Xiaodi blushed, laughing, "Captain, it's just that there hasn't been an opportunity. You've always taken me and Ife diving and never brought me along. So how could I have a chance to massage you?" "Oh, so the massage must be done underwater?" Tang Wuyue understood her implication and teased her deliberately. "Oh dear, Captain, that is not what I meant," Xiaodi replied with a smile. "If the captain desires it, I shall come to assist you with massages every day." Upon hearing this, Tang Wuyue chuckled softly. "Very well, it is settled then. No backing out. As long as the captain does not mind me, I shall never retract my promise." Xiaodi grinned and leaned closer to Tang Wuyue's ear, whispering, "Then, Captain, Do not go back on your word regarding what you promised me. What did I promise you? He inquired. Captain, you are being coy. Xiao Di leaned forward slightly, gazing at him intently. Just a moment ago, you agreed that if it rains and thunders, I may come and find you. Upon hearing Xiao Di's words, Tang Wuyue finally came to his senses. Oh, you meant that? What's the big deal? He casually grabbed a blanket and said to Xiao Di, the blanket is all ready for you. Feel free to come whenever you wish. Wow, thank you so much, Captain. Xiao Di exclaimed, her heart blooming with joy, and she began to massage Tang Wuyue's shoulders more vigorously. Just then, Lu Yifei entered, carrying a pot of greenery. Oh, Xiao Di is here too? She noticed and paused for a moment. Then, smiling brightly, she said to Tang Wu, Captain, I brought you a potted plant. It will purify the air in the room. Tang Wuyue looked up to examine the plant in her hands. It was lush and vibrant, nestled within a beautifully crafted seashell. It was surely made by Lu Yifei herself, adding a layer of significance. Wow, it looks wonderful, Xiao Di exclaimed, unable to resist giving a thumbs up. Sister Yifei, you are truly talented. Oh, not at all. Lu Yifei blushed, smiling modestly. As long as the captain likes it, that's all that matters. How could I possibly dislike it? This is your thoughtful gesture, and I am delighted. Tang Wuyue accepted the plant, expressing his gratitude. Yifei, thank you. As long as the captain is pleased. Lu Yifei smiled, then reminded, Captain, Mimi and Shirshir have already prepared the meal. Shall we go eat together? Certainly. Tang Wuyue nodded. Thank you all for your hard work. Let's rest early tonight. Not all, Lu Yifei countered. Captain, you are the one who works the hardest, leading us in building the house and helping everyone move to the new camp. Indeed, Captain. Xiao Di Gaim Din, nodding fervently. Whenever I have free time, I will come to give you massages. Upon hearing Xiao Di, Lu Yifei finally realized, oh yes, Xiao Di, I almost forgot. You have studied massage techniques. Hee. That is why I will provide massages for the captain. Xiao Di affirmed, nodding. A few days ago, I was stung by a bee, and the captain took care of me. Now that my leg has healed, it is my turn to care for the captain. Indeed, well said. Lu Yifei sighed with a wry smile, saying, I shall leave the massages to you. I can at most help the captain arrange the room. Noticing her slight sadness, Xiao Di reassured her, it's all right, Sister Yifei. I will teach you. We can give the captain massages together. Absolutely, that sounds great. Lu Yifei replied with a smile. As night fell without a fire, they casually consumed some bananas and dried octopus. Fortunately, Lu Shirshir, possessing considerable experience, had taken care to break the fibers of the octopus with a clean stone during the drying process. The result was tender and flavorful, allowing everyone to finally enjoy a satisfying meal amidst the harsh conditions. Sister Shirshir, you truly have a way with things. Zhao Jinmai praised Lu Shirshir while savoring the octopus, exclaiming, this dried octopus is both fresh and aromatic, and it requires little effort to eat. It is simply delectable. Indeed, the taste is remarkable. Dilly, affectionately referred to as Xiao Di, nodded vigorously in agreement. Hearing their compliments, Lu Shirshir couldn't help but chuckle. I have no special skills. It was all taught to me by the captain. She then glanced at Tang Wuyue. Do you all think I am so capable? Without the captain's guidance, I would not have acquired such knowledge. That is still quite impressive. Zhao Jinmai raised her hand in admiration. Sister Shirshir is skilled, and the captain is even more so. Haha, Mama certainly knows how to flatter. Lu Shirshir's cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled and said, we are one big family, and I am genuinely happy to contribute to this family. So am I. Xiao Di nodded, adding, I will definitely learn from Sister Shirshir in the future. Lu Shirshir's words moved everyone deeply. They had come to participate in a survival program, but throughout the journey, they faced hardly any difficulties. No matter the circumstances, the captain was always by their side, providing immense reassurance. Thus, with Tang Wuyue and Lu Shirshir leading the way, no one wished to slack off. Everyone wanted to give their utmost to contribute to the team. By the way, Captain, who will learn to dive with you tomorrow? Xiao Di inquired curiously. Tomorrow? Tang Wuyue pondered for a moment before thoughtfully responding. Just look at how heavily it rained today. If it continues to pour, the sea will be murky tomorrow, making it impossible to see the bottom. He paused before adding, so we cannot decide just yet. Oh, Xiao Di nodded in contemplation. Tang Wuyue noticed her lost in thought and reminded her, now it's just you Lu Shirshir and Zhao Jinmai left. If the weather is fine and the water clear, I will choose one from among the three of you. All right, that gives me a 1 in 3 chance. Lu Shishir sighed with a wry smile, saying, "Last time I lost to Yifei, I hope I don't lose to you this time." Ha ha. The surrounding crowd could not help but laugh at Lu Shishir's remark. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room was warm and inviting, a stark contrast to the tumultuous weather outside. As darkness enveloped the scene, the once tranquil air of the expansive beach was shattered by the sudden sound of rain. The distant sky loomed dark as ink, heavy clouds pressing down. With the winds urging, the rain transformed into a torrential downpour, relentlessly pounding the earth and fiercely striking the humble wooden cabin on the isolated island. The rain cascaded like a waterfall onto the cabin's roof, producing an extraordinarily loud sound. Oh no, it's raining. The captain was indeed correct. Tonight, a violent storm was upon them. Fortunately, the captain possessed foresight, allowing us to construct the shelter in advance. Otherwise, the torrential rain would have surely swept away our tents. Once again, the captain has performed a remarkable act of salvation for us. It seems the captain is feeling a bit bashful from all the praise. Perhaps fatigue has taken its toll? After an entire day of exertion, shall we offer the captain a shoulder massage? The starlets began to chatter amongst themselves, casting glances at Tang Wuyue. As Tang Wuyue noticed the renowned actresses fixating on him, he felt somewhat flustered. Each of them radiated beauty, their smiles illuminating the atmosphere. "Captain, you've worked hard all day. How about we give you a shoulder massage?" Dami Mi was the first to rise, approaching Tang Wuyue. Tang Wuyue looked up at them, a wry smile gracing his lips as he asked, "Is it appropriate for so many of you to attend to just one person? What is inappropriate about it?" Lu Shishir chimed in with a smile, walking over. "With the heavy rain outside, we have nothing to do indoors. Why not help the captain unwind a bit?" Indeed, Shishir is right. Zhao Jinmai also approached with a smile. "Captain, would you prefer us to come one by one, or all together?" Little D stepped forward and inquired, "Although I have some training in this, with everyone so enthusiastic, it would be hard for you to choose. Why don't we do it together?" Tang Wuyue was taken aback by their eagerness, incredulously asking, "Are you all serious? You must understand that they are all illustrious stars. Any one of them could be a leading actress, the focus of the spotlight and the object of adoration from fans. Yet, here they were, surrounding him, vying to offer him a massage. Thank goodness there was no live broadcast tonight. Otherwise, the fans would have been consumed by envy and jealousy witnessing such a scene. "Captain, allow me to help you with your shoulders." Dami Mi was the first to stand, her eyes brimming with compassion and tenderness. She gently placed her hands on Tang Wuyue's shoulders, using a delicate touch to massage him carefully. "Captain, I can assist with your neck. I have learned professional techniques," Zhao Jinmai declared, stepping behind Tang Wuyue to begin kneading his neck. Her fingers deftly navigated between his neck and shoulders, providing considerable relief. It was surprising to discover that this young girl possessed such talent. It seemed the team was filled with skilled individuals who had only recently begun to reveal their abilities. "I shall join in as well," Lu Yifei said cheerfully, stepping forward to gently press on Tang Wuyue's temples. Although lacking in technique, her gentle and considerate demeanor allowed Tang Wuyue to feel her attentiveness. A gentle press on the temples can aid in relaxation, alleviating headaches and fatigue. In an instant, Tang Wuyue's shoulders, neck, and temples were attended to. Surrounded by the three starlets, he truly experienced the sensation of being enveloped by beauty. As he relished their massages, accompanied by the sounds of the storm outside, a unique charm enveloped the moment. "Ladies, you truly do not regard this as a mere trifling matter. I possess a secret technique." Observing the diligent efforts of her companions, Xiao Di smiled as she retrieved a bottle of essential oil from her pocket. This was a special preparation for their wilderness survival, originally intended for her own relaxation with the soothing scent of lavender during moments of fatigue. However, seeing Dami Mi, Lu Yifei, and Zhao Jinmai working so hard, she decided to share her treasure. Gently, Xiao Di applied the oil to Tang Wuyue's back and, with her skilled hands, began to massage him. As the fragrance of the essential oil wafted through the air, a refreshing and pleasant aroma enveloped the small cabin. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Di possessed such a delightful remedy. Lu Yifei and Zhao Jinmai were taken aback by her thoughtful gesture. Since you all are busy, I shall fetch the captain a glass of coconut water." Lu Shishir, noticing that everyone had taken their places, approached with a hint of reluctance. She calmly walked to the side, presenting a cup of coconut water to Tang Wuyue, smiling as she said, "Captain, close your eyes and savor this moment. Enjoy the coconut water, inhale the aroma of the essential oil, and with Mimi and Ife giving you a massage, doesn't it feel like a vacation in Hainan?" Tang Wuyue took a sip of the coconut water, and, as if struck by a thought, he remarked, "It actually does feel that way." After a brief pause, he continued, "It seems that from now on, even when I'm exhausted, there will be someone to help me unwind." The starlets couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. The small cabin was soon filled with joyous laughter, creating an atmosphere of warmth that starkly contrasted with the raging storm outside. With Tang Wuyue present, the female celebrities felt considerably more at ease. Despite the tempest outside, sitting beside him brought a profound sense of security. By the time Mimi and Lu Yifei finished massaging Tang Wuyue, the hour was late. After a long day of exertion, everyone felt utterly drained. Tang Wuyue donned a nearby garment, stood up, and announced, "It's getting late. Let us all rest early." After a moment's pause, he added, "The rain is quite heavy. It's uncertain if we can start a fire for cooking tomorrow. If the rain persists, we should pack up the tents, and I will set up the flue. We can cook inside the cabin." He had long prepared the flue for the cabin, utilizing the same pipe from his previous outing with Xiao Di to gather honey. When the time came, he would simply detach the pipe and connect it to the designated chimney opening. "Captain, are you heading back to your own space?" Xiao Di inquired with a tinge of reluctance as she noticed Tang Wuyue rising. "Indeed," Tang Wuyue nodded. "This is your tent. I cannot possibly crowd with you all." The female celebrities stifled their laughter at his remark. Although they secretly hoped the captain would stay in their tent, they felt too shy to voice it. After all, with so many people present, openly expressing such a desire would be quite embarrassing. "Captain, why don't we dismantle the tents? We can all squeeze into one room." Suddenly, Xiao Di had a brilliant idea. "Yes, Captain." Lu Yifei chimed in, nodding in agreement. "Xiao Di is right. Let us take down the tents." Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words, the nearby female celebrities could not help but chuckle softly. Although they secretly hoped the captain would stay in their tent, they found it difficult to voice their desires. After all, with so many people around, expressing such a sentiment would be rather awkward. "Captain, why don't we take down the tent? We can all squeeze together." At that moment, Xiao Di suddenly had an idea. "Yes, Captain." Lu Yifei quickly chimed in. "Xiao Di is right. Let us dismantle the tent. But if we take down the tent, will we all sleep on the ground?" Tang Wuyue observed their enthusiastic expressions and shrugged. "The ground will take at least 2 or 3 days to dry. And with the rain these past few days, it will be even wetter. Therefore, we cannot dismantle the tent for now." Although Xiao Di and Lu Yifei's suggestion was well-intentioned, the current circumstances were not suitable. If they really took down the tent and ended up sleeping on the damp ground at night, it could lead to colds, which would not bode well for their survival in the wilderness. To ensure they could participate successfully in the world competition, they must take care of their health. With this in mind, Tang Wuyue smiled and said to them, "All right, hurry up and sleep. There is work to be done tomorrow." "Yes, Captain." The female celebrities nodded eagerly. They were eager to leave this place, mainly out of fear of thunder and rain. Since the captain was considering their well-being, they dared not voice any further objections. After all, such an opportunity was rare, and if they caught a cold, they might be sent back home by the production team. At that moment, heavy rain poured outside. The sky was filled with rolling clouds and thunder rumbled. Dami and Lu Yifei peered outside and quickly shut the door again. "Captain, it's still raining outside. You'll get soaked," Dami reminded. The sound of rain outside was relentless, sometimes gentle, other times striking like a drumbeat. "It's fine. The house is just nearby." Tang Wuyue glanced back at her, shaking his head. "It's just a few steps." "Captain, please wait a moment." At this point, Lu Yifei handed him a large banana leaf. She gently said, "Captain, take this. The banana leaves here are bigger than umbrellas and will keep you dry." "All right." Tang Wuyue was pleasantly surprised by Lu Yifei's cleverness, quickly accepting the banana leaf and turning to head outside. Indeed, with the banana leaf in hand, it shielded him from most of the rain, allowing Tang Wuyue to return to his room with ease. Having just been massaged by the female celebrities, he felt quite relaxed. However, it wasn't long before drowsiness began to set in. The continuous sound of rain outside acted like a lullaby, gently lulling him into slumber. After an indeterminate amount of time, a sudden clap of thunder jolted through the sky. The persistent rumbling of thunder made it difficult to sleep, and the rain intensified, pattering against the wooden cabin. "Captain, are you asleep?" Just as Tang Wuyue took a sip of water, preparing to doze off again, he heard a faint voice from outside. Recognizing it as Liu Yifei's, he quickly got up and opened the door. "Captain!" Liu Yifei rushed towards him. Tang Wuyue hurriedly pulled her inside, using a towel to dry the rain from her hair. Liu Yifei was drenched, as though she had just emerged from the depths of a lake. Tang Wuyue glanced at her, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Why did you come out in such heavy rain?" "Captain, I am afraid," Liu Yifei replied softly, wrapping her arms around Tang Wuyue's waist. "Since childhood, I have harbored a fear of thunder and rain. Upon hearing the thunder roll continuously, I felt an overwhelming panic, as if each breath was a struggle. I wanted to find Mimi and Xiaodi, but it seemed they were all asleep with their tents completely zipped up." Her face was etched with a sense of grievance, her eyes betraying a deep-seated unease. Everyone has their vulnerabilities. Some fear mice, others insects, and still others snakes. Then there are those like Liu Yifei, who harbor a profound dread of storms. Such fears often stem from childhood traumas, leading to a lack of security. When the heavens unleash their fury, they cannot help but tremble in fear of the unknown. Liu Yifei's reaction was likely rooted in her past experiences. Yet Tang Wuyue refrained from probing, unwilling to unearth the scars within her heart. After holding onto him tightly for a while, Liu Yifei gradually released her embrace. Her complexion improved significantly, and the terror in her eyes began to dissipate. Eventually, she offered an apology. "I'm sorry, Captain, for causing you distress." After a brief pause, she continued, "My parents divorced when I was young, so my inner strength is considerably more fragile than others. Whenever it rains or thunders, I become particularly anxious." Noticing her pale visage, Tang Wuyue nodded and reassured her, "It's all right. You have nothing to fear with me by your side." "Thank you, Captain," Liu Yifei said, gently biting her lip before nodding appreciatively. "Seeing you instantly calms my heart. I no longer feel as frantic as before." Tang Wuyue gazed at her with tenderness, saying, "In the future, should such situations arise, come find me. I, too, would appreciate someone to converse with." He understood that Liu Yifei's reaction was not a mere pretense, but rather a natural physiological response to stress. At that moment, as the rain soaked her to the skin, she appeared particularly pitiful. Noticing her drenched attire, Tang Wuyue quickly retrieved a blanket from the side and handed it to her. "You must be cold. Wrap this around yourself." Liu Yifei nodded gratefully, warmth flickering in her eyes. After a moment of silence, she summoned her courage to say, "Captain, I truly apologize for disturbing you, but for some reason, I feel an immense sense of security whenever I see you." She paused before continuing, "This is why I brave the rain to seek you out. Only in your presence can my heart find peace." Tang Wuyue smiled gently, comforting her. "It's all right. First, change out of those wet clothes, or you'll catch a cold." The temperature in Madagascar fluctuates drastically between day and night. It can be sweltering during the day, but piercingly cold at night, especially on rainy days. Liu Yifei, completely soaked and shivering, sat there with a pale face. The priority now was to change out of her wet clothes and wrap herself in the blanket to maintain her body warmth. "But clothes?" she began hesitantly. "Yes," Tang Wuyue asserted firmly, "you must change out of those wet clothes, or you will fall ill." He had no women's clothing available, so, for the moment, he could only offer her a blanket. Though it felt somewhat awkward to be wrapped in a blanket, the night had fallen and solitude enveloped her. Warmth was of utmost importance. Moreover, with the thunder rumbling and rain pouring outside, it was unlikely anyone else would arrive. Although Di Li, affectionately referred to as Xiao Di, had mentioned seeking him out when frightened, she must surely have drifted into slumber amidst such torrential rain. Liu Yifei, upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words, felt her cheeks flush and nodded, understanding that the captain had her best interests at heart. With this thought in mind, she swiftly turned away and began to shed her drenched clothing. Although a hint of shyness washed over her, she complied, wrapping herself snugly in the blanket after removing her outer garments, unable to meet Tang Wuyue's gaze. Since their intimate diving experience, Liu Yifei had developed a unique affection for him. Particularly on this stormy night, her sense of reliance on him intensified, as if his mere presence banished all fear. She recognized this as the essence of safety. After changing her clothes, Tang Wuyue tore off 2 pieces of tissue and handed them to her, saying, "Wipe your face. With such heavy rain, it must have been quite the ordeal for you." In truth, Liu Yifei hadn't intended to become so drenched when she rushed outside. Her concern for Tang Wuyue falling asleep had kept her from entering directly, leading to her current state. Yet, this misfortune bore unexpected fortune. Despite waiting outside for an extended period, the captain eventually opened the door. Once inside the room, Lu Yifei felt a wave of relief wash over her. The fears that had plagued her dissipated. She accepted the tissues and dried her face, then looked up at Tang Wuyue. Their eyes met, and an unspoken sentiment lingered in the air. "Captain, are you not afraid of thunderstorms?" Lu Yifei inquired with curiosity. "Not at all," Tang Wuyue replied with a smile, shaking his head. "What is there to fear? The sound of rain lulls me into deeper sleep." "Really? You can sleep through such a cacophony?" Lu Yifei gazed at him in astonishment, never imagining the captain could sleep so soundly under such conditions. "Of course," he affirmed with certainty. "I have always told you that to master survival in the wild, one must confront all adversities. This is merely the beginning. We will spend a considerable time in the wilderness and face even greater challenges ahead." For pampered stars like her, cultivating courage was the first hurdle to overcome. To reach the global finals, Tang Wuyue needed to impart not only survival skills, but also fortitude, nurturing their resilience in the face of adversity. After absorbing his words, Lu Yifei nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Captain, I understand." Subsequently, her gaze became resolute as she declared, "In truth, from the moment I saw you earlier, my fear dissipated. Should I encounter such weather again, I believe I will handle it with greater composure." Her reaction, at its core, stemmed from psychological barriers. Once these mental obstacles were dismantled, the fear would no longer haunt her. Thus, Tang Wuyue was guiding her in this regard, assisting her in emerging from the shadows of her mind. For Lu Yifei, today marked a significant transformation. In the past, faced with such weather, she would don headphones, cranking the volume to its zenith to drown out the world's sounds. However, after conversing with Tang Wuyue today, she felt a noticeable shift within her. The crux of the matter lies in avoidance. In the past, she consistently suppressed her feelings, reluctant to confide in anyone. However, she has now finally discovered a confidant, and the secrets that weighed heavily on her heart have found their release. "Captain, is there anything you fear?" Lu Yifei inquired, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Tang Wuyue. She found it perplexing that he, who usually seemed fearless, might harbor fears of his own. "Me?" Tang Wuyue chuckled softly and replied, "Of course, I fear being broke." Lu Yifei couldn't help but laugh. "Captain, you're truly amusing. With your looks and capabilities, how could you possibly be without money? Can good looks stave off hunger?" Tang Wuyue shot her a teasing glance. Who would venture into the wilderness for survival if they were wealthy? It's only us impoverished souls who ponder daily how to survive in the wild. Lu Yifei smiled, shaking her head. "Captain, I beg to differ," she stated earnestly. "Good looks are indeed advantageous. Once we return, I'll recommend you to my agency, and they LL package you well, turning you into a superstar." "Me? A superstar?" "Tang Wuyue lai di, she du. Don't jest. I could never be a big star." He viewed himself merely as a wilderness survival captain, never contemplating a foray into the entertainment industry. Unbeknownst to him, his social media following had surged to millions, frequently trending in searches. Achoo! As they spoke, Lu Yifei suddenly sneezed, evidently having caught a chill from being drenched. Her cheeks flushed as she looked up at Tang Wuyue, shyly asking, "Captain, could you hand me a tissue?" Tang Wuyue gave her a scrutinizing look, frowning as he asked, "Are you coming down with something?" With a resigned shake of his head, he handed her a tissue from beside him. "I told you it's cold outside. If you don't change out of those wet clothes quickly, you'll easily catch a cold." "Thank you, Captain. I'm sorry for the trouble," she replied, lowering her gaze. "Trouble?" Tang Wuyue regarded her thoughtfully. "Right now, we can't start a fire inside. You need to warm up quickly." As soon as the words left his lips, he pulled Lu Yifei closer, wrapping her in his embrace. Startled, she felt the blanket slip from her shoulders, exposing her fair skin. "Captain," her face reddened, and she nestled into his arms, uncertain of what to say. The atmosphere shifted to one of subtle tension. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed outside, causing Lu Yifei to flinch and retreat further into Tang Wuyue's hold. He tightened his grip around her shoulders, glancing down to ask, "Are you warmer now?" Her cheeks flushed deeper, and though she remained silent, she stole a glance at Tang Wuyue and gave a gentle nod. Despite the rain pouring outside, the temperature within the room gradually rose. As they huddled together for warmth, the effect was palpable, their bodies slowly warming in tandem. Perhaps due to the nature of their relationship, both sensed a growing heat within. Lu Yifei's face resembled a ripe apple, as if it might bleed with embarrassment. In such a context, although they felt a tinge of shyness, parting was simply not an option. Only in this manner could Lu Yifei gradually warm herself, preventing the chilling rain from inflicting harm upon her. At that moment, her heart raced like a flurry of startled fawns, pounding incessantly. She would occasionally glance up at Tang Wuyue, then lower her gaze in silence, resembling a bashful kitten. In Tang Wuyue's embrace, she felt no resistance. Instead, warmth enveloped her, akin to being cradled by a cozy hearth, allowing her to experience such tender affection for the first time. Suddenly, memories of learning to dive with Tang Wuyue surged to the forefront of her mind. When their paths crossed, it was as if an electric current surged through her, leaving her unable to articulate the sensation. In any case, the captain's position in her heart had soared to remarkable heights. She realized she had become rather dependent on him. Tang Wuyue cast a curious glance at her, inquiring, "Are you referring to that diving incident? The one where we caught the parrotfish?" "Indeed." Lu Yifei's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded gently. "It's about the time we caught the 857 parrotfish, when you guided me through using the spear gun. We were so close then, it felt electrifying, an indescribable wonder. Yet, I truly felt no reluctance at all. Strangely, every moment spent with you brings me immense joy." At this, Lu Yifei lowered her head, shyly admitting, "Perhaps I have developed a bit of affection for you, Captain." "What? You like me?" Tang Wuyue was taken aback by her candidness. He had never anticipated Lu Yifei would be so forthright. After all, she was a goddess in the eyes of countless fans, universally regarded as a fairy. Yet, here she was confessing her feelings in person. Had it not been for Lu Yifei's presence, Tang Wuyue might have questioned the clarity of his hearing. With this thought, he tightened his embrace around her shoulders, ensuring the blanket was securely draped over her. He lifted his gaze and asked, "How are you feeling? Is it any better? You must be warmer now, right?" He could distinctly sense Lu Yifei's body temperature gradually rising. At that moment, Lu Yifei's face resembled a ripe apple, crimson with embarrassment, rendering her momentarily speechless. It was her first time being so close to a man in the wilderness, especially beside someone she admired so deeply. How could her heart not flutter? Realizing this, Lu Yifei clutched the blanket tightly, softly expressing, "Thank you, Captain. If it weren't for you, I truly don't know if I could have endured. In another team, with a different captain, I might not have lasted even a week. But you are different. You support us in every way, both in life and materially. As long as I am by your side, I fear nothing." Holding the blanket firmly, Lu Yifei murmured, "It seems I have become quite reliant on you. Only with you nearby do I feel less alone." Initially, when Lu Yifei signed up for this program, she never envisioned how long she could survive in the wilderness. She merely sought to challenge herself and test her resilience. Yet, she never anticipated that she would end up in Tang Wuyue's team. It was then she realized that wilderness survival could indeed be such an exhilarating experience. Originally, the wilderness survival experience, which many anticipated to be arduous, transformed into a culinary showcase under the guidance of the captain. They indulged in exquisite ingredients daily, feasting to their heart's content. Unlike other teams, who not only struggled with hunger, but also labored tirelessly to construct shelters, how could a few pampered starlets endure such hardship? The more she pondered, the more exhilarated Lu Yifei became, her fondness for Tang Wuyue intensifying with each passing moment. This marked the first occasion in a long while where she found herself seated face to face with the captain, especially after their recent diving escapade. Her feelings towards Tang Wuyue grew ever more acute. She yearned to remain in his company, dreading the thought of separation. Just the idea of diving alone with the captain or foraging for ingredients sent her heart racing, particularly tonight, as thunder rumbled and rain poured outside. They sat together in the warmth of their small cabin, an isolated sanctuary amidst the storm, undisturbed by others. It felt as though this little cabin in the wilderness had become their shared world. With such thoughts, Lu Yifei's excitement soared, and her sense of belonging deepened. Unable to resist any longer, she placed her other hand on Tang Wuyue's waist. Looking up at him, her cheeks flushed, she shyly inquired, "Captain, do you have feelings for me?" After a brief pause, she added, "During our fishing trip, were you intentionally holding me close? Tang Wuyue was taken aback by her directness. Momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, he managed a wry smile and replied, "Actually, during the last fishing lesson, Captain, please don't be nervous." Lu Yifei interjected with a smile. "I'm not upset with you." Sitting up straight, she earnestly grasped his hand and whispered, "Captain, do you like me?" Caught off guard by her straightforwardness, Tang Wuyue quickly nodded. "Of course I do. You are regarded as a celestial being by everyone. What man wouldn't he be enamored by you?" With a rosy hue gracing her cheeks, Lu Yifei responded, "Captain, I'm serious. I'm serious as well." Tang Wuyue assured her, "I am not jesting." "Thank you, Captain." Lu Yifei beamed, her joy palpable. "I'm truly happy today. I used to dread such weather. But being with you has lifted my spirits. I am no longer afraid at all." The fire within her eyes blazed as her beautiful gaze locked onto Tang Wuyue. He, too, found himself captivated by her, and in that moment, the mutual feelings they harbored erupted forth. In the cozy warmth of the little wooden cabin, they could no longer suppress their emotions, embracing each other fervently, shattering the last remnants of distance between them. Outside, the tempest raged, yet within the cabin, the atmosphere was equally charged. The once desolate space now radiated warmth akin to spring. Lu Yifei no longer worried about her body temperature. She felt as though she had been ignited, devoid of any chill. The rain continued to fall throughout the night, intermittently accompanied by deafening thunder. All were lost in slumber until the following morning when Tang Wuyue awakened leisurely from his dreams. At that moment, Lu Yifei had likely returned to her tent, no longer present in the cabin. However, the disheveled blanket strewn on the floor hinted at the wildness of the previous night. Though the rain outside continues to fall incessantly, its intensity has diminished significantly compared to last night. Tang Wuyue cautiously pushed open the door and peered out, greeted by the refreshing atmosphere surrounding him. The abundant rainfall had created numerous puddles on the ground. Fortunately, Tang Wuyue had the foresight to install waterproof facilities in advance. Otherwise, their home would have been transformed into a veritable pool by now. "Hey, Captain, are you awake?" Just as Tang Wuyue was surveying his surroundings, Lu Shishir came into view, holding a banana leaf as a makeshift umbrella, walking towards him with a gentle grace. Upon seeing Tang Wuyue, her face instantly lit up with a radiant smile. "Captain, did you sleep well last night?" Lu Shishir inquired, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Quite well, indeed," Tang Wuyue replied, casting a curious glance at her. "What about you? Did you sleep soundly?" Lu Shishir initially nodded, but then shook her head. After a brief pause, she sighed and said, "How should I put it? I seem to have slept deeply, yet didn't he feel entirely restful?" Tang Wuyue furrowed his brow, probing, "So is it sweet or not?" Lu Shishir shrugged and explained, "I was initially sleeping soundly, but the thunder and torrential rain last night roused me from my slumber. I would drift back to sleep only to be awakened again." She paused for a moment, recalling the claps of thunder that had sent shivers down her spine. "Fortunately, my sisters were nearby, and knowing you were close by as well brought me a measure of comfort." Tang Wuyue chuckled and nodded. "What about the others? How do they fare?" "They should be doing all right." Lu Shishir contemplated for a moment before shaking her head. "I didn't hear any commotion from the others, so they must be sleeping soundly. Or perhaps no one dared to peek out of the tent. The storm outside was fierce, and they were surely too apprehensive to venture out." Tang Wuyue found her words amusing and remarked, "This is your first stop in the wilderness, and indeed, the most crucial one. It is an excellent opportunity to cultivate your courage. Once you endure this night, fear will no longer hold sway over you." Lu Shishir nodded, albeit reluctantly. "Captain, thunderstorms and rain are quite ordinary, but here in the wilderness, the thunder seems to resonate with an alarming intensity. The booming echoes feel as if they are right beside you, instilling a sense of dread. However, after one night, it seems there is nothing to fear. Listening to the raindrops patter against the tent actually lulled me into a deeper sleep." As she spoke, she appeared to be transported back to the previous night's events. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She looked up at Tang Wuyue with concern and asked, "By the way, Captain, were you cold last night? After all, you were alone in your room." "Not all." Tang Wuyue shook his head, chuckling. "I'm a grown man. What need do I have to fear the cold? As long as you all are warm, that is what matters." He added, "If you feel chilly, we can set up the flue today and light a fire to warm you." "Oh, no need for that, Captain." Lu Shishir quickly waved her hand. It's actually quite warm inside. We're all huddled together. She continued, but what shall we do about cooking today? It's still raining outside. Do we have to rely on bananas and octopus to fill our stomachs? No need. Tang Wuyue shook his head, stating that he had already prepared a place for cooking and only needed to install the smoke vent system. What? Captain, are we going to start a fire indoors? Lu Shishir exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Indeed, Tang Wuyue nodded. Cooking indoors will keep us warmer. The temperature has fluctuated greatly these past few days, and everyone must take care to stay warm. He gestured toward the rain outside. The reason we couldn't make fire earlier was that the flue hadn't been set up yet. Once we install the flue, we can safely cook inside, as the smoke will be vented outside. After a moment, Tang Wuyue asked her, do you remember the smoker we used when harvesting honey? Lu Shishir suddenly understood. Oh, Captain, that smoker is the smoke pipe, right? Exactly, Tang Wuyue replied. I had prepared the smoke vent system long ago, but had not found the time to install it. Since it is still raining today, let us cook indoors. This way, we can keep warm and enjoy a hot meal. Outside, the rain continued to pour, rendering underwater fishing impractical. The mixture of rainwater and seawater blurred visibility, making it unsuitable for diving. They would have to make do with the leftover food from the previous days, such as dried octopus, unfinished fish jerky, and freshly dried mushrooms. Fortunately, their food supplies were quite ample, containing not only mushrooms but also a significant amount of cassava flour. Even if they made dumplings or wontons with the cassava flour, everyone would be well fed. The only regret was the absence of pork. If they could catch a wild boar, it would make their dumplings or wontons even more delightful. Just then, while Tang Wuyue was conversing with Lu Shishir, he noticed Xiaodi running over with an expression of excitement. Captain, our rainwater collection containers are full. Now we don't have to worry about running out of water. Previously, they had been conservative with water for washing dishes and hair because fresh water was so scarce. However, last night, as heavy rain had provided them with a considerable amount of fresh water. Although the rainwater was unsuitable for drinking, it was quite useful for daily cleaning. Tang Wuyue looked at Xiaodi and suddenly recalled her word from last night. He fixed his gaze on her and inquired, Xiaodi, how did you sleep last night? Was it all right? He was particularly eager to learn what had transpired, as Xiaodi had mentioned before that if she was scared during the rain, she could come to his tent. However, only Lu Yifei had come. Xiaodi was nowhere to be seen. He wondered if she had been frightened away by the storm or simply too afraid to leave her tent. Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's question, Xiaodi's face flushed, and she quickly replied, Captain, I slept quite well last night, though I was awakened by the thunder in the middle of the night. She continued to explain, I thought I would be scared and consider coming to find you, but when I remembered that the other sisters were nearby, I felt less afraid. So I didn't want to disturb you. Though Xiaodi's explanation was brief, Tang Wuyue could discern the truth. She had undoubtedly been frightened by the thunder and chose to stay in the tent, not daring to venture outside. Moreover, the rain had been torrential, and stepping outside would have soaked her completely. It seemed that despite her intentions, the heavy downpour had kept Xiaodi indoors, allowing her to sleep soundly. However, her performance has indeed lent a hand to Tang Wuyue and Lu Shishir. Had Xiaodi been present, they would not have been able to sit together and share heartfelt conversations last night. By the way, Captain, do we have any tasks today? Lu Shishir inquired curiously. Glancing at Tang Wuyue, Tang Wuyue cast a glance her way and shook his head, saying, There are no tasks today. The rain is quite heavy, so everyone should rest indoors to avoid catching a cold. Unfortunately, the rain from last night has continued unabated into today. Although the downpour has lessened somewhat, it is still significant. If one wishes to venture outside, a banana leaf umbrella is essential. Fortunately, they had previously stocked up on ample provisions. The current food supply is sufficient for a considerable time, so even if they do not go fishing today, they will not face a shortage. Upon hearing this, Lu Shishir nodded and replied, All right, we will follow the captain's guidance. After she finished speaking, she earnestly added, Captain, if there are any tasks, please let us know. We will strive to accomplish them. Lu Shishir is the most diligent member of the team, and she always excels at the tasks assigned by Tang Wuyue. Therefore, she is always the first to inquire whenever tasks are distributed, eager to learn about the day's activities. By the way, Captain, when shall we go hunting for wild boars? Just then, Xiaodi's voice rang out unexpectedly. Hearing the conversation between Tang Wuyue and Lu Shishir reminded Xiaodi of the captain's earlier mention of hunting wild boars. Hunting wild boars? Tang Wuyue raised an eyebrow, curiously asking, Oh, Do you wish to accompany me in hunting wild boars? Of course, Xiaodi replied with a smile and a nod. Going out with the captain is bound to be thrilling. Ever since her last adventure with Tang Wuyue to gather honey, Xiaodi has developed a passion for exploration. The mere thought of hunting wild boars or gathering honey alongside the captain fills her with excitement. What she longs for most, however, is the opportunity to dive and fish with the captain, an experience she eagerly anticipates. Alas, since she initiated the card drawing process, she cannot take shortcuts. She must wait for the day when the captain draws her name to have the chance to accompany him underwater. Amused by Xiaodi's enthusiasm, Tang Wuyue chuckled, perhaps not. Last time you accompanied me to gather honey, you ended up getting stung by bees. He shrugged and added, I fear that if I take you to hunt wild boars, you might get gored. The sound of laughter erupted from Xiaodi and Lu Shishir. Both of them doubled over in mirth. Oh dear, Captain, you tease me again. Xiaodi blushed, feeling embarrassed as she explained, that was an accident. I was inexperienced. This time, I will definitely heed your advice. In truth, she has felt quite guilty about the incident that resulted in her injury. Xiaodi believes that had her leg not been hurt, she might have been able to draw cards alongside Lu Yifei and Lu Shishir. Perhaps the one who assisted the captain in catching the large parrotfish could have been her. Observing Xiaodi's eager expression, Tang Wuyue sighed, perhaps not. Hunting wild boars is too perilous, and I cannot take you along for now. He earnestly cautioned. Those wild boars weigh hundreds of pounds and can be quite ferocious. However, he added, you may accompany me when we dig traps. The female celebrities, with their delicate skin and lack of outdoor experience, were ill-equipped to accompany him on perilous tasks. Recently, Tang Wuyue pondered this and ultimately resolved to venture alone, deeming it unwise to bring them along due to their inexperience, which could jeopardize the mission. Good morning, Captain. Tang Wuyue greeted as he conversed with Lu Shishir and Xiao Di, when suddenly, Demimi and Zhao Jinmai approached. Demimi's face radiated joy as she hurried towards Tang Wuyue, exclaiming, Captain, we've collected a substantial amount of rainwater. Now we won't have to trek far for water anymore. The memory of her sprained ankle during their last water-fetching expedition lingered, and seeing the storage brimming with rainwater filled her with delight. Tang Wuyue glanced at her and nodded slightly. Indeed, this rainwater will sustain us for a while. We can manage with our usual drinking water for the next few days. Great, Demimi replied cheerfully. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinmai, gazing out at the distant sea, stepped forward and inquired, Captain, are we still going diving today to catch fish? As of now, only she, Xiao Di, and Lu Shishir had yet to experience diving. Initially, the thought of diving had filled them with trepidation, as it was unfamiliar territory. However, witnessing Demimi and Lu Yifei consistently bringing back surprises had gradually sparked their enthusiasm, with dreams of diving alongside their captain filling their minds. The excitement intensified upon seeing the large parrotfish that Lu Yifei had caught, igniting a fervent desire to join Tang Wuyue in fishing. The thrill of landing a big catch was undeniably exhilarating, fulfilling their inner vanity. They yearned to experience the joy of returning triumphantly. Most importantly, this was a rare opportunity to dive alone with the captain. Who could possibly refuse such a splendid chance? Observing Zhao Jinmai's eager expression, Tang Wuyue shook his head, explaining, it's still raining outside, and the visibility underwater is too poor for diving. He further cautioned, moreover, the water temperature drops significantly after rain. Diving in such conditions could easily lead to colds. While this temperature posed no challenge for Tang Wuyue, it was a considerable test for the delicate skin of these starlets. Their physical resilience was insufficient to withstand such a sudden drop in temperature. What? We're not going today? Zhao Jinmai's expression fell immediately upon hearing this. She had been prepared, eager to dive alongside the captain. The long-awaited opportunity seemed to slip away once more. With a sigh, she lamented, well, I hope the weather clears up soon. I truly wish to fish with the captain. Ever since Lu Yifei and Tang Wuyue had caught that impressive parrotfish, Zhao Jinmai had harbored a desire to catch one of equal size, proving her worth. Haha, my. Do you really want to dive? Demimi and Lu Shishir couldn't help but laugh at Zhao Jinmai's enthusiasm. Zhao Jinmai nodded with a look of helplessness and said, of course, Sister Mi, you and Yifei have dived with the captain and gathered quite a few treasures. We are certainly envious. Upon hearing this, Demimi was momentarily taken aback, Her face flushed crimson as she waved her hand, saying, "In truth, I didn't catch much. It was all the captain's doing. I merely assisted in gathering some spider conchs and bread crabs." With a self-deprecating smile, Mi explained, "I was merely a bait, if anything. The last time Tang Wuyue took Lu Yifei diving, Lu Yifei used some bait to catch an emperor grouper, while the Mimi managed to catch a large eel. Indeed, they resembled bait themselves, aiding in the capture of many fish. It is undeniable that female stars are well received in reality, and the same holds true beneath the waves. Thanks to their assistance, the harvest this time was even more abundant. Outside, the rain continued to fall. Fortunately, Tang Wuyue had previously constructed a shelter from the rain and stored the firewood inside. Despite a night of relentless rain, the firewood remained completely dry and suitable for use. Tang Wuyue glanced at the sky before turning to them, saying, "I will go check on the house shortly to see if the rain has washed away the mud." Although they had already built the house yesterday, the heavy rain could have potentially washed away the once solidified mud. If that were the case, the ventilation within the house would be compromised, making it susceptible to leaks. It was essential to inspect the surroundings of the house meticulously to prevent such occurrences. Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words, the female stars came back to their senses. They quickly picked up the nearby banana leaves and followed Tang Wuyue to the side of the house. As there was a tarp protecting the roof, they did not have to worry too much. Their task was merely to examine the areas where mud had been applied on the sides of the house. Sure enough, as Tang Wuyue approached, he discovered that the mud around the house, which had previously solidified, had been washed away by the rain. Fortunately, they had covered it with banana leaves, preventing the mud from falling. Although there was currently no wind or water leaking into the house, the mud remained wet. They needed to gather more banana leaves to secure the mud until the weather improved for drying. "Ah, what a relief." Da Mimi market, looking at the mud on the roof with a grateful expression. "We were fortunate to have added extra leaves and branches to the mud. If the fibers had been insufficient, the rain would have washed it all away." Indeed, Sister Mimi was right. At that moment, Lu Yifei approached, and Mimi smiled at her, saying, "Yifei, look at our significant contribution yesterday. Without those extra leaves, the mud would have surely been washed away by the rain." Tang Wu, observing their proud demeanor, grinned and said, "Indeed, you two are not just ordinary female stars. You possess genuine skills. The house remains leak-free, and your contributions are paramount." "Haha, it's not that exaggerated." Mimi blushed slightly, waving her hand and saying, "It's all thanks to the captain's proper guidance." "Yes, yes," echoed Xiao Di and Lu Shishir in agreement. "By the way, Captain, is your house all right?" Lu Shishir, recalling Tang Wuyue's residence, inquired with concern. "It's nothing. My house is quite satisfactory. It is well shielded with banana leaves, preventing rain and wind from intruding." "Oh, that's wonderful." Lu Shishir responded earnestly, "Captain, you are indeed the backbone of our team. Even if we were all unwell, you must not catch a chill." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Tang Wuyue glanced at her, shaking his head. "You all must refrain from falling ill." His expression grew serious as he continued, "The production team may arrive for inspection at any time. If you fall ill, you can be sent back home due to health reasons." "Really? Is it that strict?" Tang Wuyue explained, "Your status differs from that of ordinary individuals. The production team cannot bear the responsibility. If you feel the slightest discomfort, they will be exceedingly cautious." He further reminded them, thus to participate in the global finals, you must first ensure that you are in peak health. Only by persevering until the end will you have a chance to advance. Moreover, the prize money back home is substantial. Don't you wish to claim it? Of course. Lu Shishir nodded with a smile. "Captain, I believe we should dedicate this prize money to you." "What? All of it to me?" Tang Wuyue frowned and asked, "Who would receive it?" If all the prize money were bestowed upon him amidst so many female stars, wouldn't he be reduced to living off their earnings? "Because you are our captain," Lu Shishir clarified. "Captain, without you, we would not have persevered this far. Thus, you are the most deserving of this prize." "Yes, Captain, we all concur." The other starlets chimed in with nods of agreement. All right, enough of the banter." Tang Wuyue waved his hand. "Let us return to the matter at hand. Today's task is to kindle a fire within the house. Due to the continuous rain, the temperature difference between day and night is quite significant. To make the house warmer, we must light a fire inside." "Oh, Captain, I just remembered, you seem to have set up a small kitchen in the house." Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words, Zhao Jinmai finally connected the dots. Previously, when she and Xiaodi were laying down moss, they had noticed a spot resembling a stove, complete with a place for a smoke vent. At that moment, Zhao Jinmai had wondered what that area was for. It turned out the captain had planned it all along. Indeed, my Mai, now that you mention it, I recall as well. The captain had indeed prepared a stove in advance. Xiaodi nodded in affirmation. Moreover, the smoke gun we used for the honey was actually the vent from the stove. Once we install the smoke vent, we can cook inside without smoke lingering in the house. It will be vented outside. Everyone was astonished that Tang Wuyue had considered such thorough details. He not only contemplated the living conditions, but also the future needs for cooking and warmth. Though they would only be on this island for a month, the captain's meticulous attention to detail left them in profound admiration. Observing their astonishment, Tang Wuyue shrugged. Leaving a smoke vent in the house is fundamental knowledge. He then elaborated. As we are currently in the waters of Madagascar, the temperature difference between day and night is not overly severe. However, in particularly cold regions, it is imperative to construct a stove within the house. While constructing the stove may appear deceptively simple, the smoke exhaust system poses a considerable challenge that tests one's survival skills. A poorly functioning exhaust renders the dwelling uninhabitable. Once smoke begins to fill the space, breathing becomes arduous, and visibility is severely compromised. This is especially true in humid environments, where flames can generate copious amounts of smoke. Captain, how shall we assemble the stove? We are here to assist you, inquired a curious companion. Tang Wuyue chuckled and shook his head, replying, I have already constructed the stove. We merely need to place the pot atop and connect the exhaust pipe. He then instructed, please gather some firewood. Shortly, I will ignite the flames within, and we shall prepare our meal together. Understood, Captain, exclaimed the eager companions. The excitement was palpable as the female stars rose and swiftly headed outside, undeterred by the rain. They eagerly divided tasks among themselves. Before long, only Tang Wuyue and Lu Yifei remained. Lu Yifei cast a shy glance at Tang Wuyue, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. Noticing her bashfulness, he playfully asked, Yifei, at what time did you depart this morning? I hardly noticed. Lu Yifei's face reddened further as she lowered her gaze, responding, Captain, I saw you sleeping so soundly that I opted not to wake you. She continued to explain, after your exhausting day yesterday and a long night. I feared you might not rest well, so I slipped away quietly. Given the crowd outside, Lu Yifei preferred to retreat to her room to avoid being seen. Observing her bashful demeanor, Tang Wuyue inquired, How are you feeling today? Have you caught a chill? I'm fine, Lu Yifei replied sweetly. Thank you for your concern, Captain. I am fortunate to have had your assistance last night. Otherwise, I truly do not know how I would have managed. Oh, Tang Wuyue chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. What exactly did I assist you with yesterday? Captain, Lu Yifei's cheeks grew increasingly flushed as she murmured, Are you teasing me? Me? Tease you? Tang Wuyue grinned mischievously. Lu Yifei fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, her face glowing. You clearly understand my meaning, yet choose to playfully torment me. You are quite the rascal, Captain. Huh. A little mischief never hurt anyone. After all, a man must have a hint of wickedness to be truly adored. Tang Wuyue laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. All right. I was merely jesting. Let's focus on assembling the stove. After our long night, I am certain we are both quite hungry. Let us hasten to prepare our meal. Lu Yifei beamed, nodding enthusiastically. Although she had felt a touch of shyness moments ago, her heart swelled with joy, knowing she occupied a special place in the captain's thoughts. She harbored no grand aspirations. Simply seeing the captain daily was enough to fill her with happiness. With the combined efforts of Tang Wuyue and the female stars, the stove was soon constructed. As Tang Wuyue had previously sketched the design, they merely needed to place the pot and install the exhaust pipe to complete the task. Demimi and Xiao Di attempted to ignite a fire, and lo and behold, the smoke swiftly exited through the exhaust pipe, leaving the room pristine and devoid of any trace of smoke. Although the flames in the stove burned brightly, not a wisp of smoke wafted into the room. With this efficient smoke extraction system, concerns about ventilation were a thing of the past. To ascertain the safety of the smoke exhaust, Tang Wuyue tore a piece of tissue paper and gently waved it above the stove. Indeed, the tissue paper floated straight towards the smoke pipe, clearly demonstrating the efficacy of the system in expelling all smoke from the room. Wow, the smoke extraction effect is simply astounding, Little Di exclaimed, unable to contain her applause at the remarkable result. Observing her reaction, Zhao Jimai nodded fervently, adding, "Yes, Captain, this smoke extraction is top-notch. Living here is warm and free from the worries of smoke." Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, "Captain, you are truly remarkable, a jack of all trades. Is there anything you cannot do?" Lu Shur, who was busy handling the dried octopus, suddenly noticed a packet of fishing hooks nearby. "Oh, Captain, what is this?" she asked, perplexed, as she approached Tang Wuyue with the fishing hooks in hand. Tang Wuyue glanced down, nodded, and replied, "Yes. These are the fishing hooks prepared for us by the production team. These hooks were randomly provided during the selection of fishing tools, but given the crystal-clear waters of Madagascar, Tang Wuyue had initially not intended to use them for fishing. The fish she caught while diving each day sufficed, eliminating the need for such effort. However, the situation had changed. Upon seeing Lu Shur holding the fishing hooks, a new idea sparked in Tang Wuyue's mind. Due to the rain, the seawater had become somewhat murky, making diving less feasible. Yet using fishing hooks at this time could perfectly fill the gap. With this thought, she looked up at Lu Shur and exclaimed, "I almost forgot we have fishing hooks." After a brief pause, she continued, "Though the seawater is murky and not suitable for diving, we can still go fishing." Fishing. Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words, both Little D and Lu Shur leapt up in excitement. They both adored outdoor activities, and the mere mention of fishing invigorated them. "That is fantastic, Captain. I used to fish often." Little D beamed with joy. "Finally, I can help you catch fish." She never anticipated that before she had the chance to dive, she would first have the opportunity to fish. This was her domain, and among these female stars, her fishing skills were certainly among the best. Thus, she was determined not to miss this chance. Tang Wuyue was pleasantly surprised by their enthusiasm and chuckled, "By the sound of it, you both seem quite adept." She then reminded them, "Today's fishing task is entrusted to you. We shall simply enjoy the meal." "Oh no," Lu Shur replied with a rueful smile, quickly clarifying, "Captain, we're just novices and surely cannot match your expertise." To this, Tang Wuyue laughed and said, "That is perfectly fine, as long as you recognize yourselves as novices. It shows that you possess some skill in fishing." As she spoke, she picked up a fishing hook from the side. "Soon, we shall craft our fishing rods and venture to the seaside to cast our lines. Perhaps we'll catch a couple of fish to satiate our cravings." The essence of fishing lies in the journey rather than the outcome. When it comes to catching fish, one can immediately ascertain what they've captured. However, fishing is akin to unboxing a mystery. The type of fish one may hook relies entirely on fortune. Crafting fishing rods? How shall we procure suitable materials? Little D inquired, her face alight with curiosity. To her knowledge, the island only offered bamboo and various branches for rod construction, with no other materials readily available. Tang Wuyue shrugged nonchalantly. "It matters not. Any material will suffice. As long as our hearts are set on fish, any rod can yield a catch." Every angler understands that whether it's a 4-meter or a 5-meter rod, the most crucial factor is the fish's behavior. Regardless of the rod, if the fish are biting, even a bare hook can reel in a catch. Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's perspective, Little D nodded in agreement. Indeed, as long as there are fish in the surrounding waters, even with merely fishing lines and no rods, we can still land a catch. After a brief discussion with Tang Wuyue and Lu Shur, they turned to the stove to ignite a fire and prepare a meal, for time was not on their side. The previous night's rain had left them with little sustenance, and today they needed to replenish their strength. Although they lacked luxurious seafood, such as lobsters or crabs, they could make do with dried fish, assorted mushrooms, and cassava, which would suffice to fill their bellies. Nourishment was paramount to sustain their search for food. "Captain, would you like to try some takoyaki?" Lu Shur suddenly asked. Upon spotting dried octopus and cassava flour, a memory of the takoyaki they often enjoyed at night markets sparked in her mind. "Takoyaki?" Tang Wuyue's interest piqued immediately. "That sounds delightful. It has been ages since I've savored that flavor." "Indeed, we can make takoyaki," Little D exclaimed with enthusiasm. Sure, you are brilliant. How do we not think of this sooner?" Lu Shur chuckled softly, shaking her head. "It just came to me. We have the perfect ingredients for takoyaki." However, the only challenge was the absence of a specialized takoyaki mold. They could only utilize a makeshift strainer to shape the takoyaki and then fry them in oil. Fortunately, the oil they used was extracted from fish skins and livers, ensuring that the takoyaki would possess a unique fish aroma. Moreover, Lu Shishir was particularly adept at crafting street food. Her previous role in a film as a night market vendor had equipped her with a wealth of culinary techniques. Initially, she had thought those skills would go unused, yet they proved invaluable on this deserted island. Provided with ample ingredients, she could create a variety of snacks. While she might not be as proficient in making dumplings and would need guidance from Mi, when it came to street food, she was undeniably a master, unmatched by any. I never expected that Lu Shishir possessed such remarkable skills. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei promptly gave thumbs up. She could hardly believe that Lu Shishir was so talented, not only meticulous in her work, but also exceptionally skilled in the culinary arts. When Lu Shishir was praised by Lu Yifei, she displayed a modest demeanor and shook her head, saying, "Oh, it's nothing really. I only learned it temporarily. I don't have much experience, so if it doesn't taste good, please bear with me." "How could that be?" Sure, you are far too humble," Shouty exclaimed with a smile. "As long as it's edible, I'm happy. I'm a foodie, and I love whatever snacks you prepare." "Indeed. We all appreciate your efforts." Sure. Zhao Jinmai nodded in agreement. "We are all food lovers, but you, sure, are the true master." Lu Shishir chuckled wryly, saying, "All right, stop flattering me. In front of the captain, I wouldn't dare to call myself the master. He is the real authority." "What?" Tang Wuyue was taken aback to find himself drawn into the conversation, shrugging his shoulders. Different fields require different expertise. It's best to leave the culinary arts to someone skilled like you. Haha. Thank you for the compliment, Captain. I shall now attempt to impress you. Lu Shishir laughed as she picked up some dried octopus nearby. I'll get started right away. Upon hearing this, Shouty's mouth nearly watered, and she nodded eagerly. All right. Sure. We'll assist you and learn from your expertise. Everyone gathered around. Some passed cassava flour, while others handed over octopus, while Tang Wuyue busily prepared fishing hooks. Now equipped with fishing line and hooks, they only needed to craft fishing rods and use leaves as floats. Although the makeshift fishing rods might not be professional, they would suffice for fishing on the deserted island. The island was rich in marine resources. With a fishing rod in hand, casting a line should yield some fish. However, they were uncertain if there were larger fish near the shore, relying solely on luck. They could only discover the types of fish in the surrounding waters after catching the first one. Due to the rain, the seawater was murky, making it impossible to see what lay beneath the surface, leaving everything to chance. Once the hooks and lines were secured, Tang Wuyue stepped outside to search for materials to make the fishing rods. Just as she exited, Xiao Di followed closely behind. Hearing that they would be crafting fishing rods, Xiao Di's face lit up with excitement as she grasped Tang Wuyue's hand and said, "Captain, let me help you find materials for the fishing rods. Although my fishing skills are not exceptional, I often made fishing rods as a child. We used to use bamboo and some flexible branches. With the abundance of plants on the island, finding a suitable material for a fishing rod should not be difficult." As she spoke about crafting fishing rods, Xiao Di was quite knowledgeable. The key point was that they typically fished by diving, so the fishing rods were merely a temporary tool, not their primary means of catching fish. Thus, they only needed something simple. Eventually, Xiao Di followed Tang Wuyue into the jungle, and after a long search, they discovered a plant that was more resilient than bamboo. This plant was unfamiliar, but based on its material, it appeared to be some type of hard vine. Unlike ordinary vines, this one had numerous small thorns, which needed to be smoothed out with stones to create a sleek surface. This naturally occurring fishing rod material exhibited remarkable flexibility, rivaling that of carbon fiber. Tang Wuyue and Xiao Di attempted to tie a 10-kilogram stone to one end of the fishing line. The rattan, despite bending considerably, remained resilient and unbroken, showcasing remarkable toughness. It appeared that this rattan was indeed perfectly suited for crafting a fishing rod. Xiao Di, astonished by the rattan's performance, exclaimed, "Wow, Captain! The load-bearing capacity of this rattan is astonishing. It could rival even carbon fiber fishing rods. Indeed, the resources found in nature are the most abundant." Xiao Di never anticipated that a casual piece of rattan they found would be so fitting for a fishing rod. This material surpassed bamboo in strength. While bamboo possesses its own resilience, it pales in comparison to rattan. "Everyone, it's time to eat." Just as Tang Wuyue and Xiao Di were engrossed in their examination of the fishing rod, Mi approached them unexpectedly. "All right, Sister Mi." Xiao Di responded immediately. Tang Wuyue glanced back at her, set down the fishing rod, and turned with Xiao Di towards the house. Upon entering, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. The enticing scent was so potent that it made Tang Wuyue and Xiao Di, who had barely eaten the night before, swallow hard in anticipation. Wow, that smells amazing. Xiao Di closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. Sister Shi, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. I'm practically drooling. Dammy Mi chuckled in response, indeed. I never expected Sister Shi to possess such talent. She truly keeps her skills under wraps. Hearing Dammy Mi's praise, Lu Shi replied modestly, Sister Mi, please, don't flatter me. I'm well aware of my limited culinary abilities. As the saying goes, a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. It's primarily due to our excellent ingredients. We not only have tapioca flour, but also the rich flavor of octopus, enhanced further with various fish oils as the base, making it even more delectable. Sister Shi, no need to be modest. The captain has arrived, Xiao Di interjected hastily. Upon hearing this, the starlets nodded in agreement and obediently gathered around the table. At that moment, the table was adorned not only with a plate of fragrant, visually appealing octopus balls, but also a bowl of freshly brewed mushroom soup. The umami of the mushrooms wafted through the air, and the broth was tantalizing. Everyone was eager to sample it. Observing the starlets seated obediently, all eyes fixed on him, Tang Wuyue furrowed his brow and inquired, Why are you all just staring at me? Let us eat. The starlets suppressed their smiles and chimed in unison, Captain, if you don't speak, no one dares to eat. Oh, Tang Wuyue chuckled at their playful banter and asked, Is my status truly that high? Of course. Lu Shi replied with a grin, extending her chopsticks towards him. If you don't speak, what woman would dare to pick up her chopsticks? Hearing Lu Shi's words, everyone burst into laughter. All right, enough of this, Lu Yifei said with a smile as she stood up. The captain has spoken. Let us all dig in. At her cue, the group eagerly leaned over the table and began to eat heartily. Suddenly, as they were enjoying their meal, the unmistakable sound of a helicopter landing reached their ears. Xiao Di dashed outside for a glimpse and hurried back, exclaiming, Captain, there's trouble. It seems the production crew has arrived. The production crew is here? Tang Wuyue frowned in contemplation, saying, It seems the substitute starlets are about to arrive. The production team would not arrive on the island without a compelling reason. Since they are here, it is undoubtedly for an important matter. Firstly, they must conduct health checks for the female celebrities, especially after the heavy rain yesterday, as they're concerned that the actresses might catch a chill or a cold. Secondly, it is also to prepare for the arrival of the next batch of female stars, who should have already set off. Captain, why did the production team choose this moment to come? Zhao Jinmai turned to Tang Wuyue, her face etched with concern. The timing seemed suspicious, given that it had just rained the previous day. Tang Wuyue glanced at Zhao Jinmai and remarked, Isn't it obvious? The director is likely worried about you catching a cold or falling ill, which is why the team is here to conduct impromptu checks. These female stars are prominent figures in the entertainment industry, and the production team must take responsibility for their well-being. They fear any potential issues during filming, as such complications are burdens they cannot afford. Whenever extreme weather occurs or complications arise within the groups, the production team promptly arrives on the island to conduct health assessments for all the female celebrities. The situation is particularly precarious outdoors, where many structures are inadequately built. Some are drafty, others leak, and some are situated in low-lying areas that may have flooded. Thus, it is quite natural that several female stars may fall ill due to exposure to the elements, which explains the sudden visit from the production team. They aim to ensure that the filming proceeds smoothly while safeguarding the health of the actresses. Should anyone suffer an injury or illness, it is likely that the production team would advise them to withdraw, as they cannot bear that responsibility. Must we really check even in the rain? Lu Yifei, listening nearby, expressed her confusion. It's just rain. Does it require such formality? Observing her expression, Tang Wuyue smiled and replied, This is quite normal, as each group's circumstances differ. Some groups reside in well-constructed houses that shield them from wind and rain, while others are not so fortunate. Therefore, the production team must prepare adequately by assessing the conditions of each group. After reflecting on Tang Wuyue's words, Lu Yifei nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the rain is quite heavy, and the temperature fluctuations can be significant. Their concerns are understandable. At that moment, Lu Yifei recalled her own experience from the previous night when she too had been caught in the rain. Had it not been for Tang Wuyue's timely intervention to keep her warm, she might have fallen ill due to the downpour. More crucially, not everyone is fortunate enough to have a reliable captain looking out for them. Since joining Tang Wuyue's team, they have been cared for as if they were cherished children, free from worries. Whether it was taking Xiao Di to gather honey or guiding them in diving, the captain consistently prioritized their safety, going to great lengths to protect them and ensure their peace of mind. In contrast, the other groups lacked such meticulous planning, and the relationships among their leaders and team members were strained, with mutual disdain evident. Under these circumstances, encountering such heavy rain would naturally heighten the production team's concerns for the safety of the guests. Captain Nia Hongtao has arrived, along with the production team. Tang Wuyue was conversing with Lu Yifei when Xiaodi suddenly dashed in from outside. Upon hearing Xiaodi's words, Tang Wuyue stepped outside for a glance. Indeed, Nia Hongtao, accompanied by the crew, descended from the helicopter. Each of them was laden with comprehensive equipment, evidently prepared to conduct thorough examinations of the female stars. It had been approximately a week since the female celebrities had landed on the island. Although a week is not an extensive period for some who struggle with inadequate nutrition, the pressure is quite significant. Should they exhibit signs of malnutrition or dehydration, the production team would need to take immediate action, such as requiring them to withdraw from the competition or temporarily return for rest. After disembarking from the helicopter, Nia Hongtao did not linger. He proceeded directly to Tang Wuyue's new camp, scrutinizing it meticulously. His expression was complex, first surprise, then confusion, and ultimately a look of genuine admiration. He had not anticipated that. After enduring such a torrential downpour, the structure erected by Tang Wuyue would be entirely impervious to wind and rain. This was a rarity in wilderness survival scenarios, indicating that Tang Wuyue possessed remarkable skill in construction, far exceeding that of many captains in terms of experience in building shelters in the wild. Captain Tang. It has been a while. Nia Hongtao greeted him warmly upon recognizing Tang Wuyue. Director Nia, it has indeed been a while, Tang Wuyue nodded, inquiring. You are here for inspection, I presume? Indeed, Nia Hongtao replied with a nod, explaining, a heavy rain fell last night, and we were concerned that the female stars might be at risk of injury or catching a chill, thus necessitating a comprehensive health check for everyone. After pausing momentarily, he continued, moreover, it has been roughly a week since their arrival on the island. As they have just begun participating in this program, we must closely monitor their health status. Suddenly recalling something, Nia Hongtao smiled and added, however, I could truly have confidence in your team, Captain Tang. During my last inspection, the female participants not only showed no signs of malnutrition, but each had gained 2 to 3 pounds. Such a condition is rare in wilderness survival programs. Director, you flatter me, Tang Wuyue chuckled, responding, I am merely doing my utmost. How long the female stars can endure and whether they are satisfied with my team is beyond my control. Nia Hongtao shook his head, saying, Captain Tang, you may not realize this, but during this program's restructuring, over half of the female stars expressed a desire to join your team. With a hint of exasperation, he continued, this has posed a challenge for our production team, as not only are the female celebrities vying to switch groups, but even the substitutes have been keeping a close watch on your team. Oh, have I become the coveted prize, so sought after? Tang Wuyue laughed at the jest. Though he shared the surname Tang, he was certainly not the revered monk Tang Sung. Reflecting on this, Tang Wuyue sighed, unfortunately, my resources are limited. If everyone were to join, I would not be able to accommodate them all. Huh? Nia Hongtao burst into laughter, teasing, but I see your shelter is quite spacious. Not only is it sturdy, but it also appears to offer ample interior space. This is truly unique in our wilderness survival program. Tang Wuyue, observing his playful demeanor, shook his head and remarked, stop joking. Director Nia, let's be honest. How many new guests have you brought this time? Nia Hongtao revealed a hint of a mysterious smile and replied, why don't you take a guess? Tang Wuyue shrugged and responded, guess? If I could guess, why would I need to ask you? With a smirk, Nia Hongtao explained, this matter leaves me at a loss for words. I simply cannot divulge it. After a brief pause, he continued, however, I can disclose a number to you. As he spoke, he extended 2 fingers in a scissor gesture before Tang Wuyue. 2. Tang Wuyue frowned and inquired, didn't you say there would only be 1? How did it suddenly become 2 for me? In wilderness survival, An abrupt increase in the number of participants is unwise. The primary concern lies in the dynamics among team members, followed closely by practical living challenges. With more people, the daily necessities, particularly food, will inevitably increase. These female celebrities, akin to hungry wolves, could impose considerable pressure on the entire team. They possess little skill and will rely solely on the captain for sustenance. For Tang Wuyue, managing 5 female celebrities is already quite burdensome. He could perhaps tolerate one additional substitute. Fortunately, his teammates were not idle. Each was diligently contributing, and although their outdoor survival skills were limited, they were fulfilling their responsibilities. Hearing Tang Wuyue's concerns, Nia Hongtao sighed, "Captain Tang, I'm afraid there's little I can do." The high number of eliminations in the first round resulted in a surplus of substitutes. Thus, each team must be allocated at least 2. Nia explained, to be candid. The groupings of the female celebrities were determined by a lottery, and I currently have no knowledge of who will join your team. However, it is certain that this round will feature formidable substitutes. Most importantly, Tang Wuyue's group garners the highest attention across the internet. Therefore, the production team will undoubtedly select the most popular female celebrities as substitutes, rather than less notable figures. Director Nia, why do you always spring surprises on us? Just then, Lu Shishir approached, looking exasperated. Director, have you all been watching us? Every time we hear the sound of a helicopter, we get anxious, fearing we might be sent away and directly eliminated. At Lu Shishir's words, Nia Hongtao chuckled, shaking his head. Rest assured, with Captain Tang here, none of you will be eliminated. Our surprise inspections are merely to ensure your health. There are no ulterior motives. After a brief pause, he added, as the program's chief director, we certainly hope that all of you can participate in the global finals. After all, the prize there is a staggering 1 billion. A common goal for all participants of wilderness survival. Lu Shishir smiled slightly and asked, Director Nia, which group do you think will emerge victorious? To which Nia Hongtao displayed a playful grin. That question is rather difficult. I find myself a loss for an answer. He paused momentarily and remarked, I believe you ought to inquire in this manner. How many individuals does your group intend to bring to the global finals? In my estimation, the number of participants from your team is unlikely to diminish. Rather, it may very well increase. Teams like Tang Wuyue's will only grow stronger, with little chance of any members departing. Such a stable ensemble will undoubtedly shine brightly at the global finals, becoming formidable adversaries. Lu Shishir, with curiosity, gazed at him and asked, Director Nia, could you discreetly reveal to us who the new female star is? Noticing that Director Nia remained silent, she lowered her voice and urged, You need not disclose the name. Simply inform us whether it consists of 2 or 3 characters. Upon hearing Lu Shishir's words, Director Nia was momentarily taken aback. Was this even a possibility? One must admit, Lu Shishir was remarkably astute. Having been in this profession for quite some time, Director Nia had never encountered such an inquiry. However, truth be told, this line of questioning did not seem inappropriate. After all, there were numerous individuals with names of either 3 or 2 characters. Who could ascertain to whom it referred? Director Nia, do share. Lu Shishir leaned behind Tang Wuyue, playfully urging Director Nia. Caught in a dilemma, Director Nia contemplated whether this was permissible. The question was so vague that it felt as though it had been asked yet not asked at all. How should she respond? How could she emulate Lu Shishir's ability to seem as though she had spoken while remaining enigmatic? With this in mind, Director Nia lifted her gaze and said, Well, I can tell you that there are indeed names with 3 characters and others with 2. What? This time, it was Lu Shishir's turn to be astonished. She scrutinized Director Nia, furrowing her brow. Director, how does that differ from saying nothing? What do you mean by there being names with 3 characters and others with 2? Suddenly, it dawned on her. Oh, I remember now. Are there indeed 2 female stars coming to substitute? Director Nia chuckled lightly, but remained silent. Nevertheless, his implication was abundantly clear. Some matters should not be articulated too explicitly, as doing so could verge on revealing too much. Thus, it was best to leave things somewhat ambiguous. Observing Director Nia's expression, Lu Shishir could not help but glance at Tang Wuyue beside her. Captain, could it be true? Are we really expecting 2 substitute female stars? Her face radiated disbelief. Initially, Director Nia had informed everyone that only 1 female star would participate. Yet now, this individual had suddenly altered their stance, stating it would be 2. Was this not an intentional attempt to complicate matters for them? Pretty much, Tang Wuyue shrugged in response. I only just learned this. Director Nye just told me. Lu Shishir appeared to be deep in thought as she slowly articulated 2 female stars. One with a 3-character name and the other with 2 characters. It's quite easy to deduce. Easy to deduce, you say? Tang Wuyue chuckled at her comment. There are countless names with 3 or 2 characters among the participants. How would you guess? Aside from Xiao Di, the names of those coming to participate were predominantly composed of 3 or 2 characters. As the trio engaged in their conversation, the production team, accompanied by a medical inspection team, approached them in an orderly fashion. This was a professional medical team specifically hired for this program. They possessed professional skills and equipment capable of conducting thorough examinations on the physical well-being of female celebrities. Nearby, Demimi and Lu Yifei were momentarily taken aback upon witnessing this. Goodness, another round of checks? Zhao Jinmai expressed her exasperation. It has only been a few days. And here we are again. Who knows? Xiao Di replied with a wry smile. I suppose it's because of yesterday's rain. They are specifically monitoring us. Indeed, Lu Yifei nodded, addressing her companions. Perhaps our team is too cohesive, living too comfortably in the wilderness, which has drawn their scrutiny. They might even be hoping for one of us to be eliminated. I share your sentiments. Xiao Di earnestly affirmed, if they intend to target us. We shall not let them succeed. We will eat well and remain healthy, infuriating them in the process. Demimi chuckled softly and stepped forward to remind them. I just overheard Director Nye mention that there might be 2 substitute female guests joining this time. Ah, 2? Xiao Di was taken aback. Wasn't it agreed upon that there would only be 1? How did it become 2? Demimi shook her head. I'm not entirely certain, but I heard it's because too many from other groups have been eliminated, resulting in a sudden influx of substitute female celebrities. Oh, I see, Xiao Di sighed. If they're coming, we can only hope they are familiar faces. That would make interactions more convenient. Exactly. Having more people can facilitate matters. Zhao Jinmai remarked with a slight smile, seemingly unconcerned with the situation. As long as the team leader is present, the rest is not of great significance. Well said. Lu Yifei nodded, contemplatively adding, we are a team, and the team leader is the core. The number of individuals in the group, or who they are, is secondary. In their minds, they had grown accustomed to life on the island. Even with the addition of 2 substitute female contestants, as long as there were no conflicts. It was not a significant issue. After all, they would share meals and accommodations, helping one another, and with more people, the burden could be alleviated, allowing for a more relaxed atmosphere. Naturally, while some were pleased, others were less so. Individuals like Zhao Jinmai, with a cheerful disposition, were hardly perturbed by these developments. However, those who, like Lu Shishir and Xiao Di, preferred to accompany the team leader on adventures felt somewhat impacted. With more people around, it became increasingly challenging for them to secure opportunities to dive or explore alongside the team leader. For instance, during this diving session, Xiao Di had waited several rounds and still had not been fortunate enough to draw the chance to accompany the leader. As they engaged in quiet conversation, they were suddenly alerted by distant calls from the production team, summoning all the female celebrities. At that moment, the celebrities went for their assessments, leaving only Tang Wuyue and Nye Hongtao seated nearby. Nye Hongtao surveyed the surroundings, his face filled with envy. Looking at Tang Wuyue beside him, he expressed admiration. I never anticipated that Captain Tang would arrange such a cozy setting here. Observing the female celebrities, they must be quite satisfied with the environment. It's acceptable. Tang Wuyue smiled back. As long as they have no concerns regarding food and drink, their state should be just fine. The only delight on this island is the adventure of exploration. It is truly incredible, Nye Hongtao remarked with a wry smile. Among our entire production team, yours is the most united and affectionate group. Is that so? Tang Wuyue paused in surprise, turning to look at Nye Hongtao, furrowing his brow as he inquired. Are the other groups really that lacking? As far as I know, the captains of the other teams are quite formidable within the industry. Nye Hongtao nodded in agreement, responding, that is indeed the case, but once we enter the wilderness, the dynamics change. Each group features different female stars, and the interactions between captains and team members vary significantly. Your group is exceptional. The rapport between the captain and the members resembles that of a family, with mutual support and no barriers. Such unity is rare. However, the other groups are quite different. The captains frequently clash with their team members, leaving us no choice but to consider replacements. In a week, When the new female stars arrive, we will need to adjust the team composition. I wonder if Captain Tang is interested in participating? Nia Hongtao said, casting a glance at Tang Wuyue. Participate in what? Tang Wuyue chuckled, amused by his inquiry. Do you think it is necessary for me to participate, Director Nia? After a moment's pause, he added, or do you believe someone from our group should be replaced? This left Nia Hongtao scratching his head, looking quite troubled as he replied. It seems that replacing anyone would be inappropriate. He shook his head, continuing, if it were to change a female star, none of them would be pleased. Your group is far too cohesive. With hearts and efforts aligned, it would be impossible to dismantle. Tang Wuyue, maintaining his composure, shrugged and remarked, a small team ought to function this way. If the captain and team members cannot get along, what significance would there be in participating in this program? Captain Tang is absolutely right. Nia Hongtao concurred, but the other captains do not share the same perspective. If they were all like you, it would certainly ease our burdens. After a moment, as if struck by sudden thought, he turned and said, by the way, Captain Tang, we have brought video edits from each group. If you wish to understand the circumstances of the other teams, you may take a look. It is an unavoidable reality. Although this is a variety show, it possesses a competitive nature. With so many groups, only one will ultimately win and represent Huaxiao in the global finals. Therefore, understanding the situation of the other teams is crucial, as every piece of information is vital to them. After all, only by knowing both ourselves and our adversaries can we emerge unscathed. Most importantly, each team is currently living on a separate island. However, in a month, they will be relocated to a new place where all teams must coexist in the wilderness. At that time, they will undoubtedly encounter each other frequently. Thus, comprehending the detailed circumstances of the other groups is of utmost importance. Contemplating this, Tang Wuyue nodded thoughtfully. I am quite curious about the situations of the other groups as well. Just then, a thought seemed to strike him, and he furrowed his brows, asking, by the way, Director Nia, are the islands of the other groups similar to ours? He had always been intrigued by the grouping strategy of the production team. With so many isolated islands in Madagascar, the environments of each must surely differ. Their island was relatively large, surrounded by sea on all sides, featuring a dense forest filled with various flora and fauna, as well as a number of wild beasts. Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words, Nia Hongtao elucidated, of course. It is different. The islands for all groups were determined through a lottery. Do you recall the numbers you were asked to choose when selecting equipment? Those were the designated numbers for each island. Ah, so we chose them ourselves? Tang Wuyue finally comprehended. At that time, the production team had provided minimal explanation, merely instructing the team leaders to randomly draw a number. Tang Wuyue had assumed it was for equipment selection, unaware that it pertained to the islands where they would be surviving. Fortunately, the island he drew was rich in resources. Otherwise, managing so many female celebrities on the island would have posed quite a challenge. Rising to survey the area, Nia Hongtao suddenly spotted a food storage room in the distance. This small wooden cabin was constructed by Tang Wuyue specifically to preserve food. With excellent ventilation, it remained warm in winter and cool in summer, allowing perishable items to last longer. My goodness, Nia Hongtao exclaimed, astonished by the abundance of food within the cabin. How did you manage to store so much? Where did it all come from? Although he watched the live broadcast daily and was aware that Tang Wuyue's team never lacked ingredients, he was nonetheless surprised by the sheer volume they had amassed. There were cassava flour, dried mushrooms, and fragrant dried octopus. With such an array of ingredients, even if they did nothing, they could sustain themselves for over half a month. Reflecting on this, Nia Hongtao felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, 2 substitute female celebrities had been arranged. If a few more were added to Tang Wuyue's team, he would still be able to provide for them. Seeing Nia Hongtao's astonishment, Tang Wuyue shrugged and remarked, "Isn't it's simple to find ingredients? Whether in the sea or the jungle, edibles abound. With more hands on deck, we can certainly gather even more food. It's a different scenario altogether." Nia Hongtao smiled wryly and shook his head. The isolated islands where the other groups reside also have ample resources, but their leaders possess different skills, leading to varied food acquisition. He paused momentarily before continuing. For example, the leader of the 5th team is a woman, particularly adept at foraging for wild food, digging for wild vegetables, picking fruits, peeling bark, and gathering mushrooms. Over the past few days on the island, she has fed her female team members to the point of nausea with wild vegetables. When I visited their camp, Many of the female celebrities complained to me, saying that even their burps now tasted of wild greens, leaving them with no appetite whatsoever. While wild vegetables can indeed fill one's stomach and fruits can quench thirst, having them daily is unbearable. Those female celebrities are accustomed to gourmet meals. Suddenly being forced to gnaw on wild greens and fruits would be intolerable. Over time, conflicts are bound to arise between team members and their leader. If they cannot even fill their bellies, who would still think about surviving on the island? After listening to Nia Hongtao, Tang Wuyue nodded and remarked, indeed, every leader possesses unique characteristics and expertise, and naturally, their leadership styles differ. Take me, for instance. I am a true foodie. Upon entering the wilderness, my first priority is to seek food and ensure I am well fed. Fortunately, my team members share my passion for culinary delights, and we all get along quite harmoniously. With a smile, Nia Hongtao nodded in agreement. Not only them, but even I, upon arriving in the wilderness, would undoubtedly wish to befriend you. Who wouldn't appreciate having a captain like you? Captain, we have arrived. Just then, a large group, including Mi and Lu Yifei, rushed over. Having just completed a series of checks, they dashed to Tang Wuyue's side, unable to contain their excitement after their health examination. On the island, Tang Wuyue was their pillar of support. At this moment, Director Nye had become the antagonist in the eyes of the female stars. They perceived the program's decision to send personnel for health checks as a ploy to send them back home, thereby eliminating them from the competition. Consequently, the program team and Director Nye stood in opposition to them. What did Director Nye say to you, Captain? Lu Shishir and Xiao Di approached Tang Wuyue, their faces filled with curiosity. They were particularly intrigued by the conversation between Tang Wuyue and Director Nye, especially since new female contestants occasionally joined the show, and their concerns were entirely valid. Haha, Director Nye chuckled at their remarks, unable to suppress his amusement. What? Are you afraid I might disrupt your harmony? Of course. Lu Shishir replied. Director Nye, you are the one responsible for arranging new team members for us, so we must be cautious of you. Oh dear. Director Nye furrowed his brow, exuding an air of helplessness. I merely came to deliver 2 female guests. Surely, there is no need for such hostility towards me. Indeed, there is a need, Xiao Di playfully retorted, grinning at Nia Hongtao. Our team hasn't eliminated anyone, and now you suddenly bring in 2 unfamiliar guests. We certainly cannot be pleased. Ah, this is beyond my control, Nia Hongtao replied, feigning innocence. This is a rule set by the program team. Every team is allotted substitute female guests, not just yours. He paused briefly before continuing. In fact, some teams may undergo complete replacements, with as many as 6 new female contestants joining at once. What? 5 or 6? The female stars were momentarily taken aback, their faces painted with astonishment. Director, which team is it? Do they all withdraw? Indeed, Director Nye affirmed, nodding. You'll understand once you see the video shortly. While your team is quite harmonious and united, other teams do not share your ease. Therefore, you ought to express your gratitude towards your captain, for it is due to such a responsible leader that you can enjoy this tranquility. Director Nye's words resonated with Lu Shishir, who nodded in agreement. It is precisely because we have such a remarkable captain that we are reluctant to welcome any new female contestants into our midst. Upon hearing Lu Shishir's words, Director Nye was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated the high regard in which Tang Wuyue was held by the female stars. However, it was entirely understandable, as they currently relied on him for support, fostering a sense of dependence. Moreover, with the team atmosphere so pleasant, who would desire an interruption? It was akin to the dynamic between a wife and a mistress. Though they were all women, what difference was there between their husband and their captain? In their eyes, the captain embodies their entire existence. They do not wish for the arrival of a new female member to usurp their captain's attention. The results of the female stars' health evaluations have been released, as reported to the director. While discussions were underway, the show's chief planner unexpectedly approached, holding a thick stack of documents, which he handed to Nia Hongtao. As he perused the contents, his astonishment grew. The expressions of a nearby Mi and Lu Yifei turned to smiles as they observed his reaction. Director Nia, are you satisfied with our health status? What on earth is this? Nia Hongtao exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the various data in his hands. He was utterly bewildered. Among the 5 female stars in the group, every metric was nothing short of perfect. Body temperature, normal. Pulse, normal. Blood pressure, normal. The second section examined their physical condition, bodily symptoms, perfect with no pain, itching, swelling, or fever. Bodily functions, perfect, with hydration and circulation both normal. Nutritional intake, balanced. As he scrutinized the documents, Hongtao found himself frozen in disbelief. He had never anticipated that, after arriving on the island, the female stars would not only avoid malnutrition or emotional instability, but each of them was thriving, having even gained weight since their arrival. This clearly indicated that they were enjoying a carefree and relaxed life on the island. After all, when hunger struck, someone would prepare a meal. When it rained, someone would hold an umbrella. When the temperature dropped, someone would embrace them for warmth. Such an exemplary captain is indeed a rarity, which explains why the female stars were reluctant to allow new members to join. They had grown accustomed to relying on Tang Wuyue, enjoying harmonious interactions, and naturally wished to preserve this tranquility. After a lengthy silence, she eventually lifted her gaze, surveying each of the female stars before her. With a look of puzzlement, she inquired, "After all these days, haven't you felt any twinge of weariness regarding life in the wilderness or any concern about your future survival?" Indeed, the data reflected that their mental state was exceptionally positive. None exhibited rebellion or dissatisfaction with the program. Instead, they all radiated optimism. Even more astonishing was their evident enjoyment of life on the deserted island, a phenomenon so rare. In contrast, when assessing the female stars from other groups, various psychological issues have been noted. For instance, those with strained relationships with their captain often displayed irritability. They not only wished to depart from their teams, but also contemplated withdrawing from the program altogether, reluctant to continue in their groups. This was understandable, as wilderness survival poses a formidable challenge. When Hongtao raised such a query, the Mimi chuckled. Without hesitation, she shook her head and replied, "Not at all. We are not anxious. Every day is filled with joy." Indeed, little D chimed in, nodding in agreement. Diving, fishing, foraging for mushrooms, and even hunting wild boar with the captain. How delightful. I adore adventure. Even if you were to chase me away now, I would not leave. Well, this time, Hongtao truly found himself at a loss for words. He never anticipated that this group of the most popular female stars would emerge as the most stable team throughout the entire program. They appeared neither spoiled nor pretentious, and they certainly did not regard themselves as superior. Each individual diligently remained within the ranks, striving to integrate into the collective. Observing their state, the director felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, these top-tier actresses were all assigned to the same team. Had they been separated, he could scarcely guarantee who would endure until the end. Aside from Tang Wuyue's group, all the other teams encountered difficulties, with female participants being eliminated. Thus, had Dami Mi and Lu Yifei been allocated to other groups, it was likely that none would remain. "Director, how about now? Are you satisfied?" Lu Shishir inquired with a smile. Hongtao paused momentarily, responding with a wry smile. "What do you mean by satisfied? You make it sound as if I am your adversary. You are not our enemy, but you are certainly more challenging than one." Lu Shishir retorted playfully. "Unless we win and secure a spot in the global finals, we shall not regard you as a friend." "All right then." Hongtao sighed helplessly. Observing their living conditions and food supplies, he felt he had little power over them. Although it may be premature to say, I am quite certain that the team heading to the global finals will likely be yours. Upon hearing the director's words, Lu Shishir burst into laughter. "Director, you're at it again, aren't you? What you said is no different from saying nothing at all. You've truly mastered the art of language." Ha ha. Hongtao also found himself amused. When it comes to playing Tai Chi, he was indeed a master. His tenure as the chief director of the program for so many years attested to his remarkable rhetorical skills. In essence, his words seemed to convey meaning while simultaneously obscuring it, leaving listeners in a state of confusion. Dami Mi and Lu Yifei chuckled as well. Well aware of Hongtao's reputation in the entertainment industry, he was known as a distinguished director and also as a cunning old fox. Extracting the truth from him was no simple task. After finishing his remarks, Hongtao meticulously circled the house, inspecting every corner. After a while, he finally raised his gaze towards Tang Wuyue. "Captain Tang, how did you manage this? Despite the torrential rain last night, your house remained completely intact." Tang Wuyue, casting a glance at him, the house was inherently sturdier than a tent. "So is there an issue with the other group's houses?" From Ye's tone, it appeared that the situation for the other teams was rather dire. Oh, don't mention it, Nye Hongtao sighed. The houses of the 5th and 6th groups completely collapsed, likely due to inadequate foundation work during construction. Coupled with such heavy rainfall, the water eroded the ground beneath, causing not only leaks but also instability in the foundation, leading to a collapse that nearly crushed the female stars resting inside. Is that truly the case? Upon hearing the director's words, Liu Yifei and Liu Shishir were left astonished. They had never imagined that the structures built by the other teams were so precarious. It is noteworthy that the wooden cabin they reside in employs the exquisite mortise and tenon construction, a remarkable skill passed down from our ancestors. Houses built using this technique are undeniably sturdier than those constructed with nails and similar fasteners. Not to mention, even in the face of a torrential downpour or hail, this dwelling remains steadfast. Nye Hongtao glanced at the female celebrities and nodded, affirming, "Indeed, the 5th group received a call from the production team yesterday, informing us that 2 of the female stars could not endure the dreadful weather and withdrew from the competition." After speaking, Nye Hongtao circled the house, reaching out to touch the walls of the wooden cabin, his expression one of astonishment. "I truly did not expect that after last night's rain, which fell like a deluge, your house would remain completely intact, neither drafty nor leaky." "Of course," Xiaodi responded proudly, her chest puffed out. "This cabin was constructed with the guidance of our team leader." She paused before continuing. "Every blade of grass and timber in this house embodies our collective effort, particularly that of our leader, who has invested the most. He foresaw the rain last night and ensured we completed the construction during the day. Despite the heavy downpour that softened the hard clay, the house remains as solid as a rock. Once the skies clear, it will likely return to its pristine state in a matter of days." Nye Hongtao was already aware of their construction efforts and knew that Tang Wuyue utilized the mortise and tenon technique. However, he was taken aback by how impeccably the walls of the house held up against the rain, with not even a single crack appearing. The rainfall was so fierce that it merely caused a few layers of mud to flake off without compromising the integrity of the structure. One could only commend Tang Wuyue, not only for his exceptional survival skills in the wilderness, but also for his unparalleled craftsmanship in building. At that moment, Nye Hongtao felt genuine admiration. Nearby, Dami Mi raised her head and inquired, "Director Nye, are the other teams unharmed?" Nye Hongtao shook his head. "They are safe, though they did get wet. Thus, we braved the storm last night to bring them to a secure location." He paused before adding, "As a result, we have more replacement female celebrities than usual this time. We are uncertain if there will be further withdrawals. As long as everyone is safe, that is what matters," he concluded. Dami Mi nodded thoughtfully, understanding that those who withdrew from the competition had likely never faced hardship before, making it difficult to encourage them to persevere. She recognized that their decision to step back was likely a last resort, although Dami Mi and her team had a supportive leader who cared for them and resolved their issues. She was acutely aware that had she been assigned to a different group, she might have found herself in a similar predicament. With this thought in mind, Dami Mi turned to glance at Tang Wuyue, her eyes brimming with affection and admiration. Now, he was not only her team leader, but also the person she respected the most. Every time she thought of him, a wave of sweetness washed over her. "Oh, I almost forgot. We recorded a video. Would you like to see it?" Suddenly, Nye Hongtao interjected. They had meticulously crafted a short video, editing together the survival conditions of each group for reference. Since there were no mobile phones or televisions on the island, they could only view it through the projector provided by the production team. "Oh, there's a video to watch?" The female celebrities immediately perked up at Nye Hongtao's words. They were eager to learn about the circumstances of the other teams. For being isolated on the island meant that understanding others was essential to gauge their own chances of victory. Subsequently, under the guidance of Nye Hongtao, the production team promptly set up a projector and home theater equipment, transforming the cozy cabin into a makeshift cinema. A projection screen was hung in the center of the wooden cabin, with speakers placed on either side, creating an extraordinary ambience. Xiaodi and Liu Shishir were thrilled by the prospect of watching a movie in the cabin, their joy palpable. "Wow, this is so cool," Xiaodi exclaimed. "I never imagined I would be watching a home theater in a cabin on a deserted island." Although it was not an actual film, but rather the survival situations of various groups, it was far more riveting for them. After several days on the island with no entertainment facilities, their time was typically spent eating, working and engaging in casual conversations, singing and dancing. For them, this was the most enjoyable activity on the island. Lu Shishir was equally delighted. As she gazed at the large screen, she turned to Tang Wuyue and said, "Captain, at last we can gain insight into the situation of other groups. Since their arrival on the island, they had been well fed and were mentally content. In this context, their curiosity about the other groups intensified. They wondered what they would become without the captain's protection. After observing the circumstances of the other teams, they felt a sense of clarity. If they were assigned to that group, they would undoubtedly consider withdrawing from the competition, just like other female celebrities. Even if they did not withdraw, they would likely face hunger and psychological distress." Seeing them so joyfully engaged, Nia Hongtao nodded and said, "All right, take a good look. Once you've seen the other groups, you'll realize just how fortunate you are." After a pause, he added, "Perhaps you accumulated great virtue in your past lives. Otherwise, how could you have been placed in Captain Tang's group?" Even netizens remarked that this isn't survival in the wilderness. It's akin to a vacation. He expressed admiration, noting how they creatively prepared delicious meals daily, leaving the viewers in envy. "Honestly, despite being the director of the show, I can't help but feel a twinge of envy towards Dami Mi and Lu Yifei," he chuckled. As Nia Hongtao's words resonated, the female celebrities erupted in laughter in unison. Indeed, it seemed plausible that they had performed some noble deeds in their previous lives to have the opportunity to be so close to the captain daily. Lu Shishir, intrigued by the happenings outside, curiously asked Nia Hongtao, "Director, what is the situation like out there? Is our show gaining popularity?" Shouty felt a wave of delight, fantasizing how wonderful it would be to take a nap in the captain's embrace. Being a leisurely fisherman wouldn't be too bad either. She pondered further and remarked also, "The captain must be incredibly popular online now, right? He is so outstanding. There must be a plethora of supporters." Indeed, Nia Hongtao nodded earnestly. Captain Tang has truly skyrocketed in popularity. His online fanbase is nearing 10 million. What? 10 million? Upon hearing Nia Hongtao's words, Lu Shishir and Shouty were taken aback. They had never anticipated that the captain's fanbase would grow so rapidly. These are all new fans, and in a single night, the number surged to 10 million, a testament to his immense popularity. The most crucial aspect is that the captain had previously mentioned that before participating in this program, he had merely over 1,000 fans. He seldom engages on social media. Thus, this 10 million fanbase is entirely genuine. Not only Lu Shishir and Xiao Di, but even Mimi and Lu Yifei gazed upon him with envy. Although they boast millions of fans themselves, such figures were accumulated over time. The astonishing growth of 10 million fans in a single day for Tang Wuyue is simply unbelievable. Previously, one could only hear tales of fan counts multiplying by hundreds. Who would have imagined that Tang Wuyue would escalate it by 10,000 times? From a mere 1,000 fans to over 10 million, it is truly staggering. Sister Mi, you really ought to invite the captain to star in your movie now. He has become the pinnacle of popularity. Lu Shishir remarked with a smile, gazing at Demimi. Indeed, Demimi replied with a wry smile, at the rate at which the captain is gaining fans, I might not even be able to afford him. Huh, that is quite possible. If you wish to have the captain in your film, you must show some sincerity, Lu Shishir chuckled. Previously, when the captain starred in your movie, it was you who elevated him. Now, if he were to act in your film, it would be a favor to you. A complete shift in dynamics. That is true. Demimi nodded, turning her gaze towards Tang Wuyue with admiration and satisfaction. Seeing her beloved gain such popularity filled her heart with joy. As they were conversing, Zhao Jinmai suddenly addressed Nia Hongtao, saying, Director, shouldn't you be the one most delighted? She continued, given the captain's current popularity, you might not even be able to invite him. That is certainly the case. Nia Hongtao responded, smiling as he nodded. With Captain Tang's current fame, it's indeed challenging for an ordinary person to secure his presence. He then turned to Tang Wuyue, his eyes filled with appreciation. Thus, I hope all of you can advance to the global finals. This way, Captain Tang can become the emblem of our program. Need I even say it? Demimi walked over, laughing. The captain has long been the gold standard of our show. After a further discussion, they moved aside to watch videos from other teams. This time, the production team had invited numerous female guests, among whom the most popular were these rising stars from the mainland. Naturally, There were also many renowned actresses in other groups, such as Guo Caijie, Yao Chun, and Mao Xiaodong in the first group, and Deng Ziki and Tao Hong in the second. Since this is a survival-themed program rather than a romantic variety show, actresses of all ages participated, including the previously celebrated queen of sketches. At this moment, the screen displayed the survival conditions of each group. Although Guo Caijie and her team from the first group had constructed their house, they faced a shortage of ingredients, waking each day troubled about their meals. The second group experienced even more difficulties. Although they had built a substantial structure, it was only half complete, leaving everyone utterly exhausted. The captain had no choice but to lead them in search of food. Fortunately, while the seaside lacked larger fish, there were small schools of fish, barely sufficient to satiate their hunger. The greatest challenge was sourcing water, as the rocky isolation of their island made it far more difficult than on other islands. The most pressing issue was the captain's lack of experience. Each day, the participants scoured the wilderness in search of water, oblivious to alternative methods of sourcing it. Eventually, the initial water supply provided by the production team was exhausted, leading two female celebrities to make a desperate call for help. The emergency hotline could only be used once. Once the satellite phone was connected, it signified their withdrawal from the competition, resulting in an immediate return to their homeland for the celebrities. This protocol was established with their safety in mind, as they are public figures with numerous fans, and the production team could not afford the associated risks. Observing the struggles of the two groups on screen, Dami Mi and Lu Shi exchanged sympathetic glances. They could empathize with the plight of those in distress. Oh dear, Guo Caijie and her team are truly unfortunate, relying solely on a small fish to stave off hunger. If it were me, I would surely not endure, remarked Xiao Di, furrowing her brow as she watched Guo Caijie's group. When it had first arrived at the show, everyone had jested about it being a weight loss challenge. However, when faced with genuine hunger, the harsh realities of survival in the wild became apparent. The distinction between voluntary dieting and actual deprivation was stark. Having been sheltered by their leader since their arrival on the island, Lu Shi and Xiao Di had never worried about food or water, and thus had not anticipated the dire circumstances of the other groups. After witnessing just two teams, they began to grasp the brutal nature of the competition. The first group was in a state of hunger, unable to find sustenance, while the second group was parched, with the celebrities contemplating withdrawal from the competition. As for the third and fourth groups, their situations were even more absurd. The leader of the third group, a staunch vegetarian, led his team on a quest for plants. Despite the bountiful resources of the surrounding waters, he disregarded them entirely, opting instead to venture into the mountains in search of wild vegetables. Initially, the female celebrities found this intriguing and enjoyed the novelty of foraging for greens. However, by the second or third day, their faces turned green with distaste at the mere sight of the wild vegetables. The leader of the fourth group was particularly eccentric, insisting on the consumption of insects. His fascination with bugs bordered on obsession. He was well-versed in which could be sought ed or eaten raw, providing detailed instructions. The female celebrities, upon tasting the crunch of insects in their mouths, were left retching on the ground, nearly expelling their stomach contents. Witnessing this on the large screen, Dami Mi and Lu Yifei also felt the urge to vomit. Their aversion to insects heightened as they watched other female celebrities contort their faces while forcing the creatures down, making them feel as though they too had ingested insects, eliciting an indescribable sense of nausea. Good heavens, this is utterly terrifying, Xiao Di exclaimed, her face a mask of repulsion. If I were asked to eat insects, I doubt I could last a day and would seek to withdraw from the competition immediately. Zhao Jimai nodded in agreement. I can tolerate many things, but the thought of insects is truly unbearable. She shuddered, especially raw. That is the utmost torment. This merely indicates that you have yet to reach that level of desperation, came the reply. Upon hearing their words, Nia Hongtao could not suppress a chuckle. If it truly came to that, you would undoubtedly consume it without hesitation. I simply cannot fathom it. Zhao Jinmai, with an expression of resignation, remarked, if I were to eat that, I truly could not bring myself to do so. The chief director, Nia Hongtao, gazed at them with amusement. Fortunately, you have been assigned to Captain Tang's group. Had you been placed in the fourth group, you would likely have had to withdraw from the competition. Without a doubt, we would withdraw, Zhao Jinmai exclaimed, covering her eyes without hesitation. There is no alternative. Each team leader possesses their own unique traits. For instance, the leader of the first group excels at constructing shelters in the wilderness. The leader of the second group has an ardent affinity for archery and is inseparable from their bow and arrow. Naturally, such leaders have put their team members through considerable hardship. Two members of their team, suffering from severe dehydration, had to resort to a satellite phone to call for assistance from the production team. As for the third and fourth groups, their situations were even more dire. One was a forager of wild vegetables, while the other was obsessed with insects, rendering the female celebrity in their group utterly beleaguered. In contrast, Tang Wuyue's stature in the eyes of the female celebrities immediately rose significantly. Compared to other teams, he was a veritable polymath. Not only could he ensure the safety of the female celebrities, but he also provided them with nourishing food and clean water. The stream was already remarkably clear, and he even devised an elaborate filtration system for them. This instilled a profound sense of security in the female celebrities, allowing them to live with great comfort. After viewing the first segment of the video, Nie Hongtao turned to the female celebrities before him and inquired with a smile, "Now do you understand how fortunate you are?" He paused briefly before continuing. "To have encountered a leader like Captain Tang is indeed a blessing for you. Compared to other female celebrities, you are as though you were living in paradise." The online commentators were correct. They were not merely in the wild to survive, but rather they were on a vacation. Upon hearing Nie Hongtao's words, everyone unconsciously turned their gaze towards Tang Wuyue, their eyes brimming with gratitude and admiration. Without comparison, there could be no pain. Now, with this juxtaposition, they comprehended their own happiness. With their captain beside them, they felt like carefree children in kindergarten, joyfully embracing each day. They need not worry about hunger or whether the murky water could be safely consumed. Their thoughts were filled with anticipation for the days when they could accompany their captain to dive for fish, gather honey, hunt wild boar, and experience thrilling adventures. "Captain, thank you." Xiao Di and Lu Shishir rose, expressing their excitement. "Without you, we might have long since succumbed like the other groups." "Indeed, Captain. It is because of you that we can enjoy such comfort on this isolated island." Lu Yifei nodded repeatedly from the side. She could relate to this sentiment most acutely, for she had fallen asleep in the captain's embrace the previous night. At this moment, their hearts were united in a singular thought, to express their heartfelt gratitude to their captain and to steadfastly follow him through to the end. They yearned to participate in the global finals, eager to join hands with their captain in seizing victory and sharing in the $10 million prize. Observing their expressions, Nie Hongtao could not help but let out a chuckle. He had initially intended to engage in further conversation with Tang Wuyue and Lu Shishir. Yet scarcely had he uttered a few words when the production team contacted him via satellite phone. The sheer number of competing teams was overwhelming, and numerous groups still required health checks for the female contestants, which needed to be completed before sunset. After ending the call, Nie Hongtao turned to Tang Wuyue's side and said, "Captain Tang, I must head to another island. We shall have a proper chat when I bring the substitute team members next time." "All right then." Tang Wuyue smiled and nodded in agreement. The director chimed in, "Will you be bringing the new female contestants with you next time?" The female celebrities present looked at Nie Hongtao with puzzled expressions and inquired, "Is that true?" Nie Hongtao responded with a grin, "Indeed, I expect to return in 2 days, and I will bring new teammates for you." "Really? Thank you so much." The actresses exclaimed in unison, their voices brimming with excitement. It was evident that Dami Mi and Lu Yifei were less than enthusiastic about the prospect of 2 new guests joining them. Though they had only recently arrived, bonds had begun to form, and the sudden addition of 2 more individuals would necessitate a period of adjustment. If the newcomers were amiable, it would be manageable. However, if they were temperamental or demanding, it could pose a challenge. Nonetheless, the actresses were not narrow-minded. Their remarks were merely playful banter, and they were genuinely open to building relationships with the new arrivals once they joined. Before long, the production team completed their preparations and departed via helicopter. As the helicopter roared over the ocean, gradually ascending into the sky, Xiao Di and Dami Mi let out long sighs. Xiao Di turned to Dami Mi and asked with a smile, "What do you think about this, Sister Mi?" "What can I say? Captain, must we follow?" Just then, Lu Shishir and Dami Mi also posed their questions. "You too?" Tang Wuyue glanced back at them, shaking his head. "Never mind, it rained all night, and some of the mud on the walls has loosened. Go find some banana leaves." He paused and added, Use a few banana leaves to cover the walls and shield them from the rain. Understood, Captain. Lu Shir and Dammy Mi promptly agreed. Although Lu Shir yearned to accompany them fishing, there was not enough manpower, and someone had to attend to other tasks. After some contemplation, she decided to heed the captain's instructions. After all, her fishing experience paled in comparison to Xiao Di's. With Xiao Di's expertise accompanying Tang Wuyue, they would at least return with a catch. In contrast, their inexperience would only waste time and divert the captain's attention to teach them. Thus, it was wiser for them to remain indoors, repairing the house and preparing for the impending storm. Having reached a conclusion, Xiao Di picked up a nearby fishing rod and followed Tang Wuyue toward the seaside. Both sheltered themselves with banana leaves, although the rain had lessened. The temperature outside was low, making it essential to avoid getting soaked, lest they catch cold. This was precisely why Tang Wuyue had advised them against joining. The presence of himself and Xiao Di would suffice for fishing. Xiao Di is quite experienced. Even if she fails to catch any fish, she can lend a helping hand on the side. Since last night, they haven't had a proper meal. Today, no matter what, they must catch several fish. After a heavy downpour last night, the sea has indeed become particularly murky. As Tang Wuyue approached to inspect, he realized that diving would render the seabed invisible. And in such weather, one would not find anything worthwhile underwater. Typically, at this time, fish and crabs would hide behind the corals, refraining from venturing out. Xiao Di, with her fishing rod in hand, strolled to the shore, observing her surroundings. She inhaled deeply and turned to Tang Wu, exclaiming, "Captain, the air by the sea is truly refreshing. Indeed, the air in unpolluted areas is unparalleled." The island, originally lush with greenery, exuded an even more invigorating charm after the rain. Tang Wuyue nodded, cautioning her, "The rain hasn't ceased yet. Remember to shield your head with banana leaves while fishing. We wouldn't want you to get drenched." Xiao Di nodded, responding with a smile. "Thank you for your concern, Captain. I will be careful." After saying this, her lips curled into a slight smile as she teased Tang Wuyue. "But if I catch a cold, will you still take care of me like before?" The mere thought of Tang Wuyue tending to her injuries filled her with excitement. In Xiao Di's eyes, that was the happiest time she had on the island. A rare opportunity to spend time alone with the captain. Usually, everyone gathered together, leaving little chance for private conversations with him. "You caught a cold?" Tang Wuyue glanced at her eager expression, shaking his head as he replied, "If you fall ill, I will hand you over to the production team." "Huh?" Xiao Di bowed. Grimacing, "Captain, why are you so heartless? I like you so much, and yet you would send me away. Well, who told you not to take care of yourself?" Tang Wuyue shot her a stern look, stating earnestly, "Your health is paramount. We are in the wilderness, and the environment is already harsh. If you catch a cold or fall ill, the recovery will be quite arduous. You might even be sent back home by the production team." "Oh, Captain, I understand." Xiao Di obediently nodded, a hint of shyness in her voice. "I was just saying that casually. Please don't take it to heart." After a brief pause, she continued, "In truth, I merely wanted to hear your concern. The last time I was with you, I felt so exhilarated. I've never experienced anything like it." Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and lifted her head to inquire, "By the way, Captain, do you remember what I told you last time?" "What did you say?" Tang Wu, having caught a few small shrimp for bait, turned to look at Xiao Di. Captain, you forgot?" Xiao Di lowered her head, her face clouded with disappointment. "I told you that I enjoy being with you, especially when it's just the two of us." "Oh, you meant that?" Tang Wuyue chuckled. "I was just teasing you." He clearly remembered what Xiao Di had shared before. She had indeed expressed those feelings. However, their conversation had been interrupted by the sudden appearance of Mimi, leaving Xiao Di looking somewhat forlorn, as if there were still words left unspoken. At this moment, she seizes the opportunity to be alone with him, likely intending to pour out the words she has long kept hidden in her heart. With this thought in mind, Tang Wuyue assists her in preparing the fishing bait and says, "No worries, let us fish while we chat." "All right." Xiao Di nods enthusiastically, taking up the fishing rod and casting the line into the water. It is her first experience fishing on a deserted island, and the excitement within her is indescribable. At this time, a light drizzle falls from the sky. Although they use banana leaves as makeshift umbrellas, the leaves are too small to shield them from the rain. The wind sweeps the rain from the sides, drenching them completely. After sitting on the ground and fishing for a while, Xiao Di suddenly shivers, sniffling as she fights back a sneeze. Tang Wuyue glances back at her and asks, "Are you feeling cold?" "I'm fine, Captain. Xiao Di replies with a wry smile. The weather has been too hot lately, and I changed into a thin garment. I forgot to bring something warmer when I came out today, as I was too focused on fishing. Tang Wuyue is already accustomed to her forgetfulness. For instance, during their last honey-gathering expedition, she neglected to change her socks and ended up stung by bees several times. With this thought, he says to her, "You stay here and fish. I will go find a larger banana leaf." "No need, Captain, I'm really all right." Xiao Di quickly calls out to him, pleading, "Captain, please don't leave me here alone. I want to be with you." There was no option. The beach is barren and the sky is overcast. If she were left alone, she would undoubtedly feel lonely and frightened. Hearing her words, Tang Wuyue halts. He turns back to regard Xiao Di, furrowing his brow as he asks, "If I don't fetch the banana leaves, can you endure it? The wind has shifted and the rain will soon lash against you. I suspect it won't be long before your clothes are soaked through." "I'm fine, Captain. I can manage." Xiao Di bites her lip and says, "Captain, let us focus on fishing. As long as we catch something, even if I catch a cold, it will be worth it." "All right, you truly are a fishing enthusiast." Tang Wuyue chuckles, shrugging his shoulders. "For the sake of fishing, you disregard everything, don't you?" Yet, he understands her sentiment. After all, the expanse of sand surrounds them, and reaching the jungle for banana leaves requires a considerable trek. Leaving her alone by the sea does not sit well with him. Thus, with a sigh, Tang Wuyue concedes. "Very well, come sit by me. We can piece together 2 banana leaves. This should keep us from getting drenched, since they're already out." Returning for warmer clothing is not an option. Rather than that, it is better for Xiao Di to sit beside him, allowing them to huddle together for warmth, at least preventing her from falling ill. "Ah, Captain, is that all right?" Xiao Di responds, blushing and feeling a bit shy. "I'm sorry to trouble you." Once she finishes speaking, she hurriedly picks up her fishing rod and jogs over to sit beside Tang Wuyue. At this moment, Xiao Di's face is as flushed as a sunset, and her heart races uncontrollably, as if a multitude of little deer were frolicking within her. There is no avoiding it. This is her first time being so close to the captain. Feeling the intense warmth radiating from the captain, her heart was instantly enveloped in a comforting embrace. She understood that this was the essence of masculinity exuded by the captain. Men and women are inherently different. Women are naturally more susceptible to the cold, while men possess an innate vigor that instills a profound sense of security and warmth in women. At that moment, Xiao Di's sense of safety intensified. As long as the captain was by her side, she feared nothing. Suddenly, as they sat closely together, Xiao Di exclaimed in delight, having seemingly caught a fish. As she lifted her rod, a fish weighing approximately a pound was effortlessly flung onto the shore. "Oh my, Captain, there really are fish here," she exclaimed, her face illuminating with a childlike, radiant smile. "This is wonderful. We can have fish for dinner tonight." Although she was a true master of fishing, her recent filming schedule had kept her away from a rod for quite some time. To her astonishment, on her first outing with the captain, she had already caught a fish, filling her with excitement. "You certainly have a knack for this. Your fishing skills are impressive," Tang Wuyue remarked, glancing at the fish in her hands and smiling. "I didn't expect you to strike gold so soon after arriving at the seaside." Xiao Di blushed and humbly replied, "It's just good luck, Captain." After a brief pause, she added, "It's because I interrupted you earlier that you didn't catch anything." Tang Wuyue shook his head with a smile, about to speak when he suddenly felt his fishing rod plunge sharply. He had hooked a fish. Hastily, he lifted the rod, revealing a grouper weighing about 2 to 3 pounds. Upon seeing the grouper, Xiao Di was taken aback. "Wow, you actually caught a grouper?" Tang Wuyue removed the grouper from the hook and placed it in a nearby net, saying, "Not bad. I didn't expect there to be so many fish here." He paused for a moment, adding, "It seems we won't be going hungry tonight." Initially thinking that the continuous rain over the past couple of days would hinder their fishing endeavors, he was pleasantly surprised by the usefulness of the fishing hooks Lu Shirshir had provided. With these fish, their dinner would be significantly more sumptuous. They could prepare braised fish or even grilled fish, which was certainly 100 times better than having cassava porridge. Just as they were conversing, Xiao Di suddenly sneezed. The rain had indeed left her soaked. The gentle seaside breeze caressed her, and each time it brushed against her, she couldn't help but shiver. It was evident that her drenched clothing had made her feel cold. "Are you getting chilly?" Tang Wuyue glanced back at her, frowning as he said, "Had I known this would happen, I would have brought an extra piece of clothing." "It's fine, Captain, really," she insisted. After catching the fish, I feel warm all over. I'm not cold at all. She was stubbornly trying to downplay her discomfort. Nonsense. Tang Wuyue shrugged and replied, don't forget, Director Nya and the others just left today. They will be back in a couple of days. If you catch a cold, you might just be sent back home. Surely not. Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words, Xiaodi was taken aback. She set down her fishing rod, her eyes reddening with urgency. Captain, I don't want to leave. I don't want to part from you. Tang Wuyue, noticing her distressed demeanor, reminded her, if you wish to stay, then you must heed my words. Yes, I promise to be obedient. Tang Wuyue nodded and effortlessly pulled her into his embrace. Indeed, upon touch, Xiaodi was already drenched, although the rain was not particularly heavy. The fine droplets danced upon the wind, slipping through the gaps of the banana leaves and landing upon her. In just a brief moment, she was thoroughly soaked. No wonder she shivered and sneezed. Tang Wuyue enveloped Xiaodi in his arms, providing warmth for a while, before leaning down to inquire, are you feeling better? At that moment, Xiaodi's face was as crimson as if it could bleed. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet Tang Wuyue's eyes, biting her lip as she nestled against him. Even as a fishing enthusiast, she had completely forgotten about her hobby. With the captain by her side, everything else faded into irrelevance. Especially as she felt the warmth radiating from him, her heart raced. This was the first time she had been so close to him. Each time she witnessed Dammy Me and the captain together, envy filled her heart. She often pondered when she might have the chance to be alone with him, to express her feelings. For the first time in a long while, she found herself smitten with a man, particularly one who provided her with such a profound sense of security, Tang Wuyue. After lingering in his embrace for some time, she finally lifted her head, bashfully saying, thank you. Captain, I'm no longer cold. Your embrace is truly warm. That's good, Tang Wuyue replied, meeting her gaze and nodding. Fishing is secondary. Staying warm is of utmost importance. After speaking, he attached bait to the fishing rod and cast it back into the sea. Xiaodi observed Tang Wuyue quietly, her beautiful eyes fluttering, as if pondering something. Yet, her expression radiated sweetness, as though she were in love, despite the captain not yet reciprocating her feelings. Captain, do you find me bothersome? Xiaodi asked cautiously. Bothersome? Why would I? Tang Wuyue glanced at her and shook his head, saying, do not forget, you are a beloved superstar. What superstar? I'm just a little girl in front of you, Xiaodi replied, shaking her head. Besides, with so many female celebrities on our island, who is not more famous than I? Take Sister Mi, for example. She is my boss. And Sister Ife, she is the goddess in everyone's hearts. Compared to them, I have no advantages. This statement held truth. Xiaodi represented the new generation of rising stars. In terms of fame and experience, she was indeed somewhat younger than the others. However, her alluring figure and unique exotic charm made many hearts flutter at first glance. Tang Wuyue, seeing her humility, shook his head and remarked, you are all quite similar. In my eyes, you are all superstars, with no distinction of who is stronger or weaker. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Xiaodi's heart blossomed with joy. Unable to contain herself, she entwined her arm with Tang Wuyue's, her heart brimming with happiness as she exclaimed, thank you, Captain. Thank you for giving me such honor. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she continued, Captain, do you know, when you helped me bandage my wound last time, I suddenly felt a flutter in my heart. After all these years, it was the first time I experienced such feelings, akin to falling in love. Oh no, it should be considered a secret crush. A hint of shyness crossed her face as she self-deprecatingly chuckled. After all, you have never expressed any affection towards me, so I can only harbor this secret admiration. Secret crush? Tang Wuyue was amused by her words. What, have you fallen for me? Absolutely, Xiaodi replied earnestly, not shying away. Captain, you occupy my thoughts entirely. Every morning upon waking, I wish to be with you. I believe this must be what love feels like. Though I have never been in a relationship and lack understanding of what it means to like someone, my heart races uncontrollably when I am with you. I think this is what people refer to as being smitten. Initially hesitant to confess, she found herself nestled in Tang Wuyue's embrace, emboldened by the moment. Thus, she finally summoned the courage to articulate her feelings. Fortunately, it was just the two of them, allowing her to express her emotions without reservation. Really? Tang Wuyue was taken aback by her directness, gazing at her in surprise. I am merely your captain. Am I truly worthy of such feelings? Of course you are. Xiao nodded fervently, asserting, Captain, you have seen how many teams there are participating in this program, and countless captains as well. Which one of them is as considerate and attentive as you are? After a brief pause, she added, I'm not flattering you. I have genuinely come to like you. Xiao understood her heart's honesty. She lifted her gaze, looking deeply into Tang Wuyue's eyes. Actually, I intended to confess in the tent last time, but I was suddenly interrupted by Sister Mi. I felt so distressed at that moment, and after returning to the tent, I struggled to sleep for a long time. Since then, I have longed for an opportunity to speak with you privately and share my innermost thoughts. Keeping these feelings bottled up has left me feeling suffocated, and only today have I finally felt a sense of relief. Anxiously, Xiao observed Tang Wuyue's reaction, fearing he might reject her. Captain, you want to dislike me, will you? If you don't have feelings for me, you needn't pay me any mind. I don't wish to burden you. How could that be? Tang Wuyue met her gaze, smiling as he remarked, who could ever refuse a beautiful woman confessing her feelings? Upon hearing the term beautiful woman, Xiao heart soared, and a sweet smile blossomed on her face. She had never imagined the captain would personally compliment her in such a manner. It brought her more joy than the sweetest treat. Captain, do you truly find me beautiful? Xiao's eyes sparkled with affection as she clung tightly to Tang Wuyue's arm, eagerly awaiting his response. Tang Wuyue chuckled and replied, of course. The online world is abuzz with praises of your beauty. It's not just my opinion. I don't care how others perceive me, Xiao declared, her face radiant with love. I only care about your opinion, Captain. As long as you like me, I will be utterly content. As Tang Wuyue was about to speak, Xiao, resembling a playful little rabbit, nuzzled closer and gently pecked his lips. Just then, the fishing rod in his hand emitted a sharp sound, slicing through the air. In an instant, the vine-crafted rod bent into a magnificent arc. Wow, we've caught a huge fish, Xiao exclaimed, her excitement causing her to leap in joy upon witnessing the transformation of the rod. As an experienced angler, the thrill of hooking a fish is a sensation that ordinary individuals cannot fathom. Tang Wuyue was equally startled by the power transmitted through the rod. He had never anticipated that they could reel in such a substantial catch while fishing by the seaside. Judging by the tension in the line, this fish weighed at least 10 pounds. Fortunately, the elasticity of the vine rod was exceptional, surpassing that of ordinary bamboo. Thus, despite the fish's formidable strength bending the rod into a bow shape, there were no signs of it fracturing. Captain, this fish must be quite large, right? Xiao asked anxiously. Should I assist you in reeling it in? Not to worry, Tang Wuyue replied with a smile. Our rod is sturdy. This fish won't escape. That's wonderful. Xiao clapped her hands in delight. I never expected we could catch such a sizable fish here by the shore. Initially, he had only caught a small fish weighing around a pound, assuming that the area was populated solely by such diminutive creatures. The second catch, however, was remarkably large. Underwater, the fish struggled vigorously, causing the line and rod to hum in protest. Yet, Tang Wuyue remained calm, patiently leading the fish and gradually depleting its energy. Xiao, tightly embracing Tang Wuyue, continuously cheered him on. With their combined efforts, it wasn't long before a hefty fish, weighing over 10 pounds, was pulled onto the shore. Captain, it's a magnificent tuna, Xiao exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. We actually caught a tuna. She had never imagined that they could land such a large tuna from the shore. Typically, tuna dwell in the deep sea, necessitating a boat for fishing. To their surprise, the inclement weather had rendered the waters murky, prompting the tuna to swim closer to the shore in search of food. This area, rich in marine resources, had long been dubbed a paradise for anglers, attracting numerous fishing enthusiasts. Staring at the impressive tuna, Tang Wuyue was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated such a remarkable yield on his first fishing expedition here. Most notably, they had been so engrossed in their affectionate interactions that they nearly forgot the essence of fishing. The capture of this magnificent tuna was indeed an unexpected delight. Captain, you are incredible. Xiao gazed at Tang Wuyue with admiration. You can catch parrotfish and giant grouper while diving, and now you've reeled in a tuna while fishing. You seem to excel at everything. But you caught one too? Tang Wuyue chuckled, replying, You're helping me while nestled in my arms. So let us tell everyone we caught it together. Xiao's face flushed crimson, and she quickly averted her gaze, murmuring, Perhaps we should just keep that to ourselves. I feel too shy to say it. She shyly remarked. If they were to discover me nestled in the captain's embrace, they would undoubtedly envy me. I wish to avoid inciting any jealousy. Xiao Di possessed a naive and carefree disposition, always exhibiting a strong sense of agency in her actions. For instance, whenever she desired to be with Tang Wuyue, she would take the initiative without hesitation. In contrast to Mimi and Louis Fei, she was far more willing to express her feelings. Just last time, had it not been for Mimi's sudden appearance, it is likely that Xiao Di would have successfully confessed her affections to Tang Wuyue. Observing Xiao Di's bashful demeanor, Tang Wuyue chuckled and said, I was merely teasing you. Xiao Di, wrapping her arms around Tang Wuyue's waist, exclaimed excitedly, Captain, we did it. We truly caught a big fish. We can indulge in a feast tonight. Indeed. Tang Wuyue nodded. It has been ages since I last savored tuna. Today is the perfect occasion to satisfy my cravings. Tuna can be prepared as sashimi, and especially in a place like this island, where resources are scarce, it is a rare and delightful ingredient. As long as it can be consumed raw, it alleviates much of the hassle of cooking. Captain, you are so warm. May I hold you like this forever? Xiao Di lifted her gaze to meet Tang Wuyue's. The two locked eyes, with only each other reflected in their gaze. What do you think? Tang Wuyue replied with a smile. You wouldn't want to let go now. Otherwise, you would feel even colder. Unfortunately, Xiao Di's clothes were completely soaked. Although she felt warmth in Tang Wuyue's embrace the moment the wind blew, she would be overwhelmed by the cold. Unless they returned to the camp now, there was no way for her to extricate herself from his hold. Of course, Xiao Di had no desire to leave. This was precisely the moment she had longed for. She pressed her face tightly against Tang Wuyue's chest, listening to his breathing, feeling both tender and secure. Thank you, Captain. I wish to remain in your embrace, preferably never to part. At that moment, her gaze was utterly entranced, and in the misty atmosphere, it felt as if they existed solely in their own world. The vast seaside was devoid of anyone else, just the two of them. This intimacy warmed their hearts. As Xiao Di leaned against Tang Wuyue, her heartbeat quickened. She felt as though she were enchanted, wanting nothing more than to hold the captain tightly. She raised her head, gazing at Tang Wuyue with deep affection, wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing against him. The two shared tender moments while leisurely fishing by the sea. After an entire afternoon, they had amassed quite a bounty. Xiao Di remained nestled in Tang Wuyue's embrace for the entirety of the afternoon, managing to catch several fish weighing 2 to 3 pounds. In Madagascar, the waters teemed with plentiful and plump fish. A mere flick of the rod would often yield a catch. This was Xiao Di's first encounter with such an abundance of fish, and she was utterly delighted. She found herself somewhat distracted, wishing only to remain in the captain's hold. Nevertheless, she still managed to catch several sizable fish. Tang Wuyue lifted the net to inspect its contents, revealing over a dozen fish, sufficient to sustain them for 2 to 3 days. In a day or two, the rain should cease. Once the weather clears, they could go diving to catch fish, eliminating the need to remain by the shore fishing. When it comes to bounty, diving is indeed superior, offering a greater variety and larger specimens. Tang Wuyue gazed at the fish nestled within the net, nodding with satisfaction. This afternoon's catch is quite substantial, enough to sustain us for several days, he remarked. Captain, you are truly remarkable, exclaimed Xiao Di, her face aglow with admiration. Whether it be diving, fishing, or angling, you seem to accomplish it all with such ease. It is primarily due to the abundance of fish here, he responded. Moments prior, they had shared a close embrace, having completed their tasks. Yet this did not hinder their fishing endeavors. As the afternoon progressed, their haul proved to be bountiful. Such is the nature of fishermen, regardless of the location. Perseverance is key. Let us return to the camp, Tang Wuyue suggested, casting a glance at Xiao Di. It is getting late. We should head back before the temperature drops and the temperature variance outdoors becomes uncomfortable. Captain, may we linger a while longer? I am reluctant to part ways with you, Xiao Di pleaded. Although her clothes had dried, she found it difficult to separate from Tang Wuyue. A faint blush graced her cheeks as she cherished the time spent alone with him. Despite their considerable catch and the time spent outdoors, she was unwilling to leave. Opportunities to be alone with the captain were exceedingly rare, and returning would undoubtedly invite a throng of people, leaving her little chance to express her true feelings. Upon hearing Xiao Di's request, Tang Wuyue glanced up at her. At that moment, Xiaodi lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushed with shyness, unable to meet his eyes. Despite her clothes being dry, she remained nestled in his embrace, unwilling to depart. Just as they were contemplating their return, a voice echoed from behind them. "Oh, is that Shir coming?" Xiaodi turned to see Lu Shir approaching, and she quickly jumped from Tang Wuyue's arms, waving enthusiastically. Shir, we are over here." She had hoped to spend more time with the captain, but was unexpectedly interrupted by Lu Shir. "Captain," Xiaodi, "have you caught any fish?" Lu Shir panted as she approached. "The house has been repaired, and I came to help you fish." Upon seeing Lu Shir, Tang Wuyue lifted the net and shook it lightly. "We have caught over a dozen fish, and we're just about to head back." "Over a dozen?" Lu Shir exclaimed, her eyes widening at the sight of the fish, including a sizable tuna. She had not anticipated catching such a large tuna while fishing by the seaside. This fish, prized for its exquisite flavor, typically commanded a high price at sushi restaurants. To think that these survival-seeking starlets on a deserted island could indulge in such a delicacy. Xiaodi beamed. Sure. Did you ever imagine? The captain excels not only at catching fish, but also at angling. He is like the legendary all-rounder, skilled in everything. Xiaodi raised her thumb in admiration, showering Tang Wuyue with compliments. In her eyes, he was her idol, her Prince Charming. Given the chance, she would gladly fish alongside him for an entire day and night. "Xiaodi, have you caught any fish?" Lu Shir inquired, observing Xiaodi's excitement with envy. "Not much," Xiaodi replied. "Most of the catch was thanks to the captain. I only managed to reel in a few small fish. A couple of pounds? That's considered small?" Lu Shir chuckled wryly, shrugging her shoulders. "I have yet to catch anything over 2 pounds." She had only ever caught small crucian carp and carp, never a fish of such size. Each time she witnessed others land larger catches, she felt a pang of envy, particularly with sea fishing, which she had always longed to experience. She never anticipated that her day would also involve repairing the house. Sister Shir, in this expanse of sea, even a fish weighing 1 or 2 jin is considered small, while the captain predominantly catches those weighing 30 to 40 jin. Xiaodi remarked, "Next time we go fishing, I'll take you along with the captain to relish the joys of angling." "Absolutely." Lu Shir nodded with a smile and stepped forward, saying, "I'm already feeling a bit restless. It's such a pity. I initially wanted to fish with you all. Haha, you should have seen it earlier." The captain and I wrestled with a tuna weighing over 10 jin for quite some time before we finally managed to reel in together. "Oh." Lu Shir paused for a moment, her face filled with envy as she gazed at Xiaodi. "Did you catch it together?" "Oh, not quite. I was merely a distraction on the side." Xiaodi realized she had let something slip and quickly added with a wry smile, with the captain's exceptional skills. "I was just getting in the way." "Haha, I thought as much." Lu Shir chuckled. "I suspect I might be a nuisance to the captain as well. I hope he won't mind." Hearing Lu Shir's words, Tang Wuyue smiled and shook his head, saying, "I won't mind. Fishing and diving are skills you both need to learn, especially since we are set to participate in the global finals." The captain speaks wisely. Lu Shir nodded immediately. "We will strive to learn and will not disappoint you." Indeed. Tang Wuyue glanced at the sky and said to them, "It's getting late, and we've caught quite a bit. Let us head back early." "Ah, Captain, are we leaving already?" Lu Shir's face fell upon hearing this. She had rushed all this way to experience the thrill of fishing, only to find they were leaving just as she arrived at the shore. Noticing the anticipation in Lu Shir's eyes, Tang Wuyue sighed and said, "Well, let us fish a little longer." With that, he handed the fishing rod to Lu Shir, the bait already attached. "Give it a try." "Thank you, Captain." Lu Shir exclaimed excitedly, jumping up. She took the rod and gently cast it into the water. Initially, she wanted to ask Tang Wuyue how to catch a fish, but just seconds after the bait sank, the tip of the rod suddenly jerked. A surge of force instantly transmitted to Lu Shir's hands. "Captain, I've caught one," Lu Shir shouted, quickly gripping the rod. Indeed, splashes erupted on the water surface. "Sister Shir, don't panic." Xiaodi, seeing this, hurriedly reminded her, "Just hold the rod tightly." Lu Shir nodded, applying a slight force, and slowly pulled the rod toward the shore. Fortunately, the fishing line and the rod were quite sturdy, and under her pull, a vibrant red fish leaped onto the shore. This particular fish is unique to the waters of Madagascar. Though small, weighing only 1 or 2 jin at most, its flesh is delicate with few bones, making it perfect for grilling. Lu Shirshir could hardly believe how quickly she had caught a fish, her heart swelling with joy. Captain, am I dreaming? Did I really catch one? Sister Shir. You're incredible, Shouty exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. At your current level, you could rival the captain. Puffed. Hearing Xiao Di's words, Lu Shirshir couldn't help but laugh. She set down the rod and waved her hand, saying, "Don't tease me. If I had skills like the captain, I would have soared to the skies by now." Ha ha. Xiao Di chuckled and stepped forward, saying, "I am not joking. You truly are remarkable. I spent an entire afternoon sitting beside you and only managed to catch a few fish, while you hooked one as soon as you cast your line." Tang Wuyue helped her remove the fish from the hook and placed it into the net beside them. "What do you think? Would you like to fish a bit more?" Lu Shirshir glanced at the sky and shook her head. "It's getting late. Let us head back early. Captain, we can come back to fish another time." She was perceptive and noticed the evening sky darkening, and since the captain was also preparing to pack up, she did not wish to linger. After all, she had already indulged in the thrill of fishing, and there would be future opportunities. Having experienced the exhilarating sensation of a catch, she felt quite satisfied. Tang Wuyue acknowledged her thoughtful nature with a nod. "All right then, let us return early, and when the next opportunity arises, I shall take you fishing again." "Great. Thank you, Captain," Lu Shirshir exclaimed, her excitement evident as she nodded enthusiastically. Although their time was brief, the feeling of catching a fish was truly unforgettable for her. The three of them packed up their fishing rods, gathered their catches, and made their way back to the campsite. By this time, the rain had gradually ceased, with only occasional light drops remaining. It was likely that the weather would clear up in a few days. Upon their return to the campsite, Demimi and Lu Yifei were already waiting for them. Seeing Tang Wuyue, they hurried over. "Captain, how was the catch?" Demimi inquired eagerly, her face brimming with anticipation. Xiao Di and Lu Shirshir raised their nets, shouting, "Sister Mimi, come quickly and see. We've struck gold." Demimi and Lu Yifei leaned in to take a look, their expressions filled with astonishment. They could hardly believe that in such a short span of time, Tang Wuyue and Xiao Di had managed to catch so many fish. It was noteworthy that all these fish were caught by angling, not gathered by diving. Furthermore, there were no spider conchs or bread crabs among their haul, just fish. "Sister Mimi, there are so many fish by the seaside," Xiao Di said, looking up at her. "As soon as we cast our lines, the fish were biting. The captain even caught a hefty bluefin tuna weighing over 10 pounds. "What?" Demimi and Lu Yifei were momentarily taken aback by Xiao Di's words. They had not expected that, on this remote island, they would have the chance to enjoy bluefin tuna. "How wonderful! Tonight, we can have sashimi." Zhao Jinmai clapped her hands in excitement, being a little foodie thrilled by the captain's impressive catch. Demimi and Lu Yifei could not help but swallow hard. It had been a long time since they had savored sashimi. Seeing such fresh tuna, their excitement was palpable. Lu Yifei smiled and remarked to Tang Wuyue, "No wonder the netizens say we are living a gourmet life in the wilderness." Indeed, this show is becoming more like a culinary program. Just imagine how envious the viewers in the live stream must be seeing such fresh tuna. Observing their eager expressions, Tang Wuyue chuckled. "Let us head back and prepare the fish for dinner. From last night until today, we have hardly had a proper meal. Only Lu Shirshir's takoyaki left a lasting impression on them. However, the food consumed in the morning had long been digested. Coupled with the arrival of the production team, they had neglected to eat lunch, and now their stomachs were growling with hunger. Demimi and Lu Yifei could hardly contain their impatience. Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words, they promptly responded and began to tidy up the kitchenware. Since they were to handle the tuna, there was no need for bowls or dishes. A single banana leaf would suffice as a makeshift tray. Both tuna and parrotfish could be consumed raw. Just then, Xiao Di caught a parrotfish weighing 2 to 3 pounds. A fast-growing fish with exceptionally tender and elastic flesh. Under Tang Wuyue's guidance, all the female stars began to busily prepare. Lu Yifei was responsible for folding the banana leaves into aesthetically pleasing trays, while Lu Shirshir wielded a sharp knife to slice the tuna. Though they weren't particularly skilled in sashimi preparation, having never properly learned it, Lu Shirshir had picked up some culinary skills while filming, including a bit about Japanese cuisine. While she may not know how to break down a whole tuna, she was aware of which parts were most delectable. The belly of the tuna is a favorite for many, rich and fat, offering a fragrant and smooth texture with an exquisite flavor. "Captain, how do we prepare sashimi from parrotfish?" Demimi asked curiously while holding the parrotfish. Although they knew that salmon and tuna could be eaten raw, this was their first experience with parrotfish, leaving them somewhat perplexed. Observing their confused expressions, Tang Wuyue chuckled and explained, preparing parrotfish is quite simple. Just remove the skin. The flesh inside is very tender. Scrape the meat off the bones, and you'll have wonderfully smooth sashimi. The skin of the parrotfish is quite thick and clings closely to the flesh, so there is no need to scale it. Just tear the skin open gently, and you'll reveal the translucent fish flesh inside. Then, scrape the meat along the bone and slice it into pieces, which will be glistening and even more alluring than geoduck. The texture of parrotfish differs from that of salmon and tuna. It lacks the slight tanginess and tenderness of tuna and the greasiness of salmon, instead offering a uniquely sweet flavor that resembles a dessert, completely devoid of any fishy taste. Eager to try, Dami Mi immediately set to work. She made a cut on the parrotfish and forcefully tore open the skin. Indeed, once the skin was peeled away, it revealed the crystal-clear fish flesh within. She carefully inserted the knife into the flesh, scraping it gently along the bone, and soon a piece of translucent fish meat appeared before her. "Wow, this is incredibly enticing," exclaimed Xiao Di and Zhao Jinmai, unable to contain their excitement upon seeing the parrotfish flesh. Though they had eaten grilled parrotfish before, they had never experienced parrotfish sashimi. Today, they were finally able to fulfill that desire. "Captain, am I doing it correctly?" Dami Mi turned to Tang Wuyue with a charming smile. "Indeed, quite professional." Tang Wuyue responded with a smile. "When you return, you could open a restaurant." "Really?" Dami Mi smiled playfully, nodding as she replied, "I think that is possible. I'll be the head chef, and you can help me catch the fish. With our combined efforts, work won't feel burdensome." As the delightful words of the charming Mimi echoed through the room, laughter erupted among the female stars, filling the wooden house with a vibrant atmosphere. Everyone was busily engaged in various activities, leaving no one idle. Even the two who were not responsible for preparing the sashimi, Xiao Di and Zhao Jinmai, busied themselves with cracking coconuts, extracting coconut water, and crafting honey fruit tea. In essence, this evening promised yet another culinary feast, allowing everyone to savor flavors previously unknown to them. On this isolated island, tasting the most primitive sashimi in the most authentic manner was an experience in itself. One cannot help but acknowledge their fortune. Aside from Tang Wuyue's group, none could offer such delightful surprises. Before long, platters of sashimi were artfully arranged. The tuna sashimi was prepared in two distinct flavors, elegantly displayed upon separate banana leaves. The parrotfish sashimi was also expertly handled by Mimi, glistening and translucent, evoking an insatiable appetite. After crafting the banana leaf trays, Lu Yifei collaborated with Lu Shishir to grill small fish weighing 1 or 2 pounds. Given that they had subsisted on cassava porridge for the past couple of days, they had intentionally prepared a variety of grilled fish and sashimi to enhance their meals. "Captain, I've made a seafood mushroom soup. Would you care to try it?" Zhao Jinmai approached Tang Wuyue just as she was observing the sashimi preparation. "Is it your seafood mushroom soup?" Tang Wuyue looked up at Zhao Jinmai with an expression of surprise. This marked the first time Zhao Jinmai showcased her culinary skills since arriving on the island. Previously, she had always assisted Lu Shishir and had never taken on a role of head chef. Today, on the first day of the new year, her cheeks flushed at Tang Wuyue's words, and she replied with a smile, "Captain, I hope I do not embarrass myself." After a brief pause, she continued, "Having been on the island for so many days, I felt it was time to demonstrate my own skills. I cannot always rely on Sister Shishir and Sister Mi to cook, can I?" Zhao Jinmai, too, was someone who valued her pride. She did not wish to be a mere beneficiary, striving instead to contribute to the team. Upon hearing Zhao Jinmai's words, Tang Wuyue took the coconut bowl from her hands and took a sip. The moment the mushroom soup touched her palate, an enticing aroma enveloped her senses. The inherent deliciousness of the mushroom soup, enhanced by the freshness of the seafood, created a lingering aftertaste. Notably, Zhao Jinmai's mushroom seafood soup bore a distinct character compared to the concoctions made by Lu Shishir and Mimi. Tang Wuyue pondered this and looked up at Zhao Jinmai with curiosity, asking, "What did you put in it? Why does it taste different from theirs?" Zhao Jinmai smiled subtly, a hint of mystery in her demeanor. "Captain, can you guess?" Tang Wuyue closed her eyes in contemplation, and after a moment of thought, she inquired, "Is it thyme?" Thyme, a rare spice, only flourishes in tropical rainforests. Madagascar's tropical climate supports this plant, yet they had not encountered it during their previous excursions. Zhao Jinmai appeared slightly taken aback by Tang Wuyue's deduction. She had not anticipated that Tang Wuyue would guess so accurately. With wide eyes and a thumbs up, she exclaimed, "Captain, you are remarkable. Just from a tiny sip, you discern what I included." This was indeed her unique skill, yet unexpectedly, it was seen through by Tang Wuyue at a glance. With a smile, Tang Wuyue remarked, "Aside from thyme, I cannot think of any other seasoning that could impart this flavor." He then fixed his gaze on Zhao Jinmai and inquired, "Where did you acquire this? We have never encountered such a plant before, have we?" Zhao Jinmai replied with a smile, "Captain, I just went out to gather some wild chili peppers. I initially intended to find a few peppers and cassava, but along the way, I stumbled upon thyme." After a brief pause, she continued, "I knew this seasoning was rather rare, so I hurriedly collected some. I never anticipated it would enhance the flavor so remarkably in the seafood mushroom soup." "Of course." Tang Wuyue nodded, stating, "Thyme is the seasoning that best complements the ingredients. When simmered with the inherently delicious seafood and mushrooms, it elevates the taste and aroma." "Captain, the sashimi and grilled fish are ready. Can we begin our meal?" In the midst of their conversation, Demimi and her companions suddenly interjected. They had already arranged the sashimi platter and grilled fish on the table. The platter featured not only enticing tuna, but also translucent parrotfish, which was visually appetizing. Upon hearing Demimi's words, Tang Wuyue nodded in agreement. "All right, everyone has been busy all day. Let us gather and enjoy our meal." Today they had barely eaten, and hunger was palpable. Upon Tang Wuyue's directive, the female stars quickly assembled at the table, as if receiving an order. "Wow, tonight's dishes are incredibly sumptuous," Lu Shishir exclaimed, gazing at the array of food with delight. "Indeed, this is our first opportunity to savor sashimi since arriving on the island. I am truly looking forward to it." Lu Yifei immediately concurred. For women, sashimi is undeniably alluring, especially when dining on Japanese cuisine, where a large platter of sashimi is often ordered. Demimi and Lu Yifei, along with their fellow stars, were no exception. Their excitement at the sight of sashimi surpassed that of the grilled fish. Not only they, but the viewers in the live stream were also captivated by the scene. Is this for real? What is happening? Did I enter the wrong channel? How can they indulge in such enticing tuna sashimi? Is this truly a culinary show? For someone like me, who eats instant noodles and sausages daily, this is sheer torment. Tuna sashimi? Bluefin tuna, no less. Am I mistaken? You mean to tell me this is wilderness survival? No comparison means no harm. Just a moment ago, I saw Guocaijia and her group eating mere scraps on the island. I thought all female stars were suffering like that. Who would have thought? When the camera shifted to Lu Yifei's group, they were feasting so well. I'm already famished. Brothers, no more talking. I've packed my bags and am heading to find Captain Tang for a meal. In an instant, fans flooded the bullet comments with their enthusiasm. No one anticipated that Tang Wuyue's group would have access to such an abundance of sashimi. This was undoubtedly the most astonishing episode of the program. At that moment, however, Tang Wuyue and Demimi remained oblivious to the online reactions, as they were preoccupied with deciding which sashimi to sample first. "Captain, may we begin?" Zhao Jinmai inquired eagerly, chopsticks in hand, unable to contain her anticipation any longer. Every time she laid eyes on the sashimi on the plate, she couldn't help but salivate. "Come on, everyone. Give it a try." Tang Wuyue waved her hand, picking up her chopsticks and inviting everyone to indulge. Being on a remote island, they had no wasabi or horseradish, so they had to concoct their own dipping sauce. The nearby starlets could hardly contain their excitement. Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words, they immediately picked up pieces of tuna sashimi and slowly placed them in their mouths. As soon as the food touched their tongues, they gasped in delight, closing their eyes to savor each bite. Indeed, whether it was tuna or salmon, freshness was paramount. The tuna they were enjoying had just been caught from the sea, untouched by freezing, yielding a texture that was tender and juicy. Demimi closed her eyes to fully absorb the experience, a look of satisfaction spreading across her face. "Captain, this tuna is exquisite. Not only is it delicious, but it also possesses a uniquely rich aroma that is utterly addictive." Indeed, Lu Yifei nodded in agreement. "This is my first time tasting such delectable tuna." She chuckled wryly, adding, "I now find myself questioning whether the tuna I've eaten before was truly tuna." Observing their rapturous expressions, Tang Wuyue smiled and reminded them, the tuna is merely an appetizer. The parrotfish is the main course. Let us try the parrotfish. Having only previously tasted grilled parrotfish, they were unaware of the delightful flavors of sashimi. In truth, they had no inkling that parrotfish sashimi was even sweeter and more refreshing than geoduck. It not only boasted the essence of seafood, but also a hint of sweetness, offering an entirely different texture. Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's suggestion, Dami Mi and Lu Yifei promptly grabbed their chopsticks, selecting a translucent piece of parrotfish sashimi and placing it in their mouths. After just one taste, their eyes sparkled with delight. Everyone turned to Tang Wuyue. Wow, Captain, this parrotfish is simply divine. How was the flesh so tender? It even has a slight sweetness. Yes, that is the essence of parrotfish, Tang Wuyue replied with a smile. The reason I didn't serve you sashimi earlier was that I feared you might not be accustomed to it. Now that you have a choice, would you prefer sashimi or grilled parrotfish? Definitely sashimi. Dami Mi and Lu Shishir exclaimed in unison. They were enchanted by the flavor, rendering them almost speechless. Nothing they'd previously tasted, whether Arctic surf clams or geoduck sashimi, could compare to the parrotfish. Absolutely marvelous. Shavati took a bite of the parrotfish and looked up, exclaiming, Captain, let us go fishing again tomorrow. This parrotfish is too delicious. Yes, yes. Lu Shishir nodded eagerly. Captain, I want to go fishing too. Tang Wuyue nodded thoughtfully, saying, the rain should lessen over the next couple of days. If you truly wish to indulge, we could go diving and catch some large parrotfish to prepare sashimi. Fishing was akin to unboxing a surprise. One never knew what they might catch next. Thus, rather than fishing, it would be more prudent to wait for clearer skies and dive to catch fish. If they managed to snag a parrotfish weighing over 10 pounds, the texture would surely be richer and more complex than the 1 or 2 pound specimens they were currently enjoying. As he contemplated, Tang Wuyue shook his head thoughtfully, declaring, no, it seems unlikely for tomorrow. I intend to venture into the jungle. Having feasted on fish lately, I am bound to tire of it sooner or later. It is time for a change of flavor, perhaps some meat. Huh? Captain, are you planning to hunt wild boar? Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words, Xiaodi immediately perked up with excitement. She had long desired to accompany him on an adventure in the jungle. Eagerly, she exclaimed, Captain, I want to go with you. You too? Tang Wuyue glanced at her, frowning slightly. Didn't I mention before? Hunting wild boar is perilous. It would be best if you refrained from participating. Captain, we are not afraid, Xiaodi replied. As long as you are with us, we fear nothing. While you may not fear, I do. Tang Wuyue shrugged. Hunting wild boar is no trivial matter. Should a wild boar charge at us, I cannot guarantee your safety. No worries, Captain. We will keep watch from the side. Keep watch. Tang Wuyue go. Do you think we are merely playing at war here? After a moment of contemplation, he said to Xiaodi and the others, however, it is not entirely unfeasible. If you genuinely wish to join, then assist me in digging traps. I need to set a trap in the jungle. Having an extra pair of hands would certainly be beneficial. Really? Upon hearing this, Xiaodi's face brightened with joy. That is wonderful, Captain. I adore digging. All right then. Tang Wuyue shrugged with a playful remark. You may dig traps for the wild boar, but do not dig a pit for yourself. His words elicited laughter from the nearby female stars. The double entendre left Xiaodi blushing. Yet, a bit of humor was indeed welcome, as it lightened the atmosphere. Captain, is one person sufficient? Lu Shishir inquired. What if we all join? You all? Tang Wuyue frowned, responding, let us allow Xiaodi to go alone. You must remain at the camp. He then reminded them, isn't there a black bear that has been prowling around the camp recently? We must be cautious of it stealing honey. Although black bears are relatively intelligent and do not attack when more than 2 people are present, they tend to stealthily raid at night. In his previous wilderness survival experiences, Tang Wuyue often witnessed teammates' freshly caught fish and honey being pilfered by bears. Unfortunately, in certain areas, black bears are protected, making it illegal to hunt them. Thus, when food is stolen, they are left with no recourse but to use bear deterrents to shoo them away. Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words, Lu Shishir nodded. Understood, Captain. We will heed your advice. While the captain had not permitted them to go, Lu Shishir understood that venturing into the jungle to hunt wild boar was exceedingly dangerous. Therefore, he could only bring one person along to ensure their safe return in the event of a confrontation with a wild boar. Tang Wuyue, observing Lu Shishir's obedient demeanor, reassured her, fear not. Once the weather clears, I will take you fishing. You only caught one fish today and have not had enough fun. Thus, you plan to take her out alone another day. Really, Captain? Lu Shirshi's face instantly lit up with a joyful smile upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words. She never anticipated that Tang Wuyue would voluntarily agree to take her fishing. This was indeed a rare opportunity. She had missed out on diving and honey gathering, but now, unexpectedly, she was granted a chance to fish. Lu Shirshir felt an exhilarating rush within her, eager to set off with the captain at that very moment. Captain, what about us? Demimi and Zhao Jinmai, along with the others, looked at Tang Wuyue with hopeful eyes. From the captain's earlier remarks, it seemed they might not be able to join. Yet, they understood that the captain's decision stemmed from a concern for their safety. On rainy days, as the leader, he always worried about them getting drenched and falling ill. Activities such as hunting in the wilderness certainly could not involve everyone in a recklessly adventurous endeavor. Although Demimi and Zhao Jinmai were filled with anticipation for the hunt, the thought of a wild boar charging past them instilled a sense of trepidation in their hearts. After all, the beast weighed 200 to 300 pounds and bore a formidable presence, far beyond what novice hunters like them could handle. Fortunately, Tang Wuyue had already prepared bows and arrows and intended to set traps in advance. As soon as the wild boar appeared, he would lure it into the trap, ensuring a swift capture. Observing the eager expressions on Mimi and the others, Tang Wuyue pondered for a moment before saying, "You shall stay at the campsite to tend the fire and prepare the meal. Man is iron, and food is steel. We must ensure there is sustenance." He paused before continuing, "$1 million watch and a $10 watch measure time equally. Thus, whether we venture out to hunt or remain at the campsite cooking, both are vital components of our survival, carrying the same significance." The captain's words resonated with wisdom. Demimi and Zhao Jinmai nodded earnestly in agreement. "Captain, rest assured, we will prepare the meal and await your return with Xiaodi at the campsite." "Indeed, that's the spirit." Tang Wuyue smiled, saying, "Prepare some honey for when we return. We shall make honey-glazed braised pork." "Honey-glazed braised pork? How splendid!" The female stars exclaimed, clapping in delight. They hadn't tea-savored meat in quite some time, and at the mention of Tang Wuyue's words, they couldn't help but swallow in anticipation. After their meal, as dusk descended, everyone gathered in the wooden cabin, laughter and joyful chatter filling the air. Demimi and Lu Yifei brewed berry tea infused with honey for everyone, while Zhao Jinmai and Lu Shirshir opened several coconuts to prepare coconut juice. Xiaodi sat next to Tang Wuyue, her face brimming with curiosity as she inquired, "Captain, have you ever hunted wild boar before?" "Certainly," Tang Wuyue nodded. "In the wild boars are among the most common game, and their meat is far more delectable than that of ordinary pigs." He elaborated, "Wild boar meat is denser, more aromatic, and stews made from it possess a unique flavor. However, the quality of wild boar can vary. Some are tough, hard to chew, and lack sufficient aroma. Yet, the wild boars here in Madagascar are distinct, blending the lineage of traditional black pigs and small fragrant pigs, yielding tender meat with an enticing fragrance that leaves one yearning for more. Particularly, the large boars weighing several hundred pounds are exceptionally delicious. If they were able to capture a wild boar of such caliber, it would suffice for their sustenance for quite some time, even if they remained on the island for 100 days. The wild boar is a treasure trove. Its fat can be used for frying, and it is perfect for sot-ing fish or preparing octopus balls. The head and ears of the boar can be stewed to create a delectable dish. Furthermore, the meat can be paired with the wild honey they gather to concoct a secret braised pork delicacy. In short, should their plan come to fruition, their lives would transform into a vibrant tapestry of flavors. When it comes to culinary delights, nothing is more common than hearty feasts of fish and meat. With the fish already secured, they only lack the meat. If they can bring back a wild boar, every meal could consist of the finest fish and meat. Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words, Xiaodi's spirits were immediately lifted. Rubbing her hands together, she exclaimed, "Captain, I can hardly wait. I want to venture into the forest with you right now." "Right now?" Tang Wuyue chuckled at her enthusiasm and asked, "Aren't you afraid of getting lost? Even with the moonlight guiding us, it might take until dawn to find our way out of the dense woods." Xiaodi's face flushed as she clarified, "Captain, I was merely expressing my eagerness. Even if you were to let me enter the forest now, I wouldn't have the courage." After all, whether it was gathering honey or fishing, Xiaodi had shown remarkable aptitude. She possessed a natural talent for survival in the wild. Although she was not particularly skilled in cooking, her performance in honey gathering and fishing was exceptional. Each individual has their own strengths and virtues. Tang Wuyue had been diligently uncovering the potential within each of them. For instance, Mi had a keen sense of the bigger picture and excelled at making dumplings. Thus, she was primarily responsible for tasks involving flour-based dishes. Shir was industrious and particularly adept at preparing snacks. So Tang Wuyue assigned her the preparation of light bites and beverages. Lastly, there was the adventure-loving Di. After 2 days of collaboration, a tacit understanding had developed between Tang Wuyue and Di. Especially during honey gathering, Di remained remarkably composed, exuding no signs of fear. Although she had been stung by bees twice due to not changing her socks, Tang Wuyue was quite satisfied with her performance. By the way, Captain, just as Tang Wuyue was deep in thought, she heard Zhao Jinmai beside her ask, "The director mentioned that your fanbase has surged by nearly 10 million in the past few days. Are you pleased?" "Pleased?" Tang Wuyue furrowed her brow. "What is there to be pleased about? I haven't seen the actual data, so how can I be certain that the director isn't jesting? This is no laughing matter." Shir interjected. "Captain, I know Director Nye well. He does not make such jokes." After pausing, she continued, "Given the attitude of the production team towards you, the figures should indeed be accurate." At this point, Shir continued, "You have seen the video materials provided by Director Nye, haven't you? Among all the captains, you are the calmest and most exceptional. Thus, it is only natural that your fanbase would grow by 10 million in just a few days." "Indeed," Di chimed in, nodding in agreement. "Captain, it seems Sister Mi truly cannot entice you anymore. With your current rate of gaining followers, you are destined to become the most sought-after celebrity." "Indeed, it is true that I cannot be enticed," Tang Wuyue affirmed. Mi responded with a wry smile. "Not at all." As she spoke, she glanced up at Tang Wuyue. "The captain never paid much attention to me, and now that you are so popular, I doubt he would even deign to acknowledge me." "What prompted this?" Tang Wuyue observed the helpless expression on Mi's face and shrugged, asking, "To be honest, I have never acted before. Aren't you afraid I might lead you to ruin?" "Of course not." Mi quickly nodded. "Captain, with your looks and attributes, you far surpass the fresh faces in the entertainment industry. As long as you act in films, you are bound to become a sensation." "Indeed," Zhao Jinmai chimed in. "I used to think there were many tough stars in the entertainment scene, but after meeting the captain, they all seem rather feeble. In my eyes, the captain is the only true tough guy, exuding genuine masculinity." Their praises left Tang Wuyue momentarily speechless. After a pause, he finally said, "Let us set aside these matters for now. Our primary focus should be on surviving this isolated island. As for popularity, that is a concern for the future. Discussing it now serves little purpose. We can revisit it after the global finals." With that thought in mind, he looked up and asked, "The new team members will arrive in a few days. Do you have anything to say?" He recalled Nye Hong Tao mentioning that at least 2 new team members would join, and he was eager to hear the opinions of these starlets. "New team members?" Zhao Jinmai exclaimed innocently, "Captain, I have no objections. The more, the merrier. I just hope the incoming actresses are considerate and can collaborate well with us." Her cheerful disposition meant she was indifferent to such matters. It mattered little to her who arrived. Understanding her nature, Tang Wuyue turned to Mi and Lu Yifei, fixing his gaze on them. "What about you? Any thoughts?" "Sai, what other thoughts could there be?" Mi sighed deeply. "They are coming, as per the program's rules. We must comply." "Indeed," Shir nodded. "It doesn't matter how many join, as long as they are not the troublesome kind." "Ha! Shir, you are too anxious," Di interjected. "Who would dare to oppose the captain? Our survival in the wild relies solely on his leadership." She paused. "Without the captain, we perhaps wouldn't last a day. No one would be foolish enough to create conflict with him." Di is right, Lu Yifei affirmed. "Anyone who dares to quarrel with the captain will find me the first to object." "Yes, we will be the first to object." Zhao Jinmai and Shir nodded in agreement. At this moment, they had fully embraced their roles within Tang Wuyue's team. They shared a collective honor and disgrace, all united for the global finals, ensuring that such conflicts would not arise. Under their watchful eyes, the incoming actresses would have no choice but to comply. Regardless of their status, they must heed the captain's command. Importantly, every captain possesses the authority to replace team members. If any subordinate disobeys, the captain can exchange them with another team. When Yahong Tao had previously joined, He had also discussed this matter with Tang Wuyue, though at that time, Tang Wuyue had declined to make any changes. The members of their team are remarkably obedient and diligent in their work. Thus, what is the necessity for substitutions? More importantly, it is evident from the videos that many of the teams boast exceptionally talented individuals. If these remarkable talents were to be introduced into the mix, who could withstand such competition? As Captain Tang Wuyue pondered these matters, he was suddenly interrupted by Lu Shishi's inquiry. Did Director Nye mention anything about changing team members during his visit? Indeed, Tang Wuyue glanced at her. Director Nye inquired whether I had any female team members in mind for replacement. What? Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words, all the female stars present were taken aback. Exchanging worried glances, Lu Shishi, visibly anxious, pressed on. What did you say in response, Captain? How could I respond? Tang Wuyue looked at them with curiosity. We do not wish to change teams, Zhao Jinmai stated bluntly. Captain, among all the leaders participating in this program, you are the finest. None of us would ever consider switching groups. Mai speaks the truth. Xiaodi nodded vigorously. Even if the captain were to dismiss us, we would not leave. We are determined to cling to the captain's side. Hearing their declarations, Tang Wuyue could not help but chuckle. Goodness, it seems you all intend to be quite attached to me. Indeed, we are sticking with you. Lu Shishi replied with a bright smile. Since we were assigned to your group, we have been steadfastly by your side. Very well, Tang Wuyue nodded with a grin. Given your persistent commitment, I shall refrain from making any changes. Thank you, Captain. Upon hearing this, the female stars collectively breathed a sigh of relief, their faces illuminating with radiant smiles. They understood that the captain would not easily change team members, yet they remained uncertain whether their performances would meet his expectations, leaving them somewhat apprehensive. Nevertheless, upon hearing the captain's reassurance, their trepidation dissipated. Consequently, they felt less concerned about the arrival of new team members. If they could join, there was no reason to hinder others from entering. If the newcomers proved amiable, that would be splendid. If not, the captain would undoubtedly replace them without hesitation. Outside, a gentle rain continued to fall, its rhythmic patter against the rooftop creating a melodious sound. With the thunder's absence, everyone felt significantly more at ease. This evening, spirits were high, a stark contrast to the tension of the previous night. Lu Shishi gazed at the sky outside, a hint of regret in her voice as she remarked, Captain, I suppose we still cannot go diving tomorrow, can we? Since the drawing of lots began, they had eagerly hoped for the captain to select them. Unfortunately, the rain had persisted for 2 days, preventing them from joining the captain for underwater fishing. For Lu Shishi and Xiao Di, who had never experienced diving, this was a form of torment. Thankfully, the captain had promised to take them fishing, providing Lu Shishi with a modicum of solace. Acknowledging Lu Shishi's words, Tang Wuyue nodded. Precisely, as long as it rains, the seawater will become murky, rendering it unsuitable for diving and fishing. Moreover, we have other tasks to prepare for tomorrow, specifically capturing wild boars, so we shall refrain from diving for the next couple of days. They had caught a substantial amount of fish today. Although they had feasted on sashimi and grilled fish, 6 or 7 remained, sufficient for the next couple of days. Lu Shishi and Demimi exchanged thoughtful nods upon hearing Tang Wuyue's comments. Demimi and Lu Shishi have already experienced diving and must wait for the next round to participate again, so they are not in a hurry for the time being. Only Lu Shishi and Xiao Di seem to think about this matter daily. After chatting with them for a while, Tang Wuyue returned to his quarters. Since he needed to prepare for capturing wild boars the next day, he had to get all his tools ready in advance. He had fashioned several bows and arrows from the ironwood brought back by Lu Shishi and had tested them on the nearby banana trees, hitting the target accurately each time with considerable force, which should suffice for dealing with wild boars. The most pressing issue now was the traps. After all, a wild boar weighing 200 to 300 pounds could not be subdued solely with bows and arrows. They had to set traps in advance. Only by using the method of catching a turtle in a jar could they ensnare this hefty wild boar. Knock, knock, knock. As Tang Wuyue was polishing his bows and arrows, he suddenly heard a knock at the door. Captain, it's me, Xiao Di, came her voice from outside. Tang Wuyue walked over and opened the door, glancing at her. Xiao Di, you've been busy all day. Why aren't you resting indoors? Captain, I'm not tired, Xiao Di replied, her spirit high. I'm particularly excited about going to catch wild boars with you tomorrow. No need to be so exhilarated. Tang Wuyue chuckled, shaking his head. Tomorrow isn't the time for catching wild boars. It's merely a preparation for what is to come. Their task for the next day was to set traps, digging a large pit in the surrounding area and placing items inside that would lure the wild boars. The actual capture would have to wait for the right moment. Since they did not know when the wild boars would appear, they had to be well prepared in advance. When the opportunity arose, they would execute their plan. Huh? Aren't we going to catch wild boars tomorrow? Xiao Di asked in surprise. Of course. That is a wild boar weighing several hundred pounds. Tang Wuyue stood. Just the two of us wouldn't even be able to lift it. Can we possibly handle it easily? Oh, I see. Xiao Di finally understood, quickly nodding. I'm sorry, Captain. I was thinking too simplistically. It's all right, Tang Wuyue said, shaking his head. Come in. Let us discuss our plan for tomorrow. Since Xiao Di was already there, it would be best to brainstorm how to dig the pit together. Yes, Captain. Xiao Di nodded eagerly, following Tang Wuyue into the room. Tang Wuyue picked up a nearby bow and arrow, saying to her, Our task tomorrow is to identify the wild boar's activity route. Only by finding its path can we set the traps in its way. Xiao Di nodded thoughtfully. Captain, I just realized that relying solely on bows and arrows to deal with a wild boar weighing several hundred pounds is indeed quite difficult. We need to consider other methods. Exactly. Now you understand why didn't T allow them to accompany us, right? Tang Wuyue explained to Xiao Di. As your captain, I must ensure your safety. But if everyone followed me and the wild boar became enraged, I wouldn't be able to protect everyone at once. So, after weighing the options, I decided to bring only you along. You performed admirably during our last honey gathering and fishing trip, and I have a good deal of trust in you. Really? Hearing Tang Wuyue's praise, Xiao Di was overjoyed, her face beaming with a radiant smile. She was as joyful as a child receiving praise from a teacher, her excitement causing her to dance with glee, momentarily rendering her speechless. After a considerable pause, she summoned her courage and declared, Captain, I will certainly do my utmost and will not disappoint your expectations. Tang Wuyue glanced at her, nodding in agreement. As long as you remain attentive and diligent, I will be satisfied. Xiao Di's cheeks flushed instantly, revealing a hint of embarrassment. As they conversed, Xiao Di suddenly inquired, Isn't this the hair tie belonging to Sister Ife? Tang Wuyue looked down to see Xiao Di curiously inspecting a red hair tie she had picked up from the nearby blanket. He had not noticed the hair tie before and was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Lu Ife had stayed the night and inadvertently left her hair tie behind. Perhaps they had been so engrossed in their play yesterday that neither had noticed her hair tie falling here. A hair tie? Tang Wuyue furrowed his brow, questioning. How do you know this belongs to Ife? It's one she often uses. Xiao Di explained. Last time I lost my hair tie, Sister Ife even gave me one. At this point, Xiao Di's realization dawned, and she lifted her gaze to ask, Captain, did Sister Ife come by here last night? Last night? Tang Wuyue frowned and scrutinized her. Didn't you say you were coming? Xiao Di, blushing, recounted, I apologize, Captain. The thunder was so loud I was too frightened to leave the tent and stayed hidden inside. All right, Tang Wuyue shrugged. I thought you would come last night, considering you had informed me in advance. Hearing this, Xiao Di's face flushed deeper. Captain, were you really waiting for me last night? No, Tang Wuyue shook his head. With the rain pouring so heavily, I was worried you might venture out alone. If you got drenched, I would have to warm you up. The mention of warming up instantly brought to Xiao Di's mind the events of the afternoon. Her face grew even redder, and she momentarily forgot about the hair tie, nodding as she said, Indeed, I actually intended to come last night, but the thunder kept raging. She paused, then continued. Moreover, everyone was huddled in the tent. No one dared to venture out, so I didn't either. Last night, when Lu Ife had gone out, no one had noticed. The cacophony of thunder and rain had drowned out any sound of someone stealthily exiting. Captain, how about I keep you company tonight? Xiao Di's face turned slightly pink as she lowered her gaze, hesitant to meet his eyes. Earlier that afternoon, while fishing, they had leaned against each other for warmth, having already shared an intimate moment, but the ground had been too wet to continue. Now that they were alone in the room, Xiao Di felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. Tonight? Tang Wuyue looked outside, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. When you came over, no one saw you, right? No. Xiao Di nodded earnestly. Sister Mimi and Sister Shirshir are already asleep. I thought I would come and ask what you need to prepare for tomorrow. So I came over by myself. Upon hearing Xiao Di's words and witnessing the shy expression upon her face, Tang Wuyue reached out and grasped her arm, pulling her into his embrace. Ah, you have been plotting this all along, he remarked with a playful smile, gazing into her eyes. Do you wish to stay? Yes. Xiaodi replied, her eyes fixated on Tang Wuyue, nodding vigorously. The answer had long been nestled in her heart, a moment she had eagerly anticipated. Yet, amidst the usual bustling company, she had always refrained from expressing her true feelings. It was only now, in their solitude, that she dared to reveal herself. Tang Wuyue, enchanted by her obedient demeanor, gently caressed her hair and, seizing the moment while she was unawares, pressed a soft kiss upon her lips. Xiaodi's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson, leaving her momentarily flustered. Nevertheless, she clung tightly to Tang Wuyue's waist as the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly intimate. In contrast to Lu Yifei and Dami, Xiaodi's expression of affection was refreshingly direct. She had no inclination to conceal her feelings. She spoke her heart openly. Although currently shy, she remained remarkably proactive. Before Tang Wuyue could utter a word, Xiaodi wrapped her arm around his shoulder, drawing him down onto the nearby blanket. Outside, the gentle rain persisted throughout the night, while the tender exchanges within the room continued unabated. The following morning, when Tang Wuyue awoke, he found that Xiaodi had slipped away before the dawn. However, he discovered two hairbands of differing colors resting beside his pillow. One was the pink band that Lu Yifei had inadvertently left behind, while the other was Xiaodi's own blue band. Before him lay two hair ties, one red, one blue, leaving him bewildered. Clearly, Xiaodi had left these behind for a reason. It was likely that she was aware of the intricacies surrounding his relationship with Lu Yifei, yet chose to feign ignorance. This also underscored the depth of Xiaodi's feelings for him. She was unconcerned with his associations as long as her affection for him remained steadfast, indifferent to others' opinions. With the two hair ties in hand, Tang Wuyue could only shake his head in bemusement. He had never anticipated that he would, quite inadvertently, attract the attention of two starlets and come into possession of their little trinkets. Among this circle of actresses, Xiaodi revealed herself to be the most astute, though she seldom showcased her keen insight. It was only today that Tang Wuyue fully appreciated Xiaodi's cleverness. With just a glance at the hair tie Lu Yifei had left behind, she had surmised the unfolding events with remarkable clarity. With this thought in mind, he carefully stored the hair ties and turned to step outside. The recent rains had ensured a steady supply of water, and after a brief wash and a hearty breakfast, he and Xiaodi ventured into the forest. It had been some time since their last adventure in the woods. The abundant rainfall had given rise to a plethora of fresh wild mushrooms, a rare delicacy indeed. Once the skies cleared, he intended to return with all the starlets, as these mushrooms would suffice for their sustenance for half a month. Wow, Captain, there are so many wild mushrooms here. Xiaodi gazed at the myriad wild mushrooms sprouting around her, reminiscent of mushrooms emerging after a spring rain, and exclaimed with excitement. Tang Wuyue turned his head to glance at her, nodding in agreement. Indeed, there are quite a few. Let's not rush to pick them. First, we must set up the traps, and on our way back, we can gather some. For them, foraging wild mushrooms was not the primary objective of the day. Their main endeavor was to track the wild boar. With the incessant rain over the past few days, the wild boar would have been unable to forage for food, likely having gone hungry for several days. Now that the rain had finally ceased, it would undoubtedly venture out for a stroll. This presented the perfect opportunity for Tang Wuyue and Xiaodi to trace the boar's movements. Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words, Xiaodi promptly followed him closely, and the two hastened deeper into the woods. Captain, didn't you sleep in a bit this morning? After walking for a while, Xiaodi turned back to glance at Tang Wuyue. No, I woke up at the usual time. It has become a habit, he replied, meeting her gaze. What about you? You stayed up late last night and sneaked back early this morning. Surely you didn't sleep well? I'm fine. Xiaodi blushed, lowering her head shyly. I'm not tired, just my legs feel a bit weak. Observing her bashful demeanor, Tang Wuyue reassured her. It's all right. Today, you can simply hand me the tools. I won't require you to do any heavy lifting. Hearing this, Xiaodi felt a warmth in her heart. No need for that. Captain, I can manage. In her mind, as long as she could accompany the captain, nothing else mattered. Even if her legs were weak, she still wished to share the burden with him. Tang Wuyue touched the two hair ties in his pocket, intending to ask about last night. But after a moment's consideration, he decided against it. Clearly, Xiaodi understood everything without needing to articulate it. She simply wished to preserve this tranquil moment. The two continued walking through the forest for a while until Tang Wuyue suddenly halted. Xiaodi, following closely behind, softly inquired, "Captain, have you discovered something?" Tang Wuyue nodded, pointing to the muddy ground concealed beneath the fallen leaves. "It seems a wild boar has passed this way. However, the rain might have washed away the footprints. Despite this, the surrounding environment still bore traces of its presence." Xiao Di crouched down to examine closely. Indeed, there were several small puddles nearby. Although the boar's footprints were no longer visible, one could sense that it had been here. Tang Wuyue stood up and looked around, reminding her, it should be nearby. Wild boars frequently roam this area. For us, locating their activity range will make our task considerably easier. All we need to do is set a trap along their usual path, and our mission will be accomplished. Once the boar falls into the trap, capturing it will be effortless. "Captain, there is too much water here. After the rain, it is quite challenging to find traces of the beasts," Xiao Di said, surveying her surroundings thoughtfully. Her keen observation had taught her much during her previous outing with Tang Wuyue. Acknowledging Xiao Di's insight, Tang Wuyue nodded. "Indeed, it is difficult to find, but some areas are still quite evident, as this wild boar weighs several hundred pounds. It leaves behind small puddles in its wake." Tang Wuyue took a few steps forward, pointing to a faint puddle on the ground, and remarked, "Look, this is the footprint of a wild boar. In this forest, no other animals would have passed through." Xiao Di leaned in to take a closer look, her eyes immediately lighting up. "Captain, it truly is a wild boar's footprint." She recalled the last encounter with a wild boar, having carefully examined its prints. It was a hefty creature, weighing several hundred pounds, with large hooves that were easily recognizable. Tang Wuyue surveyed the surroundings and turned to Xiao Di, saying, "This area must be a frequent haunt for wild boars. If we follow this path and uncover all its footprints, we can dig a suitable trap nearby. This is an isolated island, rarely visited by others, making it ideal for setting traps. Aside from wild beasts, scarcely anyone would pass through here." Xiao Di nodded and continued to trail behind Tang Wuyue. Before long, they indeed discovered several traces left by the wild boar along the path. It appeared as if, after the rain, the boar had roamed about in search of food. Tang Wuyue circled the vicinity and ultimately chose a spot with numerous footprints. He took out his tools and marked the area for digging the trap. "Let's dig here," he instructed Xiao Di, adding, "We'll place the trap here, and later we can craft a simple cover using branches." Once the trap was excavated, they needed to fashion a camouflaging cover with branches to conceal it entirely. Then, a sprinkle of dry leaves and a touch of mud would complete the disguise. Xiao Di nodded, grasped the tool, and began to assist Tang Wuyue in the digging process. However, perhaps due to the exhaustion of the previous night, her legs soon grew weary. After a short while, she had to stand up to rest, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Tang Wuyue gently touched her head and said softly, "It's all right. You needn't dig anymore. Go over there and help me gather some dry branches." "No, Captain, I cannot let you do this alone." Xiao Di wiped her sweat and shook her head, insisting, "I want to work alongside you. This little task is nothing to me." Tang Wuyue regarded her with a knowing glance, reminding her, "Be obedient. Go collect some branches over there." Upon hearing his words, Xiao Di finally acquiesced. "All right then, Captain, I will go gather branches. Just don't overexert yourself. Take breaks after a while." Her heart was filled with concern for Tang Wuyue, and she wished to alleviate his burdens, but she knew she had to heed his guidance. Thus, Xiao Di obediently went to gather some dry branches from ground. For Tang Wuyue, digging a trap was a task he had mastered long ago. Coupled with his exceptional survival skills, this endeavor posed no challenge for him. After a while, the trap began to take shape. At this juncture, Xiao Di returned with a considerable number of dry branches and leaves adorned with raindrops. Given the recent rainfall, the entire jungle was damp, and the branches and leaves were still wet. "Captain, are these sufficient?" Xiao Di asked, approaching him with an armful of branches. Tang Wuyue glanced up and nodded. "That's enough. We just need to create some cover, no need for an excess." Xiao Di nodded in agreement, pulled out a towel from her pocket, and gently wiped the sweat from Tang Wuyue's brow. With a heart full of concern, she inquired, "Captain, are you tired?" "Not at all." Tang Wuyue shook his head dismissively. "What is this little task? It's merely digging a hole. Is digging a hole more exhausting than drilling a well?" Drilling requires continuous effort downward. Although it can be quite enjoyable at first, after a whole night of digging, even a man would be thoroughly exhausted. Xiao Di bit her lip and shook her head. "Captain, you must be quite fatigued, especially since I only left your room just before dawn last night." I alone am privy to what transpired. Gulme, sit beside me and take a rest. Tang Wuyue gently pulled Xiao Di aside. She retrieved a bottle of water from her bag and offered, Captain, please have some water. When did you bring water? Tang Wuyue glanced at her, puzzled. They had left in haste that morning, compounded by the recent rainfall, so they had not brought any water. However, the area was rich in mountain spring water and rainwater. One could easily find a puddle to quench their thirst. The small cup Xiao Di held was fashioned from bamboo. With a smile, she explained as she grasped his hand, I was concerned that you might feel parched from exhaustion, so I secretly brought a bottle. Tang Wuyue, taken aback by her thoughtfulness, smiled and said, Thank you. Xiao Di pouted, Captain, you mustn't thank me. I prefer you not to be so polite. After taking a sip of water, Tang Wuyue looked up at her and asked, How would you like me to treat you then? Xiao Di's face flushed deeper as she shook her head repeatedly. No, that's enough. You've already been quite impolite last night. I'm still recovering. Hearing this, Tang Wuyue couldn't help but laugh. He never imagined that when they were alone together, Xiao Di would reveal such a delightful side of herself. She was truly adorable. After a flurry of activity, the trap was nearly complete. Now, Tang Wuyue merely needed to gather a few branches to construct the trap's framework and cover it with foliage. He then picked up a nearby dry twig and began teaching Xiao Di how to weave the camouflage layer. Agile and quick-witted, Xiao Di immediately followed his lead. Before long, a suitable camouflage was crafted. Once they placed the trap beneath it, they covered it with mud and scattered dry leaves over the top. The once disturbed earth now seamlessly blended into the surroundings, leaving no trace. To ensure the trap's safety, Tang Wuyue made a subtle mark nearby that only they could understand. All set, Tang Wuyue clapped his hands and declared to Xiao Di, The trap is ready. We merely need to wait for our prey to fall in. According to the habits of wild boars, they venture out only once a day. Having already spotted signs of the boar earlier, they would have to wait until tomorrow to check again. They could simply observe the trap from a distance. If a wild boar were to unwittingly fall in, it would be time for action. Captain, is that all? Xiao Di surveyed the area, her brow furrowed in confusion. Are we to wait here? No need. Let us see how things stand this evening, Tang Wuyue replied, locking eyes with her before shaking his head. The wild boar just passed through here. It likely won return. We can only wait until tonight or tomorrow morning to assess the situation. All right, Xiao Di nodded, her face brimming with anticipation. She reached out to wipe the sweat from Tang Wuyue's brow and cheerfully inquired, Captain, shall we return to the camp now? Tang Wuyue glanced at the sky, nodded in affirmation, and replied, Let's head back. It's getting late. After a busy morning, noon was fast approaching. Although the rain had ceased, the skies had yet to clear. They needed to return to the camp to replenish their energy before checking the traps later in the evening or the following morning. Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words, Xiao Di hastily picked up the nearby tools and followed him towards the camp. After a morning's work, Mi, Lu Shi, and others had organized the camp neatly. At that moment, the fire in the cabin was crackling warmly, enveloping the space in a cozy embrace. As soon as Tang Wuyue and Xiao Di returned, Lu Yifei promptly offered a warm towel. With delicate fingers, she carefully dabbed the sweat from Tang Wuyue's forehead. Captain, you must be tired, Lu Yifei said, her eyes filled with concern. Digging traps is quite arduous, especially when dealing with such a large wild boar. You surely need to dig a substantial pit. Tang Wuyue smiled and shook his head, assuring her, It's nothing, just a trap. It's not difficult. Lu Yifei's gaze reflected her worry as she pondered, Captain, when catching the wild boar, please be cautious and avoid direct confrontation. Tang Wuyue turned to glance at her and nodded, Yes, I understand. You needn't worry. At that moment, Mi and Lu Shi announced that lunch was ready. Today's meal was once again lavish, featuring roasted fish and leftover tuna from the previous day. The tuna had been prepared as sashimi yesterday, so today, Mi and Lu Shi had specifically pan-fried it into fish fillets. Zhao Jinmai busily prepared several cups of honey fruit tea, her demeanor reflecting her excitement. Each of them had clearly defined roles, functioning seamlessly as a cohesive team. Captain, you must be hungry, Mi approached with a smile, announcing, The meal is ready. We can eat at any time. Tang Wuyue exchanged a glance with her and nodded. All right, let us eat quickly. If the weather permits this afternoon, we could go fishing by the sea. Since the traps had already been dug, they would have to wait until tonight or tomorrow morning to check the results. The remaining time could be freely arranged. What? Captain, are we really going fishing this afternoon? Lu Sure exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise. She had assumed there would be no opportunity for fishing or diving today, so she was delighted by the unexpected revelation. Noticing Lu Sure's expression, Tang Wuyue remarked, "It's perfect. There's no need to head over there for now. Let's go catch a few fish by the sea." He paused momentarily before adding, "With the weather being unpredictable these days, it's wise to prepare additional food." Lu Sure nodded enthusiastically, saying, "That sounds wonderful. I hope to catch a huge tuna like you, Captain." "Ha, Sister Sure, I'm sure you can." Xiao Di chimed in with a smile. "Just yesterday, you cast your line and caught a fish weighing a pound or two. Today, you're bound to have an even greater haul." "Indeed, I appreciate your kind words." Lu Sure cast a glance at Xiao Di and smiled, saying, "I hope this afternoon won't be a fruitless endeavor." Xiao Di returned her smile and suddenly seemed to recall something, turning to the side to face to Mimi and Lu Yifei. "Sisters Mimi and Yifei, the captain and I discovered a plethora of wild mushrooms in the jungle." "Really? There are wild mushrooms?" Mimi's face lit up with surprise. The last time they ventured into the jungle, they had foraged an abundance of wild mushrooms, depleting the surrounding supply. To their astonishment, it seemed many more had emerged. "Indeed," Xiao Di nodded. "It might be due to the rain. The wild mushrooms have sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Today, the captain and I saw so many that if we managed to bring them back, they could sustain us for half a month." "So many?" Lu Yifei, intrigued, chimed in. "That's wonderful. The more provisions, the better. Let us accompany Xiao Di later and gather as much as we can." Ever since they had tasted the fruits of their last foraging expedition, they had come to appreciate the delightful flavor and excellent preservation of the wild mushrooms. Once dried, they could last for over 6 months. Given the recent rains, they had found it difficult to search for food, but with the dried wild mushrooms available, they could at least prepare a hearty soup with cassava or seafood, ensuring their meals would be both satisfying and delectable, leaving them yearning for more. Noticing the enthusiasm of Mimi and Lu Yifei, Tang Wuyue nodded and declared, "All right, since you all wish to go, we shall split into 2 groups this afternoon." He paused momentarily. "Xiao Di, take Mimi, Yifei, and Mima to forage for wild mushrooms. I will take Sure fishing, allowing us to accomplish both tasks simultaneously." "Understood, Captain." Xiao Di nodded eagerly. Having previously accompanied Tang Wuyue to the jungle, she knew precisely where the wild mushrooms were located. Thus, in her team, she effectively assumed the role of a leader. Suddenly promoted, Xiao Di felt a surge of joy, finally able to take charge as the head of the mushroom foraging team. After assigning the tasks to both groups, Tang Wuyue waved his hand, saying, "First, let us have our meal. After we eat, we can each get to our respective tasks." "All right, Captain." The female stars responded promptly. Following Tang Wuyue's instructions, Mimi and Lu Yifei began setting the table and serving the dishes. Lu Sure and Zhao Jinmai prepared honeyberry tea and freshly grilled fish on the side. The meal was once again lavish, with honey ginger tea to whet the appetite and the aroma of grilled fish tantalizing the senses, complemented by fragrant pan-seared tuna and Zhao Jinmai's signature mushroom soup. Everyone feasted with great satisfaction. Lu Sure could hardly contain her excitement, fiddling with her fishing rod. Observing her eager demeanor, Tang Wuyue chuckled. "What's this? Have you become addicted to catching big fish?" Lu Sure blushed and shyly replied, "Captain, ever since I caught that fish yesterday, I dream about fishing all night. I truly hope to land another big one." "Who would have thought? You are indeed a hidden fishing prodigy," he teased. Tang Wuyue let out a light chuckle and said to her, "No worries. Once we reach the seaside, you can play freely." He grinned. "Hey, I'm merely a novice myself, so don't let the captain down." Lu Sure responded with a smile. "I too wish to catch a hefty fish weighing over 10 pounds, just like the captain." Picking up the fishing rod, Tang Wuyue smiled back. "All right, let's see your skills this afternoon." After preparing the fishing gear, he turned to glance at Xiao Di and her group. At that moment, Xiao Di's mushroom picking team was also ready, each member carrying a small bamboo basket, adorned with hats made of banana leaves. They truly resembled a group of young mushroom gatherers. "Captain, how do we look?" Xiao Di asked playfully. "Quite splendid." Tang Wuyue nodded, grinning. "You all embody the essence of little mushroom gatherers." Zhao Jinmai chimed in, unable to contain a song. "The little girl picking mushrooms carries a large bamboo basket." "Captain, we're off to gather mushrooms. See you soon. Be careful on your way," Tang Wuyue advised, nodding Return before dark. Don't be out too late. Yes, Captain. We obey. Dammy and Shouty replied in unison. Thus, the two groups set off on their separate journeys. Tang Wuyue led Lu Shishir to the seaside, while Shouty took Dammy and Lu Yifei into the adjacent woods. At that moment, Lu Shishir was brimming with excitement, equal to Shouty's enthusiasm from the previous day. Fiddling with the fishing rod, she exclaimed, "Captain, where did you find such excellent gear? This willow rod is incredible. It can catch fish weighing over 10 pounds. Hearing this, Tang Wuyue chuckled. 10 pounds? That's merely the beginning. Gripping the fishing rod, he remarked, I believe this rod can easily handle fish weighing 20 or 30 pounds. Based on yesterday's performance, catching a fish of 10 pounds is hardly a challenge. So, if the fishing conditions are favorable today, landing a 30-pounder should also be feasible. As they conversed, they arrived at the beach. The rain had ceased, and the sea had become remarkably clear. Standing by the shore, they could see fish swimming in the water from a distance. However, the water appeared somewhat murky far off, obscuring their view of any nearby fish. Tang Wuyue set aside the fishing rod to catch some small shrimp for bait. He then began teaching Lu Shishir how to attach the bait. Filled with excitement, she pressed close to Tang Wuyue. Lifting her head, she softly asked, Captain, do you think we can catch more today than we did yesterday? Tang Wuyue replied, It's hard to say. Yesterday, the rain muddied the water, causing many large fish to swim close to shore in search of food. Today, the water is much clearer, so whether we catch big fish depends on luck. Typically, shallow waters near the shore seldom attract deep-sea fish. The fact they managed to catch tuna yesterday might have been due to the murky water leading the tuna to mistakenly venture close to the shore. With the water being clearer today, their chances of catching large fish would entirely depend on fortune. Lu Shishir watched Tang Wuyue intently, her eyes filled with admiration. Biting her lip gently, she leaned closer to his ear and whispered, Captain, I'm a poor swimmer. If one day you ask me to dive, I fear you might find me wanting. Find you wanting? Tang Wuyue glanced back at her, furrowing his brow as he inquired, What do you find unappealing? He then reminded her, We are engaging in snorkeling. It is not imperative to venture into deep waters, for shallower areas can yield treasures as well. He elaborated, Snorkeling does not necessitate an abundance of gear, and diving too deep may not be suitable. Hence, even if Lu Shishir cannot swim, I can still instruct her in the art of diving. Ah, there are things in shallow waters too? Lu Shishir exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. She had always believed that diving required plunging into the depths, envying the swimming prowess of Dammy Mi and Lu Yifei. For the past few days, she had been consumed with regret for not having learned to swim before participating in the program. She had feared that the captain would look down upon her for joining the snorkeling expedition. To her surprise, the captain not only refrained from disparaging her, but offered encouragement and solace instead. Feeling touched by this, Lu Shishir asked, Captain, you are comforting me, aren't you? Of course not. Tang Wuyue shook his head and replied, There is an abundance of marine life in shallow waters, aside from spider conchs and breadcrumbs. There are also magnificent lobsters and octopuses. He paused momentarily before continuing. Even without venturing into deeper waters, one can catch parrotfish and the like. Parrotfish are not strictly found in deep waters. They can be located in shallower regions as well. Is that true? How wonderful. Upon hearing this, Lu Shishir's face lit up with a radiant smile. Overcome with excitement, she linked her arm with Tang Wuyue's and exclaimed, Thank you, Captain. You're always there to comfort me whenever I feel anxious or disheartened. She then whispered, I feel incredibly fortunate to be assigned to your team. What is there to thank? Tang Wuyue smiled gently and replied, Everyone possesses their own strengths and weaknesses. We must not solely focus on the merits of others, nor dwell excessively on our shortcomings. Rather, we should harness our strengths while avoiding our weaknesses. Lu Shishir nodded enthusiastically, obediently affirming, You are absolutely right, Captain. Among all the leaders, you are the one who can articulate such profound wisdom. She felt grateful to be part of this group, and even more so to have such an exceptional captain. She could scarcely imagine what her experience would be like had she been assigned to another team. Would she have been forced to subsist on wild roots daily, or coerced into consuming insects? The thought alone was terrifying. All she knew was that she felt immensely happy now. In Tang Wuyue's team, they lived each day freely and carefreely, without worrying about the uncertainties of the future. Their current goal was to compete in the global finals. showcasing the splendor of China alongside other female stars from around the world. They simply could not afford to lose. Whether it be Anne Hathaway, Taylor Swift, or the girl groups from Korea, they would ultimately prevail over them all. With their captain leading the way, they would thrive in the wilderness, discovering the most comfortable ways to sustain themselves wherever they went. All right, the bait is set. Let us give it a try. Tang Wuyue said as he attached the small shrimp to the fishing hook and turned to Lu Shirshir. Lost in her thoughts, she snapped back to attention at his words, immediately lifting her head and vigorously nodding. All right, Captain, I shall try it now. Lu Shirshir responded with an affirmative sound and hastily cast her fishing rod into the water. Observing her newfound skill in angling, Tang Wuyue also took up his rod and tossed his hook into the depths. The aquatic activity today was markedly quieter than the previous day, and after a considerable interval, his rod remained eerily still. Just as Tang Wuyue began to resign himself to a fruitless day of fishing, he suddenly noticed the tip of his rod quivering, accompanied by a palpable tug on the line. Captain, it seems you've hooked a fish, Lu Shirshir exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. Tang Wuyue nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly raised his rod. The pull intensified, and with every thrash of the fish beneath the surface, he could sense varying degrees of resistance. As the fishing line straightened, he realized the magnitude of his catch, larger and more formidable than yesterday's tuna. The weight in his hands grew increasingly substantial, and he estimated it to be at least 20 pounds. What on earth? Tang Wuyue furrowed his brow in astonishment. How can there be such a large fish near the shore? It dawned on him why the waters off Madagascar were revered by anglers worldwide as a veritable paradise. The abundance of marine life here was simply astonishing. They were merely fishing from the shore and managing to reel in such sizable catches. Imagine the bounty lurking in deeper waters. Captain, that fish looks enormous. Lu Shirshir called out from the side. Shall I assist you? No, it's fine, Tang Wuyue replied, shaking his head. Keep a close watch on your own rod. You might just hook one yourself. At his reminder, Lu Shirshir remembered her own fishing rod, having been so engrossed in watching him that she nearly forgot about her own line, which could easily be yanked away by an eager fish. Buzzing sounds echoed as Tang Wuyue continued to lead the fish in a dance, the tip of his rod emitting sharp sounds as it cut through the air. The fish was clearly exerting itself, thrashing about for 2 or 3 rounds before its energy began to wane. The disadvantage of using a soft bamboo rod was its inability to directly haul the fish up. When faced with a larger specimen, one could only tire it out before reeling it in, a stark contrast to a stiffer rod, which could effortlessly lift even moderately sized fish. Captain, I think I've hooked one too. Tang Wuyue, engrossed in his own struggle, suddenly heard Lu Shirshir's voice. He turned to see her rod bent into an impressive arc. However, judging by her expression, it seemed her catch was modest, perhaps only 2 or 3 pounds. Indeed, Lu Shirshir effortlessly drew her fish from the water, revealing a small grouper weighing around 2 pounds. Wow, I finally caught one, she exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Mimicking Tang Wuyue's earlier motions, she delicately unhooked the fish and placed it into the nearby net. Without delay, she rushed to Tang Wuyue's side to help steady his rod. Captain, let me assist you, she whispered excitedly in his ear. Don't let it escape. Tang Wuyue, seeing her enthusiasm, nodded in agreement. The two leaned closely together, with Lu Shirshir gripping his hand tightly as they battled the mighty fish together. He felt the warmth of her palm and caught a whiff of her enticing fragrance. Since their arrival on this secluded island, it was the first time he experienced such intimacy with Lu Shirshir. In his eyes, Lu Shirshir appeared to be a rather demure young lady. He initially presumed that such a girl would feel somewhat constrained in the wilderness. However, to his surprise, Lu Shirshir exhibited a greater sense of ease than he did. Each day, she contemplated how to accompany Tang Wuyue on his adventures. Whether it involved catching coconut crabs or harvesting honey, she was always right behind him. Although due to equipment constraints, Lu Shirshir could only wait at the campsite for their return. She often rose in the middle of the night to keep them company until dawn. In summary, Lu Shirshir was an adventurous spirit, straightforward in demeanor and unconcerned about trivial matters. Buzzing, the fish in the water surged with renewed vigor, prompting Lu Shirshir to immediately embrace Tang Wuyue's waist. This left him both exasperated and amused. It's all right. This is its last burst of energy. It should be spent. Indeed, after exhausting its final strength, the fish gradually lost its vigor. Tang gently nudged Lu Shishir beside him, advising Shishir, "I'll pull it to the shore. You can scoop it up with the net." "Yes, Captain." Upon hearing this, Lu Shishir hurried over, seizing the net and swiftly capturing the fish within. A fish weighing over 10 pounds could not be lifted directly. It had to be netted at the seaside. Thus, Tang Wuyue had been leading the fish until it was too fatigued, allowing him to bring it to the surface for Lu Shishir to secure it in the net. "Captain, what kind of fish is this?" Lu Shishir inquired in astonishment, gazing at the fish now contained within the net. "Is it an eel?" "Indeed, it is a sea eel," Tang Wuyue replied, glancing at the net and nodding. This eel was as thick as an arm and weighed approximately 20 pounds. It was Lu Shishir's first encounter with such a sizable eel. No wonder Tang Wuyue felt something was amiss while reeling it in. He had been unable to find the right leverage. After all, it was a large eel. "Goodness, we actually caught an eel," Lu Shishir exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the eel in the net. "I never expected we could catch such a large eel by the sea." The last eel that Tang Wuyue and Sister Mi had caught had been a delightful treat when grilled, and none anticipated that an eel cooked outdoors could be so delectable. This eel, however, was significantly larger than their previous catch, likely enough to sustain them for 2 or 3 days. Subsequently, the two continued fishing at the seaside for a while longer. Yet, the subsequent catches consisted mainly of smaller fish, yielding no substantial bounty. Over the course of a brief afternoon, they managed to catch a dozen fish. While most were small, they were not insignificant, should they be prepared as grilled fish. Each could easily suffice for a meal. Just as Tang Wuyue was preparing to reel in his line and return home, he suddenly heard Lu Shishir exclaim, "Captain, I think I've hooked a fish." Turning around, he noticed her fishing rod bent into an arc as she exerted considerable effort to pull it in. Placing his own rod aside, Tang Wuyue approached her, asking, "Is it a big one?" "Yes, Captain. I believe this one is substantial. It's incredibly strong and nearly yanked the rod from my hands." Upon hearing this, Tang Wuyue hurried over. Since Lu Shishir was gripping the rod, he could not assist her in reeling in the fish, so he embraced her from behind. Tang Wuyue secured Lu Shishir's arms, placing his hands over hers. Lu Shishir was taken aback by how close the captain stood beside her, her cheeks instantly flushing. She understood that the fishing rod was bending quite dramatically, and without the captain's embrace, she would be unable to hold it steady. Nevertheless, her heart raced with excitement. This was her first experience of such proximity to the captain, and she felt a surge of exhilaration. Yet, the priority remained, how to reel in the fish. Therefore, Tang Wuyue remained focused, diligently assisting her in maneuvering the catch. After all, it was Lu Shishir's inaugural encounter with a fish of such size, and it was essential for her to feel a sense of accomplishment. "Be careful, don't rush," Tang Wuyue whispered in her ear. "This fish weighs at least over 10 pounds. You've done it." Based on his prior experiences, he estimated the fish's weight to be around 10 pounds. To his surprise, as they prepared to return home, Lu Shishir managed to catch a sizable fish. Thankfully, it was substantial enough to fulfill her desire to catch a big one. Over 10 pounds. Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words, Lu Shishir was momentarily stunned. "Really, Captain? Is this fish truly that heavy?" Her joy was boundless. Unlike Xiaodi, who was a seasoned angler, she had never fished before and was not adept at estimating a fish's weight. Initially, Lu Shishir thought the fish weighed no more than 3 or 4 pounds. To her astonishment, it exceeded 10. Yet, based on the tug of the line, it was evident that the fish was indeed considerable. "Wonderful, Captain," Lu Shishir exclaimed, turning to him with an excited expression. "I was just pondering that today might yield no results, and unexpectedly, just as I was about to pack up, I caught such a large fish. What a delightful surprise." "Indeed," Tang Wuyue nodded, advising her, "Take your time. Wait until it tires before reeling it in." Lu Shishir nodded, her heart racing with elation over the catch. However, as she felt the warmth of Tang Wuyue's chest, a flutter of nervousness washed over her. She endeavored to concentrate, following the captain's rhythm in maneuvering the fish. Yet her thoughts continually drifted back to him. She often glanced up at Tang Wuyue, her eyes brimming with shyness. It was inevitable. They were too close for her to suppress her excitement. Tang Wuyue grasped her hand gently, skillfully shaking the fishing rod. Before long, they had the fish rolling over. At that moment, a large parrotfish surfaced, thrashing about in the water. Upon seeing the parrotfish, Lu Shirshi's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Captain, it's a parrotfish." They had initially hoped to catch another parrotfish to make dumplings, and now she had done just that. "Very good," Tang Wuyue chuckled and told her. "To catch such a large fish on your first attempt is impressive. Xiao Di and the others will undoubtedly be envious." Lu Shirshi's face flushed as she replied with a smile, "It's mainly because of your excellent guidance, Captain. Without you, I could never have caught such a big fish." As she spoke, she gradually leaned back, wishing to draw closer to Tang Wuyue. From the very first day on the isolated island, she had begun to rely on him. Especially when she was by his side, she felt an overwhelming sense of fearlessness. Although they had already caught the fish, she had no desire to part from Tang Wuyue. She cherished every moment spent with the captain. "Captain, may we fish a little longer?" Lu Shirshir asked softly. Her cheeks flushed as she leaned closer to Tang Wuyue's ear. "Ah, more fishing?" Tang Wuyue shrugged. "The fish has been played with to the point of rolling its eyes. If we continue, it might just leap onto the shore itself." "Ha!" Lu Shirshir's face was adorned with a bashful expression. Gripping the fishing rod tightly, she lowered her head and confessed, "Captain, I truly treasure the time we share together." She paused briefly before continuing. "When you embraced me from behind earlier, my heart raced uncontrollably, filled with nervousness. However, I am gradually acclimating to this sensation and simply wish to lean against your shoulder a little longer." Since arriving on this solitary island, she had not relied on anyone in such a manner for a long time. The captain was the only person who provided her with a sense of security. And like Xiaodi, she longed to nestle in his embrace. Tang Wuyue chuckled wryly and suggested, "Why don't we let this fish go?" "No way." Lu Shirshir interjected hastily. "It took such effort to catch this sizable parrotfish. How could we let it escape?" After a moment, she added, "Captain, I want to use this fish to make dumplings for you. You see, we must retrieve the fish." Tang Wuyue smiled at her, reassuringly saying, "It's all right. We will have more opportunities to be together in the future." Lu Shirshir's cheeks flushed again, her eyes sparkling with sweetness as she nodded emphatically. Indeed, pulling the fish ashore was the priority for the moment. As for the time spent with the captain, there would undoubtedly be more chances ahead. With this thought in mind, Lu Shirshir hurriedly pulled the fishing rod upwards, striving to draw the fish closer to the shore. Tang Wuyue released his grip, swiftly moving to the bank to scoop the fish out. He weighed it in his hands. It was at least 10 pounds. Smiling at her, he remarked, "Not bad. This is certainly enough for a meal of dumplings." Though he said this, he knew that a fish of such weight would not suffice for just one meal. Even if they only made dumplings, there would be plenty left for grilled fish. Lu Shirshir's smile radiated brighter as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Captain. I finally understand the thrill of catching a big fish." She had not had the opportunity to dive alongside the captain in recent days, but catching a fish over 10 pounds had fulfilled one of her desires. This time, Lu Shirshir, the novice angler, had finally found her footing. Although she could not accompany the captain to catch fish while diving, she had salvaged some dignity through her fishing prowess. Tang Wuyue unhooked the fish and placed it in a nearby net bag. As he gathered their belongings, he said, "Let us go, it's getting late. We should return soon." The evening was fast approaching, and he intended to check the traps in the jungle with Xiaodi before nightfall. Hearing Tang Wuyue's words, Lu Shirshir nodded eagerly. With a beaming face, she stepped forward, saying, "Captain, let me help you carry it." This afternoon, they managed to catch only 2 magnificent fish, each weighing over 10 pounds. However, they also caught a considerable number of smaller fish, with over 10 weighing around 1 to 2 pounds, making their net quite heavy. Upon noticing her radiant joy, Tang Wuyue cheerfully remarked, "All right then, let's be on our way." After which, the two of them hoisted the net and strode briskly towards the campsite. Upon their return, they discovered that Xiao Di, Lu Yifei, and Dami Mi had already arrived. The young ladies were busily sorting through mushrooms outside. A large banana leaf was spread on the ground, laden with an assortment of mushrooms. Since Tang Wuyue had taught them how to distinguish between edible and toxic mushrooms last time, they had now become quite adept at foraging, bringing back only the finest varieties. Judging by the sight of their collection, it was evident that their small baskets were filled to the brim. "Captain, you're back." Upon seeing Tang Wuyue, Xiao Di and Dami Mi hurriedly greeted him. As Tang Wuyue approached and surveyed the mushrooms, he exclaimed in surprise, "So many." "Indeed, Captain." Xiao Di nodded in agreement. "The mushrooms in the jungle are rampant. We simply can't collect them all. Lu Yifei chimed in with a smile. Our baskets are completely full. We could hardly fit any more, which is why we returned. Well, this is already quite sufficient. It will sustain us for a while, Tang Wuyue chuckled, expressing his gratitude for their efforts. Not at all, not at all. Xiaodi shook her head vigorously. Curiously glancing at the net in Tang Wuyue's hand, she asked, Captain, how was your catch today? Quite well. Tang Wuyue responded with a smile. Sure caught a large fish. Nearly the same size as the tuna I caught the other day. What? That big? Sure, must be quite impressive. Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words, Xiaodi, damn me, and Lu Yifei were all astonished. They had not anticipated that Lu Sure, being new to fishing, would have such remarkable luck. This time, Lu Sure could finally indulge her vanity. Previously, she had only watched Lu Yifei and Xiaodi return with their catches alongside the captain. Today, she had finally showcased her skills as well. Moreover, the parrotfish she caught was quite substantial, weighing over 10 pounds, sufficient for a grand feast. Subsequently, Lu Sure meticulously cleaned the fish she had caught, while Xiaodi and the others busied themselves sorting the wild mushrooms they had gathered, intending to dry them. However, as it had just stopped raining and the weather had yet to clear, they could only store the mushrooms for now, planning to dry them once the sun returned. Xiaodi, are there really this many mushrooms in the mountains? Lu Sure inquired with curiosity, gazing at the mound of wild mushrooms before her. She had never expected that after their previous bountiful harvest, so many more had emerged. Indeed, Sister Sure. Xiaodi nodded, following the recent rain. These wild mushrooms have sprouted like bamboo shoots after a rain. With eager anticipation, Lu Sure expressed, if given the chance next time, I would love to join you in foraging. Absolutely. Xiaodi smiled. Sister Sure, we are quite envious of you. You went fishing at the sea for the first time and caught a fish weighing over 10 pounds. While I only managed to catch a few weighing 2 to 3 pounds yesterday. Fortune smiled upon us, Lu Sure said with a wry smile, thanks to the captain's assistance. I managed to haul this fish in, otherwise I would certainly have failed. As they engaged in light conversation, the group divided tasks efficiently, soon completing their work. Xiaodi, along with Dammy Me and others, placed the mushrooms on banana leaves, while Lu Sure took on the responsibility of cleaning and processing the freshly caught fish. To ensure proper storage, they set aside the fish intended for tonight's meal, planning to dry the remainder for future consumption during inclement weather. As evening approached, and they prepared to check the traps, Tang Wuyue had a quick bite to eat before taking Xiaodi into the nearby woods. Previously, while foraging for wild mushrooms, Tang Wuyue had restricted them to the vicinity for safety reasons, preventing them from venturing deeper into the forest. Consequently, Xiaodi and the others were unaware of the surroundings near the traps. Captain, do you think we'll be successful today? Xiaodi inquired eagerly, trailing behind Tang Wuyue. This was her first experience in wild boar hunting, and the mere thought of potentially capturing a hefty boar weighing 200 to 300 pounds filled her with excitement. Capturing a wild boar would certainly be far more impressive than catching a large fish. Lu Sure's performance that day only intensified Xiaodi's envy. Although Xiaodi, Dammy Me, and Lu Yifei had gathered a considerable amount of wild mushrooms, she was an avid fishing enthusiast. Each time she recalled how Lu Sure had accompanied the captain to catch such large fish, a yearning stirred within her. If given the chance in the future, she would surely join the captain for another fishing expedition. Contemplating this, she edged closer to Tang Wuyue and curiously asked, Captain, how did Sure manage to catch such a large fish? It's quite enviable. Tang Wuyue glanced back at her with a smile and teased, What? Are you feeling envious? Who wouldn't be? Xiaodi nodded, responding, We fished for an entire afternoon yesterday, and I didn't catch a single large fish, not even close to Sure. Hearing this, Tang Wuyue couldn't help but laugh, shrugging as he remarked, My dear, that was not fishing. You were merely fishing for me. Yesterday, Xiaodi had stayed closely beside him, her mind far from the task at hand. In the end, they hadn't caught a single fish, which was already a small miracle. Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words, Xiaodi's cheeks flushed crimson. Linking her arm with his, she playfully retorted, Captain, please don't tease me. It's such a rare occasion for us to be alone. How could I focus solely on fishing? After voicing this, she gazed at him with eager anticipation. Captain, let us go fishing again next time. I want to bring back a big fish like Sure. No worries. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Tang Wuyue cast her a sidelong glance, reminding her. Right now, we must prioritize other matters. Look, it's nearly 11 o'clock. Xiaodi nodded in agreement, expressing her hopes. Captain, I hope we can yield some results today. It would make all our efforts in setting the traps worthwhile. At that moment, Xiaodi was less concerned about the possibility of savoring honey-glazed braised pork. The crucial factor was whether they could capture a wild boar, as this was her chance to prove herself and demonstrate her synergy with the captain. For her, the journey held far greater significance than the outcome. As they ventured deeper into the thicket, a sudden, thunderous roar echoed from afar. The sound was all too familiar to Tang Wuyue. It was the very same black bear that had attempted to pilfer honey near their campsite last time. Xiaodi, startled by the noise, quickly grasped Tang Wuyue's arm. He placed a reassuring hand on her back and said, "Do not fear. It is merely the black bear we encountered previously." Nodding, Xiaodi remarked, "Captain, judging by the direction of the sound, it seems to be coming from our trap. Could it be that the bear has fallen into it?" "Surely not." Tang Wuyue shook his head. "There are no paw prints nearby. This is not a frequent haunt for it." They had meticulously surveyed the area before, discovering only the tracks of wild boars, with no other animal signs present. Particularly, the bear's large paws would leave unmistakable prints if it had passed through. Unless, of course, it had encountered the wild boar while foraging for food, which could explain such a commotion. The roar they had just heard was undeniably laced with a sense of threat and territorial imperative. It was likely that the wild boar had intruded upon the bear's domain, endangering its safety, prompting the bear to issue a protective growl. With such thoughts in mind, Tang Wuyue immediately grasped Xiaodi's hand and urged, "Quick, let us investigate." By the sound of it, a confrontation between the wild boar and the bear may be unfolding. As the saying goes, while the mantis stalks the cicada, the yellow bird lies in wait. If the bear and wild boar were indeed engaged in battle, they could profit from the situation, making their task considerably easier. Upon hearing this, Xiaodi hastened her steps, following Tang Wuyue as they moved forward. Indeed, upon reaching the vicinity of the trap, Tang Wuyue spotted the formidable black bear that had previously appeared at their campsite. At that moment, the bear stood on the opposite side of the path, its demeanor alert and watchful. Its leg was injured, black fur marred by the tusks of the wild boar. It appeared that a fierce altercation had transpired between them, with the boar charging wildly and injuring the bear's leg. However, the boar had not emerged unscathed, as Tang Wuyue could clearly see a patch of disturbed earth nearby, evidence of the boar's struggle. It seemed they had indeed engaged in a brutal clash, with the wild boar clearly at a disadvantage, turning to flee. "Chase! Chase! Chase!" At that moment, a commotion erupted from the trap, the cries of a wild boar echoing from within. Xiaodi's eyes lit up at the sound, and she eagerly tugged at Tang Wuyue's arm. Leaning closer, she whispered, "Captain, it seems the wild boar has fallen into the trap. We have succeeded." Tang Wuyue, having heard the noise, cautiously peered forward. Indeed, the branches covering the trap had been dislodged, revealing the wild boar struggling within. Perhaps after its skirmish with the bear, in a desperate attempt to escape, it had inadvertently stepped into the trap set by Tang Wuyue. With a roar, the black bear vocalized its discomfort, presumably due to its injury. It did not linger. Instead, it crouched down and limped into the adjacent woods. Once the bear had retreated, Xiaodi exhaled a long breath. Having witnessed the bear's imposing presence moments ago, she had feared she would have to confront both the bear and the wild boar alongside her captain. Little did she expect, the bear displayed a remarkable cunning. Upon witnessing the wild boar fall into the trap, it dared not approach and swiftly fled. Xiaodi, pressing her hand against her chest to calm her breath, said to Tang Wuyue, "Captain, this great black bear has actually lent us a helping hand. Had it not been for it, the wild boar might not have fallen into the trap so swiftly." Indeed, Tang Wuyue chuckled, nodding in agreement. "Thanks to this bear's divine intervention, should we encounter it again, we ought to reward it with some honey." The last time the black bear approached the campsite, it was drawn in by the alluring scent of honey. This time, the great black bear had rendered us a significant service, and it deserved a proper reward in the future. With this thought in mind, Tang Wuyue drew an arrow from his quiver and knocked it to his bow, turning to Xiaodi behind him. "You wait here. I'll go take a look." "Captain, I wish to accompany you." Xiaodi clung to Tang Wuyue's arm, refusing to let go. It was not that she was afraid to be alone, but rather that she was concerned for his safety and wished to be by his side. Being together was undoubtedly safer than being alone, as they could look out for one another. "All right," Tang Wuyue sighed, casting a glance back at her. "You stay here for now. I will call for you once it is safe. No, Captain. Since you have chosen me to come along, I must accompany you, Xiaodi insisted, her expression earnest. Rest assured, I can run quite fast. I even ranked first in my class during the last sports meet. Was it only you in your class competing? Surely there were dozens of others. Tang Wuyue teased, which elicited a resigned smile from Xiaodi as she embraced him. Seeing her determination, Tang Wuyue relented with a sigh. Very well, if you are so eager to join, then let's go together, but you must heed my commands. Of course, thank you, Captain. Xiaodi nodded vigorously, obediently following Tang Wuyue as they advanced. At this moment, the wild boar was still struggling in the trap, though its cries had diminished, indicating it had been trapped for some time. Tang Wuyue readied his bow and approached the trap. He had deliberately dug the trap deeper when it was constructed. Even so, one could still see the wild boar's form from above, revealing that it was quite a sizable creature. Captain, it seems we have succeeded, Xiaodi remarked softly, observing the now subdued wild boar. Tang Wuyue nodded and pointed to a nearby concealment, instructing, "You wait for me over there. I will assess the situation." "Yes, Captain." Xiaodi complied, quickly hiding behind a tree, cautiously observing the surroundings. Tang Wuyue took a few steps forward with his bow in hand, when suddenly he heard a rustling in the grass nearby. He swiftly raised his bow and shot an arrow towards the source of the sound. With a thud, a familiar Indian long-tailed chicken fell to the ground, flapping its wings in a desperate struggle. Seeing the long-tailed chicken, Tang Wuyue furrowed his brow in surprise. He had not anticipated that, while aiming for a wild boar, he would inadvertently capture an Indian long-tailed chicken. However, such occurrences were not unusual. They had previously caught an Indian long-tailed chicken while hunting for coconut crabs. The meat of this chicken was exceptionally tender, and on their last culinary adventure, they had prepared a delightful coconut chicken stew. The female celebrities have remained infatuated with the long-tailed chicken. At this moment, they fortuitously have mushrooms on hand, perfect for preparing a delectable pot of chicken stewed with mushrooms. Observing this scene, Xiaodi could not help but applaud softly, careful not to make a sound as she stood a distance. For the captain had instructed her to remain still, and she complied obediently. How impressive the captain is, Xiaodi whispered to herself. No wonder I have my eye on him. His archery skills are impeccable. She had not anticipated that the captain's proficiency in archery had reached a remarkable level, achieving a perfect accuracy rate. Just moments ago, he casually released an arrow that effortlessly struck the long-tailed chicken. It is worth noting that the long-tailed chicken possesses long wings, allowing it to fly at low altitudes. Once it senses danger, it can easily take flight. Yet, Tang Wuyue provided it no opportunity to react, hitting it squarely with a single shot, capturing it with ease. At this moment, Tang Wuyue's expression remained stoic. He approached to retrieve the chicken, securing it at his waist, and continued onward. The closer he drew to the trap, the more he felt the likelihood of success. Before him lay a wild boar weighing between 200 to 300 pounds, its presence causing the ground to tremble as it moved. Now, however, it lay motionless within the trap, evidently drained of strength. After all, the formidable black bear was not to be trifled with. From its traces on the ground, it was clear that the wild boar had engaged in a fierce confrontation with the black bear. After suffering defeat, it had fled in a panic, ultimately falling into the trap that Tang Wuyue had meticulously prepared in advance. Contemplating this, Tang Wuyue cautiously knocked an arrow onto his bow and advanced with utmost care. Although the wild boar had thick skin and substantial muscle, it still possessed vulnerabilities, such as its eyes. As long as it remained capable of leaping from the trap, it posed a threat to Tang Wuyue, who could dispatch it with a single, lethal shot. His survival skills had reached an elite level, enabling him to achieve unerring precision with any arrow he released. To Tang Wuyue's surprise, as he inched closer to the trap, he discovered that the wild boar was now near the end of its strength, lying within, barely clinging to life. It was likely that the black bear had inflicted significant injury, compounded by its fall into the trap, rendering it virtually a guaranteed prize. Witnessing this, Tang Wuyue casually stowed his bow and arrow. Clearly, there was no need to waste another arrow. He turned to Xiaodi, beckoning her to come closer, declaring approach. The wild boar poses no threat now. Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words, Xiaodi hurried over. Leaning against his shoulder, she peered through the gap of his arm. Indeed, the wild boar had ceased its struggles, unmistakably lifeless. Wonderful, Captain, she exclaimed, joyfully embracing his arm. We have succeeded. After a brief pause, she continued. This massive wild boar weighs between 200 to 300 pounds. We stand to gain tremendously from this. For their current survival mission, the wild boar was sufficient to sustain them on the island for an entire month. Even if they could not consume it all, they could preserve the meat as cured ham and jerky, saving it for later. Of course, Xiaodi personally did not partake in pork, but she concealed this fact from her companions. She wished to blend in rather than be perceived as eccentric. Tang Wuyue had previously scrutinized the profiles of all the female celebrities and had already discerned her subtle intentions. The reason he shot an Indian long-tailed chicken before inspecting the trap was to prepare a treat for Xiaodi. With this wild boar in their possession, they were certain to indulge in a grand feast upon their return. At that moment, Xiaodi could savor the delectable honey-glazed braised pork while gnawing on the fragrant roasted pig as trotters. One could only imagine the drool she would be unable to contain. Thus, with the Indian long-tailed chicken at hand, Xiaodi could at least relish the taste of meat. While others enjoyed pork, she could indulge in chicken. A chicken stew with mushrooms is also a culinary delight. The previous coconut chicken was rather unique. Yet the broth had not reached the level of exquisite flavor that would leave one in awe, belonging to an entirely different palate. Their preference lay firmly with the chicken stew and mushrooms, especially those wild mushrooms foraged from the mountains, whose freshness was simply extraordinary. If paired with the tender meat of the Indian long-tailed chicken, the dish would undoubtedly elevate to new heights of flavor. At that moment, Xiaodi was beaming with joy, her face alight with happiness. She tugged at Tang Wuyue and inquired, "Captain, are we going to carry this wild boar back?" "Carry it back?" Tang Wuyue turned to glance at her, frowning as he asked, "Do you think you can lift it? This boar weighs 200 to 300 pounds. After a pause, he added, "To bring it back, we must employ some ingenuity." "Oh, I see." Xiaodi nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Captain, what shall we do then? We can't just carve it up here, can we? After all, we are in the jungle, and who knows what beasts lurk nearby. They could not linger here." They needed to hurry and transport the boar back. Tang Wuyue smirked and reminded her, "Do you recall the little cart I fashioned earlier?" "The cart?" Upon hearing this, Xiaodi suddenly remembered the small cart used to haul wood. Previously, Tang Wuyue had constructed a four-wheeled cart specifically for transporting heavy objects while building their shelter. Realization dawned on her as she exclaimed, "Oh, right. Captain, we can use that cart to haul the pig back." "Precisely." Tang Wuyue nodded. "You go back and summon the others to bring the cart here. I will wait for you, and together we shall carry it back." "Understood, Captain." Xiaodi nodded obediently before turning and sprinting towards the campsite, her spirits soaring and her steps lightened. There was no denying that this was the best news they could have hoped for. If she conveyed this information back, Dami Mi and Lu Yifei would surely be overjoyed. Once Xiaodi had departed, Tang Wuyue took a stroll around the vicinity. He had intended to catch another Indian long-tailed chicken, but the surroundings were eerily quiet, devoid of any sounds. It seemed the earlier scuffle between the black bear and the wild boar had frightened off the local fauna. Judging by the long-tailed chicken's demeanor, there should still be plenty of game nearby. Hence, Tang Wuyue resolved to return to this spot whenever he had the chance, as he might be able to catch a few more wild chickens, thereby enhancing their meals. Before long, he heard the distant sound of chirping and chattering. Li Toldi, accompanied by Mimi and Lu Yifei, hurriedly approached, pulling a small cart and holding onto a rope, exuding an air of readiness. "Captain, we're here." From a distance, Tang Wuyue heard Lili's call. Upon spotting him, Mimi and Lu Yifei quickened their pace and soon stood before him. "Did we catch the wild boar?" Mimi asked, her eyes wide with surprise as she set down the cart. "Indeed," Tang Wuyue smiled, gesturing towards a nearby trap. "Go take a look. The wild boar is inside." As they approached the trap, they were greeted by the sight of a hefty wild boar, weighing 200 to 300 pounds, lying obediently within. Its tusks were stained with blood, suggesting a recent skirmish. "Why is there blood on its tusks?" Mimi and Lu Yifei exclaimed, their expressions shifting to alarm. They quickly turned to Tang Wuyue, grasping his hand and scrutinizing him with worry. "Captain, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Mimi's eyes glistened with concern. Her expression filled with urgency. "I'm fine," Tang Wuyue reassured them, chuckling at their anxious demeanor. "Do not fret. The blood on the wild boar is from a black bear." He paused for effect before continuing. "The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. We're the orioles, effortlessly securing this wild boar." "Really?" Mimi's anxiety gradually dissipated upon hearing his words. She felt a cold sweat in her palms as she tightly grasped Tang Wuyue's arm. "Captain, you scared me. What would we do if you were hurt?" At that moment, Demimi's thoughts were solely on Tang Wuyue. She felt that her own injuries were inconsequential compared to his safety. After all, he was their pillar of strength. Surviving on this deserted island depended entirely on him. Seeing the concern in Mimi's eyes, Tang Wuyue gently stroked her hair and softly said, "Mimi, do not worry. I am unharmed." Mimi bit her lip and nodded, asking, "Captain, next time something like this happens, can you take me with you?" Although the wild boar weighed 200 to 300 pounds, lifting it was far easier than hoisting an equally heavy stone. Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words, Little D and Lu Shishir immediately rushed forward, taking hold of the other end of the wood. Mimi and Lu Yifei soon joined them. Together, they exerted their efforts. And though their strength was modest, Tang Wuyue lent his assistance from the other side. United in purpose, they effortlessly moved the wild boar onto the small cart. "Goodness, this is astonishing," Lu Shishir exclaimed, gazing at the wild boar in awe. "Captain, this boar is so large. We probably want to finish it before we relocate to our next survival spot." "Not to worry," Tang Wuyue replied. "Any leftover wild boar meat can be made into cured meat and jerky, even if we cannot finish it on the island. It will make a splendid keepsake to bring back." He assured them, once this segment is completed, every time you eat jerky or cured meat, it will remind you of the days we spent on the island. Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed the faces of the female celebrities. Having spent considerable time together, they had developed profound bonds. The mere thought of parting in the future weighed heavily on their hearts, evoking an undeniable sadness. Naturally, every gathering has its farewell. After the conclusion of the program, it was only natural for everyone to go their separate ways. Yet they found it particularly difficult to bid farewell to Tang Wuyue. Over this period of time, they had come to rely on him emotionally. Even when they departed from this place, their hearts would remain tethered to him. It was inevitable. The captain held a significant place in their hearts. "Captain, we do not wish to part ways with you," Lu Shishir earnestly proclaimed. "After this, we have 2 more places to survive in. We must participate in the global finals. We want to continue living alongside our captain." "Foolish girl. Every reunion must eventually yield to parting," Tang Wuyue replied with a smile. "You are all shining stars. I am merely an ordinary person. After the program concludes, we shall inevitably part ways." "No, Captain, you are not ordinary," chimed in the nearby Mimi. "Your fan base is growing so rapidly. Once you return, your popularity might surpass ours." "Indeed," Lu Yifei nodded in agreement at that time. "We may have to ride on the captain's coattails." Yes, Xiaodi interjected. "Captain, even if we return, I still wish to stay with you." At that moment, Zhao Jimai approached and suggested to Mimi, "Sister Mimi, why not consider making a movie? If we all participate, we won't have to part ways with the captain." "Absolutely. Mama has a point." Lu Shishir enthusiastically nodded. "Sister Mimi, you should definitely consider this." Hearing their suggestions, Mimi couldn't help but chuckle. With a gentle sigh, she raised her head and remarked, "Sisters, this is not our decision to make. We must heed the captain's wishes." Turning to Tang Wuyue, she added, "Your fan base is growing so rapidly. After the show ends, we might not even be able to persuade you." "That is true," the other starlets acknowledged. Finally grasping the weight of Mimi's words, they immediately turned to Tang Wuyue, their faces alight with anticipation. "Captain, would you be willing?" "I would be inclined," Tang Wuyue shrugged, furrowing his brow. "But isn't it a tad premature to discuss this? Our priority is to bring this wild boar back." "All right." They then recalled the task at hand. Xiaodi laughed. "Sisters, now is not the time for idle chatter. Let us swiftly assist the captain in bringing this wild boar back." With that, they promptly grabbed the nearby ropes, 3 pulling from the front and 3 pushing from back. Together, they exerted their efforts, guiding the wild boar towards the camp. Thanks to their collective endeavor, they soon succeeded in bringing the boar back. However, due to the recent rains, the paths in the jungle were rather treacherous. Fortunately, equipped with a cart and bolstered by their numbers, they ultimately managed to secure the wild boar. Upon returning to the camp, Tang Wuyue took advantage of the freshly caught wild boar and began to process the pork and ribs. Lu Shishir, possessing experience in curing meat, promptly selected suitable cuts for making preserved pork, intending to prepare both cured meat and jerky. The remaining pork and ribs were reserved for a sumptuous feast that evening. "Wow, We can finally enjoy some pork. Zhao Jinmai exclaimed, her face alight with excitement at the sight of the fresh meat. She was not alone. Dammy Mi and Lu Yifei shared her joy. After spending an extended period in the wilderness, subsisting on fish and seafood, they had grown weary of their diet. The arrival of wild boar meat was a welcome change of flavor. Captain, didn't you mention wanting to savor honey-glazed braised pork? I'll prepare it for you shortly, Lu Shishir said, holding a prime cut of pork belly as she turned to Tang Wuyue. With a keen memory, she recalled his previous mention of dish during their honey-gathering excursion. Today, with the wild boar at hand, she was determined to showcase her culinary skills by crafting a delectable honey-glazed pork belly for him. That sounds wonderful. Dammy Mi chimed in with a smile. We can share in the captain's delight. Indeed, Lu Yifei nodded, grinning. I've heard Shishir's culinary skills are exceptional. This pork belly is her specialty. During our time on set, we could never get enough of it. Lu Shishir smiled modestly, replying, It has been a while since I last cooked. I hope my skills haven't deteriorated. Please don't judge me too harshly. How could we ever be critical? Zhao Jinmai laughed. As long as there's meat to enjoy, we are more than grateful. We could never complain. They all brimmed with anticipation for the evening's feast. Only Xiaodi sat quietly to the side, diligently preparing the pigskin for making jelly. However, she felt excluded from the conversation, as she had never been fond of pork and held little interest in it. Her previous mention of wanting honey-glazed pork was merely an attempt to fit in with the group and not appear too different. Tang Wuyue, understanding her thoughts, turned to her and said, Xiaodi, I've heard you adore chicken stew with mushrooms. He gestured toward the long-tailed chicken nearby. I happen to catch one. You can stew it later. Huh? Captain, you caught another long-tailed chicken? Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words, Lu Shishir and the others were taken aback. They had been so focused on moving the wild boar that they hadn't noticed the long-tailed chicken hanging from Tang Wuyue's waist. Indeed, Tang Wuyue nodded, addressing them. While capturing the wild boar, I casually caught a wild chicken from the nearby brush. He continued, Today we gathered plenty of fresh mushrooms. It's perfect for making chicken stew with mushrooms. That is fantastic. Zhao Jinmai clapped her hands. Captain, had you not reminded me, I would have almost forgotten that Xiaodi doesn't eat pork. Oh dear, Dammy Mi smacked her forehead, suddenly recalling, I completely forgot about Xiaodi's preferences. She turned to Xiaodi with a wry smile, saying, It's fortunate that the captain caught a long-tailed chicken. Otherwise, Xiaodi would have been quite disheartened today. Lu Shishir nodded and remarked, Indeed, if we were all indulging in pork, it would be rather inappropriate for Xiaodi to merely watch from the sidelines. Oh, there's nothing inappropriate about it. Xiaodi smiled and addressed them. Sure, didn't you just catch a big fish today? You can enjoy your meat while I savor the fish. It is quite delectable in its own right. What's so special about fish? Tang Wuyue glanced back at her, reminding her, What makes wild chicken special? Surely, you have never tasted the dish of wild chicken stewed with mushrooms, have you? I haven't. Xiaodi shook her head vigorously. Well, today you shall have the opportunity. Tang Wuyue grinned and said, You will understand the exquisite flavor of chicken stewed with mushrooms, particularly with this wild long-tailed chicken, which is exceptionally delicious. Thank you, Captain. Xiaodi beamed with excitement, exclaiming, I will be able to taste it tonight. She was aware that the captain had caught the wild chicken primarily for her benefit. Subsequently, everyone began to collaborate, each busily preparing for the evening's culinary feast. Xiaodi took charge of cleaning the long-tailed chicken and the mushrooms they had gathered that day. Lu Shishir was responsible for cutting the pork into pieces and concocting a sweet glaze with honey and spices for the braised pork belly. Dammy Mi and Lu Yifei busied themselves preparing 2 plates of dumplings with the parrotfish they had caught that day. There was simply no alternative. They had an abundance of dishes to prepare, including braised pork and chicken stewed with mushrooms. So they could not afford to make too many dumplings and opted for a modest quantity. After all, this was their first substantial feast since arriving on the island, and it warranted careful preparation. Most importantly, the following morning, Hongtao might bring along the newly arrived female team members. Before their arrival, it was essential for everyone to celebrate in style. However, the very mention of this made Dammy Mi and Xiaodi envious of the incoming female team members. They had a veritable bounty of delicacies at their disposal, be it wild boar, various fish, sun-dried fungi, or cassava flour. These provisions could last them for a month without depletion. The newcomers were far luckier than they, arriving to enjoy such sumptuous fare without the need to catch fish or forage for mushrooms. Their storeroom was nearly filled with provisions. alleviating any worries about food scarcity in the future. Most crucially, they were currently queuing to dive into the water with the captain, yielding new discoveries almost daily. The variety of food available would only increase, never diminish. Reflecting on this, Mi said with envy, "Captain, I truly envy the new female team members. They arrive in our group and can enjoy such a plethora of delicious food." Haha, Tang Wuyue chuckled at Mi's expression. "What is there to envy? You arrived earlier, acquiring a wealth of wilderness survival skills, whereas those who come later may not be as fortunate as you." He paused before continuing. "Perhaps they do not lack food, but they certainly lack the opportunity to learn survival skills." "The captain is right," Lu Shishir concurred, nodding. "In truth, we are the fortunate ones, having learned invaluable experiences under your guidance." Tang Wuyue glanced at them and said earnestly, "If we truly secure first place in the future and participate in the global finals, your wilderness survival experience will undoubtedly surpass theirs. The reasoning is quite straightforward. They are here for the ultimate goal of the global finals. Regardless of how they currently navigate life in the wild, as long as they have genuinely mastered survival skills, they will surely excel on the international stage. The arena of international competition is incomparable to here. Every nation boasts formidable women, with varying levels of skill, from the exceptional to the mediocre. To establish a foothold there, they must strive with all the survival skills acquired over these 100 days." Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words, Mi and Lu Yifei suddenly realized. Mi nodded and sincerely remarked, "Captain, I was too narrow-minded. I shouldn't have nitpicked at the new female team members." "That is quite all right. It's not your fault." Tang Wuyue shook his head. "Different perspectives naturally lead to diverse thoughts. As the first group of female team members, you have endured considerable hardships. So it is only natural to feel a certain way about newcomers who can effortlessly enjoy their time here." At this point, Tang Wuyue added, however, "Perhaps the new female team members also have their own perspectives?" "Indeed," Lu Shishir responded. "If they can heed the captain's guidance, just as we do, then we would have no grievances. Everyone would share in the joys and face challenges together. It would be no great matter." "Exactly. Sister Shishir is right," Zhao Jinmai exclaimed with a smile. "With more teammates, life in the wilderness will surely become more interesting." Tang Wuyue exchanged glances with them and nodded. "Tomorrow, the substitute female team members will arrive, and whether they can harmonize with you will depend on the circumstances." Lu Shishir nodded, picking up a jar of honey. "The captain is right. We'll see about tomorrow when it comes. For now, I'm off to prepare honey-glazed braised pork." With that, she hurriedly exited. "I'll brew some honeyberry tea for everyone," Zhao Jinmai said with a smile, following Lu Shishir out. At this moment, only Mi and Lu Tiantian remained. Mi sighed and turned to Tang Wuyue, asking, "Captain, am I being too petty?" She bit her lip, adding, "Don't worry, Captain. I will manage myself well. When the new female team members arrive, I'll be sure to get along with them." "I'm glad you think that way," Tang Wuyue smiled. "Rest assured, every captain has the right to make changes. If a newcomer possesses a poor disposition and fails to integrate into our team, I will promptly replace her." "Really? Thank you, Captain." Mi and Lu Tiantian's faces lit up with joy upon hearing this. In truth, they were not petty individuals. Their main concern was the potential presence of unreasonable girls from other teams, fearing that such individuals could affect the captain's mood. As long as everyone could unite, they harbored no objections. Even if the production team brought in more substitute female stars, they would express no complaints. With everyone's efforts, it was too long before a delicious feast was prepared. Lu Shishir entered with a fragrant platter of succulent pork belly. Mi and Lu Tiantian had also prepared dumplings filled with cassava flour and parrotfish. Xiao Di brought forth a new dish she had concocted with Lu Shishir, a delightful chicken stew with mushrooms. This dish, a harmonious blend of their unique styles, appeared particularly enticing. As soon as it was placed on the table, Tang Wuyue was greeted by the distinctive aroma released from the combination of mushrooms and wild chicken. The last to join was Zhao Jinmai, carrying several cups of honeyberry tea and pure coconut juice, specially crafted as the evening's aperitif for this culinary feast. Observing the aromatic dishes laid before them, the actresses wore expressions of sheer bliss. They could hardly fathom that such delectable fare could be savored on this remote island. Should other groups catch a glimpse, they would undoubtedly be enviously salivating. Apart from Tang Wuyue, no one could provide them with such a lifestyle, nor would anyone else indulge them in such a lavish gastronomic experience. All of this was a gift from their captain. Happiness stemmed from their leader. Next, under Tang Wuyue's guidance, everyone gathered around the table. The actresses, unable to contain their anticipation, eyed the dishes that were a feast for the senses, their mouths watering in delight. "Captain, the meal is ready. We can begin." At that moment, Lu Shishir handed Tang Wuyue a pair of chopsticks, flashing a charming smile. This dish, her specialty, honey-glazed pork belly, was something she eagerly wished to hear the captain's thoughts on. Tang Wuyue accepted the chopsticks and called out to everyone, "Come on. Everyone has worked hard today. Let us dig in." It was already deep into the night. Throughout the day, they had been fishing, foraging for wild mushrooms, and ultimately returning with a hefty wild boar weighing 200 to 300 pounds, a testament to their strenuous efforts. However, the excitement of having caught such a large boar kept their fatigue at bay. Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words, everyone eagerly seized their chopsticks, their excitement palpable as they surveyed the array of dishes before them. The braised pork, glistening and aromatic, was irresistible, while the chicken stew with mushrooms exuded a fragrance that heightened their appetites. Noticing that everyone was looking at him, hesitant to serve themselves, Tang Wuyue chuckled. "All right, don't wait any longer. Go ahead and taste." With that, he picked up a piece of honey-glazed pork and placed it in his mouth. Clearly, as long as he did not take the initiative, none of the actresses dared to begin. Indeed, the moment he lifted a piece of braised pork, the actresses immediately reached for their chopsticks, converging upon the feast. Each took a piece of pork belly, savoring it with delight. Only Xiao Di remained unmoved, opting instead for a helping of chicken stew with mushrooms. She had little interest in pork, but held a particular fondness for chicken. The meat of the long-tailed chicken was tender and juicy, paired with the robust flavor of wild mushrooms, creating an unexpectedly delightful taste. The moment Xiao Di bit into the chicken, she closed her eyes in sheer ecstasy. The aroma of the wild mushrooms infused within the chicken, allowing each bite to reveal the essence of nature's bounty. "Wow, this is truly delicious." Xiao Di was the first to exclaim in admiration. Opening her eyes, her face radiated astonishment as she said, "Captain, this chicken stew with mushrooms is simply divine. The delightful fusion of the wild mountain mushrooms' freshness and the aromatic essence of chicken is simply exquisite. Is that true?" Tang Wuyue glanced at her and replied, "As long as you enjoy it, that's what matters. This dish belongs to you tonight. No one will contest it." "Indeed," Lu Shishir chimed in, "Xiao Di, all of this is yours." After tasting her own honey-glazed braised pork, she turned to Tang Wuyue, her face brimming with anticipation, and asked, "Captain, what do you think? Does my braised pork suit your palate?" "Yes, quite good." Tang Wuyue nodded in approval, expressing his satisfaction, "although our conditions are rather harsh. The flavor of this braised pork is certainly not inferior to that of five-star hotels." Lu Shishir's culinary skills were indeed remarkable. The rich sweetness of the honey intertwined with the pork belly made it impossible to stop at just one bite. The desire for more was irresistible. Although spices were scarce on this deserted island, the meat's aroma was particularly robust. After all, the wild boar's meat is exceptionally tender, and even with minimal seasoning, its flavors shine through. "Sister Shishir, your skills are truly extraordinary." At that moment, Zhao Jinmai lifted his head, giving a thumbs up in praise. "I can guarantee this is the best pork belly I've ever tasted." Perhaps it was due to their prolonged absence from meat that everyone was captivated by this dish. Additionally, the need to maintain their figures during filming meant they rarely indulged in such delicacies. It was only here that they could set aside those concerns. Given their rigorous physical labor daily, it was only natural to occasionally enjoy some meat to replenish their energy. Is that really true? Lu Shishir was taken aback by the recognition of her culinary prowess, her face aglow with joy. "Ladies, I need your honest feedback. Please don't lower your standards just to encourage me." To her, this was the finest pork belly from the wild boar, and she believed that even if someone else prepared it, the flavor would differ. "Sister Shishir, we are not flattering you. We speak from the heart," Zhao Jinmai quickly clarified. "I genuinely adore this dish. It is incredibly delicious." "Meme is right." The Mimi chuckled, setting down her chopsticks. Sure, your culinary skills are improving more and more." After a pause, she added, "I only knew you were great at making snacks, but now I realize you can prepare such a variety of dishes." Lu Shishir smiled in response, thanking to Mimi. "Thank you, Sister Mimi. As long as everyone wants to eat, I will make it for you often. Mimi smiled, shaking her head. My opinion is not the most important. We should hear what the captain has to say. After a brief pause, she continued. If even the captain says you cook well, it signifies that your culinary skills have reached their peak. Upon hearing Mimi's words, Lu Shirshi's face immediately blossomed with a joyful smile. Indeed, just as Lu Shirshi had mentioned, she truly did not care about others' evaluations. What mattered to her was Tang Wuyue's opinion regarding the dish. As long as Tang Wuyue found it delicious, it was worth any exhaustion. Contemplating this, Lu Shirshi picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in Tang Wuyue's bowl, smiling as she said, Captain, you've been busy all day. Please eat more to regain your strength. Thank you, Shirshi. Tang Wuyue smiled back at her, then turned to everyone and said, Stop dawdling. Dig in. He paused for a moment before stating, After finally capturing a wild boar, we must indulge in a sumptuous feast. Indeed, Captain. The female stars replied in unison, nodding eagerly. Everyone picked up their chopsticks and began to eat heartily. Meanwhile, the viewers watching the live stream could no longer contain themselves and fervently discussed the scene in the chat. Wow, is that honey-glazed braised pork? Am I seeing this correctly? How could they possibly have this on a deserted island? No way. Did he really do that? I thought Captain Tang was merely speaking in jest. I can't believe he actually ate honey-glazed pork belly. Never underestimate a foodie's quest for exquisite cuisine, especially when there are a bunch of food enthusiasts. Is this truly the same show? While other groups are scavenging for wild vegetables and insects, Captain Tang's team is already feasting on wild boar meat. Captain Tang is incredibly considerate. He even prepared a dish of chicken stew with mushrooms for Xiao Di, ensuring everyone is well taken care of. Otherwise, how could Captain Tang gain 10 million followers in such a short time? This indicates he has won over everyone's hearts. Originally, viewers tuned in to watch the female stars suffer in the wilderness, yet they have all been captivated by Tang Wuyue. I am curious to know how Captain Tang will arrange for the new female team members when they arrive. Will he let them indulge in feasting as well? Or will he assign them chores? The chat was filled with discussions about this delightful meal, and everyone was astonished by the scene before them. However, Tang Wuyue and Mimi were oblivious to the excitement in the live stream. At that moment, the broadcast had ended, and they were blissfully enjoying the feast laid out before them. Initially, they were supposed to conclude the live stream by evening, but due to the lavishness of the meal that night, they decided to extend the broadcast. In Lu Shirshi's words, they aimed to tease their fans' appetites, letting them know that life on the island was not as harsh, but rather quite pleasant. The meal continued until midnight, with everyone feeling thoroughly satisfied. After Lu Shirshi gathered the remaining food, she suggested they dance to enliven the atmosphere. When the topic of dancing arose, all eyes turned to Xiao Di. Among those present, besides Lu Shirshi, who was a professional dancer, Xiao Di danced the best, her movements infused with exotic allure. However, having been wearied the previous night and following Tang Wuyue into the jungle today, she could barely stand. Nevertheless, seeing the enthusiasm of everyone, she did not want to dampen their spirits and mustered the strength to perform a dance. Following her, Zhao Jinmai, unwilling to be outdone, donned a grass skirt and presented a belly dance for everyone. Noticing Xiao Di sitting nearby with a fatigued expression, Tang Wuyue smilingly inquired, Are you tired? If so, feel free to rest early. Captain, I'm not tired. Xiao Di shook her head and softly replied, It's just that you were quite vigorous last night, and my legs are still weak today. Tang Wuyue chuckled and reassured her, No worries. Once you've regained your strength, we can have fun together. Xiao Di's face flushed, and she quickly lowered her head. Though slightly shy, she did not refuse. Clearly, she had tacitly accepted his invitation. At that moment, the others were engaged in their own laughter and conversation, oblivious to the exchange between them. Xiao Di, her cheeks flushed, tugged at Tang Wuyue and inquired, Captain, are we going fishing tomorrow? After witnessing Lu Shirshi catch such a large fish today, I am tempted to challenge her record. Tang Wuyue glanced at her and shook his head. If it does not rain tomorrow, we can go diving instead. Diving allows us to more effectively locate the fish we desire. For instance, if we aim to catch parrotfish or grouper, we can directly search based on our targets underwater. Unlike fishing, which relies entirely on luck. Upon hearing this, Xiao Di recalled and nodded. Oh, right. I almost forgot. We can also fish while diving. At this point, a smile of anticipation graced her face. Captain, I have never dived with you before. We must go at least once in the next couple of days. Can you swim? Tang Wuyue asked her. A little, Xiao Di replied, nodding but not very well. I will need your assistance. No worries, a little is sufficient. Big fish. Xiao Di paused, her excitement evident as she asked, Captain, is it as big as the parrotfish caught by Sister Ife? The parrotfish Lu Ife had caught last time weighed over 20 pounds, making Xiao Di and the others envious. It was the largest parrotfish they had ever seen. Of course, Tang Wuyue smiled and assured her, catching fish is actually quite simple. I will teach you slowly. Really? Thank you, Captain. Xiao Di exclaimed, her excitement palpable. After chatting for a while longer, everyone returned to their tents to rest. Exhausted from a full day of activities, they quickly fell asleep as soon as they entered their tents. The following morning, the weather finally cleared up. After several days of rain, they were greeted with bright sunshine. Just after finishing breakfast, they heard the distant sound of helicopters. Zhao Jimai rushed outside to take a look and hurried back, exclaiming, Captain, it's bad news. Director Nye and his team have arrived. Director Nye had now become the antagonist in everyone's eyes. Director Nye? Upon hearing Zhao Jimai's words, Tang Wuyue immediately stepped outside. Lu Shishir and Mimi followed closely behind. Indeed, 2 helicopters were approaching the island. Once the helicopters landed, the production team, accompanied by the new female team members, cautiously made their way to the camp. Captain Tang, how has everyone been these past few days? Nye Hongtao approached Tang Wuyue, smiling as he extended his hand for a shake. Tang Wuyue met his gaze and replied with a smile. Director Nye, are you here to bring me new team members? Ha! Your information network is quite impressive. Nye Hongtao chuckled and informed Tang Wuyue. This time, we have 2 substitute female team members who have arrived. 2. Tang Wuyue nodded thoughtfully. That's fine. I caught a wild boar yesterday, which should be enough for them to eat for half a month. What? A wild boar? Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words, Nye Hongtao was momentarily taken aback. He had been busy arranging for the substitute team members and was completely unaware of Tang Wuyue's catch. After a moment's contemplation, he looked up and asked how big was it? About 200 to 300 pounds, Tang Wuyue shrugged. It should suffice for over half a month. 200 to 300 pounds. Nye Hongtao was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. How remarkable! While others were merely scavenging for food on the same day, you have amassed a month's worth of provisions. With a wry smile, he shook his head and sighed deeply. What an unexpected turn of events. Had I known earlier, I would have brought along 10 female team members. Laughter erupted from everyone present at Nye's remark. By the way, Director Nye, who is the new female team member? Lu Shishir inquired, her curiosity piqued. Well, Director Nye replied with a slight smile. You will find out shortly. She has already arrived and will make her appearance soon. Hey, Director, are you still keeping us in suspense? Lu Shishir shrugged at this point. Are you really not going to reveal it? Laughing, Nye Hongtao explained, I'm just teasing you. There's nothing left to conceal now. I'll call them over for you to see. The secrecy was merely to pique the fans' interest. Now that they are here, there's no need for further concealment. With that thought, he turned and beckoned to the staff behind him. Soon, 2 exceptionally graceful female team members, guided by the staff, approached with quick steps. Wow! The nearby actresses were taken aback upon seeing the 2 newcomers. What do you think? Do they seem familiar? Nye Hongtao chuckled at their reaction. Big sweet. Lu Shishir exclaimed in recognition of one of the newcomers, astonished. The substitute female team member in the lead was none other than Jing Tian, known as the human flower of wealth, who had just finished filming Sea Tongue. Jing Tian is currently one of the most popular actresses, adored for her sweet appearance and graceful figure, a goddess in the hearts of many fans. Jing Tian. Tang Wuyue was also stunned upon seeing her. He had not anticipated that one of the new team members would be the illustrious human flower of wealth. Nye Hongtao had previously mentioned to them that the new female team members were 2 stars, one with a 2-character name and the other with a 3-character name. Since Jing Tian had a 2-character name, the other must be the one with 3 characters. With this thought, Tang Wuyue quickly glanced toward the other actress behind Jing Tian. From a distance, he could only make out a tall figure and alluring curves, but he could not discern the actress's face. Oh my goodness, it's actually big sweet. Lu Yifei's eyes lit up upon seeing Jing Tian. They were old friends, well acquainted, and even the wilderness. There would be no barriers between them. This was precisely what they had hoped for. Having a familiar face would foster a harmonious dynamic without the need to build rapport from scratch. Who is that behind her? Xiao asked, her curiosity evident as she stared at the woman behind Jing Tian. Since they were walking in succession, no one had yet gotten a good look at the second newcomer. Oh, I think I know who it is. Zhao Jinmai suddenly exclaimed. It seems to be Li Yitong. Li Yitong. Tang Wuyue finally connected the dots. The substitute female team member must be the one portraying Huang Rong in the new Legend of the Condor Heroes, as well as the beautiful Mengyu in Crazy Storm. She is currently one of the most sought-after female stars in the entertainment industry. Tang Wuyue had never anticipated that the two new female team members would be them. Now, the confusion in everyone's hearts should be resolved. After all, for Dami Mi and Lu Yifei, these two newcomers are not strangers. Their interactions in the future should not be too challenging. Hello, everyone, Jing Tian exclaimed upon seeing Tang Wuyue and Dami Mi, promptly waving to greet them. I am a new substitute team member and may be living with you all from now on. I hope for your kind guidance. Jing Tian stepped forward, humbly introducing herself. As it was her first encounter with everyone, she naturally wished to leave a good impression. Having lived on the island for quite some time, her sudden arrival felt somewhat untimely. From Jing Tian's perspective, she desired to integrate swiftly into the group and establish good relations with Tang Wuyue and the others. Haha, Dai Xianchen. Long time no see, Lu Shishir exclaimed upon seeing Jing Tian, quickly waving her hand with a smile. I never expected the substitute team member to be you. I was worried the production team would find someone we didn't know. Sister Shishir, Jing Tian replied, extending her hand to greet Lu Shishir. It's been a while. Before arriving on the island, Jing Tian and her friends had watched the live broadcasts at home. She had gathered information about Tang Wuyue, Dami Mi, and Lu Shishir's circumstances on the island and held great admiration for Lu Shishir. Jing Tian was astonished to learn that the usually demure Lu Shishir was able to embark on adventures with the captain, and she was also quite the skilled little cook. Overall, Lu Shishir's performance left Jing Tian in awe. Tian, Lu Yifei exclaimed as she approached Jing Tian. Yifei Jia. Jing Tian rushed over and embraced her tightly. Why didn't you let me know in advance about coming to the island? Lu Yifei looked at Jing Tian and shrugged her shoulders, saying, you made us worry unnecessarily on the island, thinking they would send someone unfamiliar. Well, I had no idea which group I would be assigned to. Jing Tian replied with a wry smile, shaking her head. Fortunately, I had good luck during the drawing and ended up in Captain Tang's team. With that, she promptly turned to Tang Wuyue, walking quickly towards her. Captain Tang, I am the new substitute team member, and I will rely on you for guidance on the island. Welcome, welcome. Tang Wuyue and Jing Tian exchanged glances, smiling as she said, once you arrive here, we are all family. We shall row the same boat together. The people nearby couldn't help but chuckle at this remark. Thank you, Captain Tang. Jing Tian smiled and replied, I will diligently learn survival skills and strive not to lag behind. After a brief pause, she added, though I arrived late, I will certainly be the early bird and integrate with everyone as soon as possible. Having that mindset is fantastic. Tang Wuyue, you must be exhausted from traveling such a long distance. Why don't you go inside and rest for a bit? She then glanced at Li Yitong behind her, who was also looking at her. Their eyes met, and Li Yitong's face flushed as she quickly averted her gaze. Before coming to the island, they had all familiarized themselves with the situation of each team. Li Yitong was overjoyed to be placed in Tang Wuyue's group, so much so that she couldn't sleep a wink throughout the night. The thought of living alongside Tang Wuyue filled her with excitement. Just imagine living carefree on the island. How rare an opportunity that is. Among all the teams, only Tang Wuyue's group could offer such a quality of life. Hello everyone, I'm Li Yitong. She stepped forward to greet the others. With a hint of shyness, she added, I'm delighted to meet you all, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future. As a rising star in the entertainment industry, she was familiar with some of the others, like the Mima, but they had yet to reach the level of close friends. However, she shared a good rapport with Zhao Jinmai, who was of similar age. Thus, Zhao Jinmai approached her and took her hand, saying, Yitong, welcome to our big family. Thank you, Jinmai. Li Yitong smiled back, replying, it's been a while. I missed you. Haha, no need to miss me. We'll be together every day from now on. Zhao Jinmai laughed, then paused before reassuring her, don't worry. Our team is very united. The captain treats us well. Li Yitong nodded, smiling as she said, before coming to the island, I watched the live stream, and among all the captains, Tang Wuyue seemed the most reliable. She was well aware that many were nearly frantic to join Tang Wuyue's team. Li Yitong recalled that during the lottery, everyone had hoped to be assigned to Tang Wuyue's group. Unfortunately, among the many female celebrities, only she and Jing Tian had the fortune of landing in Tang Wuyue's team, while the rest were distributed to different teams based on the lottery results. This time, dozens of substitute female contestants had come to participate. One entire group had been eliminated, replaced by fresh faces, making the show quite intriguing and eagerly anticipated by the audience. Particularly, the second survival location was generating excitement, as the chief director, Nia Hongtao, had informed everyone that the female stars would next be living in a communal survival area. This meant that all the groups would reside in one location, increasing their chances of encountering one another. At that point, the differences between the teams would become even more pronounced. For instance, some groups would be living in spacious, two-story houses built in the jungle, while others might only have small tree houses to stay in. This disparity entirely depended on the capabilities of the team leaders. As the female stars ventured into the wild, their skills were relatively comparable. Thus, the survival experience of the captains became particularly significant. For example, Tang Wuyue's team had enough food to last a month. If the other teams were aware of this, they would likely be envious. This was simply a matter of personal ability. Each captain had their unique expertise. Some were architects who relished constructing grand houses in the wilderness, while others were plant enthusiasts who adhered to a vegetarian diet, subsisting solely on various wild vegetables and fruits. Even more astonishingly, some captains were insect aficionados, accustomed to supplementing their protein intake in the wild. They frequently took their team members to explore tree hollows or jungles in search of edible insects. Although some insects are indeed nutritious and beneficial for the body, they remain visually unappealing to most. For instance, some insects must be consumed alive, and the sensation of their writhing within one's mouth evokes a profound sense of nausea, inducing an immediate urge to retch. "Greetings, Captain Tang." Li Yitong, her face adorned with a blush, approached Tang Wuyue and said, "From this day forth, I shall be your team member, and I hope you will be kind enough to guide me." She continued earnestly, "Should I falter in any way, I would appreciate your direct feedback, for I am committed to improvement." Observing Li Yitong's serious yet anxious demeanor, Tang Wuyue offered a gentle smile and reassured her. "There is no need for such tension." After a brief pause, he added, "Now that you have set foot on this island, you are indeed my team members, and I shall take full responsibility for all matters concerning your stay here." "Indeed, thank you, Captain Tang." Upon hearing his words, a shy yet joyful smile blossomed on Li Yitong's face. Like many netizens, she was already a devoted admirer of Tang Wuyue. The thrill of meeting her idol in person stirred a flutter of excitement within her, akin to the exhilaration of a virtual romance manifesting into reality or encountering a dream lover. It was impossible not to feel a tinge of nervousness. Presently, Tang Wuyue had risen to become a wilderness sovereign in the eyes of countless online followers. His unique charisma had captivated many hearts, including those of Li Yitong and Jing Tian. Earlier, the two had whispered to one another, filled with both anticipation and a hint of trepidation about life on the deserted island, fearing their clumsiness might lead to reassignment by the captain to another team. At that moment, the chief director, Nia Hongtao, approached with a warm smile, inquiring, "Captain Tang, are you satisfied with the team members I have selected for you?" "They are quite commendable," Tang Wuyue nodded. "The more obedient female team members, the better." "Very well, you said it yourself," Nia Hongtao chuckled. "Should I send more female team members your way? Do not blame me." Tang Wuyue chuckled softly and shrugged. "As long as Director Nia sends them according to the rules, I have no objections." Upon hearing this, Nia Hongtao sighed. "To be honest, Captain Tang, I am tempted to expand your team into an entire battalion." After a brief pause, he continued, "I just inspected your storeroom, and it is filled with fungi, dried fish, and jerky, transforming wilderness survival into a culinary showcase. At this rate, without arranging a team of 100 or so, your provisions may very well spoil. Such is our fortune," Tang Wuyue shrugged, "for our resources here are remarkably abundant." He then inquired, "Is it not true that the resources on other islands differ from ours?" "Indeed, they are not the same," Nia Hongtao explained. "While the selected islands may possess similar resources, each captain's survival strategy varies significantly." He paused before adding, "Your approach of starting with a wild boar is something other captains would struggle to replicate." Nia Hongtao felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, The rules dictated that they would select 3 survival locations and remain for only 1 month. Had the regulations mandated a 100-day stay on this island, a champion would likely have emerged long ago. With this thought in mind, Nia Hongtao glanced at the time and remarked to Tang Wuyue, Captain Tang, I have brought you your team. The rest is in your capable hands. Upon finishing his words, he rose to his feet. I have other team members to send off. I cannot linger any longer. We shall continue our conversation another day. Very well, Director Nia, take care. Tang Wuyue waved his hand with a smile, adding, I shan't see you off. Nia Hongtao nodded, turning to lead the production crew towards the helicopter. There was no alternative. He had to send off the female team members from other groups without causing any delays. In his mind, Nia Hongtao mused on how he wished he could stay on the island a little longer to enjoy more meals, assisting Tang Wuyue in depleting the food supplies. However, as the chief director, he had a plethora of matters awaiting his attention. As the helicopter of the production team gradually faded into the distance, Lu Shishir finally exhaled in relief. Fortunately, they were only here to send off team members. If they had come for another health check, I would have been infuriated. For Lu Shishir and Mi, the most dreaded scenario was the production crew meddling in their affairs. After all, the crew was always monitoring them, and should anyone fail the health assessment, they could be summarily dispatched back home. Tang Wuyue cast a sidelong glance at Lu Shishir and inquired with a smile. So, what do you think? Are you satisfied with the new female team members? Yes, quite satisfied. Lu Shishir nodded. As long as they don't send any overly dramatic female celebrities, I can accept anyone. Her greatest fear was that those delicate starlets would provoke the captain's ire, thereby disrupting team harmony. After a moment, Lu Shishir seemed to recall something and looked up at Tang Wuyue. Captain, what about you? Are you satisfied? Yes, indeed. Tang Wuyue chuckled. For me, it matters not who arrives. He paused before continuing. After all, we are to coexist, and only with time can we truly understand each individual's circumstances. Lu Shishir nodded thoughtfully, her curiosity piqued. But what if someone arrives that you find unsatisfactory? What is there to fret about? Tang Wuyue chuckled softly, spreading his hands. Have you forgotten? Director Nia asked me a few days ago whether we should swap female team members with another group. Oh dear, how could I be so forgetful? Lu Shishir exclaimed, tapping her forehead. I just remembered, Captain, you possess a trump card. Tang Wuyue smiled at her and said, let us proceed and assess the situation ahead. We must arrange accommodations for the newly arrived female team members. Yes, Captain. Lu Shishir nodded eagerly, hurrying to follow Tang Wuyue, both moving briskly. At that moment, Jing Tian and Li Yitong had already entered the small wooden cabin, their bags in tow. Lu Yifei and Mi were enthusiastically assisting the two in settling in. Upon seeing Tang Wuyue enter, they quickly rose to greet him. Captain, you're back. Have all the arrangements been made? Tang Wuyue inquired while nodding. Is the lodging ready? Considering they were all female, he intended for Lu Yifei and Mi to oversee the accommodations for the two newcomers. Everything is in order, Lu Yifei confirmed. The weather has turned drier these past few days, and the humidity has dropped. We plan to move the blankets to the adjacent beds. She paused briefly before adding, this way, we can free up 2 tent spaces, which will be just enough for Tian and Ito. The moment Tang Wuyue stepped into the cabin, a flush of shyness washed over Jing Tian and Li Yitong. After all, it was their first encounter with Tang Wuyue, and naturally, a hint of nervousness lingered in their hearts. More crucially, they harbored a few secret thoughts within their hearts. During the previous live broadcast, they had developed quite an affection for Tang Wuyue, believing him to be the finest captain. Thus, they treasured every moment spent with their captain, fearful of making any missteps, and could only obey with utmost caution. Captain, this is a gift I have prepared for you. I hope you will like it, said Jing Tian as she suddenly produced a mosquito-repelling wristband from her backpack and handed it to him. Oh, Tang Wuyue was taken aback and inquired with curiosity. Did the production team actually allow you to bring gifts? This is a survival show, and there are quite a few rules. He could hardly fathom that Jing Tian had indeed brought a gift. Upon hearing Tang Wuyue's words, Jing Tian explained, Captain, the production team has a rule allowing each team member to bring 1 gift for the captain, but it cannot be any props provided by the team. It must be a small trinket or something of the sort. She continued, so I chose a mosquito-repelling wristband as a keepsake for you. Tang Wuyue accepted the wristband and examined it, discovering that it bore a photo of Jing Tian along with her handwritten signature, which added a sentimental value to it. Thank you, Tian Tian. Tang Wuyue smiled as he remarked. This gift is truly wonderful and meaningful. Captain, I have something too. At that moment, Li Yitong also retrieved a small ornament from her bag and presented it to Tang Wuyue. What is this? Tang Wuyue asked, intrigued. Captain, this is a bracelet I made by hand. I hope you'll like it, Li Yitong explained. As Tang Wuyue picked up the bracelet, he noticed its exquisite appearance and a distinct fragrance emanating from it. Li Yitong added, Captain, this is the first bracelet I made after learning how to braid. Although it may not be valuable, it is a token of my heartfelt intention. Thank you, Yitong. Tang Wuyue nodded and said, I don't have much to offer in return, but I'll treat you all to a grand dinner tonight to welcome you properly. They had not only caught fish the previous day, but had also captured a wild boar, making it the perfect opportunity to prepare a sumptuous meal for the two new team members. For instance, Lu Shishir could whip up octopus balls and honey-glazed braised pork, dishes they had never tasted before, coupled with Zhao Jinmai's unique seafood and mushroom soup. These dishes were bound to be a delightful surprise for Jing Tian and Li Yitong. It was essential for them to savor these flavors tonight, as it would help them gradually acclimate to life on the island. Having two additional team members was indeed advantageous for Tang Wuyue, as it would facilitate the distribution of tasks in the future. Even when everyone was out working, there would always be someone to remain at the camp to oversee things. Captain, I heard you caught a wild boar weighing 200 to 300 pounds yesterday, Jing Tian exclaimed, recalling that Lu Yifei had mentioned it to her earlier, her face a mask of astonishment. She could hardly believe that Captain Tang Wuyue possessed such remarkable prowess. A wild boar of that size was no small feat. Yet, Tang Wuyue, along with Xiao Di and the others, had effortlessly dealt with the boar. What surprised her even more was Jing Tian's keen desire for adventure. She yearned to immediately accompany the captain to hunt in the mountains and fish in the sea, embracing the most primal way of life. Indeed, the pork has been stored in the pantry, and tonight we shall savor a delightful stew of ribs. Tang Wuyue addressed them, saying, We also have braised pig trotters that can be prepared for roasting. If you wish for something, feel free to consult Shishir and Mimi. Very well, thank you, Captain. Dai Xianxian nodded, expressing to Tang Wuyue, Captain, as newcomers, we simply hope for fair treatment from you. Regardless of the tasks at hand, we are eager to contribute. They did not seek special treatment, nor did they wish to merely bask in comfort. They yearned to toil alongside their captain. Only in this manner could they truly integrate into the team. Understood, Tang Wuyue remarked, noticing her earnest demeanor, and replied, From now on, I shall include you in our missions. Thank you, Captain. Jing Tian responded eagerly. Subsequently, under Tang Wuyue's guidance, Dami and Lu Yifei assisted Jing Tian and Li Yitong in familiarizing themselves with their surroundings. As they were newcomers, their understanding of the island's conditions was still limited, necessitating the companionship of veterans. Upon entering the storage room, Dami and Lu Yifei were taken aback. The pantry was brimming with dried fish and a variety of sun-dried wild mushrooms. Most notably, a substantial pile of large pig legs and cured wild boar meat was stacked nearby. Jing Tian and Li Yitong stood in stunned silence, gazing at Dami with puzzled expressions, inquiring, Sister Mimi, how did you manage to acquire all this? We watched the live stream, and other teams sometimes struggle to find food, scurrying about daily in search of sustenance. How does our team possess such an abundance of provisions? Surprised, aren't you? Dami chuckled, explaining, It is primarily because we have a remarkable captain. Had it been someone else, we might have been reduced to consuming insects. They had seen the videos sent by Director Nye, fully aware of the predicaments faced by other teams. For instance, some captains had a penchant for wild vegetables and tree bark, while others were particularly fond of various insects. These peculiarities only reinforced their belief that encountering a captain like Tang Wuyue was indeed a stroke of luck. Without her, they might have struggled to endure even a single day. In agreement with Dami's sentiment, Lu Yifei nodded. Indeed, our captain is a multifaceted talent. She possesses every survival skill imaginable, be it diving, fishing, or hunting. She excels in all. Pausing momentarily, she added, Tian Tian, I truly envy you all. Arriving on this island and being greeted with such delectable fare is extraordinary fortune. Absolutely, Dami concurred. It reminds me of a saying, it is better to be born lucky than to work hard. Some individuals are born with what others can only dream of possessing. After a brief pause, she continued, Take you and Itong, for instance, while others fret daily about their next meal in the wild. You arrive to an endless supply of food. Though Dami's words were blunt, they resonated with truth, succinctly highlighting Jing Tian and Li Yitong's fortuitous circumstances. If Dami and Lu Yifei were fortunate, then Jing Tian and Li Yitong were undeniably favored by fate. At the very least, they need not learn the art of fishing, for they already had an inexhaustible source of nourishment. Certainly, for the enchanting Dami Mi and Lu Yifei, accompanying the captain on fishing and hunting excursions is truly a unique delight. They derive an extraordinary joy from the experience itself, savoring the process far more than the outcomes. Take Lu Yifei, for instance. She dreams of once again plunging into the water alongside Tang Wuyue, yearning for the opportunity to collaborate with the captain, hoping to receive another round of personal instruction. Lu Yifei adores that exhilarating rush of adrenaline. Upon hearing their sentiments, Jing Tian and Li Yitong nodded vigorously, fully aware that Dami Mi spoke the truth. No one is more fortunate than the two of them, particularly when compared to the other female stars assigned to different groups, who visibly wear expressions of discontent. It is evident that no one wishes to remain in a team they do not favor. Meanwhile, Jing Tian and Li Yitong have already secured a head start, effortlessly placed in a team that elicits envy from all. Observing the sizable parrotfish still uneaten on the wall, Jing Tian inquired curiously, "Sister Yifei, is this fish yours?" Lu Yifei cast a glance at Jing Tian and replied, "This one was caught by Jie yesterday afternoon. She went fishing with the captain and managed to reel in a parrotfish weighing over 10 pounds. Goodness, Jie?" Jing Tian was taken aback. Is her fishing skill really that impressive? Indeed, Lu Yifei affirmed with a nod. Even Xiao Di couldn't catch a fish this large. Jie is truly fortunate. At that moment, Dami Mi chimed in with a smile. "Sweetie, that's merely the tip of the iceberg. The largest parrotfish was actually caught by Yifei." "Ah, Sister Yifei?" Jing Tian paused, gazing at Lu Yifei. "How did you accomplish that?" Blushing at Jing Tian's question, Lu Yifei lowered her gaze and explained. "It was actually the captain who assisted me. I couldn't have done alone." Li Yitong, also momentarily taken aback, asked curiously, "Sister Yifei, will the captain teach us in the water as well?" "Of course." Lu Yifei nodded. "The captain teaches us survival skills without ever fearing the trouble it may entail." She paused before adding, "The captain is always incredibly patient, guiding us until we master the skills." "Absolutely," Dami Mi echoed. "Our captain is the best in the world. No other team can compare." A glimmer of aspiration appeared in Dami Mi's eyes as she turned to Jing Tian and Li Yitong, saying, "One day, you will understand." "Thank you for the reminder, Sister Mi." Jing Tian smiled. "We will certainly strive to earn everyone's recognition and truly integrate into this team." After touring the storage room, Dami Mi and Lu Yifei led them to the old campsite. Dami Mi pointed to the surroundings, saying, "Sweetie, we used to reside here." As she spoke, she turned to the spot where they had previously set up tents. In that moment, memories of that fateful night flooded back to her mind. It was from that very evening that she had completely fallen for Tang Wuyue. She understood in her heart that the captain was truly exceptional, and there were certainly others harboring feelings for him besides herself. Yet, as long as she could earn even a modicum of his acknowledgement, she felt utterly content. After the torrential downpours of the past few days, the landscape had become unrecognizable. Just as the captain had indicated, the old campsite was merely a temporary refuge, wholly unsuitable for prolonged habitation. Fortunately, the captain had made advance arrangements, prompting them to relocate. Otherwise, their tents would have surely been swept away by the relentless rain. The proximity to the sea rendered the terrain exceedingly low, and the deluge had caused all the accumulated water to flow in their direction. Crowded within a small tent, they found it impossible to keep the rain at bay. If the water would seep in, their belongings might very well be washed away. Luckily, Tang Wuyue had previously ensured the construction of their shelter, sparing them from suffering in the downpour. Reflecting on this, Dami Mi felt an even greater admiration for Tang Wuyue. She could scarcely fathom how long they could have endured in this wilderness without the captain's presence. Jing Tian surveyed her surroundings before turning to Dami Mi and Lu Yifei, saying, "Sister Mi, Sister Yifei, we are quite familiar with this place. Before we came to participate in the show, we watched your live broadcasts every day. We witnessed you and the captain cooking together, gathering coconuts and diving for fish. We truly envied you." eagerly anticipating the opportunity to join the program and be closer to the captain. Today, Jing Tian was particularly talkative, as if she had been following Tang Wuyue's group for some time. Upon hearing Jing Tian's words, Dami Mi suddenly realized that Jing Tian and Li Yitong had access to the live streams, and they likely possessed a better understanding of each group's circumstances than she and Liu Yifei did. They must have been aware of the hardships faced by other teams. Otherwise, they would not feel so fortunate. With this in mind, she lifted her gaze, curiously addressing Jing Tian. Tian, have you seen the situations of the other teams? Indeed, Jing Tian nodded enthusiastically. The most unfortunate one is our skit queen, Sister Dandan. She worked tirelessly to build the shelter, and when she could no longer bear it and wanted to rest, she was denied dinner and fainted from the anger. Li Yitong chimed in, nodding in agreement. I was incredibly upset at that moment. Truly, there is no harm without comparison. It is precisely because of the absurd antics of other team leaders that our captain is so beloved. After speaking, she raised her head and said, Sister Mi, Sister Yifei, we are exceedingly fortunate. Had we been assigned to another team, I cannot even imagine how dreadful it would have been. One group had members eating worms, and when they bit into them, they burst. I nearly felt ill watching in the live stream. Oh, don't mention it. We saw that scene too. Dami Mi nodded. It was utterly disgusting, and just thinking about it makes me want to vomit. After a brief pause, she continued, I simply cannot comprehend how anyone could enjoy eating worms. If I encountered a team leader like that, I would have likely withdrawn from the competition long ago. I feel the same way. Liu Yifei concurred. I can tolerate many things, but eating worms? That is truly beyond my capacity. It's terrifying. Once she finished speaking, she turned to Jing Tian and asked with a hint of confusion, the Tian, can you manage to eat this? Jing Tian waved her hand, feeling a tumult in her stomach. Yifei Jia, please stop. I'm starting to feel nauseous. Ha. Upon hearing this, Li Yitong couldn't help but laugh. Sister Tian, have you never eaten insects? Li Yitong inquired with a chuckle. Actually, I can endure eating those fried insects. But if I had to consume the ones that explode in my mouth, I would surely vomit. Never mind, let's not dwell on it. Dami Mi said with a wry smile. It's getting late. We should hurry back. This afternoon, the captain will likely assign us tasks. It had been raining for the past few days, and now that the sun was finally shining, the captain would surely take them out to gather food and firewood. After all, their firewood was nearly depleted, and they needed to collect more. Moreover, with new members joining the team, the captain wanted to take them out for a little exploration. With this thought in mind, everyone hurried back to the camp. At that moment, Tang Wuyue had already taken out the diving equipment and spear gun. Due to the incessant rain, they had not had the opportunity to dive. So he was airing them out. Shouty, seeing Tang Wuyue organizing the gear, approached him with a bright smile and asked eagerly, Captain, are we going diving to catch fish today? Let us go see. Tang Wuyue nodded. Although there had been fish to eat these past few days, it had been a long time since they had lobster. With 2 new team members arriving, it would be a perfect opportunity to take them diving and possibly catch a few lobsters to welcome them. Ah, we're going to take them? Shouty said with a look of disappointment. What about us? Aren't we diving today? She had been hoping every day to dive with the captain, and now that the weather was so nice, it felt as though the opportunity had been snatched away by the newcomers. Tang Wuyue affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, Silly girl, you all worked hard yesterday. Today, you should rest well at the camp. If you go diving again today, will you be able to handle it? Shouty had been exhausted after a long night, and the next day, she accompanied Dami Mi to forage for wild mushrooms, followed by working with him in the evening. After all that, she was truly worn out. Last night, during the dance, she nearly lost her balance. Tang Chun, noticing this, pondered for a moment and decided to allow them to rest while giving the opportunity to dive to Jing Tian and Li Yitong. Upon hearing Tang Chen's words, Shouty immediately understood his kind intent and gratefully nodded. For her, as long as the captain thought of her, nothing else mattered. Whether she could go diving or not was of little concern. It's fine, they just arrived today. It's perfect to show them around, Tang Wuyue told Shouty. You all relax for a day, and whenever you wish to dive with me in the future, you can. All right, Captain, Shouty responded cheerfully, her face adorned with a bashful smile.